The grand dream spans millennia. Before dawn breaks, the vast wilderness lies shrouded in darkness, yet sunlight already bathes the peak of Swordgate Mountain. Amidst the swirling mists and floating auspicious clouds at its midsection, the sun first graces the golden summit. The resplendent glazed hall atop the golden peak radiates 1,000 beams of golden light, illuminating the sea of clouds in a dazzling display. Nestled amongst the mountains surrounded by this ethereal mist, majestic and ancient halls appear to float above the clouds, exuding an aura of sanctity and solemnity. This is the vast wilderness, a sacred ground shared by the 3,000 tribes of humanity's Swordgate. Swordgate is renowned for producing exceptional chi cultivators who guard the expansive wilderness. All inhabitants of the 3,000 tribes regard becoming a cultivator of Swordgate as the highest honor, in such a harsh environment, where humanity is feeble without the protection of Swordgate. The tribes would likely have perished long ago. The towering mountain gate leads to the dwelling of the entry-level disciples, where tens of thousands reside. Numerous chi cultivators within Swordgate welcome the youth sent by the tribes to learn the arts. Most who lack a powerful background live here, while those from influential tribes often have cultivators within Swordgate who can directly take them under their wing. Zhongyu rises early, standing bare-chested by the well, drawing a bucket of water to pour over his head, shaking off the remnants of sleep with a jolt. The clear water cascades down his body, splashing against the stone floor. His physique is robust and well-proportioned, with skin taut over his muscles, radiating strength. However, 3 deep claw marks mar his chest, remnants of a fierce beast's attack, now scarred over. Turning around, he reveals more claw marks on his back and scars from beast bites on his left arm. In total, he bears over a dozen scars, betraying the fact that he is but 15 years old. Zhongyu hoists a medicine basket and quietly exits the mountain gate, descending the slopes. The status of outer disciples is exceedingly lowly, and they can only learn the most rudimentary techniques of Swordgate. Only those who cultivate their spirit can become named disciples of the inner sect, apprenticed under a hall master, and receive the true legacy of Swordgate. However, for an outer disciple without a powerful background, attaining such status is fraught with difficulty. Among the 3,000 tribes of humanity, small tribes comprise merely thousands, while larger ones boast populations in the millions. Countless individuals vie to enter Swordgate, all eager to become named disciples of the inner sect and cultivate chi, resulting in fierce competition. Swordgate upholds strict rules. If one fails to cultivate their spirit by the age of 16, they are expelled. Naturally, the offspring of tribal leaders have access to various spiritual herbs and elixirs to enhance their cultivation, ensuring their children reach the requisite level before they turn 16. Even with ordinary talents, with enough spiritual herbs and elixirs, one can become a chi cultivator through sheer accumulation. Yet, the children of the impoverished lack such privileges and must rely solely on their diligence and perseverance. It is rare for a noble child to emerge from a humble background. Few from impoverished families ascend to become chi cultivators. Zhongyu hails from the insignificant Zhongshan tribe, a minuscule community reduced to merely 100 souls due to years of calamity. Arguably the smallest tribe in the wilderness, such a tribe struggles for survival, let alone producing a chi cultivator. Thus, despite Zhongyu's extraordinary efforts, he remains a significant distance from cultivating his spirit. His early descent from the mountain aims to seek spiritual herbs in the depths of the forest to concoct a feather spirit pill, nurturing his soul. The feather spirit pill is a commonplace elixir, requiring only ordinary ingredients for its creation, yet even these are beyond his means, compelling him to gather and concoct them himself. The time and toil he invests exceed that of others. 2 hours after leaving Swordgate Mountain, daylight breaks, and both inner and outer disciples have risen to practice their arts. Suddenly, an urgent bell tolls from the mountain, and powerful chi cultivators descend from the peak, calling out, "The malevolent soul miasma is about to manifest." All disciples of Swordgate heed this command. No one is to venture outside. Everyone is forbidden from stepping beyond Swordgate Mountain. The malevolent soul miasma is immensely perilous. Only Swordgate can safeguard this realm. Anyone who departs shall surely perish. A commotion ensues within Swordgate with a resounding boom. The grand mountain gate abruptly shuts. Amidst the swirling clouds and mist, palatial structures shine brilliantly. The golden summit radiating a multitude of beams, illuminating the void in a breathtaking spectacle. Such a formidable display is a first for the outer disciples, though the inner disciples are no strangers to it. The malevolent soul miasma erupts once every decade, posing a dire threat. Even chi cultivators face a gruesome fate when confronted by the miasma, which ravages the land, leaving nothing in its wake. Why has the malevolent soul miasma erupted early? By the schedule, it should not occur for another 5 days, murmurs an inner disciple. At that moment, a deep rumbling echoes from the earth below, as if a monstrous entity stirs beneath. Suddenly, a torrent of black mist surges from a nearby ravine, erupting skyward like a fountain. Soon, this dark column towers even higher than Sword Gate Mountain, reaching into the clouds, while the black mist disperses in every direction, resembling a colossal black umbrella unfurling in the air. The world is engulfed in darkness, save for the radiant Sword Gate Mountain that pierces through the gloom, illuminating the encroaching black miasma. As the miasma descends upon Sword Gate Mountain, it is thwarted by the light, as if an invisible barrier safeguards the mountain from the encroaching darkness. Within the miasma, one can sense terrifying entities, their furious roars sending chills down spines. Occasionally, creatures within the black mist collide with the protective barrier surrounding Sword Gate Mountain, resulting in thunderous booms that echo ominously. At the summit of Sword Gate Mountain, before a grand hall, several chi cultivators gaze up at the terrifying malevolent soul miasma. Point one softly remarks, "A few outer disciples have ventured beyond the mountain gate and have yet to return. I fear they may not come back." Zhong Yu's destination for gathering herbs is known as Gathering Cloud Mountain, abundant in spiritual herbs, located to the southeast of Sword Gate Mountain. In his years as an outer disciple, although he has not mastered any profound techniques, he has honed his body to leap over great distances and traverse the mountains with ease. As he enters Gathering Cloud Mountain, daylight has fully emerged, and the echoes of beastly roars resonate throughout the woods. This place is seldom trodden, with no tribes nearby to hunt, and the mountains teem with ferocious beasts. Zhong Yu treads cautiously through the forest, diligently searching, and soon gathers several varieties of spiritual herbs. Most herbs are easily found, but this 5-spice grass is elusive. It requires a stroke of luck. As he traverses the rugged terrain, he suddenly catches a whiff of a peculiar herbal fragrance. The scent, faint at first, grows increasingly potent as he approaches. This fragrance comprises 5 distinct aromas: sweet, fragrant, refreshing, fiery, and rich, characteristic of the 5-spice grass. Following the scent, he arrives at the edge of a cliff, peering down to find a steep drop, jagged stones jutting out, and a gorge that plunges into darkness. Near the cliff's edge lies a protruding boulder, with a trickle of water seeping from the cliff face, nourishing several rare herbs to 5-spice grass. Zhong Yu's heart leaps with joy. He cautiously scales the cliff, which, though steep, poses little danger to him due to his agile skills. After a brief moment, he reaches the boulder, preparing to harvest the 5-spice grass, when suddenly the sky darkens, and he hastily looks up, his heart racing. That a magnificent bird, resplendent in golden plumage, descended upon the precipice. Its wings spanned over 10 feet and bore 4 majestic appendages, which flapped vigorously. As it dove towards him, its talons glinting with a chilling sheen. What manner of raptor is this? Before the 4-winged golden bird could reach him, a fierce gust of wind surged forth, stinging his face and nearly toppling Zhong Yu from the boulder upon which he perched. With a rush, the 4-winged bird swooped down, and in that fleeting moment, Zhong Yu grasped several sprigs of fragrant herbs and leaped from the rock. The colossal creature missed its target, soaring aloft, scanning the surroundings, only to find Zhong Yu had not plummeted off the cliff, but rather secured himself to a vine just over 10 feet below the boulder. The 4-winged golden bird shrieked in fury and ascended once more, preparing to strike again. Gritting his teeth, Zhong Yu slid down the vine into the depths of the gorge. Just as the bird reached midair, a billowing black mist surged forth, enveloping the valley in an instant, rendering the sky as if cloaked in darkness. A faint light flickered at the valley's bottom, its source obscured. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind announced the arrival of a massive skeletal frame that plummeted from above, crashing into the depths of the gorge beside him. A chill coursed through his veins as he realized that this skeleton belonged to the very four-winged golden bird. In mere moments, it seemed as though the creature had been devoured by something within the black mist, leaving only bones behind. Zhong Yu shuddered in dread. Glancing upward to witness the black mist advancing rapidly towards him, he hastily continued his descent, but with a sudden crack, several vines broke free from the cliffside, causing him to tumble downwards. In his panic, he reached out desperately, finally clutching a sturdy branch of an ancient tree, halting his descent. Looking up, he saw the encroaching black mist was now only a few yards away. Beside the thick trunk of the tree, there was an opening the width of a water jar, from which came a rustling sound that a colossal triangular head emerged from the darkness, lifting high. To regard Zhong Yu with keen interest, it was an unimaginably large python. The serpent hissed, displaying an intense curiosity towards him. This formidable constrictor was a ruler among the beasts of the wilderness, and even seasoned cultivators would find it a daunting challenge to slay such a creature, let alone him. Determined, Zhong Yu released the branch, allowing himself to fall. The python, flicking its long tongue, prepared to strike, but was suddenly engulfed by the encroaching black mist. With a resounding crash, a skeletal serpent, over 10 feet long, fell from mist, descending into the abyss alongside Zhong Yu. The frigid gorge was profound, a thick carpet of dead branches and leaves blanketing the ground. Upon landing, Zhong Yu felt little impact, and, as he surveyed his dim surroundings, he observed a heap of bones at the valley's base, flickering ghostly flames, remnants of creatures that had perished at the jaws of the giant python and the monstrous bird. That python has met its demise as well. What is this black fog? Oh no. Zhong Yu's expression shifted dramatically as the black mist finally reached the valley floor, swirling around him as the ghostly flames extinguished one after another. Surveying his surroundings, he noted the mist was drawing near, and he couldn't help but sigh. This strange fog has consumed the golden bird and the python. Surely, I am destined to perish as well. Wait, why has the mist halted? The black mist abruptly ceased its advance, as if repelled by an invisible force, forming a hemispherical barrier around him. Zhong Yu beheld a colossal bony claw reaching forth from the murky depths, scraping against the protective sphere with a grating sound, yet failing to penetrate it. The sheer size of the claw was unfathomable, each knuckle dwarfing him. Having honed his physique over the years, Zhong Yu was taller than most adults, yet this skeletal appendage was considerably larger, prompting him to ponder the true size of its owner. What is this? At the center of the protective sphere, he noticed a seated skeleton, its right arm raised, holding a lamp that seemed to illuminate the darkness for those lost within. The light was dim, scarcely brighter than the ghostly flames, flickering as though it might extinguish at any moment. Curious, this individual has been dead for many years, reduced to bones, yet this lamp still burns? Intrigued, Zhong Yu approached for a closer inspection, soon realizing the extraordinary nature of the remains. This was not merely a skeleton of a human, it was a figure seated in a lotus position, lacking legs replaced instead by a long serpentine tail coiled beneath it, while the upper half retained human features: head, neck, arms. This was the corpse of a creature with a human head and a serpent's body. Could it be that the light from this lamp is what wards off the mysterious black mist? Zhong Yu bowed respectfully to the peculiar figure, carefully reaching for the lamp. As he did, the flame flickered precariously, and suddenly a languid voice resonated. After countless dreams through the ages, what year is this eve? Young one, in which era does Fushi reign? The legacy of flames. Zhong Yu stood in a daze, realizing that the voice he had just heard was no mere figment of his imagination. However, apart from himself, only the corpse of the strange being remained. Could it be? Despite Zhong Yu's usual fearlessness, he found his complexion pale, shivering involuntarily. Where should he look? I am here. The voice resounded again, tinged with annoyance. Young man, I am inquiring about the current dynasty under the reign of Fushi. Zhong Yu stared blankly at the lamp in his hand, stammering, unable to articulate a response. The voice had emanated from within the lamp. The four-winged golden bird was peculiar enough, But the man-eating black mist was even more bizarre. Yet, the most extraordinary of all was this lamp, a lamp that could speak. Your lineage has dwindled to a point where I can scarcely perceive it. Has the Fushi divine clan truly fallen to such a degree? The voice from within the lamp lamented. The Fushi divine clan? Are you referring to me? Zhang Yu pondered, leaning closer to inspect the lamp. Beneath the lampshade, nothing appeared unusual. The light was dim, the flame barely a finger's height, making it impossible to discern the source of the voice. Suddenly, Zhang Yu's gaze fixated on the flame, which transformed before his eyes into a doll no larger than a finger. The doll had fair skin, donned in a delicate golden outfit, and a head full of fiery red hair that, if not scrutinized closely, resembled flames. Such unique beings exist in this world. Zhang Yu blinked in astonishment, curiously observing the flame doll. The doll glared back at him, indignantly declaring, Fushi divine clan youth. I demand an answer. Which dynasty currently reigns under Fushi? Fushi? Zhang Yu regained his composure and chuckled. Are you referring to the legendary Shi Huang? The Shi Huang is singular, a mythical ruler of heaven and earth. Thus there can only be one. Moreover, I am not of the Fushi divine clan. I belong to the human race. Incorrect, incorrect. The doll within the lamp leapt up, flaring like the flame itself. Fushi is a title, not a name, representing the position of the Earth's sovereign, the Taibao Emperor. Long before my slumber, there had already been 9 generations of Fushi. The first generation ascended to the heavenly throne, reigning for 18,000 years. Passing the mantle to the second generation, Yi, who governed for over 15,000 years, followed by Shi, then Taihao, then Houi, then Xiaohao, and finally Jijia, culminating in Shihai, totaling 9 dynasties of Fushi. Zhang Yu was left speechless, recalling how the elders of the Sword Gate had spoken of Fushi as the sole Earth sovereign from ancient times. While this peculiar doll claimed there were as many as 9, the doll meandered along the lampwick, muttering, How long have I been in slumber? How can the young ones of today not even know of Fushi? He is clearly of the Fushi divine clan, though the bloodline is thin. He insists on calling himself human. What sort of race is the human race among the myriad of beings? I have never heard of it. The flame doll leapt from the lamp, landing on Zhang Yu's arm, scuttling about and imparting a sense of warmth. It continued its musings, surely. Something has transpired that I am unaware of. What night is it? In my slumber, what era have I awakened to? Zhang Yu interjected. I have heard that Shi Huang was a holy emperor from many millennia ago, and now it is the age of humanity. By the way, what exactly are you? Scratching his head, Zhang Yu found it challenging to find a proper title for the little being. The flame doll languidly responded, I am called Xinhua, once the Emperor of Fire. Never mind, since you only have a vague understanding of Fushi, it would be futile to explain further. Take me away from here. I seek a successor to the legacy of flames to pass the torch. In exchange, I shall grant you some benefits. Suddenly, the little being vanished. Zhang Yu, puzzled, then heard the voice of the flame doll in his mind. Is this your method of soul visualization for cultivation? A proud descendant of the Fushi divine clan. Reduced to practicing such a humble and crude technique, what a disgrace to all past fuxes. Stop looking around. I am within your consciousness. Simply concentrate your spirit and visualize a vast ocean of stars housed in your brow, and you shall see me. I will guide you. Just follow my lead. Visualizing the sea of consciousness. That requires profound mastery. Few among the outer disciples can achieve it. Can the method you impart truly allow me to perceive the sea of consciousness? Doubtful. Zhang Yu attempted the flame doll's instructions, and suddenly, his vision blurred, revealing a wondrous realm, floating above a lake. The lake's waters shimmered like jade, spanning over 10 zhang, with a sword gate hovering above its surface. Zhang Yu's heart raced. He had truly witnessed his sea of consciousness. He had practiced for years, yet had never laid eyes on it due to insufficient mastery. To think he could accomplish this under the guidance of the flame doll. Such a rapid advancement in cultivation would be hard for anyone to believe. Before Zhang Yu, the flame doll danced like a flickering ember, declaring, This sword gate is the method you use for visualizing and cultivating your soul, is it not? How pitiful, truly pitiful, that a proud descendant of Fushi possesses no proper cultivation technique and resorts to such inferior methods. Moreover, you have been practicing for quite some time. Yet your sea of consciousness remains so small. This clearly indicates the inadequacy of your cultivation method. Zhang Yu's face flushed, retorting, This is the sword gate's exit visualization technique. While it may not be the pinnacle of soul cultivation methods, it is by no means crude. It's the best I could learn. To become an energy master, one must first refine the soul. The sword gate treats all outer disciples equally, imparting the same visualization method. Cultivating this soul method forms a sword gate in the sea of consciousness, allowing the spirit to pass through the gate and soar out of the body. The best soul cultivation method? The flame doll scoffed. Practicing this method leaves one dazed, unaware of what the soul truly is. A mere gust of wind can scatter the soul, sunlight can dissolve it, and a lightning strike can reduce it to ashes. Such a fragile soul, dissolving in water, igniting in fire, petrifying upon contact with earth. This is perilous indeed. The true method of soul cultivation involves visualizing the sacred, strengthening the soul, unyielding to heaven or earth, resisting wind and light, impervious to lightning, water, fire, and earth. This is the authentic path. Zhongyu paused, realizing the truth in the flame doll's words. The energy masters of the outer sky hall had also warned that reaching the stage of soul exit was extremely dangerous and should only be practiced in the hall. Suspended and ungrounded, avoiding contact with the five elements, lest the soul face dire consequences, even risking dispersal. What is the authentic way to cultivate? Zhongyu asked. Unwilling to concede. I shall teach you. The flame doll perched upon his shoulder, brimming with pride. Finding me signifies your fate, by rights. You should be the next successor of the flame legacy. However, your bloodline is too thin to carry my name with dignity. Help me locate a pure-blooded Fushi divine clan member, and I shall teach you the way to cultivate. Your soul is not weak. You might manage to cultivate the Fire Era Palace's Emperor of Fire Visualization. Xinhua, I truly am not of the divine clan. Those around me are all of the same kind. None of them could possibly be of the divine clan, right? Zhongyu scratched his head. Can the human race also cultivate the Emperor of Fire Visualization? The flame doll chuckled, although I am uncertain why the Fushi divine clan has fallen to such depths. You are indeed of divine lineage and can practice my visualization. Before long. Zhongyu had to admit that the Fire Era Palace's Emperor of Fire Visualization far surpassed the Sword Gate's exit visualization method in merit. The Sword Gate's visualization technique employs the sword's chi to sever the connection between the soul and the body, allowing the soul to leap forth from its corporeal vessel. This process imposes a considerable burden on both the soul and the body. In contrast, the Fire Era Palace's visualization diagram, designed by the sovereign of the Su, focuses on refining one's essence, energy, and spirit, thereby nurturing the soul. A robust soul, when liberated from the body, bears a lesser burden. Furthermore, a powerful soul is less susceptible to external forces, significantly diminishing danger. The sea of consciousness serves as a reservoir of mental energy, the stronger the mind. The broader the sea, making visualization increasingly effortless. The Ember Youth stands upon the shoulder of Zhongyu, his eyes emitting two beams of light that intertwine before Zhongyu, forming a magnificent image. He proclaims, this is the first-generation sovereign of the Fire Era Palace, revered as the Celestial Emperor, who initiated this epic of fire, leading to a lineage of 32 sovereigns. To truly visualize the divine, one must envision such a sovereign who ruled over myriad races and forged an era. Now, meditate on the notion that you are the sovereign, residing in the Fire Era Palace, commanding the deities and all beings. Zhongyu gazes intently at the image, which comprises 3 layers. The first layer depicts the sovereign, possessing a dragon's head, a serpent's tail, and a human form, adorned with dragon horns and scales. His skin etched with patterns akin to celestial writings, seemingly containing profound truths. Merely grasping this layer presents a formidable challenge, to visualize the essence, energy, and spirit of the sovereign, embodying the aura of the one who established the epic of fire and is venerated as the Celestial Emperor, is exceedingly difficult. The second layer represents the Fire Era Palace, the temple of the Celestial Emperor. The image of the palace projected by the Ember Youth is exceedingly simplified, yet remains overwhelmingly complex for Zhongyu. The grandeur and majesty of this ancient palace render it difficult to visualize. The third layer features the fire tree before the palace, its canopy vast and towering, shrouded in mist, with great birds nesting within. Each leaf of this fire tree is unique, making the complete visualization of the entire tree an even greater challenge. The difficulty of visualizing the entire diagram of the Fire Era Palace and the sovereign is manifold compared to that of the Sword Gate, and its intricacy likely surpasses it by countless degrees. After scrutinizing the image for a moment, Zhongyu reflects, if I aim to visualize this image in its entirety, capturing all details, it is utterly unattainable. I must focus on embodying the essence of the sovereign, the grandeur of the Fire Era Palace, and the majesty of the fire tree, mastering the spirit of the three, and then gradually refining the visualization, which is the correct approach. With this thought, he closes his eyes in contemplation, envisioning himself as the sovereign, dwelling within the Fire Era Palace. Suddenly, a tumultuous wave surges within his sea of consciousness, causing his soul to expand. His feet vanish, transforming into a serpent's tail, while his head morphs into that of a dragon, remarkably resembling the sovereign depicted in the diagram. Not only that, but the roiling waves in his sea of consciousness start to construct the shape of the Fire Era Palace around him, while simultaneously, a fire tree begins to take form before the palace. The Ember Youth, perched on Zhongyu's shoulder, gasps in astonishment. Is it possible to visualize the Fire Era Palace, the sovereign, and the fire tree so swiftly? This divine lineage, though somewhat diluted in blood, demonstrates remarkable comprehension, rivaling even that of the pure-blooded divine races I have encountered before. Chapter 3. The Fire Chronicle Palace and the Sovereign of Flame. Zhongyu seemed to sense a shift in his consciousness and attempted to open his eyes. The intricate diagram of the Flame Sovereign he had mentally constructed trembled precariously, on the verge of collapse. "Do not be distracted," exclaimed the Ember Child. "If you allow your focus to wane, all your previous efforts will be in vain, risking damage to your spirit. Achieve this breakthrough now. Persevere in your cultivation." Zhongyu concentrated deeply, and the Fire Chronicle Palace, the Flame Tree, and the Sovereign of Flame became increasingly stable, growing more complete with every moment. After a considerable time, feeling utterly drained, Zhongyu opened his eyes in disbelief, gazing at the resplendent Fire Chronicle Palace surrounding him, then lowered his gaze to himself, utterly astonished. Do not be astonished. This is merely a vision you have conjured within your consciousness, existing solely in your mind. The energy expended is your own, yet it is your soul that has undergone refinement, the Ember Child declared proudly from his shoulder. The diagram of the Flame Sovereign from the Fire Chronicle Palace is not akin to the rudimentary techniques you practiced before. Those methods barely contributed to soul cultivation and offered no benefits for mental fortitude. However, the diagram I have imparted to you not only cultivates the soul, but also strengthens the mind, rendering your spirit increasingly potent. As Zhongyu prepared to exit the Fire Chronicle Palace to behold the scenery beyond, a sudden crash reverberated through the air. The palace collapsed, the flame tree melted away, and even the corporeal form of the sovereign he had manifested disintegrated, revealing his true soul. "What is happening?" Zhongyu queried, somewhat bewildered. "If you step beyond the Fire Chronicle Palace, your soul will exit your body," the Ember Child chuckled. "Both the Fire Chronicle Palace and the Sword Gate represent portals. The interior signifies your body, while the exterior symbolizes the world beyond. Crossing either threshold signifies the emergence of your soul. You have only just begun to engage with the diagram of the Flame Sovereign. Achieving this much is commendable." "Really?" Zhongyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Ember Child's expression shifted to one of sternness as he paced on Zhongyu's shoulder, arms crossed. "Descendant of Fushi, do not become complacent. You remain far behind the pure blood bearers of the Ember legacy. They can conjure the diagram in its entirety with but a glance. While you have only grasped a vague outline, you must continue your training." However, Zhongyu maintained a positive outlook, replying, "Are the pure-blood deities truly that formidable? They are divine beings, while I am but a mortal. It is only natural that I cannot compare. Hard work can bridge the gap. I shall intensify my training and prove that I can match them." The Ember Child frowned, internally musing, hard work as a remedy? With his understanding surpassing others and his diligence unmatched, how can he expect others to keep pace? Zhongyu's comprehension was only average among the generations of Ember successors. But the Ember Child had witnessed numerous pure-blood Fushi descendants, each remarkable in their own right. Zhongyu's ability to reach this stage had genuinely surprised the Ember Child. "Your mental fortitude is lacking. A single visualization has drained your spirit. You require rest. Cultivate the diagram of the Flame Sovereign multiple times, and your spirit will grow stronger. When you can manifest your spirit visibly, you will have achieved a minor success," the Ember Child noted, observing the now parched state of Zhongyu's consciousness. Zhongyu was taken aback. "Manifesting my spirit visibly, and that is merely a minor achievement? This is something only a Qi refining master could accomplish. Can I truly achieve this?" Suddenly, he felt dizzy and drowsy, his eyelids drooping involuntarily as he succumbed to slumber. Realizing that the earlier visualization had consumed an excessive amount of his mental energy, the Ember Child also exited his consciousness, returning to the decrepit lamp. surrounded by swirling darkness and ominous sounds. The diminutive figure regarded the sleeping Zhongyu, then observed the surrounding gloom, expressing a look of confusion. How long have I been asleep? What has transformed the Fushi deities into this? What transpired during this time? Moreover, what is this darkness? This small deity claims we are in the age of humanity. What does the age of humanity signify? Within Zhongyu's consciousness, his spirit flowed like a continuous stream, gradually replenishing the once dry reservoir. After several hours, Zhongyu awoke and, after a moment of meditation, entered his consciousness again, his heart swelling with joy as he beheld the once 10 expanse, now expanded to nearly 20. To think that after years of cultivating the sword gate visualization to achieve a mere 10, the diagram of the Flame Sovereign had enhanced his mental strength by half after just one session. Such a powerful visualization technique. What was the true origin of the Ember? Regaining his composure, he once again visualized the Fire Chronicle Palace and the Sovereign of Flame. With his spirit now doubled in strength, he found the visualization of the palace, the Sovereign, and the Flame Tree to be significantly more effortless. After a brief moment, Zhongyu's spirit opened its eyes, and he observed that the palace, now manifested from his spirit, was far more stable than before. Though this visualization had consumed much of his energy, he still retained nearly half for further use. With this much energy remaining, I should be able to step outside the Fire Chronicle Palace, Zhongyu thought, his heart racing. He had never managed to achieve soul emergence in 6 years of training. Now, after only 2 sessions with the Flame Sovereign visualization, he felt confident in his ability to do so. Within the Fire Chronicle Palace, Zhongyu's spirit, now taking the form of the Sovereign, stepped forward towards the exit. As he moved, his energy rapidly diminished with each step. 1, 2, 3, until the energy within his consciousness began to dwindle swiftly. Upon taking the 9th step, Zhongyu stood before the entrance of the palace, half a foot away from crossing the threshold, yet his energy was nearly depleted. Finally, he completed the 9th step, and his consciousness was entirely exhausted. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed in his ears, akin to a spring thunderclap, deafening and disorienting. In an instant, he felt as though he had stepped into an entirely new realm. At that moment, his soul had truly exited his body, standing before himself. His spirit surged with exhilaration. He had achieved soul emergence. Having entered the sword gate at the age of 9, he had dedicated 6 arduous years to relentless training, far more diligent than any of his peers, yet had never succeeded in achieving emergence. Now, within just a few hours of practicing the diagram of the Flame Sovereign, he had accomplished it. Zhongyu felt a mixture of astonishment and joy, on the verge of tears and laughter, eager to express the delight swelling within him. Flames danced as the Ember Child soared out from the lamp, facing Zhongyu. It was only upon exiting that Zhongyu realized how diminutive his soul was, nearly comparable to the Ember Child. The 2 small figures exchanged glances, and then burst into laughter. Your current emergence is merely the beginning. There remains a considerable distance to traverse before you can call yourself a chi refining master, the Ember Child observed, scrutinizing him. The realm of emergence is quite rudimentary. Your spirit remains weak, incapable of performing soul sacrifice, let alone sensing the ethereal. Soul sacrifice? Zhongyu's spirit returned to his body. Feeling lightheaded, a side effect of total mental exhaustion, he resisted the urge to succumb to slumber, stating, among the 50,000 outer disciples of the Sword Gate, fewer than 1,000 can perform soul sacrifice. Such feats are not easily accomplished. As he spoke, he noticed a slight recovery of his spirit, albeit at a far slower pace than a restorative slumber would provide. To replenish his mental energy swiftly, he would need a proper rest. Soul sacrifice was an entirely different realm. After the soul had emerged, it could attach itself to objects, enabling those objects to levitate. However, this required an extraordinarily strong spirit, a feat not easily attained. Only the most exceptional among the outer disciples could achieve such a skill. Is the ritual of soul offerings particularly arduous? The spark of enlightenment fell upon his shoulders, pondering. When you visualize next time, you may attempt the soul offering. Zhongyu felt his eyelids grow heavy, murmuring, how could it be so swift? When he awoke again, he immediately examined his sea of consciousness and noticed it had expanded slightly, his heart swelling with astonishment and delight. Perhaps this time I can truly attempt the soul offering. Oh, why have I lost so much weight? He glanced down and was taken aback to see that in just 2 or 3 days, he had withered significantly, his frame reduced to little more than skin and bones. Though only 15, Zhong Yu's physical prowess ranked among the elite of the tens of thousands of outer disciples at the sword sect. He was one of the rare practitioners of martial arts among the outer disciples. For cultivators of qi, martial arts were not deemed essential, and it was seldom heard that a cultivator of qi achieved great success through martial practice. Thus, the sword sect did not place great emphasis on it. The sect primarily focused on sword energy, first comprehending spirit, and then cultivating sword energy through that spirit. Ordinary cultivators of qi in the sword sect could manifest sword energy, capable of slicing through the air with formidable force. However, the sword sect, being an ancient and revered institution, held some traditions regarding martial arts and did not prohibit outer disciples from cultivating them. Zhong Yu had acquired a martial art called the Serpent Dragon Totem Body Wrapping Technique, which was also a visualization method derived from a human tribe that revered the serpent dragon as their totem. It involved envisioning a ferocious serpent dragon coiling around one's body, enhancing physical strength and making movements as if empowered by the dragon, endowing him with immense power. To date, Zhong Yu's physique was several times stronger than that of an ordinary outer disciple. His dedication to this martial art stemmed from his humble beginnings, necessitating frequent descents from the mountain to gather medicinal herbs and refine elixirs for self-improvement, thus requiring a means of self-preservation. The Serpent Dragon Totem Body Wrapping Technique had allowed him to escape death on numerous occasions when faced with ferocious beasts, leaving only scars upon his body, yet preserving his life. However, in these past 2 or 3 days, the body he had painstakingly cultivated through the Serpent Dragon Totem Body Wrapping Technique had suddenly withered, which Zhong Yu found somewhat difficult to accept. Nevertheless, despite his diminished physique, he sensed that he had not grown weaker. His strength remained intact. The cultivation of the Fire Era Palace, Sun Emperor visualization demanded vast amounts of energy, and the muscle within his body had been depleted through his 2 visualization attempts. The Spark of Enlightenment explained, "Your physique is relatively robust. You must possess a method for refining your body, correct? You have performed admirably. The body, spirit, and soul are interdependent. To achieve great accomplishments, one must possess a sound body. Should your body be even slightly weaker, the first visualization of the Fire Era Palace Sun Emperor could very well lead to your demise from starvation." Zhong Yu gasped in shock, exclaiming, "Is it possible to perish while cultivating this technique?" "Indeed," the spark replied with a smile. "The spirit is linked to the body. A strong physique will enhance the spirit, and depleting the spirit will also drain the body's energy. During visualization, the spirit consumes energy, and if the body is even slightly weaker, it could absolutely lead to starvation. Fortunately, your foundation is still quite solid, allowing you to endure 2 visualization attempts. But should you attempt a third, you may very well become nothing more than a skeleton. Now, you must eat, and eat abundantly. Not only should you satiate your hunger, but you must also indulge in the finest nourishment. Ideally, avoid grains and consume only spiritual elixirs, or else your body will be utterly depleted." Chapter 4. The Totem Pillar and the Elixir of Life. As a humble scion of a lowly family, merely being able to fill my belly is already a significant achievement. How could I possibly afford to consume elixirs of life? Zhong Yu shook his head, preparing to leave with the copper lamp in hand, and return to the sword gate. Suddenly, he halted, turning back. The little fire spirit observed him with curiosity as Zhong Yu retrieved a medicinal hoe from the basket and spent the better part of an hour digging a pit. He bowed to the skeletal remains, inviting the bones into the pit, filled it with earth, bowed again, and then rose to depart. The little spirit's eyes sparkled with approval as he quietly awaited the completion of Zhong Yu's actions. Upon seeing him hang the lamp around his neck and begin to scale the rocky wall, he could not help but exclaim, "A noble deity. Yet you cannot fly and must rely on your legs. What a disgrace to your divine lineage. Pure-blooded deities are inherently sacred. A mere flick of their tails allows them to soar through the skies." Zhong Yu, climbing the cliff, chuckled, "I lack a tail and am not a deity. So it is only natural that I cannot fly." The little spirit leaped from the lamp, scuttling across his garments, and, upon touching his coccyx, shook his head. "You possess a tail, it simply hasn't emerged yet. The Fushi deities I once encountered all bore serpentine tails. Why is yours absent? Do you not believe me? Feel your posterior and see if there are traces of a tailbone." Wiping his hand behind him, Zhong Yu indeed felt the distinct outline of a tailbone. His heart stirred with astonishment. Could it be that my human lineage is truly a descendant of the Fushi deities? Impossible. My people are weak and can be considered the most humble of all races. How could we possibly be the esteemed progeny of the deities? Steadying his resolve, he continued his ascent up the cliff. With the little fire spirit and the copper lamp accompanying him, the ominous mists could not penetrate their path. Soon, Zhongyu reached the summit and looked around, only to find the world cloaked in darkness. Little fire spirit, can you discern what lies within this black fog? You, a dignified deity, cannot utilize your divine sight. Ah, your divine vision has indeed regressed. Touch your brow. Does it not feel slightly indented? That is the location of the Fuxi deity's third eye. Zhongyu touched his brow and felt the subtle depression, deepening his suspicion. He mused. The swearer from the fire records possesses a third eye. Could it be that my human lineage also harbors such an eye? The dilapidated copper lamp began to glow, illuminating the surroundings with an ever-expanding radiance. Despite the dense fog, the light seemed capable of penetrating all darkness. As Zhongyu followed the light, his heart raced with trepidation. He beheld a colossal foot descending from the heavens, landing in the depths of the valley. This foot was devoid of flesh, merely a skeletal remnant, pale and expansive, approximately the size of half an acre. Looking up, he saw a towering skeletal giant standing amidst the black mist, clad in tattered armor, corroded by time and rust. Bearing the scars of millennia, the giant's bones were adorned with exquisite patterns, resembling totemic designs that covered its entire form. It advanced with heavy steps, dragging a long skeletal tail behind it, its origin unknown. Suddenly, a tattered banner silently swept past Zhongyu, fluttering in midair, while more enormous skeletal feet descended from the skies, quietly traversing the obsidian haze. These skeletal feet were significantly taller than Zhongyu himself. Numerous skeletal giants began to rise from the ground, joining this spectral army, without disturbing the earth beneath them. These skeletal giants, intricately etched with totemic motifs, remained intact through the ages, as if they possessed no true corporeal form. They moved seamlessly through mountains and water, trailing behind the floating banner, only siphoning the life essence from living beings they encountered. More monstrous beasts emerged, their decaying flesh hanging from their frames, with flickering ghostly flames illuminating their skulls. Some skeletal giants rode these beasts, while others bore the remnants of various creatures, their flesh writhing grotesquely. In the distance, tattered flags danced in the air, heralding the arrival of more giants and beasts. However, they were too far for Zhongyu to discern clearly. Though he could make out the glimmering ghostly flames, those were the eyes of the skeletal giants and beasts. What once was a verdant landscape around the Sword Gate Mountain now morphed into a realm of marauding phantoms. These are the souls of wrath, remnants of divine beings whose grievances coalesced into lingering malice. Within the lamp, the little fire spirit murmured, such potent resentment indicates that a cataclysmic event transpired here, leaving these entities in turmoil. Moreover, these souls of the fallen deities must be seeking something extraordinary, a treasure of immense significance. Zhongyu gasped. Are they of the divine lineage? There are both divine and demonic entities among them, though primarily lesser deities. Only the 9 great clans, Fuxi, Nuwa, Huaxiu, Yinzi, and others, are of true royal descent, the most noble bloodlines. You carry the blood of the Fuxi deities within you, albeit diluted. It pales in comparison to these fallen beings, rendering you unfit to inherit the fire's legacy. Otherwise, you would be the current bearer of the fire's inheritance. Zhongyu oriented himself and made his way towards Sword Gate Mountain. By the time he exited Gathering Cloud Mountain, the malevolent souls had dissipated, and after a further half-day, the ominous mists vanished entirely. With the dark spirits gone, the little fire spirit fell silent, and Zhongyu, having enjoyed the company of this peculiar being, found the abrupt quiet unsettling. He lifted the lamp's cover and discovered the little spirit had vanished, leaving only a flickering flame the size of a fingertip. Fire spirit, are you still there? Zhongyu inquired, shaking the lamp gently. Do not disturb me, came the faint reply as the flame flickered, revealing the spirit's tiny head as it yawned. I have expended too much energy maintaining the light against the black haze and require rest. We must swiftly find a bearer for the fire's legacy to dwell within their soul, or else I shall extinguish within a few years. I have slumbered for too long, and am not as robust as before. With that, it drifted back into slumber. Zhongyu pondered for a moment and placed the lamp within the medicinal basket, covering it with herbs as he entered Sword Gate Mountain. The treatment for outer disciples who had achieved soul separation was starkly different from those who had not. Those who succeeded resided in the upper courtyard, receiving 10 feather spirit pills monthly and access to more profound teachings. I must first head to the Azure Sky Hall for the examination to elevate my status. Zhong Yu made his way directly to the Azure Sky Hall, where assessments for soul separation were held once a month. Today marked the time for the examination. If missed, he would have to wait until the following month. With over 50,000 outer disciples, Zhong Yu's 3-day absence had not drawn attention from the Sword Gate. For someone of his background, a minor figure from the Zhong Mountain tribe, even death in the wilderness would likely go unnoticed. Regarding soul separation, he could not employ the Fire Legacy's visualization from the Fire Records, only the visualization method from the Sword Gate. He worried whether this method would suffice for achieving soul separation. The Sword Gate placed immense value on its teachings. If it were discovered that he was not practicing their techniques, expulsion would be a trivial matter, but losing his life would be a grave misfortune. Upon arriving at the Azure Sky Hall, he observed over 100 outer disciples gathered, awaiting the assessment. Several held totem pillars adorned with peculiar patterns drawn in the blood of exotic beasts. The totem pillars were sacred implements used by the tribes of the Great Wilderness for rituals, possessing remarkable properties that nourished the soul and greatly enhanced visualization practices. Only those of noble lineage within the tribes were permitted to wield the totem pillars. Only those adept in chi refinement can forge such totemic pillars. Thus, only tribes possessing chi refiners are able to have them. The spirit refined by the chi refiner is also a form of totem, referred to as Turing, which signifies the spirit of the totem. The relationship between spirit and totem is profoundly intertwined. One tribe, for instance, adopted the black tortoise as their totem due to their chi refiners Turing being that of a black tortoise. The tribe's rituals honoring the black tortoise totem, to some extent, enhance the chi refiner's cultivation. Conversely, tribes lacking a chi refiner naturally possess no totemic pillars. The Zhongshan tribe, from which Zhong Yu hails, is among the smallest and, thus, devoid of such treasures. As Zhong Yu approached the Biquang Hall, a sudden uproar broke out, with the crowd surging. Someone has died. A participant in the assessment has been killed, their soul scattered. Zhong Yu's heart quivered. He observed 2 men in white lifting the corpse of a young disciple who had perished during the assessment. This scene tightened the hearts of many outer disciples. The soul extraction assessment was notoriously rigorous. Merely achieving soul extraction did not suffice to pass. It also required evaluating soul strength and combat awareness. Fraught with peril, one misstep could result in injury. Indeed, fatalities were not uncommon. Outside the Biquang Hall, the outer disciples awaiting their assessments were filled with trepidation. They had heard rumors of deaths occurring during the assessments, but hearing and seeing were worlds apart, and the latter struck their souls with greater intensity, causing many to feel a sense of retreat. Zhong Yu stepped forward, contemplating. The path of cultivation lies in being bold and resolute, should one waver in spirit. All is lost. What then can be said of cultivation? Before the Biquang Hall, the elder in white who presided over the hall appeared detached, seemingly oblivious to Zhong Yu's arrival, and asked calmly, "Which clan do you hail from?" "Zhongshan tribe, Zhong clan, Zhong Yu." The elder lifted his gaze, scrutinizing Zhong Yu briefly. "Enter." "Next. Which clan do you hail from?" "Wei Shui tribe, Shui clan, Shui Qingyan." As Zhong Yu entered the Biquang Hall, a melodious voice called from behind. "Zhong Yu? Brother Yu of the Zhong clan? Is that truly you? You've grown so thin in just a few days." Turning around, Zhong Yu saw a young girl following him into the hall. She appeared to be around 13 or 14, with fair skin and striking beauty. Adorned with a white fur hat, her eyes sparkled like crystal clear water, exuding a subtle fragrance. She carried a petite totemic pillar and hurried to his side, exclaiming with delight, "It is indeed you. I was worried when I didn't find you the other day. I thought something unfortunate had happened to you. How have you become so thin? Just now, I nearly didn't recognize you." Chapter 5. Great shock. The young girl, Shui Qingyan, hails from the Wei Shui tribe, one of the 3,000 tribes of the Great Wilderness. Known for its marshy terrain, the Wei Shui tribe is often referred to as the Water Marsh clan, with its members typically bearing the surname Shui. Zhong Yu and Shui Qingyan have been acquainted for some time. Last year, upon returning to his hometown, Zhong Yu traversed the Great Wilderness alone from the Zhongshan tribe to the sacred Jianmen. During his journey, he fortuitously encountered Shui Qingyan. Shui Qingyan's parents held a prominent position within the Water Marsh clan, and she was accompanied by over 10 adult hunters on her way to Jianmen. Unfortunately, they fell victim to a beast tide, leaving only Shui Qingyan alive. Just as the girl seemed destined to perish under the jaws of a beast, Zhongyu intervened and saved her. The scar on Zhongyu's left arm was a result of his attempt to rescue her, as he was bitten by the ferocious creature. After escorting her to Jianmen, Shui Qingyan affectionately began to call Zhongyu Brother Yu, reflecting their closeness. Qingyan, have you truly achieved the state of spiritual projection? Zhongyu exclaimed in astonishment, struggling to comprehend. You've only been training for a year. At this point, he fell silent, as he couldn't help but reflect on his own circumstances. Shui Qingyan's rapid progress in cultivation was indeed remarkable. Within just a year since joining Jianmen, she was already capable of projecting her spirit to undergo assessments in the Biquang Hall, a feat that could only be described as extraordinary compared to many other external disciples. However, in contrast, Zhongyu had managed to achieve spiritual projection using the fire visualization techniques imparted by the Xinhua Tongxing in just a few hours. Such a speed would surely be met with disbelief should he share it with others. Nevertheless, having cultivated for several years prior, his recent breakthrough into the realm of spiritual projection positioned him among the mid-tier talents among the tens of thousands of external disciples, thus not drawing much attention. As they entered the Biquang Hall, it indeed lived up to its name, embodying the vastness of the azure sky. Beneath their feet lay an invisible barrier, below which stretched the boundless heights of the sky, with magnificent mountains undulating in the distance, allowing a panoramic view of the great wilderness that seemed to stretch infinitely. Wisps of white clouds drifted beneath them, revealing the extraordinary scenery of the great wilderness, gleaming ice mountains, towering trees that spanned miles, roaring rivers, and colossal lotus flowers, all breathtaking in their grandeur. Above them, the sun hung high in the sky, accompanied by the moon, as if celestial bodies had drawn nearer than ever before. Within the Biquang Hall, over a dozen individuals had already gathered, congregated around a grand platform. This platform, measuring 100 feet in diameter, was dominated by a sword-shaped monument at its center. On the platform, a fierce battle was underway, with a youth of about 15 or 16 engaged in combat against a pitch-black aberration. The aberration's arms resembled the forelimbs of a mantis, its legs bent backward, allowing it to move with incredible speed, darting around the youth like a shadow, its arms slashing down like sickles. The youth struggled to defend himself, blood continuously flowing from his wounds, as he was perilously close to defeat. Surrounding the platform was an invisible containment, preventing the aberration from escaping. Bloodthirsty by nature, it relentlessly attacked the youth. On the opposite side of the platform, a few white-robed examiners sat calmly, awaiting the outcome of the battle. This aberration, a low-tier creature nurtured by Jianmen for testing purposes, was quick and powerful, with its scythe-like arms making close combat a certain defeat. Below the platform, several exquisitely dressed external disciples, evidently from prestigious clans, engaged in discussion, displaying a deep understanding of the aberration. However, the aberration has a significant weakness. Its spirit is exceedingly frail. During the duel, one merely needs to project their spirit, penetrate the aberration's consciousness, visualize the sword gate, and with a swift strike of sword energy, annihilate its spirit to secure victory. While this strategy sounded simple, executing it was far more challenging. Another disciple shook his head. The aberration's attack speed is extraordinarily rapid, and its strength is immense. Engaging it in close combat is a sure path to disaster. If one's spirit is struck by its arms while projecting, it could lead to instant demise. Just moments ago, a disciple's spirit was severed by the aberration, leaving even the examiners in Biquang Hall unable to intervene in time. One must seize the fleeting opportunity to thrust their spirit into its consciousness and deliver a decisive blow. Indeed, the aberration's speed is astounding, and its strength far exceeds that of ordinary beings. Direct confrontation is futile. Cunning is the only way forward. The assessments in Biquang Hall test both spiritual projection and combat awareness. Both are indispensable. Zhongyu furrowed his brow in contemplation, a look of confusion crossing his face. The aberration's speed does not appear particularly swift, and its strength seems no greater than mine. Why do they all claim it to be unbeatable? In his eyes, the aberration's speed was merely average, and the force behind its side-like attacks did not feel overwhelmingly powerful. He could clearly perceive every movement it made, his limbs itching to spring into action, which felt rather peculiar. Unbeknownst to him, his mind had grown exponentially stronger than before. To others, the aberration's speed seemed almost ungraspable, while to him, it appeared commonplace. This was the advantage of a fortified spirit. Shui Qingyan retrieved a small totem pillar from her back, her eyes sparkling with excitement. My Watermarsh clan has an elder in Jiamin who gifted me this totem pillar, which significantly enhances my cultivation speed. Brother Yu, this assessment is exceedingly perilous. Please take my totem pillar for the evaluation. Once you have successfully passed, you can return it to me, ensuring that we both emerge victorious. Zhong Yu felt a surge of temptation but gazed back at the aberration on the platform and shook his head. No need, I wish to try on my own. On the platform, the youth, covered in wounds, gritted his teeth and pressed on. Suddenly, a white-robed examiner raised his hand, and with a resounding explosion, the aberration was obliterated. With an expressionless demeanor, the examiner addressed the youth. You are no longer able to continue. Please step down. Next, from the Junshan tribe, Jun Xiaofei. Another youth ascended the platform, clearly from an influential family. Upon reaching the top, he promptly planted the totem pillar into the ground. As he did so, intricate patterns on the pillar began to glow brightly, radiating vibrant energy outward. With a thunderous roar, the sword-shaped monument on the platform opened, and a shadow erupted from within. Barreling toward Jun Xiaofei, the aberration's arms, like sickles, closed in on him within mere moments, threatening to decapitate him without granting any time for reaction. Suddenly, the aberration's speed diminished abruptly, slowing by half a beat. Although still swift, it was no longer as elusive as before. The totem pillar proved to be remarkably effective. Zhong Yu's eyes lit up with admiration. His curiosity piqued as he marveled at the totem pillar. I wonder how the Qi refiners crafted this totem pillar using spiritual energy? Though the aberration's speed had decreased, it remained formidable for Jun Xiaofei. The battle lasted the length of a burning incense stick, but eventually, Jun Xiaofei seized an opportunity. Projecting his spirit into the aberration's head and delivering a fatal blow to its spirit, achieving victory at last. As time passed, one after another, young men and women ascended the platform, while more aberrations emerged from the sword gate. Some youths barely lasted a single round, falling victim to the aberration's onslaught, only to be rescued by examiners. Others fought valiantly, but ultimately succumbed. Only 2 youths, equipped with totem pillars, managed to scrape by with a win, while those from humble backgrounds failed to secure any victories. Soon, it was Zhong Yu's turn. Shui Qingyan's expression shifted to one of concern as she removed the totem pillar from her back. Brother Yu, you should really use my totem pillar. Zhong Yu's gaze grew ever more resolute as he shook his head. No need. As the battle on the platform concluded, a white-robed elder glanced at the roster without raising his brow. Zhongshan tribe, Zhong clan, Zhong Yu. Present. Zhong Yu replied, stepping onto the platform, taking a deep breath, and fixing his gaze firmly on the sword gate above. Beneath the high platform, numerous outer disciples gazed upward, observing a youth who appeared emaciated and ragged, burdened with a large medicinal basket. He seemed less like a candidate for assessment and more akin to a herbalist foraging for remedies. Laughter erupted from the crowd below, with someone whispering, it would be better for the humble disciples not to embarrass themselves on stage before the words could fully escape. A thunderous sound erupted as the sword gate swung open under the urging of a white-clad examiner. From within came the chilling roar of a malevolent demon, and a shadow shot forth like an arrow, hurtling towards Zhong Yu. 2 scythe-like arms flashed across the platform, carving through the air with lethal precision, slicing downwards toward him. As the ominous black shadows descended, Zhong Yu bellowed like a spring thunderclap. At that moment, it seemed as though a deep, resonant dragon's roar echoed from the sky-blue hall, and some spectators claimed to see a fearsome dragon faintly materializing around Zhong Yu, coiling protectively about him. The demon's scythe-like strikes fell, but with a soft, sickening sound, blood erupted as a shadow soared high, crashing violently against the invisible barrier of the high platform before collapsing to the ground, motionless. On the platform, only one silhouette remained standing. Silence enveloped the crowd below. The white-clad examiners looked up, their expressions incredulous, as they beheld the demon's carcass sprawled at the edge of the platform. Its ribs were shattered, crushed by a fist, with broken bones piercing its heart, rendering it lifeless. It wasn't the spirit that had vanquished the demon, but rather a mere fist. One examiner, dazed, murmured, esteemed brothers. Does this count as passing the assessment? The others exchanged bewildered glances. They had never encountered such a scenario during their stewardship of the Sky Blue Hall. To defeat a swift and formidable demon with bare hands was a feat easily achieved by cultivators, yet an impossible task for outer disciples. Yet, here was Zhong Yu, having slain the demon with a single punch, driving them to the brink of incredulity. Moments ago, they had been indifferent. Now, their spirits were ignited with excitement. Yet they remained at a loss as to how to adjudicate this unprecedented examination. Chapter 6. Heroes among men. Zhongyu stood upon the stage, envisioning the totem of the dragon coiling around him. His spirit remained undiminished, as if a faint azure energy flowed around his body, reminiscent of a fierce dragon poised to strike. This visible manifestation was a testament to the strength of his spirit, brimming with latent power. In the vast wilderness, the spirit energy of chi refiners was exceedingly formidable. It could take shape, transforming into birds for flight, beasts for leaps, or weapons for combat, merging spirit with true energy to become invincible divine abilities. However, that was the realm of chi refiners. Zhongyu's spiritual energy, though still far inferior to that of a chi refiner, was nonetheless an impressive sight for the outer disciples, who were utterly astounded by his overwhelming presence. The fire visualization technique from the Fire Chronicle Palace imparted to him indeed bore an air of dominance. Within him, waves of excitement surged as he realized that, having only practiced the technique twice, he had not only achieved an out-of-body experience, but had also significantly enhanced the power of the dragon totem technique, surpassing the visualization methods of the sword sect by an immeasurable degree. The youthful spectators below were rendered speechless, their eyes wide with awe, while only Shui Qingyan beamed with delight, her small fists clenched in encouragement for Zhongyu, as if she herself were undergoing the assessment. Yet, the examiners whispered amongst themselves, deliberating, and had yet to announce the results of the evaluation. Such a situation had never before occurred within the sword sect. Suddenly, an elder with white hair pondered aloud. The purpose of our assessment in the Bikuan Hall is to evaluate the spiritual strength and combat awareness of the outer disciples. Zhong Shan's use of body refining techniques to defeat the aberrant demon cannot be deemed a success in this assessment. In my view, he should be declared failed. What do you think, esteemed colleagues? Brother Tian speaks wisely. Another examiner concurred. If we allow this to be counted as a pass, it would undermine the principles of our sword sect. We refine sword energy to safeguard the wilderness. If other outer disciples were to neglect our orthodox techniques in favor of body refining, it would not only disrupt our rules, but could jeopardize our legacy. Zhongyu felt a weight in his heart, when suddenly a young examiner rose, his dark hair billowing, exuding an aura of authority as he proclaimed, "Enough, brothers. I have tolerated your opinions long enough." For a disciple from a humble background, passing the Bikuan Hall assessment is a nearly insurmountable challenge. The casualties have predominantly been those of humble origins. The noble lineage disciples can rely on totemic pillars, while the humble ones possess nothing. Where is the fairness in that? If there is no equity, how can passing through body refining be considered a violation? Today, Zhongshan must be recognized as having passed. The white-haired examiner frowned slightly. "Junior brothers Wu, you are being somewhat audacious." "I shall be audacious this once." The young examiner's spirit surged, and a portal resembling a sword appeared above him. As it opened, a fireball erupted forth, reminiscent of the sun. At its center stood a bird-headed deity, his totem, who smirked and said, "Brothers, you hail from prestigious families and dominate the sword sect. What hope do we, the humble, possess? I too emerge from humble origins, and today I shall advocate for my fellow disciples." His totem, a bird-headed figure with wings and talons, enveloped the Bikuan Hall in an atmosphere akin to the sun's blazing heat, igniting the air with fervent flames. "Brother Tian, you have been a chi refiner for 60 years, while I have only just begun my journey. Today I challenge you to see whether your esteemed lineage makes you stronger than I, a chi refiner from humble beginnings. Will you accept my challenge?" "Zhuxiangxing, you are overstepping your bounds." The elder retorted coldly, summoning his own totem, which took the form of a tree man, its roots sprawling like serpents. The two chi refiners clashed with intensity, their energies pressing down upon the outer disciples, who gasped in distress. Other examiners rushed to shield the students, calling out, "Brother Tian, Junior brothers Wu, cease this at once." With their protection, Zhongyu and Shui Qingyan found relief, gazing upward as the duel escalated in fervor, leaving the onlookers spellbound. The remaining examiners exchanged incredulous looks, whispering about the unprecedented nature of chi refiners engaging in such a conflict over an outer disciple. Should we intervene? Which side to assist? Naturally, Brother Tian. His lineage carries significant weight within the sword sect. Just as they concluded their discussion, the white-haired elder suddenly grunted and plummeted from the air, crashing to the ground, blood trickling from his mouth as he struggled to rise. The examiners were startled, looking up to see Zhuo Xiangxing hovering, surrounded by flames, transformed into a formidable bird-headed being, his totem having vanished. Have you reached the level of merging with your totem? The elder gazed up, a mix of envy and fear in his eyes, coughing blood as he spoke. You have fused with your totem. I concede my defeat. In the Bikuan Hall, you hold the reins, and I have no further words. However, the rules are rules. Zhongshan's victory through spiritual means was not achieved according to our sect's regulations, and I must report this to the higher-ups. Zhuo Xiangxing descended, laughing heartily. Brother Tian need not alert the higher-ups. Zhong Yu's physical prowess allows him to withstand the aberrant demon. With his spirit capable of exiting his body, slaying the demon is effortless. If you have objections, let him attempt once more. Zhong Yu, he called, and Zhong Yu bowed. I am here. Once more, you shall be assessed, but this time, you must defeat the aberrant demon using only your spirit, without employing body-refining techniques. Zhuo Xiangxing gestured, and the sword sect's platform opened again, a demon surging forth. Zhuo Xiangxing intoned gravely. I demand that you find a way for us, the children of the impoverished, to pass without relying on totemic pillars. Dragon coil around me. Zhong Yu shouted, envisioning the dragon totem as his spiritual energy transformed into a faint azure mist, encircling him like a dragon. As he raised his hand to bind the aberrant demon's arms, as man and demon collided, a resounding impact echoed. With the demon's hands restrained, its speed diminished, and Zhong Yu's spirit surged forth, piercing into the demon's mind. Within its consciousness, the sword sect emerged, and a blade of energy shot forth, vanquishing the demon's spirit. Zhuo Xiangxing's expression brightened with approval as he turned to the white-haired elder, smiling. Zhong Yu's formidable physique renders the demon powerless against him. As long as his spirit can exit his body, slaying the demon becomes simple. Brother Tian, I assert he has passed the assessment. Do you have any further objections? The white-haired elder let out a cold snort, remaining silent. Zhuo Xiangxing presented a token of the upper court to Zhong Yu, stating, from this day forth, you shall be a disciple of the out-of-body stage, and each month you may collect 10 feather spirit pills from the Medicine Valley. You have performed admirably. It is indeed challenging for the children of humble origins to become qi refiners. If more disciples from the Cold Gate emerge within the sword sect, you shall be greatly credited for it. His words were devoid of exaggeration. The sword sect does not place significant value on physical refinement, and the children from the Cold Gate often falter during the soul examination. However, Zhong Yu's success in passing the assessment through physical cultivation will undoubtedly ignite a fervor for this method among the Cold Gate disciples, leading to an increased number of them succeeding in the future. You are already 15, are you not? Zhuo Xiangxing pondered briefly before continuing. At your age, achieving spiritual cultivation by 16 may pose some risks. Should you encounter difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Zhong Yu expressed his gratitude inwardly, contemplating. This Zhuo Shishu is truly a remarkable figure. He did not leave immediately, but instead stood at the edge of the stage, observing Shui Qingyan's battle. On the platform, Shui Qingyan danced gracefully, her flowing attire making her appear as though she were gliding on waves, engaging in a fierce combat with the otherworldly demon. She did not employ the totemic divine pillar, yet it was evident that she had cultivated an exceptionally advanced visualization technique, allowing her speed to match that of the demon. Albeit her strength was inferior, Zhong Yu's approach to defeating the demon was straightforward and forceful, maximizing the explosive power of his muscles, while her movements were as elegant as a sprite in flight. Soon, Shui Qingyan discovered a flaw in the demon's defenses. Her soul emerged, visualizing the sword sect's blade to strike down the demon. This girl from the Shui family has only been in the sect for a year, hasn't she? A few examiners exchanged glances, and one remarked softly, although she has the backing of the Shui family as qi refiners, her rate of cultivation is indeed astonishing. Passing the assessment without utilizing the totemic divine pillar is a rarity among recent disciples. They overlooked the fact that Zhong Yu also did not use the totemic divine pillar. In their eyes, Shui Qingyan followed the orthodox path of the sword sect, while Zhong Yu's reliance on physical cultivation seemed somewhat unorthodox. After receiving her token from the upper court, Shui Qingyan excitedly departed by Kong Hall with Zhong Yu, heading towards the sword sect's upper court. The upper court is divided into female and male quarters, designed to prevent inappropriate interactions between male and female disciples residing together. After all, The outer disciples of the upper court are the primary focus of the sword sect's training, and a chaotic atmosphere could hinder their progress in cultivation. Upon parting from Zhongyu, Shui Qingyan reluctantly said, "Brother Yu, remember to visit me often in the female quarters." Zhongyu nodded, carrying his medicine basket through the upper court, attracting countless gazes. He mused, "I wonder if male disciples are permitted to enter the female quarters. I should first visit the Medicine Valley to collect 10 feather spirit pills to rejuvenate myself. Otherwise, I shall be too frail to continue practicing the Sui Huang visualization technique." Chapter 7. The soul offering Zhongyu arrived at Yaogu and received 10 feather spirit pills. Then sought out the steward of the upper courtyard to move into his own residence. This dwelling comprised 3 courtyards. The back courtyard served as a resting area. The middle courtyard was for receiving guests, and there was a quiet room for meditation and cultivation, while the front courtyard was designated for the servants. The steward led Zhongyu on a tour of the premises, remarking with a smile that some noble youths from various tribes bring along a dozen servants to cater to them, allowing them to focus solely on their cultivation while the servants reside in the front courtyard. The upper courtyard's token possesses remarkable powers. When placed in the groove of the main gate, it activates the totem pillar within the yard, creating an invisible barrier that seals off the premises, preventing outsiders from entering. To remove the barrier, one simply needs to take out the token, which requires nourishment from one's soul and spirit, ensuring that others cannot easily extract it. Zhongyu's eyes sparkled with delight at this thoughtful feature of the upper courtyard's token. Although the disciples of the upper courtyard were merely novice practitioners, their diligent cultivation must not be disturbed, for interruptions could lead to catastrophic setbacks. With this token, he need not worry about being disturbed during critical moments of his practice. Furthermore, if he had valuable items stored within the courtyard, he could rest assured they would remain safe from theft. "May I inquire how the disciples of the upper courtyard cultivate?" Zhongyu asked. The steward chuckled, explaining that each new disciple of the upper courtyard would be reported to the sword sect's chi refiners, who would come to select disciples, imparting techniques and guiding their cultivation. Each chi refiner typically has a dozen or 20 upper courtyard disciples under their tutelage, and as these disciples advance to become chi refiners themselves, it reflects positively on their mentors. Rest assured, as long as you pass the assessment of the Baikong Hall, within 5 to 6 days at most, or even as little as 1 or 2 days, a chi refiner will come to take you under their wing. Understanding this, Zhongyu let out a sigh of relief. Once the steward departed, Zhongyu immediately placed the token in the gate, watching as the totem pillar in the courtyard vibrated and sealed the area. He carefully set down his medicinal basket and retrieved a battered copper lamp, its flame flickering uncertainly, still dormant and unawakened. How long would the flame remain asleep? He pondered, taking out a small jade vial. Upon opening it, a faint fragrance of herbs wafted out, revealing 10 pills the size of mung beans. These were the feather spirit pills. Previously, he had to toil for months to gather the necessary herbs for alchemy, uncertain if he would succeed in refining them. Now, as an upper courtyard disciple, he had been granted 10 at once, with a monthly supply of 10 more. Such wealth was simply extraordinary for Zhongyu. One feather spirit pill could make an ordinary person as light as a swallow and immensely strong, sustaining them for half a month without food or water. Even an outer sect disciple of the sword sect could consume one and train for 2 or 3 consecutive days without fatigue, replenishing their spirit and nourishing their body and soul. Upon consuming one feather spirit pill, Zhongyu instantly felt a surge of medicinal energy flooding through his limbs. An indescribably pleasant sensation. His body felt like parched land, and the power of the feather spirit pill flowed into him like a gentle stream, causing his previously withered muscles to swell back to life. Truly wondrous. Before long, Zhongyu had regained his previous well-proportioned physique, his muscles firm as the energy expended from cultivating the Sui Huang visualization was replenished. He also felt a refreshing clarity in his mind, waves stirring in his sea of consciousness, creating a delightful commotion. Not only that, but his soul was also nourished by the medicinal energy, providing great comfort. The feather spirit pill was indeed remarkable. He had heard that some disciples from great tribes could consume such elixirs daily. No wonder they progressed so rapidly. Seizing the moment, he resolved to cultivate the Sui Huang visualization and see if he could advance further. Zhongyu immediately envisioned the Sui Huang, waves crashing in his sea of consciousness. As he formed the image of the Sui Huang, the fire palace, and the fire tree, his mental energy began to deplete swiftly, but thanks to the feather spirit pill, It was also being replenished as he continued. Time slipped away unnoticed, and when the power of the feather spirit pill was exhausted, Zhongyu promptly consumed another. Persisting in his cultivation, his sea of consciousness expanded continuously, old energy dissipating while new energy surged forth, enlarging his sea of consciousness and strengthening his soul. Before he realized it, the energy of the feather spirit pill had once again been depleted, prompting him to take a third, one after another. The feather spirit pills were consumed as he immersed himself in the wonder of visualization. For the first time, he found cultivation no longer tedious, but rather delightful and filled with anticipation. Wait, the feather spirit pills are gone. Zhongyu suddenly awoke, gazing in disbelief at the empty jade vial. 10 feather spirit pills, which an ordinary upper courtyard disciple would take an entire month to consume, he had depleted in just 4 days of intense cultivation. Feeling overwhelmed, he reflected on the insatiable nature of the Sui Huang visualization. It was indeed a bottomless pit. Without adequate resources, one could scarcely cultivate. No wonder the Ember said that one could only consume spirit pills, for eating grains would surely drain the body and lead to starvation. Zhongyu took a deep breath, rising to his feet and stepping into the garden of the back courtyard. He gently stretched his limbs, feeling an explosive surge of power within him. After consuming 10 feather spirit pills and cultivating for 4 continuous days, I wonder if I can now achieve soul offering? With a slight focus of his thoughts, his soul separated from his body, instantaneously attaching itself to a stone pedestal weighing over 100 pounds. Whoosh! The stone pedestal suddenly lifted, hovering before Zhongyu. His soul, anchored to the stone, soared into the air, demonstrating a technique employed by upper courtyard disciples in combat. The stronger the soul, the heavier the objects it could move. Theoretically, if one soul were potent enough, it could even lift a mountain and soar through the skies, potentially devastating entire cities. However, this remained a theoretical notion. Among the upper courtyard disciples, those capable of moving a 1,000-pound object were already considered exceptional. And using heavy objects as a means of attack was merely the most rudimentary application. Typically, upper courtyard disciples would imbue their souls into weapons, etching totem patterns upon them, allowing the weapons to strike with lightning speed, cleaving through iron like mud, rendering them virtually indestructible and immensely powerful. Huff, 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 in the garden. Zhongyu manipulated the stone pedestal, sending it soaring through the air, darting about like the wind. Suddenly, the stone pedestal lost control and crashed violently onto an artificial mountain, which stood 3 to 4 zhang high, shattering it in half, with a portion plummeting into the water. An astonishing display. The sword sect possessed unique techniques for soul offering. And controlling swords and blades involved intricate sword techniques. Only through practicing those methods could one unleash the true power of soul offering, rather than flailing about aimlessly. Zhongyu pondered for a moment, realizing that to master the intricacies of soul offering, he needed guidance. The steward had mentioned that new disciples would have chi refiners come to teach them. Why had no one sought him out in these past few days? Without dwelling on it, he took a deep breath and envisioned the dragon totem wrapping technique, watching as his mental energy surged forth, transforming into dragon scales and claws that gradually manifested into a dragon body, intricately entwining around him. Then, a fearsome dragon head slowly rose from behind him, glaring menacingly ahead, its claws gripping Zhongyu's shoulders. He felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing into his arms as the dragon's hind claws clasped his legs, granting him the explosive strength and speed of the dragon. Astonished, Zhongyu examined his limbs, witnessing the almost tangible dragon form coiling around his arms and legs. Even as the dragon body swayed gently, its long whiskers flowing before him, he felt as though he were truly entwined by a fearsome dragon, merging its might with his own. The dragon totem wrapping technique had reached this level. It must have hit its limit, he mused. How early it had come. Suddenly, the voice of the fire child echoed, filling Zhongyu's heart with joy. A small flame emerged from the quiet room, with disproportionately small arms and legs and an oversized head adorned with fiery red hair. Indeed, it was the fire child from the bronze lamp. Your dragon totem is still far from complete. You have merely acquired the skin of the dragon, yet you lack its essence and spirit. The fire child leaped onto Zhongyu, entering through the mouth of the dragon he envisioned, traversing the creature's body. Behold, your dragon totem possesses only the skin. Devoid of sinew, blood, and muscle, it exists in mere form without substance, capable of unleashing only a fraction of the true dragon's power. Furthermore, your dragon totem lacks the authentic malevolent dragon's aura. It is still greatly lacking. To master this body refinement technique to its fullest extent, one must capture a living malevolent dragon, meticulously study its musculature, bloodlines, skeletal structure, and spirit, and then envision them. Zhongyu chuckled. If I could capture a living malevolent dragon, would I still need to envision it? Indeed, the fire child pondered before agreeing. However, if you were of pure blood from the Fuxi divine lineage, not only could you capture a dragon, but your very presence would compel it to submit, allowing you to study it at will. Oh, so many Fuxi divine auras. Come, let us hurry outside. As Zhongyu dispersed his mental energy, the fire child immediately burrowed into his mind, urging, if we do not find a pure-blooded royal soon to complete the fire inheritance, I fear I may extinguish. There are so many people here. Perhaps we can find a pure-blooded Fuxi divine. Zhongyu led the fire child out of the courtyard, observing numerous disciples from the upper academy heading toward the scripture transmission pavilion, likely awaiting the teachings of a qi refining master descending from the mountain. Why have no qi refining masters taken me as a disciple thus far? Zhongyu mused as he spotted several outer disciples who had passed the examination with him at the Biyun Hall, also making their way to the pavilion, deepening his perplexity. The fire child continued to peer outward through his eyes, muttering, not pure blood, not pure blood, not pure blood. What has transpired within the Fuxi divine lineage? Amongst thousands, not a single pure blood can be found. You are better off. Come, let us head that way. There are more people, and perhaps we can find a pure blood. Zhongyu also wished to visit the scripture transmission pavilion to inquire why he had not yet been accepted by a qi refining master to receive teachings. As they approached the pavilion, two arcs of light suddenly flashed by, and with a pair of resounding thuds, two totem pillars landed beside Zhongyu. Instantly, a wave of pressure emanated from the pillars, pinning him in place. Zhongyu of the Zhongshan clan, you seem to have gained quite a bit of weight. I almost failed to recognize you. A disciple from the upper academy approached, scrutinizing Zhongyu from head to toe. Suddenly, he lifted his leg and swept toward Zhongyu's knees, laughing. Junior brother Zhong, we bear no grudges, nor have we ever met before, but you have offended my master. He has instructed me to teach you a lesson or two. By the way, my master's surname is Tian. You may kneel here outside the scripture transmission pavilion for a few hours. Chapter 8. Excessive deceit. The disciple from the upper academy was stout and muscular, resembling a black bear in his early teenage years. With a swift kick, he struck the back of Zhongyu's knee with an explosive force, capable of shattering stone pillars and cleaving trees in half. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as Zhongyu staggered, nearly collapsing onto his left knee. Simultaneously, the pressure from the two totemic pillars bore down on him, intensifying his burden. Is he a member of the Tian family? Could he be the old examiner from the Baikong Hall? Zhongyu's mind raced to piece together the situation. The Tian family wielded considerable influence within the Sword Gate, with the old practitioner overseeing the Baikong Hall effectively controlling the outer sect's upper academy, thereby facilitating the disciples of the Tian family. Now, during Zhongyu's assessment at the Baikong Hall, the left chancellor recognized the necessity of seizing control of the hall to provide a path for disciples from humble origins. Thus, he challenged the old examiner from the Tian clan, leading to a power struggle. This situation arose from Zhongyu's actions, resulting in the Tian family losing control of the Baikong Hall, and naturally, retribution was imminent. The totemic pillars I bear are inscribed with the Turtle Mountain Totem, which unleashes the might of the mountains upon activation. How can you still stand? The upper academy disciple, surprised to see Zhongyu still upright, remarked. No wonder you managed to pass the Baikong Hall assessment solely through sheer strength. But you are merely courting your own suffering. If you had knelt down in front of the upper academy disciples at the scripture pavilion for a few hours, this matter would have been settled amicably. My Tian family would not make things too difficult for you. With that, he swept his foot once more, laughing, but since you refuse to kneel, you may find yourself in deeper trouble. Zhongyu's legs buckled further under the assault, the pressure from the two Turtle Mountain totemic pillars becoming increasingly oppressive, pinning him down. You must be curious why no practitioners have come to take you under their wing these past few days, right? The upper academy disciple continued his relentless assault on Zhongyu's knees, while numerous other upper academy disciples passed by the scripture pavilion, bustling with activity. But none dared to intervene, merely observing from a distance. This is because the Tian family has lost the Baikong Hall, and other practitioners fear that taking you as a disciple would provoke the Tian family's displeasure, hence none have approached you. Thud! Zhongyu fell to one knee. His hands clenched into fists against the ground, straining to keep his other leg from following suit. Veins bulged on his forehead and hands, taut with effort. In the sword gate, no one will teach you or guide you. You will only languish, and your cultivation will stagnate. As for becoming a practitioner, it is utterly out of reach. The upper academy disciple landed another brutal kick on Zhong Yu's right leg, chuckling. My Tian family's upper echelons have not issued any orders against your acceptance. It is simply their unwillingness to take you in. The Tian family is among the top 10 clans in the Great Wilderness. Offending the Tian family means you will find no refuge, not even in the vast expanse of the wilderness itself. Today, you need only kneel here for a few hours, and you may leave the sword gate of your own accord. Outside the scripture pavilion, many upper academy disciples shook their heads in disbelief. A female disciple remarked, the Tian family is one of the top clans in the Great Wilderness. Offending them and causing them to lose the Baikong Hall means you will find no place to stay, not just in the sword gate, but even beyond. What is happening? Some were unaware of the backstory and whispered their inquiries. I heard that a few days ago. The left uncle from the Baikong Hall and the Tian uncle clashed over this disciple of Zhongshan. The left uncle severely injured the Tian uncle, seizing control of the Baikong Hall. The Tian family lost the Baikong Hall, and their higher-ups were enraged, applying pressure on the left uncle, resulting in considerable discord. I see. The left uncle is the most outstanding young practitioner in the sword gate, favored by many elders. The Tian family cannot touch him. However, this disciple of Zhongshan has no backing and is likely to suffer greatly as a result. Not just suffer greatly. Look. The Tian uncle from the Baikong Hall has also arrived. He claims to be here for the scriptures, but he is likely here to witness the fate of this disciple of Zhongshan. Zhong Yu let out a muffled groan and turned his gaze to the scripture pavilion, where the Tian elder from the Baikong Hall sat expressionless, staring at him. Boom! It felt as though something exploded in Zhong Yu's mind, igniting feelings of humiliation and defiance that surged forth. Tian family. Within him, a cacophony of explosive sounds reverberated, as if his bones were popping like fried beans. Visible spiritual energy surged from his brow, coiling around him in a dense formation of dragon scales, claws, and body. Roar! A dragon's roar erupted, resonating with a deep, growing intensity as Zhong Yu, under the immense pressure of the two turtle mountain pillars, gradually began to rise. The dragon patterns and body around him became increasingly distinct. It seemed as though a coiling dragon was moving within him, its massive form raising its scales. The upper academy disciple was taken aback, hastily exclaiming as the totemic pillars glowed brighter, their patterns rippling and forming two mountain-like shapes resembling a turtle, pressing down upon Zhong Yu. The power of these two totemic pillars had been pushed to its limits, determined to crush Zhong Yu. Tian family. Zhong Yu bellowed, straightening his back. As he stood, an overwhelming and ferocious aura erupted from him, revealing the fearsome head of a coiling dragon rising behind him, its eyes gleaming with a malevolent light. Dragon claws gripping his shoulders. Zhong Yu stood upright against the two turtle mountains, his grass sandals crushed beneath him. He suddenly stomped down hard, causing the ground to tremble violently, and the two turtle mountain pillars were jolted from the ground, their rippling forms shattering explosively. The upper academy disciple let out a muffled groan, and suddenly, the two turtle mountain pillars emitted a cracking sound before bursting apart, scattering wooden splinters everywhere. As they failed to suppress Zhong Yu, instead, they were shattered by his dragon power. The Tian family is nothing. Zhong Yu swept his leg forward, and the upper academy disciple was gripped by terror as he saw a dragon's form, condensed from spiritual energy, enveloping Zhong Yu's leg, making it appear robust and filled with unimaginable explosive force. Having previously kicked at Zhong Yu's knees, he was now too close. Zhong Yu unleashed his strength, crushing the turtle mountain pillars, delivering a kick that left him no chance to evade. The force behind this kick surpassed that of the lower-tier demon races by an unmeasurable degree, as if it could topple mountains and shake the earth. A resounding impact followed, and a figure was sent flying through the air, crashing violently against the doors and windows of the scripture pavilion, shattering them instantly. The upper academy disciple hurtled towards the Tian elder from the Baikong Hall, collapsing before him, his knees hitting the ground with a thud, blood gushing forth and staining the floor crimson. Inside the quiet chamber, all the disciples of the Tian family were stunned, and the Tian elder was equally astonished. Meanwhile, the upper academy disciples outside, who had gathered to watch, stood in stunned silence, taken aback by the scene unfolding before them. They had anticipated that Zhong Yu would undoubtedly face severe humiliation, kneeling for hours before the scripture pavilion, leaving the sword gate in disgrace. After all, Zhong Yu had just entered the upper academy, with only fledgling cultivation, while the upper academy disciple had long practiced there and surpassed him in strength. Moreover, Zhong Yu had nothing to his name, and his opponent wielded 2 Turtle Mountain totemic pillars to confine him. Yet, that upper academy disciple was sent flying by Zhong Yu's kick. Zhong Yu retracted his leg, shook off the animal skin jacket, and raised his head to glance towards the quiet chamber of the scripture pavilion. The Tian elder was also looking at him, his expression dark and foreboding. Before him knelt a disciple of the upper academy, overwhelmed by a tumult of shame and fury. Striving to rise, he suddenly emitted a muffled groan and sank back to his knees. The force of Zhong Yu's previous kick was immense, despite his deeper cultivation and earlier initiation. He found himself crushed by Zhong Yu's dragon power, his leg muscles and bones shattered, rendering him incapable of standing, forced to kneel instead. "You seek death." The disciple, filled with wrath, drew a gleaming blade from his waist, adorned with exquisite totemic engravings, his sole weapon. Without hesitation, he summoned this sole weapon, unleashing a torrent of sword light that surged towards Zhong Yu. This radiant onslaught was unmistakably a sword formation, a high-level attack technique of the sword sect. To Zhong Yu, it appeared as a blinding white expanse, obscuring the distinction between reality and illusion. This exemplified the formidable heritage of the sword sect. Although Zhong Yu had also reached the realm of soul summoning, even manifesting his spiritual essence visibly, he had not practiced advanced offensive techniques. Thus, when confronted with such a soul weapon and sword technique, he found himself at a loss. The methods he had learned, such as the Fire Emperor's visualization technique and the Serpent Dragon's body refinement, were devoid of offensive capabilities, akin to possessing great strength yet being unable to wield it. In an instant, the dense barrage of sword light approached him. With the Serpent Dragon coiling around him, Zhong Yu leaped backward, retreating 5 or 6 zhong. The sword light pursued relentlessly, raining down with a swiftness surpassing his own retreat, its sharpness capable of severing hair. Should he be struck, even his ironclad body would likely be left in tatters. Such audacity! Zhong Yu gritted his teeth, his soul suddenly exiting his body. He forcefully summoned the heavy stone slab beneath him, which soared into the air, hurtling towards the scripture pavilion. With a swift motion, he cast one stone slab and immediately summoned another. In a heartbeat, the slabs before the scripture pavilion rose like waves, forming a straight line as they hurtled towards their target. The upper academy disciple, startled, hastily retracted his sole weapon, brandishing his sword to cleave through the oncoming stone slabs. In an instant, debris erupted, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust resembling a thick fog. Useless. Not even a mere newcomer to the upper academy can be dealt with. The elder of the Tianfeng clan, incensed, concealed his hand within his sleeve and discreetly flicked his fingers. Suddenly, the disciple's sole weapon shot forth, piercing through the haze with lightning speed, unnoticed by anyone. Such speed! Zhong Yu's heart raced as he saw the sole weapon approaching his brow. Chapter 9. Magnanimity and ambition fear not, for with me by your side. A mere sole weapon cannot harm you. Suddenly, the voice of the fire child echoed within Zhong Yu's consciousness. However, I can only make my move through your body. Once I act, I fear I may be exposed, and many will set their sights on me. We will be forced to flee for our lives. Oh, someone is making a move. The sole weapon was on the verge of piercing Zhong Yu's brow when suddenly, a hand reached out from the side, pinching the incoming weapon between the thumb and index finger. Cold sweat broke out on Zhong Yu's forehead as he felt his very soul tremble under the subtle sword aura emanating from the weapon. The danger of that moment had left him in a daze, as if he had traversed the thin line between life and death. Alas, in Zhong Yu's consciousness, the fire child flitted about, lamenting, I had intended to expose myself and detonate the suppressed demonic souls here, unleashing them to slaughter everyone on Sword Gate Mountain. And then we would roam the world in search of the pure-blooded Fushi divine clan. A shiver ran through Zhong Yu. The fire child's words were even more terrifying than the near miss with the weapon. The sole weapon continued to vibrate violently, as if attempting to escape the grip of the fingers holding it. Uncle Cease, the owner of the fingers, a young man clad in purple, handsome in appearance, with eyes like stars, smiled at the elder of the Tianfeng clan. Your secret ambush cannot escape the notice of the Qi refiners. Even if you were to kill him, it would only serve as a jest against the Tianfeng clan's reputation. The elder of the Tianfeng clan was taken aback and quickly rose to leave the scripture pavilion, exclaiming, "How did you come to the upper courtyard?" Left Minister Sheng defeated my uncle, seizing the Biquang Hall of the Tianfeng clan, tarnishing our clan's face. "We cannot tolerate this," the young man replied with a gentle smile. "I have come to see him, to gauge his abilities." The elder's eyes lit up. "With your presence, we can surely reclaim the Biquang Hall." The young man shook his head, smiling. Left Minister Sheng has indeed done well, allowing the Cold Clan disciples a chance to rise. Let him manage the Biquang Hall. My purpose in descending the mountain is to restore the Tianfeng clan's dignity by defeating him, to show that we are not without strength. He turned to Zhongyu, bowing slightly. "My uncle has been rude. I apologize on his behalf." Zhongyu hurriedly returned the gesture, feeling a sense of goodwill towards him, asking, "May I ask your name, senior?" "Refiner of the Sword Gate, Tian Yinzong of the Tianfeng clan." Tian Yinzong rose gracefully and departed, saying, "Uncle, do not trouble him. I challenge Left Minister Sheng for the honor of our clan. Do not let the Tianfeng clan suffer further disgrace." The elder's expression shifted as he abruptly swept his sleeve and returned to the scripture pavilion. "Ha ha ha, is Left Minister Sheng present?" Tian Yinzong's laughter echoed through the mountains as he soared through the air, proclaiming, "I, Tian Yinzong of the Tianfeng clan, have come to seek guidance." Zhongyu watched Tian Yinzong vanish into the distance, murmuring, "This Tian Yinzong possesses a spirit and ambition that rivals that of Left Minister Sheng. With such a disposition, he is indeed a remarkable figure." Both Tian Yinzong and Left Minister Sheng are still quite young, in their 20s, merely 5 or 6 years my senior. Yet they already exude such charisma and vision. They are bound to become extraordinary figures in the great wilderness. The Qi refiners. These are the true Qi refiners in my eyes. The genuine practitioners. Zhongyu's heart surged like the ocean. If only he observed the actions of the elder of the Tianfeng clan, he would find little allure in becoming a Qi refiner. Yet, witnessing the likes of Tian Yinzong and Left Minister Sheng has enlightened him on what it truly means to embody the spirit of a Qi refiner. This encounter has expanded and solidified his mindset, allowing him to grasp a semblance of the Qi refiner's demeanor. In Zhongyu's consciousness, the fire child praised, "In the future, you may become an extraordinary Qi refiner, though the rank of a mere Qi refiner is far beneath that of a pure-blooded fire inheritor." Zhongyu, accustomed to his criticisms, brushed it aside, reflecting, "While the Tianfeng clan does not trouble me, I am still without a mentor to impart techniques. Without combat methods, I cannot unleash my true strength. For instance, earlier, when that upper courtyard disciple summoned a soul weapon and executed sword techniques, I was powerless to resist and could only rely on clever tricks to evade. Had he also mastered combat techniques, I would not have been forced to retreat. However, though the Tianfeng clan may not pursue him, he remains without guidance from any Qi refiner in the upper courtyard to teach him martial arts, leaving him unable to learn combat techniques and realize his potential. In life, if one's aspirations are diminished, even the most exceptional talent may never be achieved. If they do not accept me, must I not take the initiative to learn? As long as I can acquire skills, why should I concern myself with titles?" Zhongyu's eyes brightened as he stepped into the scripture pavilion. Qi refiners from the Sword Gate often descend to the upper courtyard to impart techniques to disciples in the scripture pavilion. Today, there were over a dozen Qi refiners, each instructing hundreds of disciples in the principles of cultivation. Zhongyu entered a quiet room, standing in the corner, where he observed hundreds of upper courtyard disciples sitting cross-legged, quietly listening to an elder Qi refiner impart his teachings from the platform. Upon noticing Zhongyu's entrance, the elder Qi refiner paused slightly and nodded in acknowledgement. The other disciples also turned their attention, and the elder continued his lecture, his voice resonating like thunder. "Mountains have mountain spirits, rivers have river spirits, trees have tree spirits. Grasses have grass spirits, clouds have cloud spirits, winds have wind spirits, metals have metal spirits, soils have soil spirits, moons have moon spirits, and suns have sun spirits. By attuning to the spirits of heaven and earth, corresponding spirits will manifest in your consciousness. The so-called spirit is the totem spirit, the sacrificial spirit. The people of the great wilderness have long worshipped mountains, rivers, divine trees, spiritual grasses, winds, clouds, and the sun and moon. Over time, these mountains and rivers, trees, winds, clouds, and celestial bodies acquire spiritual essence. Only those with sufficiently strong souls can perceive the spiritual essence of the world and draw it into themselves. Only by possessing spirit can one become a chi refiner. When spirit and soul unite, they form the soul, the primordial spirit. Behold, this is my spirit. The elder chi refiner's head suddenly manifested a sword gate, and as it opened, a 1-foot-tall stone figure emerged, possessing 4 arms, each palm open, with an eye in each palm, shining with an eerie light. My spirit is that of the mountain spirit. When the mountain spirit merges with the soul, it becomes the spirit, or primordial spirit. The mountain god possesses 4 eyes, observing all directions. Thus my spirit also has 4 eyes. The elder's soul surged forth, merging with the mountain spirit, and soon his primordial spirit grew larger and taller, transforming into a 100-foot-tall 4-armed stone figure, standing behind him with immense presence. Its 4 eyes scanning the surroundings, leaving the upper courtyard disciples in awe. Zhong Yu was equally astonished. He had often heard others speak of spirit, some referring to it as totem spirit, yet he had never truly understood what spirit was until now, gaining a preliminary comprehension of it. To perceive spirit, one must possess a sufficiently powerful soul, and a powerful soul requires arduous cultivation and tempering of oneself. To cultivate in the depths of the great wilderness, one must possess formidable strength. The elder chi refiner patiently guided them, delving into the topic with a smile, and powerful strength can only be manifested through combat techniques. You, who have entered the sword gate's upper courtyard, possess solid foundations. Your mental strength is robust, your soul's capable of leaving the body, and your combat awareness is commendable. You are ready to learn the combat technique I will impart today, the Thunderbolt Sword Technique. His words captivated the audience, gradually drawing Zhong Yu, a novice, into a wondrous realm. The Thunderbolt Sword Technique is based on visualizing the spring thunder with mental strength. Spring thunder is the first thunder of the year. I need you to use your mental strength to construct the thunder pattern totem. The thunderous rune totem was then refined into sword energy, marking a significant achievement in the Thunder Sword Technique. Once the sword energy was unleashed, it resembled the resounding roar of spring thunder, capable of striking from afar, traversing 1,000 miles in an instant and cleaving foes from a distance. In close combat, it could slay an enemy with every 10 steps, unleashing a tempest of power that obliterated all in its path. As time slipped away unnoticed, the venerable chi refiner imparted the essence of the Thunder Sword Technique without reservation, utilizing his formidable mental prowess to demonstrate for the numerous senior disciples how to inscribe the thunderous rune totem. Zhang Yu listened with rapt attention, and when the old master concluded his teachings, he closed his eyes and fell silent, allowing the captivated disciples to gradually awaken from their trance. Excitement bubbled among the disciples as they eagerly commenced practicing the Thunder Sword Technique, with some pairing off to battle and refine their skills through observation of each other's deficiencies. The speed of thunder is astonishing, as it strikes from the heavens in a fleeting flash. In ancient times, beings revered thunder, giving rise to the thunderous rune totem, which encapsulated the essence of thunderous power. Zhang Yu refrained from immediately attempting to inscribe the rune totem to test the Thunder Sword Technique. Instead, he continued to visualize and ponder. The crux of the Thunder Sword Technique lies within the thunderous rune totem. The old master's depiction of the rune totem was remarkably lifelike, yet the essence was not merely in its form, but in whether it could fully unleash the exuberant force of spring thunder. The thunderous rune totem is exceedingly intricate, and mastering its myriad transformations in a short span is a daunting task. One must first grasp the ethereal essence of the rune totem to swiftly learn the Thunder Sword Technique and apply it in battle, subsequently refining the rune to enhance the technique's might. He immersed himself in profound visualization, recalling the scenes of lightning striking from the sky, akin to a sword piercing through the heavens, its brilliance flashing across vast expanses. The spring thunder, the first clap of thunder in the year, breaks the cold of winter and resonates deeply within the soul, embodying an entirely different realm of meaning. After a considerable time, Zhong Yu opened his eyes, rose, and began to practice the Thunder Sword Technique. By now, many senior disciples had made substantial progress, executing the swordplay with considerable proficiency. Not much different from the old master's demonstration. However, Zhong Yu's execution was markedly clumsy, lacking the fluidity of Thunder's movement. The old master remained seated with closed eyes, while behind him, the mountain deity with 4 hands and 4 eyes keenly observed the actions of every disciple. After a long while, the old master sighed and prepared to depart, stating with a touch of melancholy, "Only one has truly grasped my teachings. The author acknowledges that this chapter was uploaded more than 3 hours late. Yet, dear readers, this chapter was penned thrice. It comprises a total of 9,000 words. The first draft, crafted according to the outline, felt devoid of spirit upon multiple readings, leading to a complete rewrite. The second draft still left much to be desired. And as the scheduled release time approached, the author, in a state of desperation, bit the bullet and rewrote it once more. What you see now is a polished 3,000 words, a fraction of the original 9,000. Yet it is the only section that satisfies the author's standards. Such is the labor of love. What more can be said? Please cast your votes for the Taoist Supreme. Chapter 10. The Devil's Ruins of Sword Gate. As the words of the elderly Qi refiner reverberated through the quiet chamber, the assembled disciples of the upper academy exchanged glances. Their curiosity piqued. Only one among them had received the true teachings. But who could it be? Though they were all fellow disciples, the competitive spirit burned fiercely within each of them. The old master had declared that only one had attained his genuine transmission, yet he refrained from revealing who it was, leading to rampant speculation, as each believed they might be the chosen one. Isn't it simple to discern who has received the true teachings? Suddenly, a spirited female disciple proposed. Let us engage in a contest using the thunderbolt sword technique. Whoever demonstrates superior mastery of this technique shall undoubtedly be the one who has inherited the true teachings. This suggestion ignited excitement among the upper academy disciples, who eagerly paired off to duel. They refrained from employing other methods, totem pillars, or soul weapons, focusing solely on the thunderbolt sword technique. Instantly, the chamber was illuminated with flashes of lightning as sword energies, infused with the might of thunder, erupted forth. Some among the upper academy disciples displayed exceptional talent, executing the thunderbolt sword technique with bare hands, envisioning thunder in their minds, producing rolling thunder sounds, and swiftly defeating their opponents, albeit without inflicting significant harm, as they held back in friendly competition, while the others battled fervently in a corner. Zhong Yu continued to practice his own rendition of the thunderbolt sword technique, remaining detached from the fray. His movements appeared increasingly clumsy, with his envisioned thunder twisting and writhing. Yet within this awkwardness, an ancient charm began to emerge, embodying a rustic grandeur reminiscent of thunder striking the towering pines, a startling echo resonating through the empty mountains. At times, his sword energy resembled a thunderous tree, radiating brilliance, while at others, it was merely a single beam of sword light. With his mental energy intensely concentrated, he could manifest forms during visualization. Envisioning a dragon could bring forth a dragon, and envisioning thunder could unleash its might. Yet, the thunder he conjured paled in comparison to that of his fellow disciples, lacking the vividness and splendor characteristic of the thunderbolt sword technique, rendering him largely unremarkable. After a considerable time, the outcomes of the duels were determined, leaving only the spirited female disciple and a male disciple to contest. Both possessed mental energies at a transformative stage, capable of summoning lightning with a mere thought, manifesting electricity from the void. Their figures darted through the chamber with lightning speed, executing the various moves of the thunderbolt sword technique, creating a cacophony of crackling electricity and thunder, their sword strikes akin to lethal blades aimed at one another. A truly astonishing spectacle. Before long, the female disciple suddenly summoned a radiant surge of thunder beneath her feet, elevating herself several feet into the air, gliding gracefully. With a swift motion, she unleashed a bolt of lightning sword light that struck the male disciple squarely in the chest. Caught off guard by her unexpected aerial maneuver, he was left reeling, his chest scorched and hair standing on end as he fell to the ground. "Senior sister, I concede defeat," the male disciple wheezed, coughing up black smoke as he clutched his chest, admiration evident in his voice. "Your skills are indeed superior. To wield thunder and soar through the air is no small feat. No wonder Master Pu said only one has received his true teachings. Are you injured?" The female disciple inquired as she gracefully descended, a smile gracing her lips. "I merely momentarily harnessed the power of thunder. I can only ascend a distance of 10 zhang before I must land, and I cannot rise too high. Compared to Master Pu's assertion of soaring with thunder for 1,000 miles, I am still leagues away." The other upper academy disciples gathered around, laughing and exclaiming, "It is beyond doubt that senior sister has received Master Pu's true teachings. Surely, once she becomes a Qi refiner, soaring through the skies with thunder will be effortless." Senior sister displayed a glimmer of joy, her gaze drifting towards the corner where Zhongyu continued his practice of the thunderbolt sword technique. However, his rendition had grown increasingly peculiar, diverging significantly from the original teachings imparted by Master Pu. She furrowed her brow, pondering. Such an odd interpretation could not possibly be the true transmission. It seems the individual Master Pu spoke of is indeed me. Young brother Zhongyu. Senior sister approached him with confidence, smiling. I am from the Ting clan, Ting Lanyue, and I entered the upper academy a year before you. Would you care for a friendly contest? Perhaps you are the one who has received Master Pu's true teachings. Zhongyu shook his head, chuckling. Senior sister. I have only been in the upper academy for 4 or 5 days. How could I possibly match your prowess? That is a fair point, Ting Lanyue replied, not pressing the issue. We, the disciples, plan to venture into the Devil's Ruins of Sword Gate to hone our skills against the demon race and enhance our mastery of the Thunderbolt sword technique. Would you be interested in joining us? The Devil's Ruins of Sword Gate? Zhongyu inquired, puzzled. Ah, I see, Ting Lanyue realized. You have just entered the upper academy and are unaware of some of the secrets of our sword gate. Long ago, our ancestors safeguarded the nomadic human tribes as they migrated through the wilderness, where the vast expanse was infested with demonic creatures, a realm of chaos and turmoil. Our predecessors toiled relentlessly, carving out a domain for our people to thrive, while the demons were confined within the Devil's Ruins of Sword Gate. The aberrant demons you encountered during your examination in the Azure Sky Hall were merely the weakest of the fiends from the Devil's Ruins. Another upper academy disciple chimed in. The ruins are teeming with various demon types, mostly aberrant and spider demons, which are perfect for us upper academy disciples to practice against. We have just learned the Thunderbolt sword technique, and practical experience is essential for enhancing its power. Through combat, we can also grasp its true essence. Brother, he speaks wisely. The other upper academy disciples echoed, their spirits high. Moreover, there is one point brother he neglected to mention. Slaying the demons within the ruins earns rewards from the sect, allowing us to exchange for precious items such as feather spirit pills, totem pillars, and soul weapons. Feather spirit pills, totem pillars, soul weapons. Zhongyu felt a surge of excitement. The totem pillars held significant benefits for cultivation and combat, while soul weapons greatly amplified one's fighting capabilities. The feather spirit pills were of utmost importance to him. His cultivation of the Fire Era Palace's Fire Emperor visualization required substantial energy, necessitating an abundance of feather spirit pills to continue progressing. Having exhausted his supply, he needed more urgently. Otherwise, forcing his cultivation would deplete his body, resulting in dire consequences. Zhongyu hesitated. Am I permitted to enter the Devil's Ruins even though I am not a disciple of Master Pu? A female disciple replied. As long as you are an upper academy disciple, you may enter the Devil's Ruins, but only once a month. The ruins are rife with demons, so safety is best ensured in numbers. With senior sister and brother he accompanying you, and with senior sister having received Master Pu's true teachings and brother he being so close to it, you will be in good hands. Ting Lanwei smiled slightly at this, adding, engaging the demon race will also greatly benefit your understanding of the true teachings of the Thunderbolt sword technique. Zhongyu nodded, smiling. I appreciate your kindness. Senior sister and brother he. Brother he, who had just been defeated by Ting Lanyue, was a fellow disciple from the Azure River tribe, named He Chengchuan. He was exceptionally talented, ranking among the top disciples under Master Pu, and was known for his cheerful and talkative demeanor. Zhongyu ascended the mountain alongside the other disciples, observing how the terrain grew increasingly steep, clouds swirling around them as if they were walking upon them. When he glanced downward, a wave of dizziness washed over him. The mountains below appeared diminutive, while the upper academy looked no larger than the palm of his hand. Before long, the steepness abated, and the path widened. Upon reaching the mountainside of Sword Gate, he beheld a magnificent sight. Palatial structures emerged from the mountain, resembling the resplendent crowns of lingji mushrooms sprouting from tree stumps. Zhongyu had harvested lingji mushrooms from the mountains, which grew on stumps, extending circular crowns outward. The grand palaces of Sword Gate were constructed atop these mushroom cap-like platforms, with the abyss below shrouded in mist. The craftsmen of Sword Gate had truly created a breathtaking spectacle. The young boy, with his keen eyes, surveyed the surroundings through Zhongyu's gaze, and could not help but exclaim in admiration. The alchemists who forged this place must have possessed powers akin to deities or demons. The disciples ascended a circular dais, where they beheld an elderly man clad in white, with white hair, seated in the forefront of the grand hall. bound to a pillar by an iron chain as thick as a thigh. On the opposite side, another elder, similarly adorned, was similarly restrained by a chain. The other ends of these chains were suspended in midair, and as Zhong Yu focused his gaze, he discerned an emptiness above. Yet the chains hung there as if tethered to some unseen entity. He Chengchuan stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Esteemed elders, we intend to venture into the devil's ruins for our trials against the demons, and we kindly seek your leniency. One of the white-haired elders nodded and instructed, gaze into the mirror before the hall. The group hurried to the large bronze mirror, towering 4 to 5 zhang. Filled with curiosity, Zhong Yu approached, while he Chengchuan whispered, Junior brother Zhong, this mirror is a rare treasure, a masterpiece among soul weapons. Merely standing before it allows one to leave an imprint. Should you vanquish demons in the devil's ruins, your achievements and the number of foes slain will be recorded within. Zhong Yu stepped before the mirror, and his reflection materialized. Unlike others, whose images bore inscriptions detailing their entry into the devil's ruins and the count of demons dispatched, his was blank. The treatment afforded to the upper and lower courtyards of the sword sect was starkly contrasting. The lower courtyard was monotonous, while the upper courtyard flourished with vibrancy. Zhong Yu reflected on his arduous 5 to 6 years in the lower courtyard, where life was a relentless grind. And only upon reaching the upper courtyard did his existence begin to blossom. The 2 white-haired elders raised their hands, seizing the iron chains tethered to the stone pillars. And with a vigorous tug, a creaking sound resonated as the chains were pulled. Gradually, a sword-shaped portal emerged in the air, as if the blade had been cleaved in 2 to form an entrance. The chains attached to the portal were nearly invisible, blending seamlessly with the colorless sword. As the elders opened the portal, radiant light cascaded forth, illuminating what seemed an empty space, which, under the light, revealed a staircase descending from the sword gate, extending to the circular platform. A dark, ominous mist seeped from the portal, accompanied by eerie wails and howls that sent shivers down one's spine. Ting Lanyu and He Chengchuan boldly stepped into the sword gate, followed closely by Zhong Yu and the others as they entered the devil's ruins. Zhong Yu lifted his gaze, taking in the oppressive sky above, shrouded in leaden clouds that seemed to weigh heavily upon the world, casting a somber gloom everywhere. The distant mountains loomed perilously, jagged and formidable, resembling a forest of sharpened teeth. A swirling wind of darkness stirred the ground, lifting stones the size of millstones, creating an atmosphere fraught with danger. Suddenly, a cacophony of maniacal laughter echoed from afar, and Zhong Yu beheld a horde of demons rushing toward them. A tribe of foreign demons having discovered the entry of the upper courtyard disciples into the devil's ruins. The foreign demons clamored in a frenzied uproar. Kill the males and preserve them for drying. We shall consume them later. Capture the females for breeding, ensuring the continuation of our lineage. The foreign demons shouted, quickly cast your votes for the supreme human, or face the fate of being captured for breeding or dried like meat. Chapter 11. The true transmission. Could it be that the aberrant demons possessed the ability to speak? Zhong Yu was taken aback. The aberrant demons he had encountered in the Baikong Hall had engaged in relentless slaughter, leading him to believe that such creatures acted solely on their instinct for violence. Little did he know that these demons could actually articulate words. However, he was somewhat surprised that they likened the female disciples of the sword sect's upper courtyard to little cows. In his view, these disciples were far more endearing than mere cattle, leaving him perplexed as to how the demons could draw such a comparison. Ting Lanwei commanded, brothers and sisters, prepare for battle. Zhong Shidi, you possess the least strength and lack experience in such combat. Stay close to me. Zhong Yu was momentarily stunned, caught between laughter and tears. Ting Lanwei and the other disciples were already poised for action, their readiness palpable. She whispered to him, the aberrant demons you faced in the Baikong Hall were merely juvenile. They couldn't even speak, and their souls were feeble, easily extinguished. The ones here are fully matured. Their combat prowess several times stronger, and their souls robust, making it exceedingly difficult to sever their essence. Zhong Yu focused his gaze and beheld a horde of aberrant demons advancing ominously within a mere 10 zhang. These demons differed from those he had previously encountered. They were taller, more robust, exuding an aura of power and swiftness. Unlike the skeletal arms of the juvenile demons, which resembled sickles, the arms of the approaching demons gleamed with a metallic luster, indicating that their bones were infused with metal, transforming them into formidable weapons. Strike, Ting Lanwei commanded, unleashing her mental energy and executing the thunder sword technique. A vibrant surge of azure lightning coalesced into a 3-foot sword beam, piercing through one aberrant demon effortlessly. The other disciples followed suit, each employing the thunder sword technique, the air reverberating with the sounds of thunder as their lightning swords clashed with the demon horde. The digestive prowess of the aberrant demons was astonishing. Mature demons could consume dark iron or purifying it within their bodies and integrating it into their very bones. While dispatching demons, Ting Luanyue informed Zhongyu, these are merely ordinary mature aberrant demons. The most perilous are the mutated ones. Upon birth, mutated demons bear totemic patterns on their skin, and upon reaching maturity, their bones are entirely replaced by dark iron, rendering them impervious to blades and spears. Such demons possess skeletal weights of several thousand pounds and can unleash immense force, making it nearly impossible for any soul weapon to harm them. Fortunately, their numbers are exceedingly rare. Among millions, one might not even be found. Only large demon tribes might harbor such mutations. And this small tribe we face is unlikely to produce them. As she spoke, she had already slain 5 mature demons with swift and lethal strikes. Her prowess evident as the acknowledged senior sister among the hundreds of upper courtyard disciples. The other disciples were engaged in battle, honing their thunder sword technique against the modest horde of over 200 mature demons. Besides Ting Luanyue, a few other disciples exhibited remarkable combat capabilities, dispatching their foes within mere rounds. Notably, He Chengchuan, whose strength matched that of Ting Luanyue, displayed equally fierce and terrifying strikes. In contrast, the remaining disciples struggled to keep pace, some sustaining injuries. Nevertheless, none had resorted to using totemic pillars or soul weapons thus far, indicating that they could still manage the situation. Slaying aberrant demons also served as an excellent means of collecting dark iron, which could be used to forge soul weapons. The dark iron contained within the sickles of the aberrant demons was exceptionally pure, making it a prime material. Ting Luanyue continued to instruct Zhongshidi. The demons' weakness lies in their hearts. However, the hearts of mature demons are encased in bone, forming a protective shell. Only the thunder sword technique, with its ethereal blade energy, can penetrate this shell and pierce their hearts. It is the most effective method against aberrant demons. Zhongyu observed the combat techniques of these seasoned disciples, absorbing their strengths. Suddenly, a voice resonated in his mind, urgent and alarmed. Zhongyu, among these demons, there is a mutated one. Exercise utmost caution. A mutated demon? Zhongyu's heart raced. And just as he was about to warn Ting Luanyue and He Chengchuan, an exceptionally piercing cackle echoed through the air. He saw an aberrant demon, engaged in combat with a male disciple, suddenly swell in stature, towering over 6 feet, its massive frame wielding sickle-like hands that sliced through the air with blinding speed. The male disciple's head was severed, an expression of disbelief etched on his face as it soared into the sky. With no human alchemists present, I need not conceal my true nature. The aberrant demon bellowed, leaping with remarkable agility to another male disciple. Reacting swiftly, the disciple unleashed the thunder sword, directing a lightning blade toward the demon's chest. The impact was inconsequential. The demon remained unscathed. In the blink of an eye, the disciple's head was severed, the demon grasping him by the waist, drinking his blood voraciously. A mutated demon. Ting Luanyue and the other upper courtyard disciples immediately recognized the threat, their expressions filled with fury. Almost simultaneously, all disciples activated the thunder sword technique, unleashing a torrent of lightning blades that inundated the demon. The collective assault formed a colossal sphere of lightning, encasing the aberrant demon. Ting Luanyue gazed within the sphere, watching in horror as the mutated demon remained unharmed, reveling in the blood of the fallen disciple, whose body visibly withered. Brothers and sisters, summoned the totemic pillars to restrain its movement. Ting Luanyue commanded fiercely. He Chengchuan and the other disciples promptly hurled their totemic pillars into the ground, encircling the demon in a vast circle. While not every disciple possessed a totemic pillar, over 50 were now planted, creating a formidable barrier. Zhongyu was acutely aware of the power of the totemic pillars during his conflict with the Tianfeng disciples. 2 pillars had nearly rendered him immobile, and now, over 50 were activated at once. The pressure was exponentially greater than he had previously faced. As the pillars unleashed their power, waves of energy surged outward, immobilizing the aberrant demons, forcing them to the ground. As the lightning faded, the mutated demon remained within the circle of totemic pillars, its visage twisted with fury, unyielding against the onslaught. The demon slowly turned its head, its eyes gleaming with malice as it fixed its gaze upon Ting Lanyue, extending its long tongue to lick its lips. Such a fierce little cow. I relish the thought of conquering you. A fine sheen of cold sweat broke out on Ting Lanyue's forehead as she observed a disciple preparing to summon a soul weapon to eliminate the aberrant demon. She urgently cautioned, the mutated demon's body is harder than iron. Even soul weapons struggle to harm it. Our Thunder Sword technique is not yet perfected against such a foe. Everyone, form groups of 10 and flee. Escape as many as you can. Before her words could fully resonate, the mutated demon's skin began to manifest strange patterns, revealing its innate totemic markings. Ting Lanyue's expression shifted dramatically as she urged, you must flee at once. She was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of the mutated demon, which was not only immensely powerful and possessed a body harder than iron, but was also born with totemic patterns. At this moment, these innate totemic designs began to emerge, signaling that the mutated demon intended to unleash the power of the totems and forcibly break the pillars that restrained it. With the strength of this mutated demon, it could easily slaughter the disciples of the Upper Academy, and its speed was astonishingly swift. If they delayed, even for a moment, it was likely that none would escape alive. He Chengchuan and the others sensed the imminent danger and immediately formed groups of 10 to scatter in all directions. Zhongyu followed closely behind Ting Lanyue, and as he glanced back inadvertently, he saw the totemic patterns on the demon glowing and vibrating, causing the pillars to sway and gradually loosen. The demon could escape from the suppression of the totem pillars at any moment. Everyone ran for their lives at an incredible speed, but just as Zhongyu turned back, he witnessed a totem pillar suddenly rise with a whoosh, soaring into the air before exploding with a crack, scattering into wood chips. Dust flew as pillar after pillar was oppressed by the demon's innate totemic patterns, each one lifting and then shattering. The mutated demon moved with a ghostly grace, heading straight for the fleeing group of Ting Lanyue and Zhongyu. Zhongyu suddenly envisioned his spiritual sea. With my current strength, do I stand a chance against this demon? Within the spiritual sea, Xinhua the young spirit paused momentarily, responding nonchalantly against this mutated demon. It possesses innate totemic patterns for protection, which are far superior to ordinary totemic pillars. Given your current strength, the chances of victory are exceedingly slim. However, Xinhua paused, prompting Zhongyu to inquire eagerly. However, what? However, Xinhua continued, if you manifest your spiritual power in the form of the Sun Emperor, you may have a chance at victory. By channeling the Thunder Sword technique in the Sun Emperor state, you can enhance its power and gain some combat efficacy. Xinhua continued, but how likely you are to win? I cannot say, as you are not of pure blood from the Fushi divine lineage. A pure-blood Fushi would easily dispatch this demon. Zhongyu abruptly halted, while Ting Lanyue and the others continued to flee, oblivious to his absence. What a pure-blood divine lineage can achieve, I might also accomplish. Zhongyu turned and strode forth to confront the mutated demon. The demon roared, its totemic patterns glowing brightly, its speed increasing, and its scythe-like arms whirling in a dazzling display. Zhongyu took larger strides, his spiritual power surging forth from his brow, forming a colossal Sun Emperor behind him. Towering to a height of 100 feet, adorned with dragon horns, standing resolutely at his back, he felt an influx of boundless strength, as if the very heavens lay beneath his feet. Thunder Sword technique, spring thunder awakens winter's chill, lightning illuminating the 9 realms. Zhongyu bellowed, as thunder erupted beneath his feet, lifting him into the air. In the next moment, lightning burst forth. At that instant, Ting Lanyue suddenly turned back, realizing Zhongyu was missing, her heart racing with alarm. Junior brother Zhong has not practiced profound techniques and cannot move swiftly. She immediately retraced her steps, and just as she returned a short distance, she looked up to see a young man harnessing thunder in midair, his hands poised as if grasping an invisible giant sword, striking fiercely at the mutated demon. Crack! This strike unleashed a burst of lightning in the air, resembling a tree of thunder. Ting Lanyue was stunned. The true transmission of the Thunder Sword technique. Chapter 12. The sword Qi shocking thunder. The person mentioned by Elder Pu, it turns out, was him. Ting Lanyue's mind was shaken as she stared blankly at the figure hovering in midair, wielding thunder and crossing the skies, resembling the divine being said to control lightning in legends. In the scripture pavilion, Elder Pu had stated that only one person received his true teachings, and all disciples assumed he was referring to themselves. Ultimately, Ting Lanyue triumphed over others. winning their admiration and leading them to believe that she was the one Elder Pu spoke of. Yet, she alone did not engage in a contest with Zhongyu. Zhongyu appeared clumsy while practicing the Thunder Sword technique, and at that time, Ting Lanyue failed to recognize the uniqueness of his swordplay. So she too believed she had received Elder Pu's true teachings. Now, as she beheld Zhongyu in the air, envisioning thunder and commanding lightning, executing the Thunder Sword technique, with spring thunder booming and the sound of rolling thunder resonating, she realized that only this Thunder Sword technique could be deemed authentic. Spring thunder breaks the cold winter. The light of thunder shines across the 9 provinces. Zhongyu's Thunder Sword technique greatly diverged from the one imparted by Elder Pu. The lightning tree that struck down, with its branches and twigs, was filled with the essence of the Thunder Sword Qi, a move absent in the Thunder Sword technique taught by Elder Pu. Yet, Ting Lanwei perceived a similar aura within it. What constitutes true teachings? This is true transmission. The closest imitation is merely learning. While true teachings involve grasping the essence and spirit, transforming the knowledge imparted by the teacher into one's own understanding, achieving a synthesis that transcends mere form. What left Ting Lanyue most astounded was not Zhongyu's Thunder Sword technique, but the spectral figure of the Fire Emperor behind him, manifested through his mental energy. The majesty of that presence was overwhelming. A mere glance filled her with an indescribable dominance, as if it could crush all beneath the heavens and compel everything to submit. However, was he not too audacious? Ting Lanyue's heart raced. That mutated demon, with its innate totemic patterns, was not so easily dealt with. She was still quite distant from Zhongyu, observing below as the mutated demon's arms flared, transforming into dazzling blades of light, its skin revealing increasingly bright totemic patterns. Its visage grotesque as it leapt toward Zhongyu, propelled by lightning, fiercely attacking without retreat. Crack! The lightning tree struck the mutated demon, its flesh splitting open, gruesome and charred. Yet, Ting Lanyue felt a sense of foreboding. The Thunder Sword technique was highly effective against demons of this kind, but those were ordinary demons. Ordinary demons had hearts encased in bone, making them resistant to piercing blades. Only thunder transformed into sword light could effortlessly penetrate and slay them. The mutated demon, however, was different. Its entire skeletal structure, including its bone casing, had been replaced by extraordinarily pure black iron, which guided the thunder into its iron-structured bones, rendering its heart impervious to harm. Not only was its heart untouchable, but even its brain was safeguarded, encased in a skull of black iron, making it impossible for the Thunder Sword technique to penetrate. Zhongyu's Thunder Sword technique was several times more powerful than when Ting Lanyue executed it. Yet it posed no threat to the mutated demon's life. Moreover, observing the phenomenon behind Zhongyu and the sword light of the lightning tree conjured by his mental energy, Ting Lanyue discerned that while Zhongyu's Thunder Sword technique wielded immense power, it also demanded a tremendous toll on his mental energy. Such a level of consumption could not be sustained for long. His mental energy would soon be depleted. Once depleted, the mutated demon could easily slay Zhongyu. Zhongyu's use of the Thunder Sword technique against the mutated demon was exceedingly perilous. Indeed, despite being struck by the lightning tree, the mutated demon's momentum remained unyielding. And in the next moment, it lunged toward Zhongyu, its blades flashing with lethal intent. At that moment, the lightning beneath Zhongyu crackled, and electric sparks burst forth, propelling him more than 10 feet away from the mutated demon's dual onslaught. Crack! Another lightning tree struck down upon the descending demon, causing its skin to rupture, sending it crashing toward the ground. Zhongyu found it difficult to maintain his command over the lightning in the air, his form also descending while he crossed his hands, unleashing successive lightning trees that struck the demon. Ting Lanyue rushed forward, thinking. After all, Zhongyu had just entered the upper academy and lacked extensive battle experience. His combat awareness weak. With such a high-energy consuming technique, he likely had little mental energy left. She hoped it was not too late to save him. Boom, boom. The human and demon landed in succession, followed by the rumbling sound of thunder and the demon's roar, culminating in a clash that shook the earth and sent rocks flying. The place where Zhongyu and the mutated demon fell was a valley, and in her urgency, Ting Lanyue could not see the ongoing battle, only catching glimpses of Zhongyu's mental energy manifestation of the Fire Emperor moving rapidly, indicating that he was in a dynamic confrontation with the mutated demon. If Zhongyu landed, he would suffer a great loss. The demon could not fly. In the air, he could suppress it, but once on the ground, The mutated demon would move with astonishing speed, making it impossible for him to evade its attack. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she suddenly saw the Fire Emperor, manifested from Zhong Yu's mental energy, leap high into the air, followed by Zhong Yu's form shooting out of the valley like a meteor. Evidently struck hard. Witnessing this scene, Ting Lanyue's heart sank. Zhong Yu had been propelled out of the valley, clearly having suffered a blow from the demon. The mutated demon possessed immense strength, easily capable of crushing Zhong Yu. She dashed forward, only to see Zhong Yu stagger as he landed, stepping back repeatedly to dissipate the force of the demon's strike, not sustaining the grievous injury she had feared. Instead, a fierce array of lightning patterns appeared around him. These mental energy formed lightning totems coalescing into a thunderous dragon entwining his body. The Thunder Dragon Totem technique? Ting Lanwei quickly closed the distance, her heart racing again. He had fused the body refining method with the Thunder Sword technique taught by Elder Pu, harnessing the power of thunder to enhance his physical strength. No wonder he could withstand the demon's heavy blow and remain unscathed. Now she understood that Elder Pu's assertion about Zhong Yu receiving his true teachings was no exaggeration. Zhong Yu had not only grasped the essence of the Thunder Sword technique, but had also innovatively combined it with other body-refining methods. Meanwhile, the mutated demon leapt from the valley, charging at Zhong Yu with a roar that shook the heavens, its imposing presence terrifying. Yet, Ting Lanyue noted that the demon was drenched in blood, its speed and strength significantly diminished, having lost at least half of its power, no longer exuding that previously overwhelming aura. Its skin had been stripped clean by Zhong Yu's earlier lightning trees, exposing flesh and rendering its prior totemic patterns utterly destroyed. Indeed, Zhong Yu had expended significant mental energy to unleash the lightning trees, aiming to destroy the mutated demon's totemic patterns and weaken its strength. Ting Lanyue's heart raced with clarity. In this brief moment, Zhong Yu had brought her wave after wave of astonishment and joy, assailing her senses. Now she realized that Zhong Yu's earlier high-energy consuming technique was not in vain, but rather a strategic move to dismantle the demon's totemic patterns, thereby diminishing its power. Zhong Yu's combat awareness was astoundingly formidable, far beyond that of a novice just entering the upper academy. As Ting Lanyue swiftly approached, she observed the ongoing battle between Zhong Yu and the demon, each engaging fiercely. The demon pressed forward, wielding its massive scythes, towering at over 6 feet. Each blade measuring 7 to 8 feet long, forged from pure black iron and incredibly sharp, imposing an overwhelming sense of intimidation. Zhong Yu, however, continued to retreat, the lightning dragon coiling around him, extending a finger, unleashing a torrent of lightning that transformed into a sword racing toward the demon. The speed of their exchanges was astonishing, and within the brief span of Ting Lanwei's approach, each had executed over 100 strikes, with Zhong Yu narrowly escaping several deadly blows. Suddenly, Zhong Yu was caught off guard and was kicked away by the strange demon. The demon leaped into the air, swiftly following suit, wielding 2 massive scythes that sliced toward Zhong Yu suspended in midair. Ting Lanyue nearly gasped in shock, but at that moment, she witnessed the clash between the man and the demon in the sky. A brilliant flash of lightning erupted, illuminating the scene to the extent that she could not discern what transpired within. As the thunderous light dissipated, Zhong Yu and the demon plummeted to the ground, landing not far from her. Hastening to their side, Ting Lanyue saw Zhong Yu struggling to regain his balance, the magnificent aura of the Fire Emperor collapsing behind him, and the thunderous dragon coiling around him disbanding as well. The demon lay motionless on the ground, blood pooling around it, already lifeless. Dead. Ting Lanyue stared in disbelief at the corpse of the demon, noting a small hole in the iron-like bone encasing its chest, through which Zhong Yu's thunderous sword energy had pierced its heart, draining it of life. The thunder of the thunderous sword technique would be dispersed throughout the body by the iron-like bones, rendering the heart unharmed. How did Brother Zhong manage to pierce this iron bone casing? Ting Lanyue's thoughts raced, quickly piecing together the events. He had struck the same spot on the demon's chest with 100 thrusts, relentlessly applying pressure until the intense heat of the thunder melted a small aperture in the bone casing, culminating in the final thrust that pierced its heart. Utilizing the thunderous sword technique with finesse, he had effectively dismantled the demon's totemic patterns, 100 strikes breaching its iron casing and penetrating its heart. This battle was nothing short of breathtaking, and Ting Lanyue could not help but regard Zhong Yu with newfound admiration. This girl must be silenced. She has witnessed your visualization of the Fire Emperor. In Zhong Yu's mind, the fire whispered softly, "Otherwise, if word spreads, it will not bode well for you. You are still very weak, possessing extraordinary skills that will undoubtedly attract envy." Zhong Yu was startled. Kill senior sister Ting? Or you could choose not to, the fire tempted. Instead, make her yours, consummate your union, and she will be utterly devoted to you, ensuring her silence. Consummate? Zhong Yu's expression darkened as he covertly glanced at Ting Lanhua. Just a few months older than him, around 15 years of age, she had developed into a strikingly alluring figure, her form both graceful and enticing. Noticing his gaze, Ting Lanhua's eyes held an unusual glint, and she addressed him seriously. "Are you concerned that I might spread word of your cultivation of other techniques? You need not worry. Although the sword sect officially prohibits the practice of foreign techniques, many of the older generation have indeed trained in the methods of other races, and numerous disciples have done the same. There is no cause for alarm." Zhong Yu breathed a sigh of relief, smiling as he replied, "I would appreciate it if senior sister would keep this to herself." Ting Lanhua nodded. "I am not one to gossip. I will remain discreet. I believe it would be safer to silence her, or perhaps to consummate your bond." The fire continued to coax within his mind. "I can assist you in gauging the situation. You shall take the initiative." Zhong Yu chose to ignore the insinuation. Chapter 13. The anomaly of the devils ruins. The value of the mutated aberrant demons is exceedingly significant. It takes 100 ordinary aberrant demons to earn a single feather spirit pill, while the demise of just one mutated aberrant demon can yield 100 such pills. Ting Lanhua expressed her envy, stating that the bones of the mutated aberrant demons are comprised of the purest mysterious iron, far superior in purity compared to those of ordinary aberrant demons, making them ideal for the crafting of soul weapons. The weight of over 2,000 pounds of mysterious iron can be transformed into more than 10 excellent soul weapons. Zhong Yu's heart raced at the thought of 100 feather spirit pills, a considerable fortune that would be akin to a timely reign for him. The allure of soul weapons was equally compelling, as they could significantly enhance his combat prowess. The prospect of crafting over 10 soul weapons from the bones of these aberrant demons clearly represented a tremendous wealth. While many disciples of the upper academy possessed soul weapons, most were of inferior quality, crafted from common metals that barely sufficed for soul summoning, lacking the purity of mysterious iron. Ting Lanhua closed her eyes to contemplate for a moment, and suddenly a blazing fire erupted before her, engulfing the corpse of the mutated aberrant demon. She was visualizing a fire-based technique, declaring, "Even inferior soul weapons possess formidable power. Once summoned, they strike like lightning, making them difficult to evade." The superior soul weapons, devoid of any impurities, are rare among the disciples of the upper academy. Only those from the core families of the top 10 tribes may wield such divine instruments. The flames consumed the corpse swiftly, leaving only the gleaming skeletal remains of the mysterious iron. Ting Lanhua continued her visualization, channeling her spiritual energy as if summoning a torrential downpour to cool the iron skeleton, saying, "Crafting soul weapons is beyond our capacity as disciples. It requires the expertise of a chi refiner. If you wish to sell this skeleton or seek someone to forge it, I have connections. Although our dating clan is not among the top 10 clans, we possess our own heritage, and there are chi refiners from our clan within the sword sect." As the rain cascaded down, the mysterious iron skeleton hissed with steam until it was finally cooled. Zhong Yu nodded, acknowledging that he indeed had no connections within the sword sect. The Zhang clan had declined, with no chi refiners emerging from the previous generations. And although he was acquainted with Zhuxiangxing, their relationship was not particularly close. If Ting Lanhua had the means, selling the mysterious iron skeleton to the dating clan would not be a significant loss. Ting Lanhua continued, "Junior brother, I have already taken care of this corpse for you. Carry it on your back, and let us immediately search for our fellow senior and junior disciples. The devil's ruins are exceedingly perilous, and if we become separated and encounter aberrant demons, the fate of the spider demon tribe could be dire." "Understood." Zhong Yu, impressed by her ability to conjure fire and rain simultaneously, remarked, "Sister, your mastery of various techniques is truly admirable. The visualization of both water and fire is a requisite skill for venturing out, not remarkable in itself, yet highly practical. Without such techniques, one would endure considerable hardship while braving the elements." Ting Lanhua smiled. Zhong Yu's mind shifted, and he visualized the totem of a flood dragon, transforming his spiritual energy into a dragon that grasped the aberrant demon's corpse in its jaws as he followed Ting Lanhua with empty hands. Ting Lanyue glanced back, silently praising. Junior brother Zhong's spiritual energy is remarkably resilient. He can effortlessly lift the over 2,000-pound corpse with the dragon he has conjured. It is no wonder he could slay a mutated aberrant demon. His prowess is not merely a stroke of luck. The two advanced rapidly, and upon reaching the summit of a high mountain, Ting Lanyue visualized flames, causing a blaze to leap over 20 feet high, forming a large character in the air. Before long, 10 disciples, including He Chengchuan, arrived at the mountain to join Zhong Yu and Ting Lanyue. Upon seeing the aberrant demon's corpse in Zhong Yu's grasp, they were taken aback. Junior brother Zhong, did you slay that mutated aberrant demon? He Chengchuan exclaimed. Zhong Yu shook his head and chuckled. I must admit, I was merely fleeing in the wilds when I stumbled and fell, only to discover this corpse afterward. It must have perished from old age in this desolate place. He Chengchuan and the others expressed their envy, exclaiming, Junior brother Zhong possesses extraordinary luck. Why do I not share such fortune? The other disciples under the guidance of Elder Pu had not strayed far and, upon seeing the character conjured by Ting Lanyue, converged. After half an hour, they finally gathered everyone together. Upon witnessing the mutated aberrant demon's corpse on Zhong Yu's back, their astonishment grew. He Chengchuan spoke rapidly, and soon the others were filled with admiration. Ting Lanyue cleared her throat and said, Fellow disciples, in our recent exploration of the Devil's Ruins, we have tragically lost 2 junior brothers. We can no longer continue. It seems that a remarkable change has occurred within the ruins. Otherwise, a small tribe of aberrant demons could not possibly give rise to a mutated one. This matter must be reported to the sect immediately for further investigation. Everyone nodded in agreement. Mutated aberrant demons could only emerge from tribes of 1,000,000 aberrant demons. How could a mere 200 demon tribes spawn such a fearsome creature? There must be something amiss. As they prepared to descend the mountain, a commotion erupted in the distance. A dark cloud swirled ominously deeper within the ruins, growing larger and approaching their position, while dozens of Upper Academy disciples from the Sword Sect were seen fleeing in a desperate rush. Those are disciples under Elder Jin Hong. He Chengchuan, well-connected, immediately recognized the fleeing disciples and asked in confusion, what are they fleeing from? That is the eagle demon. The expressions of everyone atop the mountain shifted dramatically as a female disciple gasped, so many eagle demons. The ominous cloud overhead was revealed to be thousands of giant eagles. Their wings spread wide, creating a terrifying spectacle. Zhong Yu focused his gaze and realized that the so-called eagle demons were avian beasts with human-like upper bodies, possessing formidable claws and beaks lined with sharp teeth. Countless eagle demons surged forward, relentlessly attacking the fleeing disciples from the Upper Academy. Suddenly, one disciple was seized by the shoulders and lifted into the air. Several eagle demons attacked from the side, and within moments, they tore the unfortunate disciple apart, with flesh and blood splattering. Yet, not a single drop fell to the ground, as the eagle demons consumed every morsel mid-air. Lin Shuping is dead. He Chengchuan watched in horror as the Upper Academy disciple was devoured, his eyes wide with disbelief. Lin Shuping, a disciple of Elder Jin Hong and a member of the Yulin clan, one of the top 10 clans, was renowned for his strength. Barely a step away from becoming a chi refiner. How could he fall to the eagle demons so easily? It must be the mutated eagle demons. Ting Lanyue's face turned pale as she decisively shouted, we must descend the mountain and leave the Devil's Ruins at once. A tribe of 1,000 eagle demons has produced mutated ones. Something is terribly wrong within the Sword Sect's Devil's Ruins. Zhong Yu understood the gravity of the situation. The first instance of a mutated aberrant demon could be dismissed as coincidence, but now even the eagle demon tribe had encountered mutated eagle demons, indicating something far more sinister at play. As they rushed down the mountain, Ting Lanyue walked alongside Zhong Yu, saying, Junior brother Zhong, should we encounter danger, I hope you will lend us your strength. He Chengchuan found her words puzzling. Why would Sister Ting say such a thing? Little did he know that she had witnessed Zhong Yu's abilities and recognized that his combat prowess surpassed her own, hence her request. Rest assured, sister. Though I may not be a disciple of Elder Pu, I shall stand united with all of you in times of peril. Just as Zhong Yu uttered these words, a cloud of dust erupted in the distance as countless dark, gigantic spiders charged towards them, herding several dozen Upper Academy disciples along in their wake. These colossal spiders, each over 6 feet tall and a yard wide, dashed forward with 8 legs, and to their horror, humanoid figures were grotesquely fused with the spiders' bodies, both men and women. revealing them to be the spider demons of the Devil's Ruins. At the forefront, a formidable spider demon emerged, expelling a glistening web that ensnared a disciple from the upper academy with a swift motion. With a powerful tug, the hapless disciple was yanked into the throng of arachnids, letting out a shriek before falling silent, consumed entirely, leaving not a single bone behind. The mutated spider demons. The faces of disciples like Ting Lanyue and He Chung Chuan turned ashen, and they immediately sought an escape from this dreadful place. One of their own, a disciple of Master Tsong Song, had also met a grim fate at the hands of these aberrant creatures. Just as they had fled a few miles, they encountered another group of upper academy disciples, frantically fleeing from hundreds of demonic entities from the demon ruins. It seemed an immense calamity had befallen the demon ruins. We found ourselves ensnared within the demonic realm, and by the time the Qi refiners from the Sword Sect received word, we would likely be beyond salvation. What had transpired? Why were there suddenly so many mutated demons in this area? Zhong Yu and his companions pressed on, yet more creatures from the demon ruins appeared, surrounding the upper academy disciples under the leadership of the mutated demons, confining them within a perimeter of 100 miles. The human race has oppressed us demons, trapping us here, breeding us like livestock for their descendants to hone their skills. Today, their retribution has come. Outside the encirclement, waves of mutated demons emerged, their wild and unrestrained aura radiating malice. Among them were the leaders of a million-strong demonic tribe, and some had already sensed the merging of demonic spirits with the essence of the demon ruins, becoming Qi refiners of the demon race. For years, our various demon clans have toiled to proliferate and secretly worship this land, finally giving birth to the demonic spirit within the realm of the demon ruins. The foremost demon Qi refiner, shrouded in a black cloak, laughed heartily as the wind howled around him. Today, we shall treat these human progenies as livestock, sacrificing them to our ancient ancestors, awakening their spirits, and breaking free from the demon ruins to reclaim the vast wilderness that rightfully belongs to us. I shall let the blood of these humans nourish the spirits of our forebears, so they may awaken. Behind him, several demon Qi refiners soared into the air, shouting, "Children, heed my command. Do not devour them, capture them alive. Spare their lives for the sacrificial rites, to honor the spirits of our ancient ancestors." Chapter 14. The uprising. The disciples of the upper academy of the Sword Sect had only one opportunity each month to enter the demon ruins, a chance they were unwilling to forfeit. Consequently, this time, as many as 1,000 disciples found themselves trapped in this perilous place. It was a trial they were destined to face. The demon ruins had long served as a training ground for the upper academy disciples. Although fatalities occasionally occurred during their trials, significant oversights had never transpired, leading the higher-ups of the Sword Sect to pay little heed to the demon ruins. Entering the demon ruins for training was a common affair, and no one anticipated that the tables would turn so dramatically. The upper academy disciples had become the prey, while the demon tribes of the ruins morphed into hunters, pursuing the disciples of the Sword Sect. In a radius of 100 miles, nearly 1,000 upper academy disciples fled in every direction. Some banded together to resist, while others sought refuge in hiding. Waves of demons swept through, scouring the area for these upper academy disciples. Countless disciples were captured, their hands and feet bound, rendered helpless like mere livestock, as they were hoisted upon makeshift litters by two demons, marching deeper into the ruins, oblivious to their fate. Many upper academy disciples even lost their lives during the struggle. Thousands of demons surged forth, encircling the area, shrinking the space in which the remaining disciples could maneuver. In ancient times, humanity was subjugated, akin to sheep before the might of the demon tribes, destined only for sacrifice. In the past, the livestock used for demon rituals had been human. As the demons ravaged through, their laughter echoed, shattering the morale of those upper academy disciples who dared to resist, their sinister chuckles resonating throughout. Rows of bound humans were placed over flames, roasted with oil until fragrant. A knife plunged down, filling a basin with human blood, offered to the spirits of heaven and ancestors, allowing them to savor the taste of human life. These wretched creatures dared to rebel against us. It was time they learned who truly commanded this realm. Zhongyu, Ting Lanyue, He Chung Chuan, and others gathered together, having faced repeated assaults from the demon tribes. Out of over 100 comrades, fewer than 20 remained, with many captured or slain in the chaos. Each of the remaining disciples bore wounds, their bodies marred by injuries of varying severity. Even the mightiest among them, Zhong Yu, Ting Lanyue, and He Chengchuan, had suffered greatly, narrowly escaping death at the hands of the mutated demons. Zhong Yu had discarded the heavy corpse of a mutated demon during battle, leaving behind only its arm and two gleaming scythes, which he repurposed as weapons. These 8-foot-long iron scythes, towering over a person, while not soul weapons, were extraordinarily sharp. When Zhong Yu infused them with his spirit, they moved with the swiftness of the wind, slicing through demon flesh with little resistance. However, the sheer number of demons was overwhelming, and the mutated ones, previously elusive, were now rampant. Almost 1 in every 100 demons was a mutated variant. Even Zhong Yu, in combat with other mutated demons, had narrowly escaped death several times. Though he had slain 1 mutated variant, they were merely the lowest tier of demons, inferior even to the spider demons, while the strength of other mutated demons far surpassed that of the mutated variants. Some mutated demons bore feathers of pure gold, sharp as blades. Others had silk that was incredibly resilient, requiring dozens of strikes from the iron scythes to sever. Some had exoskeletal structures of metal, akin to impenetrable armor, each possessing unique strengths. Through these fierce battles, He Chengchuan and the others witnessed Zhong Yu's formidable prowess. The thunder sword technique in his hands became astoundingly sharp, cutting down any foe in his path. Moreover, Zhong Yu could wield the thunder sword technique while channeling his spirit into the iron scythes, causing swathes of demons to fall. Even more devastating than Ting Lanyue wielding her soul weapon, capturing the attention of all. Yet, their situation grew increasingly perilous. The numbers of mutated demons surged. And despite Zhong Yu's high strength, he found little opportunity to wield it effectively against the mutated variants. The remaining disciples were thus filled with concern for their fate. If we do not escape the demon ruins soon, the higher-ups of the sword sect will surely notice the anomaly and come to investigate, Ting Lanyue encouraged. We only need to hold out for another 2 or 3 days, and reinforcements will arrive to quell this uprising. 2 or 3 days. I fear we may not last that long, He Chengchuan replied with a bitter smile, gazing skyward to see flocks of eagle demons soaring, their sharp eyes searching for upper academy disciples. Sister Ting, the number of demons is increasing, as is the presence of mutated variants. It would be a stroke of luck if we could endure even an hour. A female disciple sighed. If only someone could escape the demon ruins and inform the elders. Zhong Yu closed his eyes, concentrating, allowing his spirit to enter his consciousness. Xinho, do you have any means of escape? There are too many low-level demons here. With your strength, escape is impossible, the spirit replied tersely. Moreover, I sense the presence of demon cultivators, albeit weaker ones, but still too powerful for you. There are secrets hidden within these demon ruins, shrouded in an ancient, dark, and malevolent aura. Demon cultivators? Zhong Yu shivered at the thought. Such beings were immensely powerful, a chasm apart from the upper academy disciples. The emergence of demon cultivators in the ruins spelled disaster. Besides the demon cultivators, there is also this dark and malevolent ancient aura. Is it even stronger than the cultivators? Much stronger indeed, the spirit confirmed. Yet, it seems these ancient presences are suppressed, as if in slumber or even dead, only faintly emanating their essence. Xinho sensed deeply, stating, I perceive that these demon cultivators are preparing for a grand sacrificial rite to awaken these ancient presences. If they succeed, it would spell catastrophe for the sword sect's cultivators. Young man of the Fushi divine clan, if you were to relinquish control of your body to me, I could lead you to escape, but it would expose me. We would have to fight our way out of the sword sect and wander the world. The little flame spirit spoke with enthusiasm. My strength is diminished compared to before, and I have yet to find a worthy successor. There are still many formidable figures within the sword sect who could thwart me. Thus, when I attempt to break out, I plan to detonate the souls of the gods and demons suppressed beneath the sword sect. Those souls are exponentially stronger than the ancient auras within the demon ruins and would surely wreak havoc upon the sword sect, allowing us to escape. Handing over control of his body to Xinho was utterly reckless. Zhong Yu dismissed this dangerous thought. The peril posed by this spirit was 100-fold greater than the demons. Young man, if you fall in battle, I shall intervene without hesitation, Xinho declared within his consciousness. Zhong Yu pondered briefly, then abruptly shifted his expression, whispering, Sister Ting. Brother He, when we encounter the demons, resist only briefly, then allow them to capture us. I have a plan that may afford us a chance to escape. Ting Lanyue and the others felt a spark of hope, their eyes exchanging glances of understanding, silently nodding in agreement. Zhong Yu promptly removed the two 8-foot-long iron sides from his back and buried them in the earth. Ting Lanyue felt a twinge of unease and whispered, "Junior brother Zhong, how far can your spiritual power extend? Can you truly?" Zhong Yu shook his head, gesturing for silence. "Hush! The demons are coming. Humans are here," echoed the cacophony of voices as a group of spider demons discovered them, with several female spider demons exclaiming joyfully, "We've found human calves. Dare to resist, and I shall slay the human female calf, leaving only the male calf for our amusement." Upon hearing this, the faces of He Chengxuan and the other male disciples turned ashen. They made a feeble attempt to resist, but were swiftly captured. A mutated spider demon spewed forth webs, binding them tightly. The human male calf. A female demon affectionately caressed He Chengxuan's cheek, chuckling, "Devouring the male calf during mating is our favorite pastime." The leading mutated spider demon cautioned, "Do not stir up trouble. The elders require the blood of these creatures for ancestral sacrifices." Dozens of the lowest-ranked demons approached, hoisting the captives onto a makeshift litter, striding deeper into the demon realm. "Deliver them to the altar. When the elders arrive, we shall offer these bipedal sheep as a blood sacrifice to venerate our ancestors and awaken their spirits." One of the demons, presumably a small leader among them, gleefully supervised, exclaiming, "We must also awaken our shared ancestor, the celestial matron." The mention of the celestial matron sent a shiver down the spines of Ting Lanyue and the others. Ting Lanyue whispered, "This is terrible. They intend to awaken the celestial matron." Zhong Yu, intrigued, inquired, "Senior sister, who is the celestial matron?" Before Ting Lanyue could respond, the small demon leader chuckled, "The celestial matron is the common ancestor of our great wilderness demon clan, the deity of our kind. She bore the first son, the progenitor of the celestial demon clan. The second son became the ancestor of the eagle demon clan, the third son, the ancestor of the fire demon clan. We, the aberrant demons, are the youngest offspring, of lower status, yet still far superior to your kind. You humans are mere livestock. In ancient times, our ancestors hunted your kind in the great wilderness, especially the human female calves. Haha, once captured, they were stripped bare." The small demon leader pinched Ting Lanyue's cheek, chuckling, completely unaware of the battlefield behind them, where suddenly the earth erupted, and two massive sides leapt from the ground, soaring just above the surface, closely trailing behind them. Unbeknownst to them, as the demons carried Zhong Yu and the others through the encirclement, they stole glances around, observing that the demon presence was dwindling. At the heart of the demon realm, a tempest of demonic energy surged skyward, presumably the altar spoken of by the aberrant demons. "Die!" Zhong Yu bellowed, and the two 8-foot sides abruptly ascended, whirling through the air, slicing their way from the rear of the group to the front. Thud, thud, thud. The demons bearing the litter suddenly had their heads severed, their demonic blood spraying skyward, transforming them into headless corpses. At that moment, the sides, under Zhong Yu's mental command, returned, their blades flashing as they obliterated the small demon leader. Zhong Yu, his mental energy surging from his brow, relentlessly cleaved through the webs binding their hands and feet. With a mighty leap, he directed the side's light towards the webs entangling Ting Lanyue and the others, commanding, "We must flee at once. There may still be a chance to escape the demon realm." Chapter 15. The Sword Gate and the Fangjian Pavilion. Ting Lanyue was the first to break free, immediately flipping over and leaping up. "In the past, my ancestors of the dating clan collaborated with the forebears of the Sword Gate to forge the vast wilderness. They were acutely aware of the terror of the celestial phenomenon matriarch and left behind records regarding her. I have perused those accounts, and the celestial phenomenon matriarch is a demon god, not merely an ordinary being. These fiends aspire to awaken her, and they must inform the higher echelons of the Sword Gate, or else the situation will spiral out of control." Zhong Yu handed her another scythe, and together they swiftly severed the webs binding the others. As they prepared to flee, He Chengxuan urgently exclaimed, "Conceal the bodies." Zhong Yu suddenly realized that this path led directly to the lair of the demon clan. If the multitude of demon corpses were discovered, it would undoubtedly reveal that someone had escaped. They had to bury the bodies to buy themselves more time to flee. Brother, he was also seasoned from the rigors of battle, his mind sharp, Zhong Yu thought to herself. The group immediately set to work burying the numerous demon corpses, orienting themselves before stealthily making their way toward the entrance of the demon ruins. In the demon ruins, there was no distinction between day and night. The The sky remained perpetually overcast. Zhongyu and her companions evaded various demon tribes, drawing ever closer to the entrance of the demon ruins. Ahead, a towering sword gate loomed. This was both the entrance and exit of the demon ruins. Two elders from the sword gate stood guard outside. Once they reached the gate and stepped through, they would be safe. With a collective sigh of relief, the group felt that with only a few miles left, they could finally escape the demon ruins. He Qingchuan wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his mind easing. As long as we escape the demon ruins, we will be safe. We can report to the higher-ups of the sword gate and hopefully still save our fallen brothers. Many disciples of the upper academy nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a voice imbued with an otherworldly magical power rang clearly in their ears, tauntingly declaring, "You managed to escape here. What extraordinary luck. However, none of you will leave alive. How can you even think of saving anyone?" The expressions of the group changed dramatically as they looked up to see a woman standing at the entrance of the demon ruins. Though referred to as a woman, her head was not human but that of an elephant, complete with a long trunk swaying back and forth and two long tusks. The Celestial Phenomenon Demon Clan. The Celestial Phenomenon Clan is the most exalted among the demon races within the Sword Gate's demon ruins. This race has a poor reproductive ability, being few in number. Yet each member is immensely powerful. Even a typical Celestial Phenomenon demon is not weaker than a mutated demon. At the feet of the Celestial Phenomenon Demon Woman lay over 10 corpses, presumably the Upper Academy disciples who had escaped the demon clan's encirclement, only to meet their demise before the sword gate at her hands. A demon clan chi master. Ting Lanhua murmured. A chi master? Startled gasps arose among the group. The demon clan had left a chi master to guard this place, and she was one of the most powerful members of the Celestial Phenomenon clan. Ting Lanhua's voice held a tinge of despair. With a chi master here, we stand no chance of leaving alive. The young human girl has some insight, as she could discern that I have already attained the status of a chi master. The Celestial Phenomenon Demon Woman's eyes glimmered with surprise, and she laughed, saying, "Now, you may strike. I have little appetite for raw flesh, but a keen interest in slaughter." Ting Lanwei gritted her teeth and whispered, "Brothers, we must fight with all our might. If even one of us can escape, it is worth it." The group fell silent, and Zhongyu removed his dark iron scythe, silently wiping it. The Chi Master embodies the essence of spirit, their soul becoming one with their being, immensely powerful. The gap between them and the Chi Master was unfathomable. Their chances of victory were slim to none. Even in a desperate struggle, it seemed likely that all would perish here, with none able to escape. "Younger you. This time I must borrow your body, no matter what." Suddenly, a voice echoed in Zhongyu's mind. "If you die, I will once again fall into silence, waiting for the next Fushi clan to discover me. However, I have endured a long passage of time and am near extinguishment. I cannot wait any longer. Even if I must expose myself, I will act." Zhongyu was taken aback, about to respond when a creaking sound interrupted him. The sword gate was slowly opening. This turn of events left everyone momentarily stunned. Even the Celestial Phenomenon Demon Woman appeared taken aback, failing to react. They heard one of the sword gate elders call from outside. "The demon ruins have opened. You may enter." "Thank you, elder." One by one, the Upper Academy disciples streamed in, chatting and laughing, evidently disciples of a Chi Master from the Upper Academy, entering the sword gate's demon ruins for training. As the Upper Academy disciples entered the demon ruins, they looked up to see Zhongyu, Ting Lanwei, and the Celestial Phenomenon Demon Woman standing before the sword gate. Momentarily stunned, "Brothers, retreat," Ting Lanhua shouted sharply. "Quickly inform the elders. The demon clan has captured all disciples of our academy, preparing for a blood sacrifice to resurrect the Celestial Phenomenon Matriarch." Before she could finish her warning, the Celestial Phenomenon Demon Woman suddenly expanded her trunk, which ballooned massively, resembling a fleshy white sack, 10 zhong wide. With a powerful inhale, the over 100 Upper Academy disciples who had just entered the demon ruins were lifted off the ground, with more than 10 of them swiftly sucked into her trunk. "I detest raw flesh." The Celestial Phenomenon Demon Woman chewed vigorously, blood oozing from the corners of her mouth as she swallowed those 10 or more disciples whole. The remaining 90 or so Upper Academy disciples were caught mid-air, flung away by her trunk like a massive python crushing its prey. None escaped the grisly fate. "Monsters." As the sword gate remained open, a flash of white light appeared, and an elderly figure in white stood at the sword gate, astonished and enraged as he gazed at the Celestial Phenomenon Demon Woman. His expression shifted suddenly as he exclaimed, A Chi master of the celestial phenomenon clan? How could a Chi master be born in the demon ruins where there is no earthly spirit? This is bad. The white-haired elder was one of the two Sword Gate elders responsible for guarding the demon ruins. He quickly realized the gravity of the situation and shouted, "Quickly ring the alarm. The demon clan is performing a ritual in the ruins, allowing this realm to give birth to demonic spirits." Outside the demon ruins, the other elder, hearing this, immediately took action. A faint bell began to toll, its sound resonant and somber. The old ghosts of the human race are quite clever. The celestial phenomenon demon woman chuckled, her trunk whipping around as she lunged toward the elder, declaring, "But it is too late. The spirit of the celestial phenomenon matriarch is about to be awakened. Even if you know, it will be of no help." The celestial phenomenon matriarch? The white-clad elder's complexion altered drastically. Suddenly, another flash of white light appeared, and the other elder rushed into the demon ruins, joining forces to besiege the celestial phenomenon demon woman. The three Chi masters clashed at the Sword Gate, unleashing earth-shattering powers. The celestial phenomenon demon woman merged her being with her spirit, manifesting as a colossal figure with 8 arms and 4 heads, causing the heavens to tremble. The two Sword Gate elders also fused their beings with their spirits, one transforming into a bird-winged deity and the other standing atop a dark turtle, entwined with a great serpent. Their combined might forced Zhong Yu and the others, positioned miles away, to retreat continuously, rendering them unable to approach the Sword Gate and escape the demon ruins. The Sword Gate elders, however, were caught off guard as a torrent of demonic energy surged forth, dark tendrils shooting out. One elder was struck by a tendril, feeling his vital essence draining away, panic rising within him as he sensed his flesh and blood seemingly dissolving in the inky darkness. From afar, the rolling demonic energy coalesced into a mass of demonic clouds, upon which stood a figure clad in black robes, obscured from view. He laughed. The elder of the Sword Gate possesses rich vitality, truly worthy of being a beast cultivated for decades. An offering for the ritual is of the highest caliber. Tentacles writhed and danced around another elder of the Sword Gate, continuously piercing in a relentless assault. In but a moment, the elder emitted a muffled groan as a tentacle infused with dark energy plunged into his chest, causing his vital essence to drain away furiously. "Who are you?" The two Sword Gate elders exclaimed, both astonished and enraged. "Is this something you are meant to comprehend?" The black-robed alchemist laughed heartily. Within an instant, the two elders withered, their souls siphoned away, leaving behind only desiccated husks. With the essence of these two elders, he could awaken the spirit of the celestial matron. The black-robed alchemist cackled, vanishing in a flash, his voice echoing in the distance. "Children, heed my command. Slay all sacrifices upon the altar for the blood ritual." 7 miles away from the Sword Gate, Zhong Yu, He Chengchuan, and Ting Lanyue stood in a daze. He Chengchuan murmured, "The two elders are dead. Hee. The little humans have hidden themselves here." A sudden massive shadow enveloped them. Zhong Yu looked up to see the celestial matron of the demon clan, transformed into a 4-headed, 8-armed elephant-headed demon, looming before them. The celestial matron spoke simultaneously from all directions, her voice rumbling like thunder. "This time, capturing you little ones is secondary. The primary objective is these two Sword Gate elders. With their essence, the celestial matron's spirit can be restored to its full glory." How could the demons of the demon ruins possibly know that these two elders were stationed here? Could it be? Zhong Yu's expression shifted, and he asked, "Did someone inform you of the two elders' whereabouts? Is there a spy from your demon clan within our Sword Gate?" Quite astute for a human. The celestial matron of the demon clan displayed a look of admiration, her elephant trunk lifting in amusement. "Too bad you shall all perish." Zhong Yu's countenance darkened as he thought, "It seems the flames of rebirth will need to utilize my form." Before the celestial matron's trunk could descend, a sudden crimson line split her brow, and a beam of sword light shot forth from her mind like a shooting star. Whoosh! The brilliant sword light extended for miles before retracting, leaving the celestial matron's eyes wide with shock as her body crashed to the ground, shaking the earth violently. A white-clad alchemist walked through the air with an air of calm, gazing toward the depths of the demon ruins, where a swirling mist of blood enveloped the altar, seemingly harboring divine beings within, their colossal forms flickering in and out of visibility. The demons of the demon ruins had transformed nearly 1,000 disciples of the Sword Gate into sacrificial offerings for the celestial matron. "Bear the mountain, bear my sword." The white-clad alchemist declared nonchalantly. A thunderous rumble ensued, drawing the attention of Zhongyue, Ting Lanyue, and the other disciples of the upper courtyard. They turned to see a gargantuan tortoise, resembling a mountain, slowly making its way past them, causing the earth to crack and mountains to undulate beneath its weight. The ancient tortoise bore upon its back a radiant sword light, dazzling beyond compare. Was this the celestial matron from 10 millennia ago? The white-clad alchemist opened his palm, and the brilliant sword light soared into the air, landing in his grasp, causing the immense tortoise to move with newfound vigor. From the sword pavilion of the Sword Gate, may the celestial matron bestow her teachings. Chapter 16. The Celestial Phenomenon and the Sword Gate. Zhongyue was visibly moved as he cast a deep glance at the white-clad alchemist. The alchemist walked through the air with ease, as if treading upon solid ground, accompanied by an enormous ancient tortoise that resembled a mountain, its every step causing the earth to tremble. The tortoise moved at a significantly accelerated pace, likely due to the weight of the sword light it had previously carried, which had hindered its movement. Now, with its robust legs, it covered vast distances in a single stride, moving faster than Zhongyue could sprint, resembling a colossal mountain in motion. The weight of the sword light from the Sword Gate was indeed formidable. Before long, the ancient tortoise traversed the mountainous terrain of the demon ruins, its shell towering like a moving peak. Deep within the ruins, around the altar, countless demons roared like a swarm of ants, surging toward the tortoise with a thunderous momentum. Among the myriad of demon tribes, celestial demons, eagle demons, fire demons, spider demons, serpent demons, and other aberrations, there were hundreds of thousands, even millions, creating a terrifying spectacle. Among these demons were many mutated ones, possessing extraordinary power. They swarmed around the ancient tortoise, resembling a mass of ants climbing its legs, wielding various weapons that clanged like thunder as they struck down upon it. With a mighty roar, the ancient tortoise unleashed a sound that rippled through the air, causing the surrounding mountains to tremble violently. The shockwave was so intense that floating stones were lifted into the air, shooting off in all directions. Countless demons perched upon the tortoise were sent flying, their insides crushed, their brains exploding from the force of the sound. The tortoise was engulfed by a wave of sound that swept through a radius of 8 or 9 miles, creating a breathtaking scene akin to a cataclysmic explosion. Even Zhongyue and his companions, situated near the exit of the demon ruins, felt the overwhelming sound pressure, heavy upon their chests, nearly causing them to cough up blood. One could only imagine the ferocity of the sound waves experienced by the demons in close proximity to the ancient tortoise. Suddenly, figures began to rise among the demons. These were the concealed demon alchemists who, upon reaching the air, summoned their spirits to attack the tortoise. In that moment, a variety of extraordinary manifestations appeared in the sky. A 4-headed, 8-armed elephant-headed deity, an eagle-headed deity with 4 wings, a single-eyed fire demon, and a spider demon, among others. These were the spirits conjured by the demon alchemists. Though they had yet to reach the unity of spirit and soul, their summoned spirits were nonetheless terrifying, shaking the mountains as they attempted to eliminate the ancient tortoise while it was in a frenzy, aiming to sever the support of the Sword Gate. Meanwhile, the Sword Gate remained focused, fixated on the blood mist hovering above the altar, where the figure of the demon god became increasingly discernible, even as the mist grew fainter. With a swift motion, the Sword Gate's left hand drew the sword, and with a gentle flick of the thumb, the blade revealed a gleaming edge, radiating golden light. The sword trembled lightly, emitting a crisp ringing sound as waves of sword energy surged forth, dazzling like a peacock's plumage in full display. Before the demon alchemists could launch their assault on the ancient tortoise, they were met with a rain of sword energy and various heads, including those of the elephant-headed, eagle-headed, single-eyed, and spider demons, fell from the sky like a torrential downpour. The Sword Gate sheathed the sword, causing the previously unleashed waves of sword energy to vanish, leaving behind a multitude of lifeless bodies tumbling from the air. The demon alchemists hidden among the throngs of demons were entirely obliterated. Zhongyue, witnessing this spectacle, was left in awe, murmuring to himself, "One day, I too shall become such an alchemist." Within his consciousness, the ember-like spirit responded, "Indeed, the Sword Gate possesses remarkable prowess. Not as uninspired as one might think. Should you continue to cultivate the visualization techniques I have imparted, becoming an alchemist of their caliber may not be beyond your reach. Should you become the bearer of the Ember's legacy, surpassing them would be merely a matter of time. Alas, Your Fushi bloodline is rather weak. I am already quite content to become an alchemist of the Sword Gate, Zhongyu replied with a smile. The ember spirit shook its head, flickering like a small flame caught in a breeze. Is that truly sufficient for you? You underestimate the power of the visualization techniques I have bestowed upon you, junior brother Zhong. What are you still doing? Tian Lanyue and the others hurriedly urged as they made their way towards the exit of the demon ruins. Turning back, they saw Zhongyu still gazing into the depths of the chaos, exclaiming, "Alchemists clash, in a moment as carelessness could spell our doom. We must leave at once." Reluctantly, Zhongyu withdrew his gaze, prepared to follow his companions out of the ruins when he suddenly noticed the massive corpse of the celestial demon woman. His heart stirred, and he conjured the image of a dragon, letting out a mighty roar as the dragon totem emerged, opening its jaws to grasp the celestial demon alchemist's ankle and pull with all its might. Tian Lanyue and the others were left speechless at this sight. Senior sister Tian. Senior brother He. Is the corpse of this celestial demon alchemist of great value? Zhongyu inquired. He Chengchuan chuckled bitterly. Junior brother Zhong, are you seeking death? While the corpse of the celestial demon alchemist may hold considerable worth, what is it compared to your own life? Should the aftermath of the alchemist's battle reach us here, we would all perish. The weight of this celestial demon's corpse is enormous, and moving it is no simple task. He trailed off, as Zhongyu's dragon totem was indeed dragging the celestial demon's body with surprising speed. He Chengchuan's heart raced with astonishment. The mutated celestial demon's bones were pure, dark gold, significantly heavier than dark iron. The weight of the celestial demon alchemist's skeleton alone likely exceeded 10,000 pounds. Coupled with her flesh, the total mass was staggering. How could junior brother Zhong's dragon, summoned by his spirit, manage to drag it? Just how resilient was his mental strength? This expedition has seen us face life and death. We cannot return empty-handed, Zhongyu declared with a smile. Once we extract this celestial demon alchemist's corpse, we shall sell it and share the proceeds. Regret and sorrow washed over Tian Lanyue, He Chengchuan, and the others. Over 100 disciples from Master Pu's sect had entered for this expedition, yet only a mere handful returned alive, the rest having perished in the demon's blood sacrifice upon the altar. Taking a deep breath, Tian Lanyue summoned her mental energy to assist in dragging the celestial demon alchemist's corpse towards the exit. In a low voice, she said, "This tragedy can only be blamed on the treachery of the demons in the ruins and the negligence of the Sword Gate's higher-ups in their oversight. Indeed, the number of disciples lost in the demon ruins may well exceed 1,000, including 2 elders from the Sword Gate." He Chengchuan nodded, shaking his head in disbelief. Tian Lanyue's expression turned serious. "Junior brothers, once we leave the demon ruins, we must not speak of higher-level traitors. Such discussions could provoke a deadly response. Do you understand? There are certainly those among the higher-ups of the Sword Gate who are aware of these matters. It is best left to them to handle." A chill ran through the hearts of the group, and they all nodded in agreement. With traitors among the higher ranks of the Sword Gate, Zhongyu and his companions, as mere disciples, were fortunate to escape with their lives. To openly discuss traitors would surely invite unwarranted peril. As Zhongyu was about to exit the demon ruins, he glanced back and saw, before the altar, the swirling demonic energy akin to flowing currents, continuously shifting. Within it, he discerned a figure cloaked in black standing amidst the mists, behind whom the form of the celestial phenomenon mother became increasingly distinct. A towering spirit of a demon god emerged from the blood mist, the celestial phenomenon mother adorned with 8 heads, those of an elephant, a serpent, a single eye, and an eagle, while her lower body took the form of a spider, whose myriad eyes were only half open, as if caught in a perpetual state of awakening. The flesh and blood of thousands of disciples from the upper echelons, along with the lifeblood of 2 esteemed elders from the Sword Sect, were being coalesced by this malevolent spirit, subtly forming her corporeal body. Surrounding the altar, countless lowly demons incessantly bowed and prostrated themselves, fervently attempting to awaken the celestial mother of phenomena. "Ah, Fangjianga, your prowess has indeed advanced. You rightfully stand as the second among the 4 young titans of the Sword Sect, a being of innate gold essence." The figure cloaked in black mist swiftly maneuvered, chuckling. "Do you truly believe that you can vanquish the spirit of the celestial mother with mere solitary strength? You are not of the demon race." Fangjianga halted, turning his head to inquire. "You belong to my Sword Sect. Yet your aura of demonic energy and the black robe serve only to conceal your identity. Who exactly are you?" He slowly drew forth his treasured sword. golden light swirling around the blade, resonating with a thunderous sound akin to rolling thunder. Fang Jianga maintained a calm demeanor as he stepped forward. You may choose not to reveal yourself, but that matters not. Should we engage in combat, you will inevitably unleash your most formidable techniques, and thus I shall discern your identity. The cloaked figure erupted into hearty laughter, suddenly disintegrating into a wisp of black smoke. It shall not be so simple to retain my presence. Fang Jianga, the celestial mother of phenomena, has awakened, and I hope you survive. Upon the altar, the colossal spirit of the malevolent deity gradually opened its myriad eyes, fixing its gaze upon Fang Jianga. Livestock. The spirit of the malevolent deity intoned. Livestock? In that instant, a fierce murderous intent ignited within Fang Jianga's eyes, dazzling sword light inundating the heavens and earth. Golden sword energy slicing through the skies, shaking the very foundations of existence, piercing through the celestial mother's essence. Did it flee or perish? The spirit of the celestial mother collapsed with a resounding roar, blood cascading like a waterfall, as Fang Jianga sheathed his sword and surveyed the scene. Noting the countless casualties among the demons below, while the essence of the celestial mother vanished without a trace. Burden the mountain, carry my sword, let us return. Fang Jianga cast his sword light upwards, which landed upon the back of the ancient turtle. The old creature grunted, shifting its steps towards the exit, raising its head to declare, Jianga, the celestial mother of phenomena, has likely returned to life. A mere soul cannot stir significant turmoil. The arduous task of seeking the essence of the celestial mother shall be left to the old bones of the sword sect. Fang Jianga replied indifferently, What intrigues me is that traitor. What is his true intent in awakening the celestial mother? Chapter 17. Unbridled ambition. The tumultuous uprising of the demon clan within the Sword Gate's magical ruins saw thousands of disciples from the upper academy cruelly sacrificed as livestock in a blood offering to awaken the spirit of the celestial mother. Many disciples of the Qi refinement sect met their untimely demise, effectively annihilating entire lineages. The uproar this incident caused within the Sword Gate was palpable. The higher echelons of the Sword Gate were engulfed in fury, marking an unprecedented humiliation since its inception. Among the deceased disciples, numerous were scions of the 10 great clans of the wilderness, including offspring of clan leaders. Elders emerged from the lofty palaces atop Sword Gate Mountain, entering the magical ruins in search of the Qi refinement practitioners of the demon clan and the spirit of the celestial mother. The commotion escalated, with whispers of betrayal surfacing, suggesting that a traitor had emerged within the Sword Gate, colluding with the demon clan for nefarious purposes. After more than 10 days, the situation calmed, and the elders sealed the magical ruins, prohibiting anyone from entering. However, these events had become irrelevant to Zhongyu. Old Pu arrived promptly, meeting Ting Lanwei and the others, a mix of joy and sorrow on his face. Of the 100 disciples under his tutelage, only a handful remained, a tragic toll indeed. Ting Lanwei and He Chenchuan approached him, bowing respectfully. Old Pu, we owe our escape from the magical ruins to junior brother Zhong. The group hastily recounted their harrowing experiences in the ruins. Old Pu, visibly moved, scrutinized Zhongyu and slowly nodded. You are Zhongyu of the Zhong clan. A promising young talent. You have saved my disciples and possess exceptional aptitude. I wish to take you as my disciple and impart to you my thunderbolt sword technique. Ting Lanwei cast meaningful glances at Zhongyu, urging him to accept the offer. After contemplating for a moment, Zhongyu shook his head. Thank you, Old Pu. However, if you include me in the ranks of your disciples, it may provoke the ire of the Tianfeng clan. If you do not mind, I would prefer to attend your lectures regularly without being formally recognized as your disciple, thus avoiding any conflict with the Tianfeng clan. He had initially yearned to join the ranks of a Qi refinement master, but now he felt less eager, even harboring a desire to remain without a mentor. The skill imparted by the fire of inheritance, the Sun Emperor's visualization technique, was incredibly potent, enabling him to rapidly advance through the realms of Qi refinement. In just a few days, he had traversed the stages of out-of-body and soul offering. If he were to become a disciple of a Qi refinement master, it would likely expose his unique technique. Zhongyu mused inwardly, should my technique be revealed, the Sword Gate's pursuit of its origins would lead them to the fire of inheritance, which could unleash chaos. Old Pu smiled. You have saved my disciple, and I must repay you. You are in need of a soul weapon, are you not? He observed Zhongyu, noting the 2 mutated demonic arm bones he carried, resembling elongated scythes. The corpse of the Celestial Mother's Chi refinement practitioner lay nearby. You excel in strength, and your spiritual power is commendable among your peers. You can wield 2 soul weapons. I shall forge for you 2 black gold soul weapons using a blend of Xian iron and Xian gold. In 20 days, visit the Sutra Pavilion, and you shall receive your soul weapons. Ting Lanyue and the others could not help but display envy. For a Chi refinement master like Old Pooh, crafting soul weapons was no trivial task. Typically, he could forge one within 2 or 3 days. However, the 20-day wait indicated that these soul weapons would be extraordinary. Xian iron and Xian gold could already yield superior soul weapons, and with Old Pooh's craftsmanship, these weapons would be exceedingly rare even among the core descendants of the great clans. Zhong Yu felt a surge of joy, expressing his gratitude. He turned to Ting Lanyue, saying, "Sister, since Old Pooh is using the Xian gold from the corpse of the demon clan practitioner to forge my soul weapons, I shall forego the remaining Xian gold. You and the other seniors may divide it amongst yourselves." Ting Lanyue quickly replied, "How can that be? This demon clan practitioner was brought back by you. So it is only right that you receive the greater share. You should certainly take an additional portion. To be honest, if we were to sell the remaining Xian gold through the Ting clan, each of us could receive at least 800 feather spirit pills." Zhong Yu was startled. 800 feather spirit pills. The Sword Gate distributed 10 feather spirit pills to Upper Academy disciples each month, meaning it would take 6 to 7 years to accumulate such an amount. Ting Lanyue smiled. "Junior brother, you seem intrigued. Once I sell the Xian gold, I will come to find you." The group dispersed, and Zhong Yu returned to his courtyard, connecting with the fire of inheritance within his consciousness. Fire. The Sword Gate has likely existed for over 10,000 years. How could the Celestial Mother possibly survive until now? You are mistaken, the fire explained. Gods and demons are unlike you. Both human and demon clans possess souls, yet lack spirits. Souls and spirits are fundamentally distinct. Only by becoming a Chi refinement practitioner can one achieve the unity of soul and spirit. The fire elaborated. For instance, the elder you just met, Old Pooh, has achieved this unity. The mountain god is his spirit, and he can transform his soul into a totem for his kin to worship. Should this elder perish, his tightly bound soul and spirit would endure. As long as the spirit survives, so too does the soul. The preservation of the spirit occurs through worship, allowing his soul to remain intact due to the offerings of his clan. In such a case, he would ascend to divinity, becoming the mountain god. If the worship were potent enough, it might even fashion a golden body for his soul, allowing him to resurrect from death, wielding immense power. Zhong Yu suddenly comprehended that the Celestial Mother, an ancient demon deity, though deceased, had likely not been vanquished by the predecessors of the Sword Gate. If the demon clan had been covertly venerating her, her essence might still linger. Spirits hold such power? Chi refinement practitioners unify their spirits and souls to safeguard their essence, preventing the dissipation of their souls after death. Zhong Yu's understanding of spirits deepened. I wonder if the Fangjian Pavilion has slain the essence of the Celestial Mother. Not at all, the fire replied succinctly. Shortly after you departed the magical ruins, I sensed an evil aura escaping alongside you. It must be the essence of the Celestial Mother. Zhong Yu was taken aback, exclaiming, "The Celestial Mother has left the magical ruins? How could she have done so while elders were searching within?" Naturally, someone among those elders facilitated her escape, the fire remarked nonchalantly. Without any demon clan worshippers outside the magical ruins, her essence would soon perish unless she found a suitable vessel to inhabit. In my estimation, the one who took her away has likely secured a body for her. She is now indistinguishable among the people of the Sword Gate. The Celestial Mother among the Sword Gate's ranks? Zhong Yu suppressed his shock, murmuring, "This is dire." Fire. Can you sense whose body the Celestial Mother has inhabited? Currently, she is concealed within another's form, obscuring my ability to detect her. The fire replied with a chuckle. If I were to encounter that individual, I could sense her. But at present, I cannot. It is quite amusing. The traitor within the Sword Gate has expended considerable effort to extricate the Celestial Mother from the magical ruins, undoubtedly for a sinister scheme. How delightful it will be to witness the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, within a grand hall resembling a spirit herb, a curious young girl of 13 or 14 surveyed her new form, peering left and right before bursting into laughter. I never imagined I would end up hiding within the body of livestock. How ironic, wouldn't you agree? A shadowy figure lurking in the darkness chuckled at her words. Celestial Mother, humanity serves as livestock for our divine kin, Yet you have been suppressed by that very livestock for so many years. Now that is the true irony. Had I not guided your descendants to become chi refinement practitioners, your escape would have taken eons. The celestial mother cackled. I never anticipated that as a demon deity. I would be rescued by the mortal enemies of my clan, the divine beings. After enduring countless hardships and devising intricate plans to extricate me from my predicament. What is it that you truly seek? A voice emerged from the shadows. I desire the treasures hidden beneath Sword Gate Mountain. The expression on the celestial matron's face shifted dramatically, her charming countenance oscillating between light and darkness. The treasures beneath? Who are you, and how do you know? As a deity, I am privy to certain secrets. You must understand the terror that would ensue should those treasures come to light. I am well aware of that. The figure in the shadows spoke languidly. I possess absolute confidence in my ability to control that power. Celestial Matron, my rescue of you was merely a means to enlist your assistance. Even without your help, Sword Gate shall inevitably be mine, and so too shall the treasures beneath it. The Celestial Matron scoffed, and after a moment's pause, replied, I have yet to regain my strength. How can I assist you? I can wait for your recovery. Celestial Matron, your current form is that of an outer disciple of Sword Gate. You should first cultivate in the outer sect, then ascend to the rank of Chi Refiner. Once you have regained a measure of your powers, I shall have further use for you. As a spirit of the demon god, do not disappoint me. With a disdainful snort, the Celestial Matron descended the mountain, heading directly for the upper courtyard of Sword Gate. In the courtyard, Zhongyu, lacking the feather spirit elixir, hesitated to practice the Fire Era Palace's searing emperor visualization. Instead, he devoted his days to the Thunderbolt Sword technique and the Serpent Dragon Totem Circumvention technique. Both techniques were replete with profundities. Each time he visualized these two arts, he garnered different insights. The Thunderbolt Sword technique was an offensive method, whereas the Serpent Dragon Circumvention technique focused on body refinement. Now, by merging these two arts, transforming the Thunderous Totem into a Serpent Dragon, he discovered even greater subtleties. Immersing himself in the joys of cultivation, he realized that this combination enhanced his physical prowess more rapidly than before, the Thunderous Totem coiling around him. The lightning refining his body rendered him more resilient. With a mere thought, his strength erupted, swift as thunder. This innovative method of body refinement surpassed the singular Serpent Dragon Circumvention technique, accelerating his physical enhancement. While other disciples of the upper courtyard regarded body refinement with indifference, he remained undeterred, growing stronger with each practice. Zzz. Within him, arcs of lightning flickered. The form of the thunderous serpent dragon faintly traversed his skin, muscles, bones, and even blood, flooding his body with a formidable current that refined impurities and subtly infused his being with the energy of thunder. After 6 or 7 days of practice, Zhongyu sensed that he had reached a bottleneck in this body refinement method, with diminishing returns on his physical enhancement. He mused, it must be that my serpent dragon circumvention technique lacks true transmission, preventing further progress. With over 10 days remaining until Master Pu completes the spirit weapon, I might as well visit Shui Qingyan. After all, I had promised her I would visit the female academy. Furthermore, I am uncertain if she has ventured to the demon ruins. Zhongyu exited the courtyard and headed straight for the female academy, only to find several male disciples from the upper courtyard lurking outside, peering furtively. He felt puzzled, shook his head, and entered the female academy unperturbed. Suddenly, someone had intruded into the female academy. The furtive male disciples' eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, exclaiming in astonishment, such audacity. This person dares to invade the female academy. Will he be beaten to death by those girls? In the corner before the academy stood a stone tablet inscribed with the warning, male disciples who trespass into the female academy shall be dealt with severely. Chapter 18. The dual flight of fish and wild geese. The women's courtyard serves as the residence for the female disciples of the upper academy, a realm entirely foreign and shrouded in mystery to any male disciple. There have been instances where male disciples ventured into the women's courtyard only to be met with violent repercussions, resulting in memory loss and expulsion from the Sword Gate. Such occurrences transpire once or twice each year, and while many male disciples harbor a sense of longing for the women's courtyard, its perils are widely acknowledged. Even if one has an acquaintance among the female disciples, they must wait outside, hesitant to enter. May this brave soul find his way, remarked several male disciples outside, relishing in the misfortune of others. Zhongyu, having only recently become a disciple of the upper academy, was unaware of the strict prohibition against male disciples entering the women's courtyard, and thus boldly stepped inside without any hindrance. The women's courtyard indeed differed from the men's. It was adorned with picturesque scenery, a feast for the eyes. As he strolled, he marveled at the breathtaking sights, a tapestry of blooming flowers, emerald mountains, azure waters, and a sky painted in shades of blue. A harmonious blend of lake and sky, where small boats drifted lazily and waterfowl frolicked, serenaded by ethereal female voices that echoed sweetly in the air. Zhang Yu paused to take in the sight of a woman perched at the bow of a boat, singing a haunting melody. The gentle ripples of the water revealed a few maidens surfacing from below, their delicate forms resting on the edge of the boat, listening intently, their fragrant shoulders emerging from the water's embrace. "There's a man spying on you while you bathe," cried the woman in the boat, catching sight of Zhang Yu by the lakeside. The startled maidens quickly submerged, sending splashes of water into the air. Zhang Yu hastened his retreat, but the girls swam to a nearby island, hastily donning their garments, their eyes wide with fury as they searched for Zhang Yu's whereabouts. "A man has intruded upon our upper academy and dared to watch us bathe. Alert the others immediately and track him down. The audacity to invade the women's courtyard and spy on us. Find him and break his legs." As Zhang Yu ambled leisurely through the women's courtyard, he pondered, where could Qingyan be? This place is vast, and with so many female disciples, it is indeed challenging to locate her. Perhaps I should inquire with someone. "Junior brother Zhong, what brings you here?" A familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. Turning towards the sound, he saw Ting Lanyue, carrying a basket of flowers and dressed in the simple attire of a village girl, her expression one of astonishment. "You are quite bold, daring to intrude upon the women's courtyard." Ting Lanyue approached him briskly, then suddenly realized, her cheeks flushing with shyness. "Are you here to find me?" Zhong Yu chuckled. "Sister, you misunderstand. I seek a dear friend named Shui Qingyan, of the Shui Tu clan from the Wei Shui tribe. I had promised to visit her, but I only found the time today. Are you acquainted with her?" "Oh, so it is not me you are looking for." Ting Lanwei felt a twinge of disappointment before quickly regaining her composure. "So, you are in search of Sister Shui Qingyan? Could it be that she is your little romantic interest?" Before Zhong Yu could respond, Ting Lanyue seized his arm and pulled him toward her quarters, exclaiming, "You are far too reckless. If word gets out that you have entered the women's courtyard, you will be in serious trouble. Let us hide in my room for now. By the way, did anyone see you come in?" Zhong Yu hesitated. "I saw someone singing by the lake, and there were others bathing. I was noticed, so I left." Ting Lanyue shot him an incredulous look, exasperated. "You are in quite the predicament. Among those bathing was my senior sister, Yu Fian, the granddaughter of the Yushir clan leader, one of the top 10 clans. She is renowned as the strongest disciple in the women's courtyard, almost a master of qi refinement. You dared to watch her bathe? You are doomed. Hide in my room until the uproar subsides, and I will quietly escort you out." Zhong Yu explained, "I had no intention of watching her bathe. I was merely captivated by the singing. The singer is no ordinary person. She hails from the Taolin clan, ranking 3rd among the top 10 clans, Tao Dare. Her voice is enchanting. Her father is the enforcement elder of our sword gate. You may have encountered him when you joined. His perpetually grim demeanor makes him appear as if he harbors a vendetta against everyone." Ting Lanyue's expression turned serious as she placed her upper academy token on the door, saying, "If discovered, you will truly be in grave danger. I will go find Sister Shui, but you two must not engage in any scandalous behavior in my quarters." Zhong Yu, perplexed, asked, "What scandalous behavior could possibly occur between Shui Qingyan and me?" Ting Lanyue shot him a pointed look, indignantly retorting, "Regardless, you must not cause any scandal in my home." Before long, Ting Lanyue returned, but Shui Qingyan was not with her. She shook her head at Zhong Yu. "Your little romantic interest was summoned by a qi refiner from the Shui Tu clan a few days ago and has since entered seclusion. I visited her, but she expressed no desire to see you. Have you quarreled? I mentioned your near demise in the magic ruins, but she seemed indifferent." Zhong Yu felt a pang of surprise and concern. Qingyan, usually so gentle, had grown distant. Ting Lanyue continued, "Sister Shui's cultivation has progressed remarkably. She has advanced significantly since returning from the mountain, surpassing even my abilities. It seems she may soon comprehend the essence and become a qi refiner. Such rapid advancement is truly astonishing, even more so than yours. At this rate, it is uncertain whether Yu Fian can maintain her title as the strongest." Feeling disheartened, Zhong Yu rose to leave, Since Sister Shui does not wish to see me, I shall take my leave. No, Ting Lanyue insisted, if you leave now, you will surely be caught. If anyone sees you exiting my quarters, my reputation will be ruined. Wait until nightfall. I will secretly escort you out. Zhongyu nodded, and they fell into silence. Sharing a room with Ting Lanyue felt somewhat awkward. She stole glances at him and noticed that he was not the conventionally handsome type, but rather rugged, with thick brows and large eyes, his physique strong and imposing, towering over most youths. Though she considered herself tall among women, standing before him made her feel rather petite. Upon closer inspection, Zhongyu possessed a rugged charm that was more appealing than that of the traditionally handsome disciples. Ting Lanyue felt her cheeks warm at the thought. As night descended, after more than an hour had passed, Ting Lanyue quietly led Zhongyu outside, her heart racing with anxiety. Sneaking out with a young man from the women's courtyard would spell disaster for her reputation, and he would undoubtedly be perceived as her little lover. Her heart fluttered anxiously, but fortunately the night was dark, and they encountered no other female disciples. Suddenly, as they passed a courtyard, Zhongyu's mind resonated with the flickering flame of his consciousness. Youngyu, I sense the aura of the Celestial Mother nearby, very close. The Celestial Mother? Zhongyu's heart raced. Could it be that she had taken refuge within the upper academy of the Sword Gate? This malevolent spirit was likely residing within the body of a female disciple, concealed within this very courtyard. The flickering flame continued. Her aura is quite faint, hidden within the woman's body, surfacing only occasionally. She must have only recently acquired this vessel and has yet to fully assimilate with it. Once she does, I will find it exceedingly difficult to sense her presence. Zhongyu glanced at the courtyard, and Ting Lanyue, surprised, chuckled. Junior brother Zhong, you truly possess a lover's intuition to discern that this is indeed Sister Shui Qingyan's residence. Alas, your little romantic interest does not wish to see you. Let us leave quickly to avoid detection, lest I bear the blame for her troubles. In a cacophony of thoughts, Zhongyu trudged forward, his steps uneven, until he finally emerged from the women's courtyard. The revelation that Shui Shimi had been parasitized by the Celestial Mother left his mind in disarray. The girl who always called him Brother Yu was now a vessel for a formidable entity, a notion he found utterly incomprehensible. After a brief moment of reflection, he pondered. If she is possessed by the spirit of a demon god, does that mean Shui Shimi remains the same as before? The power of a demon god's essence was unfathomable. The soul of an ordinary person would perish under its weight. Xinhua, the young child, replied nonchalantly. Even a qi refinement practitioner might not withstand it. If possessed, the soul is undoubtedly doomed, leaving only the body to exist. Ting Lanyue, observing his despondence, shook her head and remarked, Junior brother, you are still quite young. If you become infatuated with beauty, it may hinder your progress and cultivation. With a chuckle, she added, Ting Shimi. So you acknowledge that being lost in beauty can impede one's cultivation. Suddenly, a chilling laugh echoed from the small grove outside the courtyard. Several women emerged, blocking their path, led by the senior sister Yufian, who surveyed Zhongyu with a disdainful smirk. You hide a man in your home and indulge in pleasures. What do you have to say for yourself? Ting Lanyue, sensing disaster, quickly interjected, Senior sister you misunderstand. Another woman scoffed, misunderstand? If it were a misunderstanding, would you have concealed your little man in your room for so long? What good deeds have you engaged in during this time? Do I need to spell it out for you? The rules of the women's courtyard cannot be altered. Otherwise, if you harbor a man, I shall do the same, and chaos will ensue. Today, your little lover must lose a leg. You may choose which of the 3 legs it shall be, Ting Shimi. In a panic, Ting Lanyue turned to Zhongyu and whispered urgently, Junior brother, you must leave at once. Suddenly, a piercing sound erupted as totem pillars emerged, radiating brilliance. Yufian and her companions had set up a formation with the totem pillars, restraining the 2 of them. Ting Lanyue felt her body immobilized, her heart racing with anxiety. Out of nowhere, one of the totem pillars trembled and soared into the air, exploding with a resounding bang. Zhongyu advanced, his muscles quaking, and the pressure from the totem pillars rebounded against his form, causing them to burst into splinters. Yufian yelled as she took to the skies. Suddenly, in midair, fish and geese soared together. Her mental energies surged forth, conjuring a massive fish and bird that lunged toward Zhongyu. In the darkness, the 2 figures collided. Thunder and lightning illuminated the void, revealing a fearsome dragon that shone with the brilliance of thunder, crashing against the flying creatures. The roar of the dragon echoed as Yu Fian let out a muffled groan and fell to the ground, looking up to find the monstrous dragon vanished, while Zhong Yu too had disappeared into the shadows. Ting Lanyue's heart skipped a beat. The top practitioner of the women's courtyard, senior sister Yu, had failed to stop him? Chapter 19. Between life and death, Yu Fian scoffed lightly, striding forward, only to find that Zhong Yu had already vanished into the darkness. If she pursued him further, she might end up at the male dormitory, so she halted her steps and turned back, casually remarking, "Some abilities." Beside her, Tao Dyer, fuming, retorted, "Junior sister Ting, how could you bring a man in here? Moreover, your little man is a lecher, spying on us while we bathe." Ting Lanyue hastily interjected. Zhong Shidi has only recently entered the upper courtyard and is unaware of its rules. He did not intentionally watch you bathe, Tao Shiji. Please do not inform your father. Last time in the demon ruins, we managed to escape thanks to Zhong Shidi. He mistakenly entered the female courtyard, and I naturally must protect him from being beaten to death by you all. Tao Dyer chuckled. Look at how anxious you are. Do not worry. I didn't bathe in front of him, so I won't tell my father. Only those who were seen would be furious. Ting Lanyue smiled gently, casting a discreet glance at Yu Fian. Yu Fian's expression was icy as she coldly stated, "Junior sister, summon your man. Let us duel once more, and I shall overlook his intrusion while I bathed." Ting Lanyue, both amused and exasperated, realized that Yu Fian was fueled by a competitive spirit due to her inability to retain Zhong Yu. After all, it was the first time the senior sister of the female courtyard had not bested a male disciple, and her pride would not allow her to simply swallow this humiliation. She blinked, contemplating. Zhong Shidi's abilities are growing increasingly remarkable, akin to a meteoric rise, nearly matching the progress of Shui, Qingyan Shimi. They are quite well matched. No wonder they have an eye for each other. But why did Shui Shimi have a falling out with him? And Zhong Shidi's expression seemed quite grim when he departed. Zhong Yu hurried through the darkness, navigating the dense forest, his mind ablaze with tumultuous waves. The shock of Shui, Qingyan's plight rattled his spirit, rendering his thoughts in turmoil. Xinhua, this matter. Do you intend to inform the Qi refiners of the sword sect? The young Xinhua hovered in the air, surrounded by the roaring tempest of his consciousness. Shaking his head, the crux is, why should others believe you? What is your standing? Merely a minor disciple of the outer sect, who would heed your words. Moreover, should you voice this, your death will not be far off. Zhong Yu felt a chill in his heart, suddenly enlightened. You speak the truth. I have been remiss. The Celestial Mother emerged from the demon ruins, indicating there is a traitor among the sword sect's higher-ups. Moreover, Senior Sister Ting mentioned that Shui Shimi was summoned by the Shui Tu clan as Qi refiners, which raises significant suspicion against them. The Shui Tu clan is one of the 10 great clans of the vast wilderness. If they conspire with the Celestial Mother, my words would not only go unheeded, but the Shui Tu clan could easily orchestrate my demise. As his thoughts concluded, the tumultuous waves in his consciousness gradually calmed, becoming increasingly serene. Excellent. Though you were momentarily disturbed, your ability to regain composure surpasses that of countless commoners. Xinhua commended. However, I still sense your intent to kill. Are you planning to eliminate the Celestial Mother? Zhong Yu nodded slowly, reminiscing about the girl who always called him Brother Yu, a pang of sorrow in his heart. Shui Qingyan remains, yet that girl is no longer the same. Should I manage to slay the Celestial Mother, it would serve as vengeance for Shui Shimi, not in vain for our acquaintance. Then you must strive diligently. The Celestial Mother, despite being a mere rustic demon god, is not to be underestimated. Her soul persists. Once she merges with her vessel, she will inherently possess spirit. Even if you refine your spirit, you would still be no match for her. Xinhua remarked. Currently, her lack of advancement in Qi refinement is mainly due to her disconnection with this body. Once she integrates with it, her ascension to Qi refiner will be inevitable. As for you, your soul remains too weak, significantly inferior to that of a demon god. Even achieving spiritual unity would still place you beneath her. Xinhua, you must know how I might surpass the Celestial Mother, right? Zhong Yu's heart stirred, urgently inquiring. Naturally, the Celestial Mother is merely a rustic demon god. Once you attain sufficient strength to become a Qi refiner, I shall reveal the method to you. Xinhua stated earnestly. However, you too are a rustic being, an offspring of the Fushi divine clan. Thus, you not only need to exert yourself 100-fold, but also ensure your foundation is more solid than anyone else's. I possess a training method that will allow you to cultivate with remarkable efficiency, fortifying your foundation immensely. The question remains, can you endure this hardship? Yawning, Xinhua added, I have awakened for too long. I require a brief slumber. Once your feather spirit pills arrive, rouse me, and I shall guide your cultivation. His form gradually transformed into a pure flame, falling silent. Is Xinhua not returning to the copper lamp for slumber this time? Zhongyu pondered, observing the small flame floating quietly above his consciousness, not departing, unlike the previous time when Xinhua had slept in the dilapidated lamp. When will I become a qi refiner? Journey beyond the vast wilderness and seek the pure-blood inheritor of the flame alongside Xinhua? Zhongyu closed his eyes, envisioning the serpent-dragon totem circling technique. As thunder rumbled ominously, morphing into a thunderous dragon coiling around him, the sword sect seems to be exhibiting signs of turmoil, imparting a sense of impending storm. As if a monstrous beast lurks in the shadows, awaiting its prey. The area beneath the sword sect had completely succumbed to darkness. Yet the golden peak of the sword sect remained radiant, bathed in the last rays of the setting sun. After a moment, the sunlight gradually faded, and the golden peak was shrouded in gloom. This sacred site of the vast wilderness was utterly enveloped in darkness. 2 days later, Ting Lanyue eagerly arrived at the male dormitory, standing at the entrance calling for Zhongyu, drawing a throng of male disciples out to observe, filled with envy. Male disciples were strictly prohibited from entering the female courtyard, yet female disciples could freely enter the male dormitory, often visiting their suitors. Zhongshidi, here are 920 feather spirit pills. Zhongyu invited her inside, and Ting Lanwei produced 10 jade vials. Smiling, each vial contains 100. And this small vial contains 20. We, along with brother He, have divided the 920 feather spirit pills. It is enough for prolonged cultivation. Zhongyu could not help but feel immense joy, hastily expressing his gratitude, thinking, at last, I can continue my practice of the Fire Era Palace's Sui-Huang visualization technique. Once Ting Lanyue departed, she suddenly recalled something. Oh no, I forgot to inform Zhongshidi that Yu Shiji and Tao Shiji are looking for him. He should not venture outside. Yu Shiji and the others intend to find Zhongshidi to see whose abilities are superior. If I were to tell Zhongshidi this, he would undoubtedly inquire how Yu Shiji and the others knew he was the one that night. Then he would realize it was I who sold him out. Ting Lanyue blinked, hastily leaving. It has nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with me. In the courtyard, Zhongyu focused on his consciousness, awakening Xinhua. To establish a foundation sturdier than anyone else's, one first requires a robust physique, second, a formidable soul, and third, a vigorous mental strength. Xinhua expounded. By practicing the Fire Era Palace's Sui-Huang visualization technique, you can enhance your soul and strengthen your mental prowess. While practicing the serpent dragon totem circling technique will bolster your physique. However, these merely enhance you. They do not render your physique, soul, and spirit fierce. To become fierce, one must possess explosive power. Visualize the Fire Era Palace's Sui-Huang while unleashing that power. This courtyard is too small to withstand such tumult. Let us move outside, to the cliff's edge, where I shall instruct you on how to unleash your physique, soul, and mental strength without reservation. Zhongyu exited the courtyard, heading towards the drinking horse platform of the Upper Sword sect. The platform was a sheer cliff overlooking a lake, where various exotic beasts came to drink. As Zhongyu looked down, he felt a wave of dizziness. The cliff was exceedingly steep, as if a colossal giant had cleaved the mountain with an axe. Beneath the canyon lies an abyss, estimated to be 1,000 fathoms deep, where wisps of clouds can faintly be discerned. This place is indeed remarkable, the young disciple of the flame remarked. To forge a body of indomitable strength, as well as a resilient soul and spirit, you must heed my instructions. Now, consume 3 feather spirit pills. Zhongyu complied and swallowed the 3 pills, instantly feeling an overwhelming surge of medicinal power coursing through him, igniting his body, soul, and spirit with a fiery intensity. The potency of a single feather spirit pill is formidable. Imagine the effect of consuming 3 simultaneously. However, excess can be detrimental. If he fails to assimilate the power of all 3 pills, it could impose a tremendous burden on his body, soul, and spirit, leading to regression in his cultivation or even leaving hidden ailments. Now leap. The disciple's voice was cold and unwavering. What? Zhongyu exclaimed in disbelief. Jump. The tone was devoid of any emotion, icy and unyielding. Upon your descent, immediately visualized the flame monarch of the fire era. In the chasm between life and death, great terror and explosive potential coexist. I command you to unleash your latent power in that fleeting moment of life and death. When I give the signal, you must exhaust all your strength, body, spirit, and soul, to prevent yourself from perishing. Cold sweat streamed down Zhongyu's forehead as he gazed downwards. The disciple sneered, "What? Are you afraid? It is true. You are not of pure blood from the Fuxi divine lineage. My decision to not choose you as the successor of the flame is justified. How could you hope to triumph over the mother of celestial phenomena?" With a surge of resolve, Zhongyu leaped from the precipice of the drinking horse platform. His form spiraled out of control as he plummeted towards the cliff's edge, the speed of his descent escalating, accompanied by the howling wind that grew ever more anguished. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of terror engulfed him, invading his mind. His consciousness trembled. As he leapt from the cliff, his mind warped. The waters of his mental sea transformed into horrific manifestations, tormenting his soul and leaving him in disarray. The heart demon. The profound fear between life and death materializes as a heart demon within the mental sea, intruding upon one's being, escalating terror into overwhelming dread. Visualize immediately. The disciple commanded, his voice resonating with authority. Zhongyu gritted his teeth, drawing blood from his gums as he strived to stabilize his spirit and soul. Suppressing the tremors of his body, and focused on visualization. A deafening roar resounded in his ears, followed by a profound silence, where all sensations faded, leaving only the towering flame monarch within his mental sea. He did not envision the fire era palace or the fire tree. Instead, he concentrated solely on the flame monarch, channeling all his strength to render the monarch perfect. As the majestic emperor emerged in his mental sea, all manifestations of the heart demon dissolved like snow under the sun. Chapter 20. Limitless reaction. At this moment, Zhongyu found himself devoid of any sensory perception. Every aspect of his consciousness was sealed off, his skin's pores tightly closed, preventing any hint of mental or physical energy from leaking out. His soul was more stable than ever before. The inner demons born from his leap were completely refined, ushering him into an unprecedented state of profound mystery. Time appeared to stand still, or perhaps it stretched on infinitely, lingering as if the world itself had aged. This was the profound tranquility that followed the great terror of life and death, a state of unparalleled mental focus and extraordinary reaction. The so-called limitless reaction was characterized by the rapid and high-frequency operation of every organ in his body, each minuscule fragment of spirit and soul, resulting in a wondrous sensation. Imagine if, at a certain moment, your gaze could capture the speed of an object's movement at 10 times that of an ordinary person. You would perceive the motion as if it were happening at a tenth of its usual pace. If, at another moment, your thoughts raced 10 times faster than normal, you would experience time as if it were slowing down. When your body, spirit, and soul all entered this state of limitless reaction, any exertion would yield strength far beyond the ordinary, and when your spirit was unleashed, its power would be unprecedentedly formidable. Should one strive to cultivate, the speed of cultivation would be astonishingly rapid. Zhongyu's body continually absorbed the medicinal energy from the 3 feather spirit pills, which fervently transformed into his spirit, nourishing his soul and making the divine entity formed from his soul, the fire monarch, taller and more magnificent than ever. The speed at which he absorbed this medicinal energy and transformed it into cultivation was beyond anything he had ever dared to imagine. Now, it had become reality. Having leaped from the cliff, Zhongyu lost track of time. In this state of superreaction, his reflexes were exceptionally swift, rendering time to feel unbearably slow. Suddenly, the sound of crackling fire echoed. Erupt. Zhongyu awoke, his eyes wide open, aware that the state of limitless reaction was about to fade. He noticed he was plummeting at an unimaginable speed, nearing the base of the cliff. At such velocity, even with wings, he would undoubtedly be shattered upon impact. As he opened his eyes, he had already descended above the treetops at the cliff's base. Towering pine trees loomed high, over 10 zhang tall, and the distance of several zhang was bridged in an instant. If he were to close his eyes and open them again, he would crash to the ground, his body reduced to mere fragments. The voice of the fire crackled with urgency. Quick, unleash the combined power of your physical strength, spirit, and soul in an explosive burst, or you will surely perish. Coil around me, dragon. Zhongyu roared, and a cacophony of sizzling sounds erupted, thunder resonating as a serpentine dragon coiled around him. Its claws bared, exuding ferocity. Envision the fire monarch. Ride the thunder. Zhong Yu's shout melded with the dragon's roar and the thunder's crash. The coiling dragon transformed, his soul manifesting as a towering fire monarch, amplifying the dragon's power. In that instant, the forest at the cliff's base was engulfed in a tempest of lightning and thunder. Trees crashing down as if an immense dragon wreathed in thunder rampaged through the woods. Where the dragon passed, the mountains crumbled, and the forest lay in ruins. Boom! Zhong Yu, with the dragon coiling around him, rode the thunder and swiftly moved 100 zhong horizontally before crashing down. Mud and rocks flew in all directions, forming a massive crater. Zhong Yu knelt, supporting himself with both hands, as crackling lightning surged from his body into the ground, scorching the earth black. He had survived. Rising to his feet, Zhong Yu was suddenly beset by dizziness. Every limb and bone ached violently. His mental energy oscillated as if it threatened to tear him apart, and his soul felt as if it might explode. His body swayed, on the brink of unconsciousness. Within him, the medicinal energy from the 3 feather spirit pills had been completely depleted in that brief moment, leaving him feeling hollow, as the exhilaration of spirit and soul drained his bodily energy. In that final instant of eruption, he had nearly expended every ounce of his physical, mental, and soul power. Consume 3 more feather spirit pills. The voice of the fire urged. Your spirit is in an unprecedented state of exhilaration, which your body cannot sustain. You must replenish your energy with the feather spirit pills, or your body will swiftly be emptied, leading to your demise. Without hesitation, Zhong Yu retrieved and swallowed 3 feather spirit pills. He had heard of similar situations in the tribe, where a mother, during an earthquake, had lifted a 1,000-pound beam to save her child, only to perish shortly after, her body bearing no marks of injury, likely due to maternal instinct triggering a limitless reaction, exhausting her energy without the aid of miraculous pills for replenishment. His current predicament mirrored that scenario, but fortunately, he had an ample supply of feather spirit pills to replenish his consumed energy. As the pills entered his body, he felt their abundant energy rapidly restoring his physical strength and nourishing his spirit and soul, causing his consciousness to expand wildly. By the time the energy from the 3 feather spirit pills was fully consumed, his consciousness had burgeoned to 100 mu in size, and his mental prowess had nearly doubled. How could such growth occur in such a brief period? Zhong Yu was astonished. The time since his leap from the cliff had scarcely exceeded a stick of incense, yet he had consumed 6 feather spirit pills, and his mental strength had nearly doubled. At this rate, he feared that even 900 feather spirit pills would only sustain him for a month. He had initially thought 900 was an immense fortune, but it now seemed he had been overly naive. Under the ferocious cultivation method of the fire, no amount of feather spirit pills might suffice. Now, he needed to climb back up the cliff and leap once more. Your body is intact. You have not sustained any injuries, so this time, you will require 6 feather spirit pills. Furthermore, you will leap while carrying a large stone. The fire spoke solemnly. Yes, this stone. You will carry it as you ascend the cliff, and then leap down with it. Zhong Yu stared blankly at the immense boulder before him, which must have weighed at least 1,000 pounds, significantly larger than himself. Not only was leaping from the cliff with this stone a formidable challenge, but even scaling the sheer cliff face would be extraordinarily difficult. Youth, the leap trains your explosive power, while the ascent hones your control. By carrying the boulder and envisioning the dragon, you will learn to grip the cliff with the dragon's claws, mastering the coordination of the dragon's might and your own body, which will help you command every ounce of your strength. Zhong Yu nodded, focusing his mental energy to transform into a dragon. This time, his visualization of the dragon was far swifter, and his reaction time improved significantly. With the dragon entwined around him, he hoisted the massive stone and approached the base of the cliff. Gazing upward, the clouds obscured the summit, rendering it invisible. Crack! The dragon's claws gripped the cliff, applying pressure, causing the stone to shatter. Zhong Yu frowned slightly. The fire's observation was indeed correct. His control was lacking, and he felt no sense of coordination. Only when he could command the dragon to exert force in any desired direction and to any degree would he truly master his own strength. Calming his mind, he meticulously sensed and contemplated the flow of energy as the dragon coiled around him. After a considerable time, he resumed his ascent, carrying the 1,000-pound stone while envisioning the dragon climbing toward the cliff's peak. The dragon coiled around his body, its claws gripping the cliff face. As Zhong Yu skillfully navigated upward, each step a testament to his control amidst the perilous ascent. However, he encountered numerous dangers along the way, nearly slipping from the mountainside on several occasions. Fortunately, the four claws of the dragon were firmly grasping the cliff, preventing a fall, although the situation was exceedingly perilous. As he continued to ascend, his control over the imagined dragon became increasingly adept, and his mastery of power grew more nuanced, resulting in fewer dangers and a closer proximity to the cliff's summit. At the top of the cliff, known as the drinking horse platform, the sounds of wild beasts echoed through the mountains as they approached the lakeside for a drink. There, a girl clad in red had her garments rolled up and had removed her shoes, dipping her feet into the lake, causing splashes of bright water to rise with each playful movement. Peach, do you think that Zhongyu has arrived here? A girl dressed in black walked gracefully upon the water's surface, inquiring, where is he? The girl in red beamed with a sunny smile, saying, I only saw him ascend the drinking horse platform, but I haven't noticed where he might be hiding. How strange. This platform is not large. Where could he possibly go? The black-clad girl halted, her brows slightly furrowing. Beneath her feet, the water surged, revealing the back of a large fish, approximately 4 to 5 zhong long. A manifestation of mental energy taking the form of a fish. Zhongyu of the Male Academy was able to withstand my dual strike of fish and wild goose. He is indeed a formidable opponent. The black-clad girl's expression remained indifferent, as she quietly remarked, yet, he is rather timid, hiding away without a trace of masculinity. It is rather contemptible. Peach, since he does not dare to show himself, let us depart before she could finish. Her gaze darted to the cliff's edge, where a fierce and menacing dragon's head emerged. The dragon extended its claws, gripping the cliff's edge, as Zhongyu, entwined by the dragon, ascended the drinking horse platform while bearing an immense stone weighing 1,000 pounds, subsequently placing it aside and panting heavily. The two girls looked at him, noticing the young man with bare shoulders, his skin glistening with sweat that traced the contours of his taut muscles. Though resting, he exuded a wild aura. The main character has arrived, senior sister. Does this mean I am no longer involved? The girl in red laughed melodiously. Zhongyu turned towards the sound and, upon seeing the two girls, was momentarily taken aback. These two senior sisters seemed somewhat familiar. The girl in red chuckled, junior brother Zhong, at that time. I was singing on the little boat. You did not see me bathing in full view. Is Peach implying that he saw me while I was bathing? The black-clad girl's expression soured, declaring, he at most saw my shoulder, nothing more. Zhongyu's expression darkened, internally lamenting his misfortune. It is Yufian and Tao Dai from the Female Academy. How did they know I was that person from that night? Surely, it must have been senior sister Ting who revealed my identity. Chapter 21. The Dragon Soars for Miles. Yu Xiaozai. Allow me to impart to you how to address this matter of a young lady seeking vengeance. Within the sea of consciousness, the flame of inspiration surged excitedly, declaring, to topple the maiden and engage in copulation is the swiftest and most effective resolution to such affairs. Thereafter, she would no longer pursue you with blows and daggers, but instead, shower you with affection and obedience. Incredulity washed over me. Was this truly the method employed by predecessors of the Flame's legacy when faced with such situations? I am quite curious to learn how they met their demise. Zhongyu disregarded the misguided suggestion of the flickering flame, clearing his throat before addressing the two young ladies. Sister Yu, Sister Tao? The events of that day were merely a misunderstanding, and I wish to extend my apologies to you both. There is no need for apologies, junior brother Zhong. The dark-clad maiden Yufian replied with a calm demeanor, shaking her head. The fact that you did not remain that night suffices to absolve your intrusion into the ladies' chamber. However, since you escaped under the cover of darkness, we did not settle our scores. Today, I have come to seek you out for that very purpose. Junior brother Zhong. Please. Zhongyu shook his head, stating, there is no animosity between us, so why must we resort to violence? Sister, forgive me, but I must continue my cultivation and cannot accompany you both. Rising to his feet, he retrieved 6 feather spirit pills and consumed them, preparing to resume his training. Beneath Yufian's feet, a great fish surged forth, breaking the lake's surface and racing towards him. The monstrous fish stirred up tumultuous waves, revealing its massive head, which bore a resemblance to a dragon. It was indeed a fish dragon. She cultivated the dual flight of fish and geese, and the fish itself was a formidable fish dragon, the tyrant of the waters. That night, in the depths of darkness, Zhongyu had caught but a fleeting glimpse of this creature, and now he beheld its true form, which was undeniably fierce. Yufian had evidently mastered the true essence of the fish dragon totem, and her spiritual power was sufficiently robust, rendering the manifested fish dragon astonishingly lifelike. The creature, emerging from the water, stretched an impressive 7 zhang in length, complete with flesh and bone, its jaws menacing as it moved with ferocity through the depths. This was far superior to the imagined flood dragon totem zhang you had envisioned, which lacked the substance of flesh and bone. It was of a far higher caliber. She must have encountered a true fish dragon, allowing her to refine the totem to such an extent. Zhang Yu pondered. Unbeknownst to him, Yufian's ability to cultivate the fish dragon totem to this level was intrinsically linked to the Yu clan's totem. The Yu clan was named as such because Yu and fish are homophones. Their totem is the fish dragon, a legacy passed down through generations. With a history spanning millennia, they had produced chi refiners long ago, leaving behind the fish dragon totem, hence the name Yu clan. After countless generations of worship from this ancient lineage, the fish dragon totem had become as potent as a true fish dragon, endowed with immense abilities to protect the Yu clan. As the granddaughter of the Yu clan's leader, it was not difficult for Yufian to achieve mastery over the fish dragon totem. Truly, she was the senior sister of the Ladies' Academy. During their earlier encounter, she had not fully unleashed her power, likely intending only to incapacitate him rather than to kill. Zhang Yu sensed the palpable threat emanating from her, and a fleeting thought struck him. That collision revealed my strength to her. Thus she now unleashes the full might of the fish dragon totem, confident that I cannot withstand it. However, she has only invoked the fish dragon totem, while the dual flight of fish and geese represents a convergence of 2 totems, indicating that this is not yet her full power. With a fierce determination, Yufian summoned forth waves from the fish dragon that surged towards Zhang Yu, towering as high as a zhang, forcefully crashing down upon the cliffside. Junior brother Zhang, I am not here to seek your consent. I am here for a genuine contest. You must fight, whether you wish to or not. This woman was resolute and ruthless, leaving him no avenue for retreat. You sister must have combined 2 distinct totemic attack techniques into one, mastering the true essence of both totems. No wonder she holds the title of senior sister at the academy. Zhang Yu smiled faintly, shouldering the weight of 1,000 gene stone, and leapt from the cliff, contemplating. She possesses greater knowledge and skill than I. Yet in terms of spiritual power and soul cultivation, she falls short. The outcome of our confrontation remains uncertain. While I do not fear her, there is no necessity to engage in conflict. Tao Dyer gasped, promptly leaping up and stamping her foot. Sister, you will kill him. Yufian's expression shifted dramatically as she heard a whoosh. The fish dragon beneath her leapt from the lake, plunging directly off the cliff. Tao Dyer, stomping her foot, jumped down the cliff as well, exclaiming, Why did you follow suit? If you both perish below, people will say this pair of young lovers committed suicide. How dreadful. Now I've jumped down too? If 3 lives are lost, 1 male and 2 females, what will people think? Sister, save me. The 3 plummeted from the cliff, though Zhang Yu, burdened with the heavy stone, descended more rapidly, with Yufian trailing behind, the distance between them growing. While Tao Daya flailed about as if attempting to swim upward, but her efforts proved futile as she followed them down. In the instant Zhang Yu leaped from the cliff, he glanced up in astonishment to see the 2 maidens following him down. Was you sister leaping off to rescue me, or to end my life? If her intent was to kill, she could have merely let me fall to my death without pursuing me. This woman's heart is not wicked. Despite being the granddaughter of the 2nd most powerful clan, she does not turn a blind eye to my peril. And Tao Dyer, too, has followed. They must possess means to survive a fall, likely having practiced techniques that allow them to fly. Yet they are unaware that I am not seeking death, but rather engaging in cultivation. He immediately immersed himself in visualization, once again traversing the profound depths between life and death, invoking the essence of the Fire Emperor. With the weight of the stone upon his back, any misstep could spell disaster, leaving no room for negligence. Despite Yufian and Tao Dyer plunging after him, he could not afford to be distracted. His visualization of the Fire Emperor became increasingly vivid, with the dragon scales, whiskers, and eyes coming into sharper focus, revealing more intricate details. As the details multiplied, Zhang Yu felt the strain on his spiritual power intensify, for the burden of the 1,000 gene stone accelerated his descent, amplifying the sensation of impending death and urgency. An overwhelming desire to survive ignited every latent potential within him, compelling his body, mind, and spirit to harness all energies to elevate himself. The terror of life and death fostered great fear, and inner demons began to surface. But the emergence of the Fire Emperor immediately purified all such fears, rendering his spiritual power more pristine and resilient, allowing the visualization to flow more smoothly. Above, Tao Dyer flailed and shouted, while Yu Fian remained undistracted. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual power radiated from her brow as she visualized a great bird. To his astonishment, 2 wings, spanning over 16 or 17 feet in length, materialized from beneath her arms. With a powerful flap, Yu Fian surged forward, her speed dramatically increasing as she rapidly approached Zhongyu. They fell like meteors along the cliffside, and Yu Fian was gaining ground. Suddenly, she noticed the ground below expanding rapidly, trees and rocks growing larger and clearer, and her heart sank in alarm. Their velocity was perilously swift, and they were nearing the earth. At this rate, even with the true essence of the dual flight of fish and geese, she would meet her end upon impact, shattering into pieces. This is a disaster. Cold sweat beaded on Yu Fian's forehead as panic set in. I am descending too quickly. There is no time. Explode. In Zhongyu's sea of consciousness, the flame of inspiration suddenly roared, rousing him from his visualization. Zhongyu's eyes flared open as a terrifying yet resilient spiritual power erupted forth, his soul commanding the spirit, morphing into a coiling dragon of thunder, crackling with energy. Akin to a golden dragon soaring through the sky, the 1,000-gene stone upon his back was engulfed by the dragon's thunderous light, cracking into fragments. Just as Zhongyu intended to harness the thunder to soar, he suddenly beheld Yu Fian's wings spread wide, only to hear 2 sharp cracks. Her wings, formed from her spiritual power, were utterly shattered by the oncoming tempest. The girl in black was engulfed by an overwhelming terror as she plummeted headfirst into the forest, fearing that in the next moment, she would be reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Logically, when her wings were shattered by the oncoming tempest, she still had time to visualize and summon a new pair of wings with her mental energy to counteract her descent. Yet, Yu Fian appeared to be paralyzed in a stupor, utterly motionless. She was ensnared by the profound dread of life and death, which seized her consciousness, allowing a demonic essence to fester at the core of her mind, plunging her into sheer horror. Zhongyu had experienced a similar terror, instantly recognizing the girl's plight. Her consciousness was filled with inner demons, rendering her incapable of responding. With a roar, Zhongyu summoned the dragon coiling around him, which surged forth towards Yu Fian, startling the fire spirit, who exclaimed, "Are you mad? Do you wish to die?" Crackling thunder erupted around Zhongyu as lightning illuminated the sky, and astonishingly, another dragon began to materialize. He divided his focus, envisioning the Sun Emperor while simultaneously conjuring 2 dragons, one to rescue Yu Fian and the other for his own salvation. This was the first time he had employed such a technique, one that the fire spirit had never taught him. Yet, in this critical moment, it came to him instinctively. Whether reaching out to save someone or envisioning his own escape, he moved with an effortless grace. Zhongyu directed the thunder dragon downward, but having just formed it with his mental energy, it was slightly delayed. He was already descending into the forest, perilously close to the ground. At this rate, even if he unleashed all his strength, survival would be a slim hope. With unprecedented calmness, Zhongyu maneuvered the thunder dragon at an angle, urging it to collide with the towering trees, using the impact to mitigate his fall. The resounding crashes echoed as each colossal tree shattered upon contact. A scene of utter devastation. Finally, Zhongyu and the thunder dragon reached the ground, gliding several dozen yards before coming to a halt. Dizzy and disoriented, Zhongyu felt an unprecedented emptiness within his body. He hastily retrieved 6 feather spirit pills and consumed them. Turning back, he observed a deep trail carved into the forest. Not a straight line, but a sinuous path, reminiscent of a dragoness flight. This was the technique he had just comprehended, the mark left by the dragoness journey. This fellow actually accomplished it. The fire spirit, still shaken, let out a sigh of relief. Contemplating, perhaps this young man could indeed rival the inheritors of the fire spirit's legacy. Chapter 22. The red dress in the empty valley. At the very moment when Zhongyu fell to the ground, another dragon, conjured from his concentrated spirit, had already arrived beside Yu Fian, swiftly ensnaring the girl. It unleashed a thunderous force, crashing into tree after tree before finally descending. However, Yu Fian, her mind in disarray and her consciousness ensnared by inner demons, tumbled uncontrollably, rolling over a dozen times before coming to a halt. Fortunately, although she had not deliberately trained her body, Her physique was far superior to that of an ordinary person, and she emerged unscathed, save for a few bruises marring her fair skin. Still shaken, her eyes were filled with fear, and the inner demons lingered. "Senior sister, help!" came the frantic cries of Tao Dyer from above. Zhongyu looked up to see the girl in red flailing as she descended slowly from the air. This visualization method is quite peculiar. It involves clouds. Zhongyu observed closely, noticing the swirling mist around Tao Dyer, which had slowed her descent. He recalled Elder Pu's words. Clouds possess spirits, and when revered by humans, they do not dissipate, gaining sentience over time. It seemed that Tao Dyer was following the path of cloud spirits. Cloud spirits are ethereal, formless, and unpredictable. They can transform into wind, rain, or thunder, soaring into the sky or descending into the mountains, embodying a profound essence. Regaining her composure, Yufian, the most powerful senior sister of the academy, quickly visualized a fish dragon to refine her inner demons. Upon noticing Tao Daya plummeting from above, she hurriedly rushed over, exclaiming, "Tao Tao, I'll catch you." Plop. Tao Daya landed before her, sitting on the ground in a daze. "Senior sister, you did that on purpose." "I did not," Yufian replied, withdrawing her hands and maintaining a calm demeanor. "I truly wished to catch you, but I missed. It was an accident." Tao Daya got up, rubbing her backside, and retorted, "You clearly did it on purpose. It was not an accident." Stealing a glance at Zhongyu in the distance, Yufian whispered, "I genuinely did not. I just made a mistake earlier." "Nonsense. You were embarrassed and wanted me to fall too." Tao Daya huffed. The two girls bickered quietly until they spotted Zhongyu discovering a large rock in the forest, which he now carried on his back. Intending to climb to the cliff summit, they exchanged glances and approached him. "Junior brother Zhong." Yufian paused for a moment before saying, "Thank you." Zhongyu visualized the dragon and smiled. It was only right. After all, senior sister, you jumped down without hesitation. "Senior sisters, I still need to cultivate. So I will not accompany you any longer." "Who wants you to stay?" Tao Daya retorted. "We aren't drinking." Yufian teased her with a glance. "Is that what you call cultivation?" "Indeed," Zhongyu replied. "Crossing the threshold of life and death, awakening potential, conquering great fears, and striving for survival. This is my method of cultivation." Zhongyu grinned. "Senior sister just experienced a brush with life and death. You should know how it feels." "Life and death." Yufian gazed deeply at him, and suddenly, two black wings unfurled from her back, allowing her to soar toward the cliff's peak. "Since you are cultivating, let us postpone our battle until another day." "Senior sister, you left me behind again." Tao Dyer stamped her foot and began visualizing clouds, rising slowly and laboriously toward the cliff's summit. She called out to Zhongyu, "Junior brother Zhong, we'll come find you next time. I'll go ahead." "Hey, wait for me. Don't climb so fast. Stupid clouds, move a little quicker." Upon reaching the cliff's top, Zhongyu noticed that Tao Dyer was still hovering halfway up, while the girl in black, Yufian, had already vanished without a trace. The art of flight is indeed marvelous. By visualizing clouds and birds, one can soar through the skies, while flying with thunder is undoubtedly swift. It consumes great energy and lacks the agility of wings. When the next lesson day comes, I shall see if I can learn a method of flight. He realized that flight techniques are crucial for disciples like himself, as well as for Qi practitioners. They are invaluable not only in combat, but also in daily travel. With a deep breath, Zhongyu leaped off the cliff, the wind generated by his descent sending Tao Daya spiraling downward, prompting her to scream in dismay. "Zhongyu, if you dare jump past me again, I will not let this go." The girl in red, now furious, was blown down 100 feet by the gale Zhongyu created, and she exclaimed, "If you do it again, I will tell junior sister Ting that you are teasing me, and you will face the consequences." Zhongyu, carrying the stone, passed by her again and replied earnestly, "I truly have no connection with junior sister Ting." Tao Dyer leaped onto his back, her face brimming with joy. "If you carry me up, it means you have no connection with her." Zhongyu felt little additional weight, realizing the girl was light as a feather, likely visualizing clouds to reduce her weight so that he could bear her. He mused, "Tao Dyer is indeed considerate, having jumped down the cliff with me. It is no wonder her voice is so enchanting." "Tao Dyer, why not sing a song for me?" Zhongyu suggested. "I won't sing." Zhongyu pretended to drop her, causing her to cling tightly to his neck. "I will sing. I will sing. You're so mean. I truly don't know what junior sister Ting sees in you." As she sang lightly on his back, her voice was ethereal and transcendent. Before the melody concluded, Zhongyu had already brought her to the cliff's peak. Tao Dyer sat by the lakeside, her toes skimming the water's surface as her song lingered in the air. Zhong Yu dove into the lake of the drinking horse platform, cleansing himself of sweat and grime. The enchanting melody flowed through his spirit, alleviating his weariness. As the sun dipped low, the evening glow painted the sky and mountains, casting a warm light over the girl by the lake and the boy in the water. A few leisurely unicorns approached the lake to drink, drawn by the resonant song. Tao Dyer, lifting her shoes, danced lightly past Zhong Yu, her voice gradually fading, leaving a lingering echo. The girl in red waved goodbye, disappearing into the woods. After a long while, Zhong Yu emerged from the enchanting spell of her song, only to realize she had already departed. With a surge of energy, Zhong Yu leapt from the water, his spirit igniting as the dragon coiled around him, gliding across the lake's surface like an enraged dragon emerging from the depths, stirring up turbulent waves as he soared through the air, swiftly crossing the drinking horse lake and striding toward the upper academy. In this single day, his cultivation underwent a momentous transformation. Not only had his Sui Jun become more solidified and its image clearer, but his consciousness had also expanded dramatically. Now encompassing an area of 300 acres, his body brimmed with explosive power, enabling him to manifest his spirit force in a formidable attack in a mere instant. Tomorrow, I shall continue my cultivation. The voice of the fire-wielding spirit echoed in his consciousness. To surpass the celestial mother, slow cultivation will not suffice. What you have done thus far is far from enough. Only when you embody the essence of swift, fierce, and unyielding will you reach the threshold of sensing the spirit. Zhong Yu inquired, what do you mean by swift, fierce, and unyielding? Power must be swift. The instant your fist connects with the enemy's body, your strength must explode forth, shattering all obstacles. Spirit must be fierce. With the heart of a fierce tiger, like a dragon descending the mountain, let your spirit force surge forth, visualizing deities and demons in an instant. The spirit must be resolute. The spirit is akin to a sharp spear, flexible yet unbreakable. When the spirit stirs, it can summon objects weighing thousands of pounds. When it remains still, it resembles the heavenly emperor seated in the center, impervious to all malevolent forces. Xinhua calmly remarked, only upon achieving this can your foundation be deemed solid, granting you the means to contend with the celestial matriarch. Zhong Yu inhaled deeply and stated solemnly, excellent. We shall continue our practice tomorrow. Grandfather, today I encountered a young practitioner who spoke to me of the great terror and fear that lies between life and death, beneath the golden peak of the Sword Gate, within a grand hall supported by the cliff of spiritual herbs. The black-clad maiden Yufian respectfully inquired of an elderly man with white hair seated in meditation. He mentioned that traversing between life and death awakens latent potential, allowing one to conquer immense fear and dread, thereby facilitating a more fruitful cultivation. What exactly does this life and death realm entail? Does such a method of cultivation truly exist? The venerable elder, the patriarch of the Yu clan and a figure of high esteem within the Sword Gate, opened his eyes in surprise at her words. Between life and death? Is it possible for anyone to cultivate in such a manner? Does this method truly exist? Yufian exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, but it is merely a rumor. The patriarch of the Yu clan replied gravely. This method of cultivation is excessively extreme, perilously so. With a high mortality rate, hence few dare to pursue it. Life and death are oppositional forces. To succeed is to live, while failure results in death. However, among those who attempt this method, the majority meet their demise. In the past, there were practitioners within our Sword Gate who employed this method, but all perished. Yufian gasped in shock. All perished? The patriarch nodded gravely. This cultivation method serves only for foundational establishment, effective for those seeking to transcend and summon spirits, but holds no efficacy for chi refiners. To ascend into the heavens or delve into the earth is no trivial feat for them to navigate the realm between life and death. Moreover, those who have yet to become chi refiners possess too few means of self-preservation, rendering them vulnerable to untimely death. Therefore, this foundational method is regarded as extreme and highly inadvisable. Nonetheless, I have heard that our former sect leader employed this method in his youth to solidify his foundation to an unparalleled degree, yet this remains mere hearsay. Yufian's eyes sparkled, and upon noticing her gaze, the patriarch felt a chill in his heart and exclaimed, "You must not pursue this path. Your ascension to becoming a chi refiner is already a certainty. Should you attempt this method, a moment's misstep could lead to your demise, a risk not worth taking." The following day, Zhang Yu returned to the drinking horse platform, where he spotted a maiden clad in red seated by the lake, accompanied by a black-clad girl. "Oh, Zhongshan clan, what artifice is this for courting a young heifer?" Xinhua exclaimed in surprise, bubbling with excitement. "Share it with me, quickly. If I find the next inheritor of the flame, I can impart this knowledge to them." Regarding the query on why bearing a heavy stone can lead to swifter movement, it appears necessary to elucidate. The Galilean experiment involving the leaning tower, wherein a large and small iron ball are dropped simultaneously, is widely known. Some assert this is elementary knowledge, although it omits the nuances of intermediate physics, namely air resistance and buoyancy. While buoyancy is minimal, it does exert some influence on larger objects. Furthermore, the primary factor affecting gravitational acceleration is air resistance. When a person falls from a height, air resistance counteracts acceleration, causing the falling speed to stabilize at a value between 25 to 50 meters per second, a speed that cannot be exceeded. The density of a stone is 7 times that of the human body, granting it greater potential energy and lessened air resistance, thus allowing it to fall more rapidly. Now, is the Galilean experiment accurate? When 2 iron balls of different sizes fall from the same height, which lands first? Let us apply middle school physics to calculate. 2 spherical stones, one large and one small, face air resistance defined as FW116A CWV2, where CW1, A11, A2 or 2, and mass M11, M2 or 3. If for 1, then air resistance for the larger stone is FW1116V12, and for the smaller stone, FW2116V22R2. Gravitational force is G1G and G2 are 3G1. If both maintain the same speed, then acceleration A1, G116V2, and A2 are 3G116V2R2, are 3, G116V21R, A1. Thus, A2, A1, indicating the larger stone accelerates more quickly. 2. When terminal velocity is reached, speed ceases to increase. Thus, 116V12G and 116V22R2 are 3G, yielding 116V22RG, leading to V2V1, confirming the larger iron ball reaches terminal velocity first. 3. When calculating buoyancy, the situation becomes more complex. However, a straightforward experiment can be conducted in water. Both a metal ball and a piece of meat dropped into water will reveal the metal ball descends first. Additionally, one might consider a similar experiment involving an ant and another ant resting on a stone, both dropped from the same height, which lands first. For those still uncertain, I encourage revisiting middle school physics and engaging in further calculations, avoiding unwarranted assumptions. Chapter 23. Absolute Trust. Once, I had taught several inheritors of the flame, some of whom were brutally slain by the goddess of demons. If you were to learn my method, you would no longer need to fear being killed after mating. The little flame within Zhong Yu's consciousness exclaimed joyfully. "Flirting with the little cow? Does this imply that Sister Tao and Sister you have come to seek me?" Zhong Yu was taken aback as he approached the 2 young women. Upon seeing him approach, both girls appeared flustered. Tao Dyer quickly exclaimed, "Zhong, we did not come here to find you, nor to entertain you with songs. This is not your territory. Anyone is free to come here. We arrived first, so you should be the ones seeking us." Zhong Yu chuckled. "That is only natural. Please, do as you wish, sisters." Yu Fian could not contain herself and said, "Junior brother Zhang, we truly came to find you. I wish to consult you about the matters of life and death. May I ask if you could teach me? Do you also wish to train in such a perilous manner?" Zhong Yu pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "This method of training is exceedingly dangerous for me, and even more so for you. If you were to leap from the cliff as well, your chances of death would be 99%. And this holds true every single time." His words were no exaggeration. Entering the realm between life and death to reach the limit of reaction was far from a simple leap. It required visualization and cultivation, using that moment to elevate one's own abilities. Once ensnared in visualization, awakening from it becomes nearly impossible, rendering one oblivious to the outside world. If one could not awaken in time during the fall, the inevitable fate awaiting them would be to be reduced to a mere pulp. The reason Zhong Yu had a higher success rate was not solely due to his timely awakenings, but because the flame within his consciousness calculated the perfect moment to rouse his spirit, thus significantly reducing the mortality rate. Although every leap carried its own dangers, the timely awakenings by the flame allowed Zhong Yu to succeed repeatedly. However, Yu Fian would not have the same fortune. If she were to train alone, she would certainly perish due to failing to awaken in time. Even if Tao Dyer floated in midair, timing her awakening of Yufian's spirit would be challenging. Since the moment would slip away, a slight delay could lead to Yufian's demise. Having another person awaken a spirit still caught in visualization was an arduous task, requiring a deep connection of souls. If Tao Dyer made even the slightest error during this process, it would be Yufian who paid the price. If you ask Sister Tao for assistance, the mortality rate might drop to 80 or 90%, but it would still be alarmingly high. Sister Yu, I will impart to you the secrets of entering the realm between life and death. As for whether you choose to cultivate this method, that is entirely up to you. Zhong Yu shared the intricacies of entering the realm between life and death with her, stating, Sister, I must continue my own training and take my leave first. With that, he hoisted a boulder and leapt from the cliff. Tao Dyer hesitated. Sister, are you truly going to do this? Yufian also wrestled with her thoughts. Zhong Yu had shared the secrets of life and death with her, making her acutely aware of the dangers inherent in this method of cultivation. Even with Tao's assistance, the odds were still grim. And if Tao made a mistake, after a long moment of contemplation, Yufian sighed, I shall not attempt it. This method of cultivation is a gamble with one's life. Only through such peril can one become a chi refiner. However, I can become a chi refiner without such risks. Why should I put my life on the line? Tao Dyer also breathed a sigh of relief, smiling, Sister speaks wisely. Yufian revealed a confident smile, boasting, Junior brother Zhong is so reckless, yet he has not failed to achieve the status of chi refiner. Meanwhile, I have progressed steadily and am still the senior sister of the female academy. Zhong Yu waited at the base of the cliff for a while, noticing that Yufian had yet to leap. Should she choose to jump and fail in her visualization, he would still intervene to save her. After all, Yufian had a kind heart, and she had previously risked herself to save him. Young man, not everyone possesses your courage, nor your fortune in encountering me. The little flame chimed in with a sense of pride. That girl seems resolute, yet her mental state pales in comparison to yours. While she shares a good relationship with another girl, it is not strong enough to entrust one's life to. If she were to leap from the cliff, her concern over whether the other girl could awaken her in time would destabilize her mental focus, causing her to repeatedly flee like a bird. Just this hurdle alone would be insurmountable for her. You, however, place complete trust in me, entrusting your life to my guidance. When I instruct you to jump, you do so without hesitation, allowing you to easily enter visualization and rapidly enhance your cultivation. Zhong Yu contemplated this carefully and realized the truth in it. When the flame urged him to jump, he had indeed acted without overthinking, never pondering the potential consequences of a delayed awakening. This was absolute trust, an unwavering confidence. Despite having spent just over a month with the flame, a typical person would consider such a short time insufficient for deep bonds. Yet he had already felt an instinctual willingness to entrust his life to the flame. His unreserved trust in the flame allowed him to enter the realm between life and death at the first opportunity, visualizing the swearing to elevate his abilities. The true test of life and death was not merely individual, but rather the bond of trust between two souls. The trust between Sister Yu and Sister Tao was not as profound as that which he shared with the flame. Her choice to give up was therefore understandable. Even if they could achieve the same level of trust as he and the flame, the mortality rate would still be exceedingly high. After all, Sister Tao's perception could not match that of the flame's keen insight. Zhong Yu ascended the cliff to find Yufian standing at its edge, her dark garments billowing, exuding a striking grace. Suddenly, she called out, Junior brother Zhong, your fervent training intrigues me. I wish to compare our efforts, to see whose approach to cultivation proves superior. Yours in reckless abandon or mine in steady progression. With only 2 months remaining until the year's end, there will be a no-holds-barred competition among the disciples of the Upper Academy. The outcome of this contest will determine who qualifies for entry into the Lingkong Hall. I hope to encounter you during the final duel. The year-end competition? Lingkong Hall? Zhong Yu was momentarily bewildered. You are unaware of Lingkong Hall? Tao Dyer interjected, somewhat surprised. You have only been at the Upper Academy for a month, so it is understandable. Lingkong Hall is the most receptive place for sensing the spirit, a prime location for achieving spiritual cultivation. For instance, to sense solar energy, one must have their soul soar to the sun's vicinity to draw upon its essence. Can your soul reach the sun's edge? However, within Lingkong Hall, you can sense the spirit of the sun, thus cultivating the solar essence. Lingkong Hall is the supreme sanctuary of our sword sect. Gaining access for cultivation signifies that the sect regards your foundation as solid enough to become a chi refiner. Junior Brother Zhong. The opportunity to become a chi refiner occurs only once a year, and your eligibility for entry into Ling Kong Hall will depend on your performance in the year-end competition. With that, Yu Fian turned to leave, stating, however, you have only cultivated the Thunderbolt sword technique as your sole offensive method. Relying solely on this technique, you may not even break into the top 10. Moreover, you will require excellent soul weapons and superior totem pillars, as it will be an unrestricted battle. Let us go. Tao. The two young women departed, leaving Zhongyu puzzled. Flame, is it truly this complicated to achieve spiritual cultivation? Indeed, the path to achieving spirit is fraught with challenges. However, the notion of cultivating within Ling Kong Hall feels somewhat unreliable, the Flame replied. In the era of the Swearen Emperor, his descendants belonged to the Yinzi divine clan. I recall that when they sensed the spirit, they would sail on a true dragon, with the royal progeny standing upon the vessel, majestically navigating towards the sun, drawing upon the solar essence at its edge. The solar spirit they obtained was the most exalted, the golden crow spirit. In this ethereal temple, I anticipate that I shall attain the solar spirit, which is akin to the ordinary fire spirit. Other divine clans are also hastening towards the realm of spirits with their disciples, diligently cultivating their senses in the nearby vicinity. Upon hearing this, Zhong Yu's mind conjured an image of a colossal dragon pulling a golden vessel, soaring through the cosmos towards the sun, stirring his imagination. Who among us can personally approach the sun to sense its essence? He merely shook his head. I can. The young fire sprite exclaimed with a hint of pride, replying, whether you desire to cultivate the solar spirit or the lunar spirit, I can facilitate it. However, the little girl's earlier remark holds truth. Your foundation is indeed insufficient. Far from adequate. It is not that your offensive techniques are lacking, but rather that your groundwork is not solid enough. Should you reach a level that satisfies me, I shall transport you to the sun's edge and the moon's surface, allowing you to cultivate the spirits of the sun and moon. Zhong Yu's heart raced with excitement, and he quickly inquired, how will you send me there? Years ago, I, along with the previous inheritor of the fire legacy, found ourselves stranded here. That old fellow has grown feeble, and I instructed him to prepare arrangements for the next inheritor, establishing 2 grand formations. By activating these formations, one can be transported to the sun's edge and the moon's surface. The fire sprite chuckled, as long as you reach a level that pleases me, I shall grant you a taste of the glory and privileges bestowed upon a pure-blooded inheritor of the fire legacy. However, I wonder, after all these years, whether our arrangements have been destroyed. Now, let us continue with your cultivation. After more than 10 days of relentless training, undeterred by wind or rain, Zhong Yu found the consumption of feather spirit pills to be astonishingly swift. Throughout this frenzied period of cultivation, he had depleted over half of the 900 feather spirit pills, leaving him with merely over 300. Remarkably, his sea of consciousness expanded to a vast expanse of 3,000 acres, resembling a great lake. With a mere thought, turbulent waves surged across his sea of consciousness, unleashing an overwhelming surge of mental power. Moreover, the weight-bearing ascension allowed him to master the control of the dragon totem and his own body with remarkable precision. The combination of the Thunderbolt sword technique and the dragon totem became increasingly exquisite. Zhong Yu could wield the thunder with such speed that he could cover considerable distances, albeit at a tremendous cost of mental energy, not as efficient as techniques involving wings. Upon reaching this stage, Zhong Yu felt his progress slowing significantly, and the probability of straddling the line between life and death had diminished greatly. This method of cultivation had lost much of its threat to him at this juncture, naturally leading to a reduced likelihood of encountering peril. Tomorrow marked the day when the esteemed Elder Pu would deliver his lectures for the alchemists of the Upper Academy, and he had promised to forge 2 soul weapons for me. I wonder what those 2 soul weapons he has been crafting for me will be like. Zhong Yu's heart raced with anticipation. This was his first encounter with such high-level treasures as soul weapons. Chapter 24. Arrogance in the past few days. He had devoted himself entirely to cultivation, remaining oblivious to the world around him. When the day arrived for the transmission pavilion to reopen, he observed many upper courtyard disciples engaged in fervent discussions about the upcoming unrestricted duel at year-end. Having recently entered the upper courtyard, I was astonished to learn the significance these disciples placed upon this duel. As Zhong Yu walked through the throngs of upper courtyard disciples, he sensed an atmosphere of impending conflict and could not help but reflect, It is only natural, whether from humble beginnings or prestigious families. Any disciple who fails to achieve spiritual mastery by the age of 16 faces expulsion from the mountain. Thus, this unrestricted duel likely represents the last hope for all upper courtyard disciples to become chi refiners. Of course, should I meet the requirements of the inherited flame, I could attain spiritual mastery without relying on the spirit void palace. However, the standards for the inherited flame are exceedingly high, bordering on the absurd, and my current abilities fall far short of such expectations. Outside the transmission pavilion, many disciples engaged in combat, employing various visualization techniques, totemic pillars, and soul weapons in a fierce display. Hundreds of upper courtyard disciples gathered to witness, forming rings where pairs of disciples faced off, each employing an array of tactics, showcasing diverse visualization methods. Zheng Yu even beheld individuals sprouting wings, soaring gracefully through the air while their soul weapons darted like lightning, igniting the sky with dazzling displays of combat prowess. What is happening here? Oh, why are there so many unfamiliar faces in the upper courtyard? Zheng Yu focused his gaze and noticed that all participants in the skirmishes were strangers, battling against the upper courtyard disciples. Suddenly, an upper courtyard disciple was struck down from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground, incapacitated but, fortunately, alive. Evidently, this was more than a mere contest. While peer sparring is typically restrained, these individuals were far too aggressive to be considered mere fellow disciples. With a sudden jolt, Zheng Yu spotted a familiar figure soaring high within one of the combat rings, sent aloft by an opponent's strike, helplessly plummeting towards the ground. With a flick of his thoughts, he projected his spiritual energy, transforming it into a dragon to catch the falling figure, gently lowering him to the ground. Striding forward, Zheng Yu inquired, "Brother He, what has happened? Who are they?" The one who had been knocked from the battle circle was He Chengchuan, who wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and retorted angrily, "These ruffians are outer disciples from the inner sect, here to disrupt the upper courtyard." Outer disciples from the inner sect? Zheng Yu was momentarily taken aback, but then realization dawned upon him. To become an inner disciple and follow the sect's masters or elders, one must achieve spiritual mastery and become a chi refiner. However, prominent families possess certain privileges. Core disciples from these families are often taken under the wing of the sect's chi refiners for instruction and guidance. For instance, Yu Fian from the Yu family can seek counsel from the chi refiners of her clan at any time, yet she prefers not to reside in the inner sect. While core disciples from other families typically dwell there, rarely encountering upper courtyard disciples. Although these individuals practice in the inner sect, they remain outer disciples and must still participate in the year-end unrestricted duel for assessment. As the date draws near, many such disciples have arrived from the inner sect. Their aggression towards the upper courtyard disciples stems from their unfamiliarity with the latter's abilities, seeking to gauge potential threats among them. To know oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory in every battle. The intruders included core disciples from the Shui Tu and Lishan families. And not only was I attacked, but Sister Ting was as well. He Chengchuan spat out blood, his voice seething with indignation. This is utterly unreasonable. They agreed not to employ excessive force, yet Sister Ting has been gravely injured. The Shui Tu family? A flash of anger ignited within Zheng Yu, though his expression remained unchanged. The Shui Tu family. The chi refiners of the Shui Tu family conspired with the demonic tribe, unleashing the Celestial Mother. The higher-ups of the Shui Tu family summoned Sister Shui, a Qingyan, to the mountain, only for her to be parasitized by the Celestial Mother, her spirit shattered. Raising his hand, a dragon surged forth. This disciple possesses commendable strength. I wonder if he is interested in a bout? The disciple who had injured He Chengchuan turned his gaze toward Zheng Yu, smiling. I observe your dragon of visualization carries the thunder totem, suggesting you harbor the thunder sword technique. You must be a disciple of Master Pu, am I correct? I have encountered the abilities of Master Pu's disciples, and they are rather unremarkable. Yet you are different. You have ingeniously combined the dragon totem with the thunder totem, indicating you are a true inheritor with some skill. His gaze was shrewd, reflecting the wisdom of one who has trained under a chi refiner, surpassing the upper courtyard disciples in insight and perspective. Zheng Yu's expression remained as calm as still waters, and he softly replied, "Are you from the Shui Tu family or the Lishan family?" The disciple replied with a chuckle, "I am Shui Ling Shan of the Shui Tu family." Zheng Yu nodded and stepped forward. He Chengchuan, suppressing his pain, grasped Zheng Yu's hand and whispered urgently, Junior brother Zhong, do not employ excessive force. The Shui-Tu family is one of the 10 great clans. Having already offended the Tianfeng family, it would suffice to engage him in a draw. Zhong Yu gently extricated his hand from He Chengchuan's grip and smiled. Do not worry, brother. I shall exercise restraint. Do not employ excessive force? Shui Lingshan chuckled derisively. It is I who should refrain from excessive force. To be frank, during our earlier encounter, I only exerted 70% of my strength. Junior brother, feel free to unleash your full power. I hope you possess some commendable abilities. Very well. The two stood 10 paces apart. Zhong Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, his lips curling. Shui-Tu family. Boom. The bluestone slab beneath his feet erupted violently, fragments scattering in all directions, as the ground where Zhong Yu stood suddenly caved in, revealing a footprint nearly a foot deep. Shaped like a dragon's claw and significantly larger than that of an ordinary person, as if a ferocious dragon had unleashed its might, collapsing the earth beneath. In an instant, Zhong Yu propelled himself forward, and as he did, the roar of a dragon reverberated. A fearsome dragon coiled around him, twisting and turning, encircling his form. Shui Lingshan blinked, and when his eyes reopened, Zhong Yu was already upon him, his arm entwined with the massive dragon body, rendering his arm menacingly formidable as he delivered a powerful punch to his chest. Boom! The sound resonated like a thunderous drum, followed by the sickening crunch of bones breaking. Shui Lingshan's body bent backward violently, crashing into a column before rolling over several dozen paces away, while battles continued elsewhere before the transmission pavilion. The reverberations from Zhong Yu's strike echoed like thunder, rolling from one side to the other, creating an unparalleled sensation of shock. Such terrifying explosive power drew attention. In that moment, every skirmish ceased, and whether engaged in combat or merely spectators, the upper courtyard disciples turned their gazes towards this spectacle. Brother Lingshan, 2 disciples from the Shui-Tu family cried out in alarm, rushing forward to assist Shui Lingshan, who lay weakly on the ground, his ribs visibly fractured, having sustained 7 or 8 broken bones. Severely injured? The faces of the 2 Shui-Tu disciples paled, and they glared back fiercely, shouting, in a friendly contest. Your actions were far too ruthless. I held back and did not exert my full strength. Zhong Yu replied calmly. I only used 70% of my strength. Had I used my full power, you would not have survived a single blow, Zhong Yu stated matter-of-factly. Within his consciousness, the inherited fire spirit admonished. Your strength lacks sufficient sharpness. If your power were truly potent, your adversary would crumble upon contact. Do not speak of 70%, even with 50%. You could have easily dispatched him. You must continue your training. You have yet to achieve true sharpness. 70%? The 2 disciples of the Water Tue clan exchanged cold snorts, one of them taking away the Waterling Mountain, while the other stepped forward with a sneer, inquiring if he was a student of the esteemed Mr. Pu, practicing the body refinement technique. It was no wonder that his speed was exceptional. The pure body refinement method endowed the practitioner with strength far superior to that of others. In the close-quarters combat, the Ling Mountain brothers, caught off guard, fell prey to his initial advantage, resulting in their defeat. Had they been on guard, they would not have been so easily overpowered. Raising his hand, he gestured, and a totemic pillar soared into the air, emitting ripples that spread outward like waves, enveloping a radius of several dozen yards. All the disciples of the upper academy felt as if they were standing in water, their movements hindered. Typically, a totemic pillar would cover only a few yards. But this one was clearly beyond the means of an ordinary disciple. Those who specialize solely in body refinement have strayed into the path of heresy, rendering them utterly useless. A single totemic pillar is sufficient to restrain such practitioners completely. The Water Tue disciple gazed at the coiling dragon around Zhong Yu and scoffed. Moreover, your dragon totem is but an empty shell, lacking flesh and bone, and has not received genuine transmission. Show me your strength at 7/10. Zhong Yu stomped his foot heavily, and suddenly, the water wave patterns emanating from the totemic pillar surged upward like a tsunami, instantly dissipating the pressure it had exerted on everyone. The Water Tue disciple was taken aback as Zhong Yu's fist approached him with alarming speed. In a moment of panic, he attempted to visualize his defenses, but it was too late. 7/10 strength, Zhong Yu stated calmly, his fist shattering the ethereal manifestation of the disciple's mental energy. The disciple was sent flying as if struck by a colossal rhinoceros, tumbling several dozen yards away. He had no time to visualize, no time at all. How could his speed be so astonishing? The Water 2A disciple's mind reeled as he coughed up blood, struggling to rise only to collapse again. Overwhelmed with both fear and anger, how could his explosive power be so terrifying? Looking around, Zhongyu observed that before the scripture pavilion, hundreds of upper academy disciples stood in stunned silence, and his voice rang out clearly, "I intend to take on 10. Chapter 25. Unstoppable Onslaught outside the Sutra Pavilion. The other disciples of the upper house were in an uproar, utterly astonished. The first victory of Zhongyu over Shui Ling Mountain had an element of surprise, as Shui Ling Mountain was unaware of his formidable physique. However, in the second bout against the disciple of the Shui Tu clan, who immediately unleashed the totem pillar designed to counter body cultivators, Zhongyu still defeated him with remarkable ease. This was no mere stroke of luck. It was a demonstration of genuine strength. The core disciples of the Shui Tu clan were not to be dismissed lightly. They were seasoned warriors. Employing the totem pillar was indeed a recognized tactic against individuals with formidable physiques, yet Zhongyu shattered its power with a single kick, revealing the extraordinary extent of his strength. 10? Such arrogance, muttered a disciple who recognized Zhongyu, saying, "So it is that Zhongshan clan member. No wonder he is so full of himself. He has always been brash. Just last month, he had brutally bested a senior brother of the Tianfeng clan right here, openly dismissing them. In just a month's time, his strength has surged so dramatically that even the core disciples of the Shui Tu clan are no match for him." Nearby, someone whispered, "Does he have a vendetta against the 10 clans? Why does he only target their disciples? After defeating the Shui Tu clan this time, will he next challenge the Lishan or Taolin clans?" A disciple of the Lishan clan scoffed and moved to confront Zhongyu, only to be stopped by a fellow disciple who shook his head, saying, "The Shui Tu clan and our Lishan clan are also rivals. We will inevitably encounter them in the unrestricted duel in 2 months. We should take this opportunity to gauge the strength of the Shui Tu disciples." Understanding the rationale, the Lishan disciple withdrew, nodding. "I initially thought the upper house was full of weaklings, but it seems there are indeed formidable talents. It would be prudent to observe their capabilities." Ting Lanyue was carried out of the meditation chamber by several disciples of the Pu Lao sect. He Chengchuan hurried over, asking, "Senior sister, how is your injury?" "I've broken a few ribs and sustained some internal bruising, but with a healing elixir, I shall survive," she replied, struggling to sit up. Her gaze fell upon Zhongyu, contemplating. Zhong Shidi's bravado is quite excessive. He is too domineering and reckless, which may provoke a collective retaliation from the Shui Tu clan. Yet, he is standing up for us. Wait, that's not right. His beloved, Shui Qingyan, hails from the Shui Tu clan. Is he taking out his frustrations on her relatives after a falling out? Who dares to claim they can defeat 10 of our Shui Tu disciples? The core disciples of the Shui Tu clan, initially observing the battle from within their meditation chamber, were filled with rage and astonishment as Zhongyu's voice echoed outside. They rose in unison, a palpable fury radiating from them. Core disciples held a status far superior to that of ordinary disciples, often descending from the lineage of clan leaders or the bloodlines of esteemed Qi cultivators. They were the elite among the elite of the Shui Tu clan's younger generation, trained under the guidance of master cultivators. Given their privileged upbringing, they naturally harbored a sense of superiority over the upper house disciples, whom they believed had not received true teachings. Their visit to the upper house was intended to assess its talents, and they had initially regarded the endeavor with a degree of disdain. However, after several challenges, they had effortlessly vanquished numerous upper house disciples, having yet to encounter anyone stronger than themselves. This had fostered a sense of complacency. Yet, at this moment, these elite disciples were taken aback by a mere body cultivator's audacity to boast about defeating 10 of them. "How brazen!" exclaimed a female disciple, her eyes glinting with determination. She rose swiftly, her garments billowing as she declared, "I shall show him the true meaning of respect." Before she could exit the chamber, she began to visualize her technique, her mental energy transforming into flowing water that encircled her, forming a surging river that coiled around her like a dragon in flight. "Water sword Qi, 13th style," she cried, as water swords ascended from the river, revealing a profound mastery of swordsmanship. Being cautious and battle-hardened, she did not underestimate Zhongyu. Aware of the defeat that had befallen Shui Ling Mountain and the previous Shui Tu disciple, thus, she chose to visualize her technique first, readying herself for any sudden moves from Zhongyu. A fellow disciple observed, "Sister Shui Xing is indeed valued by the clan's higher-ups." Her meticulousness guarantees that she will not let that upper house brat off easily. Before he could finish his sentence, an overwhelming, violent energy surged through the entrance. As a fearsome dragon-like creature erupted into the chamber, colliding with the female disciple Shui Sheng at the doorway. The clash of the water sword Qi and the dragon's might erupted simultaneously, a blinding flash illuminating the room as the two forces collided, generating a radiant light akin to a small sun. Within this brilliance, the dragon writhed and struck, violently shattering the river, causing the water swords to dissipate into mist. Shui Sheng screamed as she was sent flying by the dragon's tail, crashing against the far wall of the chamber, her body pinned against it, limbs outstretched like a starfish. Surrounded by spiderweb-like cracks, the ferocity of Zhongyu's earlier strike was undeniable. Since the Shui Tu clan did not emerge to challenge him, Zhongyu resolved to enter their chamber and confront them directly. As he stepped inside, his gaze swept the room, meeting the astonished and furious faces of the Shui Tu disciples. 1, 2, 3, only 7 of you? Zhongyu muttered in disappointment. I expected to face 10. Outrageous. The closest Shui Tu disciple reacted swiftly, channeling his mental energy into totem patterns as a totem pillar soared from behind him, landing solidly on the ground. This is the meditation chamber of the Shui Tu clan's Qi cultivators, not a place for your insolence. In quick succession, 6 other Shui Tu disciples summoned their totem pillars, strategically positioning them to form a constellation of 7 stars, enveloping the entire meditation chamber in their combined power. The overlapping totem patterns amplified their strength tremendously. A single totem pillar could significantly hinder a body cultivator's movements, but with the pillars combined, the pressure was doubled, rendering Zhongyu's advantage null. Aware of Zhongyu's status as a body cultivator, the Shui Tu disciples acted decisively, neutralizing his greatest asset, ensuring he would no longer be able to flaunt his arrogance. River God Totem Visualization Technique. Water River Sword Qi. Wei River under the Song Mountain. The 7 disciples of the Water Tushar clan roared in unison, and in an instant, the serene chamber was engulfed in a tempest of water, transforming it into a veritable aquatic realm. Rivers surged forth, merging the landscape into a singular entity, with the river serving as a blade of energy. One disciple even conjured the vision of the river god, He-Bo. With a resounding clang, their soul weapons manifested as these disciples prepared to unleash their full might, intent on avenging the humiliation that Zhongyu had inflicted upon their brethren. However, the moment the first totem pillar descended, Zhongyu was already in motion. As the pillar fell, before it could activate, the Thunder Sword technique erupted, unleashing a brilliant flash of lightning that surged from the yet-to-fall totem pillar. Just as the water pattern totem began to spill forth, a crack appeared on the pillar, which subsequently split in 2. Meanwhile, the other 6 disciples' totem pillars had just begun their descent, shattering the formation of the 7 stars before it could fully materialize. Harnessing the power of thunder, Zhongyu soared upward, the air crackling with electricity as he deftly evaded the barrage of attacks and the swiftly approaching soul weapons. The soul weapons, arcing through the air with incredible speed, rained down upon him like a storm of blades. One disciple shouted, "Surround him with soul weapons," leaving him no avenue of escape. With a crackle, a flash of lightning erupted, and a deafening roar resounded as one disciple was struck by a bolt, sent soaring into the air, his body rendered rigid and charred. A massive dragon claw, the size of a mat, descended from above, pinning the newly struck disciple to the ground, causing the chamber to tremble and a large human-shaped pit to form beneath him. In a breathtaking display, Zhongyu darted across the chamber, moving from one end to the other in a heartbeat, outpacing even the airborne soul weapons. The threat posed by these soul weapons was significant. How could a mere mortal withstand such treasures? Fortunately, his speed was unparalleled. With a mighty roar, 2 serpentine dragons emerged from behind Zhongyu, their heads rising with vigor. The 2 dragons coiled around their respective halves, plunging down to seize 2 disciples and crashing them violently together, leaving them bloodied and unconscious. Outside the scripture hall, hundreds of senior disciples gazed towards the Water Tushar's tranquil chamber, witnessing the tumultuous waves, the flashes of lightning, the resonant dragon roars, and the cacophony of water and bodies colliding, a symphony of chaos. After a brief interval, the tumult subsided, the waves receded, and the thunderous sounds faded, restoring tranquility to the chamber. Zhongyu emerged from the battered entrance, shaking off the remnants of his beast skin attire, and remarked with a shake of his head. Only 8. Curiosity piqued. Others leaned in to glimpse the aftermath within the water teacher's chamber, revealing a scene of utter disarray. With 8 male and female disciples sprawled across the ground in disheveled heaps. In mere moments, the 8 core disciples of the water teacher had been thoroughly overwhelmed. Chapter 26. The rising spirit of battle. The Shueita clan has truly suffered a significant loss this time. A multitude of onlookers gathered, peering into the quiet chamber of the Shueita clan, reveling in their misfortunes. It seemed the Shueita clan had kicked a steel plate, bruising themselves in the process. These individuals had dared to bully the disciples of the esteemed Pu Lao, only to provoke a formidable body cultivator akin to a raging dragon. The Zhongshan clan was not merely a body cultivator. Their mastery of qi refining surpassed that of the Shueita disciples. A disciple from the Lishan clan shook his head, defending Zhongyu. Although the battle in the quiet chamber was brief, Zhongshan had intricately woven the thunder sword technique into his body cultivation, merging the thunderous sword energy with the dragon totem. The combination of the thunder and dragon totems swept through the Shueita disciples, revealing the depth of his qi refining skills. Upon hearing this, many nodded in quiet agreement. After all, the core disciples of the Lishan clan had been personally trained by the qi refiners of their clan, granting them a perspective that surpassed that of ordinary upper academy disciples. Most upper academy disciples believed Zhongyu triumphed solely through body cultivation, while few recognized the integration of qi refining within his practice. It was indeed astonishing. Body cultivation and qi refining are often seen as conflicting disciplines. Devoting excessive time and energy to body cultivation typically hampers qi refinement, while excessive focus on qi refining may weaken one's physical strength. To attempt to cultivate both simultaneously often leads to stagnation in both, resulting in diminished overall power. Yet Zhongyu defied this common wisdom, advancing in both body and qi cultivation in tandem. Despite the multitude of disciples following the Shueita clan's qi refiners, one could not overlook the fact that Shueita Qingyin, a core disciple, was summoned to the mountain for the parasitic guidance of the celestial elder, indicating that even if the core disciples of the Shueita clan had not aligned with the demonic factions, many of their forebears likely had. Zhongyu bore no guilt for injuring the core disciples of the Shueita clan. They were simply too weak. Even with true teachings and the deployment of soul weapons and totem pillars, their strength was quite lacking, leading him to doubt the teaching abilities of those qi refiners. He had unjustly underestimated the Shueita clan's qi refiners. Their disciples ranked among the elite of the upper academy. If not, how could Ting Lan Yue and He Chengchuan have possibly fallen? Nevertheless, despite the Shueita clan's earnest efforts in training their disciples, how could they compete with the teachings of the Xinhua? Under the Xinhua's guidance and through arduous trials over the past few weeks, Zhongyu not only significantly enhanced his cultivation but also achieved peak control over his body, spirit, and soul among the upper academy disciples. Yet, this was not the most fearsome aspect. The most terrifying feature was his overwhelming explosive power. While Zhongyu may not rank among the very top of the upper academy disciples due to the brevity of his training, his explosive potential was undoubtedly unmatched, leaving others far behind in its wake. The Xinhua continually asserted that he had yet to reach a satisfactory level, yet their standards were exceedingly high. By their measure, Zhongyu's explosive power might not seem remarkable, but within the context of the Shueita disciples, he was a ravenous tiger among mere lambs. When a tiger enters a flock of sheep, a slaughter ensues, leaving the remaining sheep to bleat pathetically. In the upper chamber of the scripture pavilion, several qi refiners leisurely sipped tea, observing the duel among the disciples below. As Zhongyu exited the Shueita clan's quiet chamber, a middle-aged qi refiner could no longer restrain himself and sprang to his feet in anger. It was Shui Anshan of the Shueita clan. Shui Anshan was about to descend the stairs when suddenly, a gray shadow flickered, and an elderly man with flowing white hair positioned himself before him. Upon closer inspection, he could not help but sneer. "Master Pu, you certainly know how to protect your own. Your disciple has injured one of our Shueita clan's disciples. And while that might be acceptable, his audacious words warrant some discipline." Master Pu chuckled. "Brother Shui, you may be unaware, but this Zhongshan is not my disciple. He has offended the Tianfeng clan. Who would dare to take him in? He merely attended a lecture under my tutelage and received the true transmission of the Thunder Sword technique. He is not connected to me." Shui Anshan replied with a smile. "Since he is not Master Pu's disciple, I shall take it upon myself to discipline him. Surely, you will not obstruct me?" Master Pu shook his head with a smile. "Brother Shui, Conflicts among young disciples are ultimately trivial skirmishes. When children fight, it would be rather embarrassing for an adult to intervene. What do you think? Shui Anshan glanced around, noticing other Qi refiners in the tea house, sipping tea and chatting, their peripheral glances indicating a mix of amusement and anticipation for the unfolding drama. He chuckled awkwardly. Master Pu speaks wisely. However, Shui Anshan felt displeased. If Master Pu truly did not protect his own, why would he emerge to obstruct him? My Shueita clan's prodigy has finally arrived. The shame we faced can finally be redeemed. Zhong Yu approached He Chung Chuan and Ting Lan Yue when suddenly, a gentle voice called out. Young disciple, please wait. You believe you can leave so easily after injuring our Shui-Tu disciple? Zhong Yu halted, turning around to see waves cascading down the mountainside, resembling a mighty river in reverse. An upper academy disciple stood atop the crest of the waves, buoyed by the water, approaching with an air of ease. With each step he took, waves surged beneath him, lifting him effortlessly, as if he walked on air, exuding grace and charm. It was Qinghe, the senior brother. Disciples of the Shui-Tu clan within the quiet chamber struggled to rise, their faces lighting up with joy upon seeing him. Senior brother Qinghe has arrived. Senior brother. This person intruded into our quiet chamber and injured us. We implore you to uphold justice on our behalf. Qinghe's expression was gentle as he nodded, stepping forward with the waves lifting him to the entrance of the scripture pavilion. The river flowed beneath him, transforming into fish, dragons, and serpents. An extraordinary sight formed by totem patterns. In the water, one could faintly see ice swords floating, manifestations of profound ice sword energy, coalesced from totem patterns. To have cultivated to such a degree is indeed rare among the upper academy. Qinghe gazed at Zhong Yu, his expression warm, and remarked with a smile, Zhongshan, junior brother, in the spirit of our fellowship, your use of force seems rather excessive. Zhong Yu shook his head. The disciples of the Shui-Tu clan also struck with great severity, injuring senior sister Ting and senior brother He. Shouldn't that be deemed excessive as well? Qinghe observed Ting Lan Yue and He Chung Chuan, noting their severe injuries. He frowned slightly but then relaxed. In a contest among peers, a mishap is not uncommon. The reputation of the Shui-Tu clan must not be tarnished. Today, I too must intervene to restore our honor. Junior brother Zhong, I see you practice both body cultivation and Qi refining. Since that is the case, I shall not take unfair advantage. Let us duel using body cultivation techniques. With that, water coalesced around him, merging various totem patterns. Suddenly, his feet transformed into a fishtail, and he was enveloped in a powerful aura, gradually morphing into a towering figure with a fishtail and human form. White hair and silver eyes, radiating a wild and ferocious energy. Originally of similar height to an ordinary person, he now towered over them at 13 to 14 feet. His muscles bulging with explosive strength. As Qinghe transformed, the air became exceptionally humid, as if one could twist water from the very atmosphere. River God Bo. Zhong Yu's expression grew serious. He had witnessed the techniques Qinghe employed earlier in the Shui-Tu clan's quiet chamber. A disciple had invoked the He Bo totem visualization technique, conjuring the essence of He Bo to assist in battle. However, that disciple's manifestation was but a hollow semblance, devoid of flesh and bone, far from the authenticity of Qinghe's form. Moreover, Qinghe did not merely visualize He Bo, he transformed into He Bo, utilizing his formidable spiritual energy to embody the river god's essence. He Bo, the deity of water, serves as the totem of the Shui-Tu clan of the Wei River, a legacy left by the ancestors of the Shui-Tu clan when humanity first ventured into the wilderness millennia ago. Many within the Shui-Tu clan have envisioned He Bo, yet few have attained such an extraordinary level of manifestation. He has conjured He Bo into a being of flesh and bone, resembling a true water god. The cultivation of the He Bo totem visualization technique to this extent has become immensely formidable, not only compensating for physical deficiencies but also providing an unparalleled advantage in close combat against body refiners. Fighting like a deity, his might is truly unfathomable. Zhong Yu. This individual is quite formidable. The voice of the fire child in Zhong Yu's sea of consciousness suddenly took on a grave tone. His foundation is profoundly deep. Once he enters the spirit void hall, he will instantly become a Qi refiner. His mental prowess is astonishing, even surpassing yours. And he is on the verge of becoming a Qi refiner, capable of transforming the ethereal into the tangible. He is likely one of the most powerful figures among the upper academy disciples. Transforming the ethereal into the tangible? A chill ran through Zhong Yu's heart. This was the technique of a qi refiner. Qi refiners possess the ability to materialize their mental energy, as demonstrated in the battle between the left chancellor of the Baikong Hall and the elder of the Tianfeng clan, where the elder wielded wood as sword energy. By merging his mental energy with wood-type sword energy, he manifested enormous trees, forming an array of 10,000 wooden swords. This is the essence of transforming the ethereal into the tangible, solidifying mental energy to resemble true wood. Of course, this does not mean that mental energy has truly become wood. Rather, it is a manifestation of mental energy, indistinguishable from actual wood. However, should the mental energy dissipate, the wood would vanish as well. Shui Qinghe has also achieved this transformation, condensing his mental energy into the water god He Bo. His mental resilience has already reached the level of a qi refiner. Among all the upper academy disciples, Zhong Yu has never encountered someone so powerful. The transformation of the ethereal into the tangible, the materialization of He Bo, could enhance his physical prowess tenfold or even 100-fold, elevating him to the status of a body refiner, potentially surpassing my own physical capabilities. Zhong Yu's expression grew serious. This Shui Qinghe is incredibly strong, far surpassing Yu Fian, whose strength is formidable yet pales in comparison to Shui Qinghe, who dwarfs the core disciples of the Shui Tu clan. Yu Fian has cultivated to the point of embodying a fish dragon with flesh and bone, appearing lifelike. Yet she still lacks a fraction to achieve the transformation of the ethereal into the tangible, primarily due to insufficient mental energy strength. Her envisioned fish dragon is vivid, yet lacks complete realism. Zhong Yu took a deep breath, feeling not a trace of fear but rather a surge of excitement at the prospect of confronting such a master. Young Yu, are you excited? The fire child gazed at the tumultuous sea of consciousness, surprised. This Shui Qinghe's power surpasses yours. You should be filled with trepidation. No. The fighting spirit surged within Zhong Yu's chest. The stronger the opponent, the more exhilarated I become. To clash with such a formidable adversary, to topple him, to crush him, to obliterate his body, shatter his confidence, and trample his dignity. Can you comprehend the sense of accomplishment, fire child? Chapter 27. Who if not me? The emotional fluctuations of an individual are often difficult to discern at first glance. However, the spirit within the sea of consciousness can shift with the tides of feeling. At this moment, for Zhong Yu, his mental landscape resembled a turbulent sea. Waves crashing against the sky, evoking an almost visceral sensation of clashing swords and galloping steeds. This indicated his profound excitement, a fervent desire for battle, an eagerness to engage in combat, to attain victory, and to validate his learning and insights. Yet, his countenance betrayed none of these intense feelings. Well said, Xinhua praised. You are beginning to embody the essence of the Fuxi divine clan. To confront challenges head-on, to advance resolutely, to strive for progress, and to stand undaunted against formidable foes. This is the spirit of the Fuxi. Zhong Yu stepped forward, standing before Shui Qinghe, his body surrounded by a totemic display of thunder, coalescing into a spiraling dragon. His voice was calm. Zhong Yu of the Zhongshan clan accepts your challenge. Accepts my challenge? Shui Qinghe was taken aback. This situation was meant for him to assert dominance over this audacious Zhongshan, and yet it had somehow reversed roles. A challenge posed by a weaker opponent to a stronger one is merely an act of defiance. How could he be the one challenging? Interesting. It is indeed the first time someone has dared to speak to me in such a manner. You presume yourself a body cultivator. Very well. I shall shatter you using my body refinement techniques. Just 3 strikes. Defeating you will require no more than 3. With a smile, Shui Qinghe suddenly surged forward, propelled by a violent wave, moving with uncanny speed. The sound of crashing waves heralded his approach as he unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Zhong Yu's face. As that punch was thrown, the sheer force of the water behind Shui Qinghe surged like a deluge, towering high above, an overwhelming force descending upon him. He channeled the strength of the flood into that singular blow, rendering it a terrifying attack. Zhong Yu, entwined by the spiraling dragon, felt the essence of his power burgeon. The dragon's form grew increasingly vivid, its head fierce, its body thickening to the girth of a barrel, merging with Zhong Yu's very being. His pure mental energy manifested as both a dragon totem and thunderous patterns, adorning his skin like scales. Within him, muscles bulged, tendons tautened, producing the sharp crackle of a bowstring drawn tight. His blood flowed with heightened fervor, his heart pumping vigorously. the sound of blood coursing through his veins audible to the onlookers from the upper academy. Zhong Yu stood firm against Shui Qinghe's assault, unleashing a thunderous roar as he retaliated with a punch of his own. The spectators' expressions shifted dramatically as they witnessed the clash of these two titans, each exhibiting a level of power that left the rest in awe. The two collided with a resounding impact. Shui Qinghe's formidable form struck down, shattering the dragon totem that Zhong Yu had meticulously cultivated. The force of his fists scattered the thunderous patterns, sending them flying. Shui Qinghe's strength was overwhelming, dismantling Zhong Yu's defenses as if they were made of straw. Zhong Yu's thunderous totems were not solely for summoning the dragon. They also honed the power of the Thunder Sword Qi, designed to counter Shui Qinghe's might. Yet, Shui Qinghe's strength was too great. Even the Thunder Sword Qi crumbled before him, losing all its potency. As Shui Qinghe's fist struck Zhong Yu, a muffled thud echoed, reverberating through his limbs and spirit, shaking his very essence. Simultaneously, Zhong Yu landed a punch on Shui Qinghe, revealing the latter's inherent resilience. Zhong Yu's strike was formidable. Yet the core disciple of the Shui Tu clan, despite the damage to his protective scales, remained unscathed in spirit. The strength of the Zhongshan clan was indeed remarkable. Shui Qinghe inhaled deeply, his demeanor turning serious. As a prized disciple of the Shui Tu clan, he had undergone rigorous training since childhood. His physical prowess heightened by ancient medicinal concoctions and the essence of beasts etched into his very being. Yet, he had sustained injuries. The might of Zhong Yu surpassed his expectations, and the dragon totem had reached an exalted level. Yet it was not merely the totem and the thunder sword that inflicted harm. It was Zhong Yu's explosive power that penetrated his defenses. Now at the third strike, Shui Qinghe took a deep breath, his expression grave. He summoned forth a great surge of water, creating a small lake that lifted him into the air, preparing for a devastating descent upon Zhong Yu. This was his ultimate technique, a culmination of years of training, poised to vanquish Zhong Yu. Zhong Yu's expression mirrored the seriousness of the moment as he braced himself. Suddenly, Shui Qinghe's gaze fell upon a group of figures approaching from the Sword Gate Mountain. With a cold scoff, he dissipated his river god form, withdrew his mental energy, and turned away. Let today's events be set aside, Zhongshan. We shall resume this battle at the unrestricted duel. Zhong Yu blinked in surprise, following his gaze to see several figures descending from the mountain, making their way toward the upper academy. The aura of those few individuals was undeniably formidable, rivaling that of Shui Qinghe, suggesting they were outer disciples who had trained within the inner sect, though their clan of origin remained a mystery. However, observing Shui Qinghe's demeanor, it was evident that these individuals hailed from one of the 10 great clans, possessing exceptional strength. Shui Qinghe, wishing to conceal his trump card from their gaze to avoid losing the upper hand in the upcoming unrestricted duel at year's end, chose to withdraw. Such a formidable opponent. Zhong Yu's palm trembled slightly, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his internal organs aching subtly. He mused, the 10 great clans each possess unique attributes. Their ancestral totems are inherently stronger than those of other clans. Indeed, Shui Qinghe's prowess is profound. Without resorting to the techniques of qi refinement, he has already demonstrated such might, overshadowing my own. Yet, he failed to consider that he had only been earnestly cultivating for a little over a month. While Shui Qinghe had been immersed in spiritual herbs since childhood and had spent 5 or 6 years under the tutelage of qi refiners after entering the sword sect to achieve his current level of mastery. Within the upper courtyard, there were many like Shui Qinghe, all elites from the great clans. These individuals would surely take action during the unrestricted duel at year's end, where blossoms of talent would compete for the opportunity to enter the Spirit Void Palace. At that time, it was likely that these individuals would no longer hold back, showcasing their most formidable techniques. Zhong Yu stepped toward Ting Lanwei and He Chinchuan, contemplating. 2 months remain, just 2 months. In 2 months, I shall engage with the true elites of these great clans. Who can say who will dominate the crowd? A surge of ambition stirred within his chest as he whispered, to dominate the crowd. Who but I? Zhong Yu of the Zhongshan clan. These are your 2 soul weapons. Upon seeing Zhong Yu approach, old Mr. Pu called him forth, presenting 2 soul weapons before him with a smile. It took me 20 days to forge these 2 soul weapons. I must admit, I am quite fatigued. What do you think of them? I recently returned from a business trip to Hangzhou and am utterly exhausted. As I finish this chapter, sleep beckons, and I struggle to keep my eyes open. Brothers, do not forget to cast a recommendation vote for the Tao Supreme. Chapter 28. The dragon blood sword box in the quiet chamber, disciples of Master Pu, including Ting Lanyue and He Chengchuan, gathered around. Despite her severe injuries, Ting Lanyue gritted her teeth and moved closer to observe. Many of these disciples possessed soul weapons, albeit of modest quality, and they were keenly curious about the soul weapon that Master Pu had painstakingly forged over the course of 20 days. What appeared to be a wooden box. The onlookers were taken aback, staring at the 6-foot-tall wooden box. Zhongyu was equally perplexed. The soul weapon bestowed upon him by Master Pu was indeed this wooden box. Carved from a dark red wood, it appeared seamless, standing at just the right height to reach his chest. The box was adorned with intricate patterns resembling dragon motifs, likely totemic designs. However, upon closer inspection, these patterns seemed to be natural markings of the wood rather than later engravings. "This is dragon bloodwood," Ting Lanyue exclaimed in astonishment. "It truly is dragon bloodwood. I heard from the elder generation of my family that on Sword Gate Mountain, there exists a dragon blood forest. Legend has it that eons ago, a true dragon was wounded and bled in the wilderness, and its blood stained a portion of the forest on Sword Gate Mountain. Because of its infusion with dragon blood would inherently bears dragon totems, but it grows slowly, taking hundreds of years to mature. Even the elders are reluctant to utilize it for crafting soul weapons. Even the elders of Sword Gate are hesitant to use it." Zhong Yue's heart jolted. He suddenly felt the immense weight of the wooden box. Although he was not a disciple of Master Pu, the fact that Master Pu had fashioned a soul weapon from such a precious material for him was an overwhelming gift. Master Pu caressed the wooden box, smiling as he said, "This dragon blood wood was awarded to me by the sect leader for the contributions I made to Sword Gate in my earlier years. It possesses some benefits for nurturing souls and soul weapons, as well as enhancing sword chi. However, it holds little use for me, which is why I have never crafted a soul weapon from it. I originally intended to reserve it for my disciples, but having failed to find a suitable heir, it has remained unused." He expressed a sense of satisfaction, saying, "Zhongyu, although you are not my disciple, we are fated to cross paths. And since you cultivate the dragon transformation totem, you are indeed worthy of this dragon bloodwood. Thus, I have crafted a sword box for you from it." Zhongyu was both astonished and delighted, yet tinged with apprehension. "Master Pu, this is far too precious." Master Pu burst into hearty laughter. "Precious? Not in the slightest. If not for your care of Lanwei and the others, my disciples might have perished in the demonic ruins. Other alchemist disciples have all fallen in the ruins, thousands lost, yet only a handful of mine survived. This merit, how can a mere piece of dragon blood would compare? You deserve this dragon blood wood sword box. Zhongyu, open the sword box and take a look." Regaining his composure, Zhongyu opened the dragon blood wood sword box, and with a soft click, it revealed a beautifully patterned wooden hilt. He gently drew the soul weapon from within. It measured 5 feet in length, adorned with peculiar totemic patterns along the spine, and weighed around 100 pounds, exuding a substantial quality. The blade was entirely black, with a dark golden sheen, likely forged from a blend of mysterious iron and gold, enhancing its sharpness and durability. The surface of this soul weapon was covered in lightning totem patterns, resembling the marks left by bolts of lightning striking the sword, indicating that Master Pu had used pure lightning patterns in its creation. The dragon scale-like markings were reminiscent of the dragon transformation totem, rendering the soul weapon eerily cold and razor-sharp. Upon drawing it from the sword box, he even faintly perceived what seemed to be dragon blood coursing within the blade. As he infused his soul into the sword, he felt it traverse effortlessly within, experiencing no discomfort. Rather, it was quite pleasant. This exemplified the distinction between high-quality soul weapons and ordinary ones, whereas ordinary soul weapons would cause damage if the soul was detached for too long. High-quality ones felt akin to a second body, allowing for prolonged connection without harm. Master Pu continued, "The synergy between the dragon bloodwood and the dragon scale sword is ideal for your cultivation. The two nourish each other, facilitating your growth. Soul weapons require frequent infusions to maintain their vitality. The closer the bond between one's spirit and the weapon, the greater the power and swiftness it exhibits. Zhongyu, are you satisfied with these two soul weapons?" Zhongyu retracted his soul, overwhelmed with joy as he caressed the dragon scale sword and the dragon blood sword box, repeatedly affirming, "I am indeed satisfied. This dragon blood sword box can store up to 9 dragon scale swords, but currently, there is only 1. The rest, you will have to procure yourself," Master Pu chuckled. "However, Once you attain the rank of an alchemist and master sword chi, this sword box can be filled with sword chi. With a mere thought, countless sword chi can erupt from the box, surpassing any soul weapon. Ting Lanyue, He Chung Chuan, and the others gazed on in envy, while Zhong Yu's heart raced at the thought, murmuring, sword chi? Crafting soul weapons from metals like mysterious gold and iron is merely a small path. The true indomitable force lies in sword chi. Master Pu's expression turned serious as he imparted, alchemists cultivate chi. Our sword gate specializes in sword chi. Once you attain the spirit level, you can harness various essences to forge sword chi, liberating yourself from these mundane metals. For example, this sword box can only hold 9 soul weapons. But if you wish to store sword chi, it can accommodate hundreds, even thousands. Zhong Yu was struck with awe. Hundreds of thousands of sword chi? Just envisioning the spectacle of such an explosion from the sword box was both terrifying and magnificent. Today, I shall refrain from imparting any more techniques, Master Pu instructed. One cannot consume more than they can digest. Continue your practice with the methods I have previously taught you. This is the path to securing a strong standing in the upcoming unrestricted duel. He directed the others accordingly, then turned to Zhong Yu, saying, You have entered late and learned too few techniques. Introducing you to new ones now would likely overwhelm you. You need to familiarize yourself with the Dragon Blood Sword Box and the Dragon Scale Sword. Diverting too much energy towards new techniques will not significantly enhance your prowess. In the unrestricted duel, you will encounter core disciples from prominent clans, all armed to the teeth with soul weapons. The odds of winning purely through techniques are slim, but a good soul weapon is immensely advantageous. Spend these days refining these 2 soul weapons to solidify your previous cultivation of the Dragon Transformation Totem and the Thunderbolt Sword technique, enhancing their power. Zhong Yu felt a tinge of disappointment. He had hoped to learn a flying technique with the opening of the Sutra Pavilion. However, Master Pu's words held merit. With only 2 months remaining until the unrestricted duel, it was indeed a bit hasty to explore new techniques. Moreover, refining soul weapons would require time. So it would be wiser to use this period to bolster the Thunderbolt Sword technique and the Dragon Transformation Totem's power, thereby increasing his chances of success. You must also exercise caution, Master Pu advised in a lowered tone. In your duel with Shui Qinghe of the Shui Tu clan, should your strength be revealed, be wary of potential attacks. If you are injured before the unrestricted duel, it would hinder your performance and increase the likelihood of others entering the Spirit Void Palace. Zhong Yu's heart sank. Master Pu continued, Your current strength may not guarantee a position in the top 10, but you pose a significant threat to those ranks. So remain vigilant against underhanded tactics. Even if they do not resort to treachery, there are likely experts who would seek to practice their skills against you. Practice against me? Zhong Yu expressed his gratitude, smiling. Rest assured, Master Pu. I also wish to use them as practice dummies to warm up for the unrestricted duel, battling my way through. Master Pu watched him depart, feeling a swell of emotion. Such an outstanding youth. The more one observed, the more one admired. In the past, countless individuals would have vied to take him under their wing. Regrettably, he has managed to offend the Tianfeng clan. It would be one thing to offend the Tianfeng clan, but he has also incurred the wrath of the Shui Tu clan, thus antagonizing 2 of the 10 great clans in one fell swoop. It is likely that he will soon offend a 3rd and a 4th. Within the upper court, the core disciples of the various clans have descended from Jianshan Mountain, preparing for the year-end unrestricted duel. Each clan boasts disciples who have been meticulously nurtured, many of whom are not inferior to Shui Qinghe. Almost every clan has disciples capable of manifesting their spiritual energy into reality. Shui Qinghe has yet to unleash his full strength. I truly wish to witness the extent of his power. In the quiet chamber of the Lishan clan, a young girl stands with her spiritual energy coalescing behind her, transforming the intangible into the tangible, and revealing a massive flower spanning 36 feet. Within this grand blossom, a 3-faced, 4-armed demon god slowly rises, balancing on one leg while half-crouching, compelling the surrounding disciples of the Lishan clan to retreat. The totem of the Lishan clan is the Lishan demon god flower. Zhong Yu, during his assessment at the Biqua Hall, had once gazed upon a demon lotus that enveloped the vast wilderness for hundreds of miles. That demon lotus is a legacy left by the ancestors of the Lishan clan. This young girl of the Lishan clan has cultivated to the point of recreating the Lishan totem, manifesting the demon god flower, and giving rise to a demon god within the flower, a feat that rivals Shui Qinghe, if not surpassing him in intricacy. Li Xionyang, aside from Shui Qinghe, what of the Zhongshan clan? On the platform of the quiet chamber, a qi refiner of the Lishan clan inquired, is he worthy of attention? Li Xionyang took a step forward, her footsteps causing demon lotuses to bloom with each stride, and with a playful smile, she replied, he does not warrant excessive concern. His strength poses a threat to me, albeit a minor one. What truly captures my interest are the formidable experts cultivated by the Yushi, Taolin, Junshan, and Leihu clans. However, the Zhongshan clan can serve as a preliminary exercise, allowing me to accumulate an invincible momentum for my unrestricted duel. Meanwhile, in the quiet chamber of the Leihu clan, a robust man with a flowing beard manifested a deity that commanded thunder behind him, the three-eyed thunder god, who also remarked with a grin, the Zhongshan clan can be utilized for practice to build an invincible momentum and belief, akin to a ravenous tiger descending from the mountain. Gaining speed. When I confront experts like Shui Qinghe, my indomitable momentum and conviction will enable me to strike them down with a single blow. Chapter 29. The Girl and the Thunder. The ritual of refining a soul weapon involves offering one's spirit to the weapon, nurturing it with mental strength, and creating a profound connection between the two through continuous engagement. Zhong Yu sat cross-legged, with the dragon blood sword box positioned upright before him. The spark of enlightenment illuminated his consciousness, guiding him on how to refine both the dragon blood sword box and the dragon scale sword. The longer the nurturing process, the more stable the connection with the soul weapon became, allowing one to retrieve it with mere thought, even if it was lost, impervious to others' attempts to seize it. However, the connection between the sword box and the dragon scale sword had already been established, akin to that between a scabbard and its blade. If the sword were to be lost, the box could be summoned back. At this moment, he was to focus on nurturing the sword itself using his formidable mental strength and spirit. Zhong Yu devoted his spirit to the dragon scale sword, and his mental energy surged forth to nurture the precious blade. Ordinary individuals typically spent days merely nurturing their soul weapons with their spirit and mental energy, a rather rudimentary method. The guiding spark continued to counsel him, stating, while nurturing, concurrently visualize the fire sovereign of the Fire Memorial Palace. This will expedite the process, allowing you to refine the weapon in just a few hours. Upon hearing this, Zhong Yu immediately envisioned the fire sovereign. After several hours, he suddenly opened his eyes. Refine. With a soft click, the sword box opened, and the dragon scale sword emitted a low hum as it leapt forth, radiating a chilling light that caused the temperature of the air to plummet, exuding an overwhelming cold. The dragon scale sword seemed to transform into his eyes, enabling Zhong Yu to perceive his surroundings through it. As the sword soared higher, his vision expanded further. Crack! Lightning flashed and thunder roared as the dragon scale sword executed the thunderbolt sword technique under his command, unleashing a dazzling display of electric light that darted through the air like a bolt of lightning. A mix of astonishment and joy surged within Zhong Yu as he fully unleashed the thunderbolt sword technique. The sword light flickered and danced in the sky, showcasing the technique's full power. Previously, he had felt constrained when attempting to utilize the thunderbolt sword technique, but now, wielding the dragon scale sword, he was able to execute all the variations that had eluded him before with effortless grace. No wonder many Upper Academy disciples claimed that a fine soul weapon could double one's strength. With the dragon scale sword, the potency of my thunderbolt sword technique is surely multiplied, he mused. You are merely refining the soul sword for now. It suffices for slaying ordinary beasts. But it falls short against a spirit like Shui Qinghe, the guiding spark cautioned. Shui Qinghe possesses greater mental strength, and his soul weapon is likely on par with yours. Engaging him would present significant risks. The spark transformed into a small flame, landing upon the dragon scale sword, merging with its blade, and standing atop Zhong Yu's spirit. This sword is quite commendable. It can safeguard your spirit from being shattered, ensuring your essence does not disperse. The sword's resilience and toughness are exceptional. Unless faced with a qi refining expert, it is unlikely to be broken. You need not fear for your spirit's demise during clashes with other soul weapons. The thought that a shattered soul weapon could lead to one's demise sent a shiver through Zhong Yu. Is that truly so? He exclaimed. Indeed, the spark replied. When you imbue your spirit into a soul weapon for combat, the greatest fear lies in the weapon's destruction. Since your spirit is embedded within the weapon, if it shatters, your essence will follow suit, leading to your death. The spark perched on his shoulder, adding, thus, if you choose to wield a soul weapon, It must be of the utmost quality. Otherwise, the fate of being scattered is inevitable. Look at those naive disciples from the upper academy. They are oblivious to the dangers. Their soul weapons are often poorly crafted and shatter at the slightest contact. To brandish such weapons in battle is akin to courting death. Zhang Yu felt a tremor in his heart, realizing that many disciples from the upper academy relied heavily on their soul weapons during confrontations, unaware of the peril they invited. Your sword is quite decent. As long as you are not confronted by a chi refining expert, shattering the dragon scale sword will not be an easy feat. You may wield it against upper academy disciples, the spark stated earnestly. However, should you encounter a chi refining expert, it is advisable to flee as far as possible. Otherwise, should they shatter your dragon scale sword, your spirit will be obliterated alongside it. Soul weapons are merely substitutes for sword chi, a regrettable necessity when one's cultivation is insufficient. Sword chi not only boasts far superior offensive capabilities, but is also significantly safer. Now, continue ascending and practice your swordsmanship in the high skies. The dragon scale sword surged upward, accompanied by the resonant echoes of thunder, quickly reaching an altitude of 10,000 feet. Zhong Yu gazed down, seeing the once mighty mountains diminish in size. Yet beside him, Sword Gate Mountain loomed like a colossal blade, still towering beyond measure. After a brief flight, Zhong Yu sensed his mental energy waning. Although he had reserves, the intensity was insufficient to sustain such a prolonged journey. Even after flying so far, the golden peak of Sword Gate remained dauntingly distant, seemingly unreachable. Here shall suffice, the spark announced, surveying the surroundings. This is the realm of high-altitude thunder. Above, one will encounter scorching suns, fierce winds, and latent lightning. The fierce sun burns, while the cutting winds can be lethal. Once your spirit ascends to such heights, it risks incineration or being swept away by the winds. While the sun and winds are not particularly perilous, the lightning is another matter entirely. It will sense your spirit's presence, and in the high altitudes, it may strike, potentially leading to your demise. Will the lightning actively target me? Zhong Yu asked, alarmed. Even if I do not provoke it, it will strike? Before merging with the spirit, it is of a yin nature, while lightning is overwhelmingly yang. The clash of yin and yang draws them together. Hence the spirit will attract lightning in the high skies, the spark explained. It is akin to the attraction between men and women. When a man encounters a woman, he instinctively wishes to approach her. Previously, your practice of the thunderbolt sword technique was merely a mental visualization of lightning, a feigned representation, while the natural lightning here is genuine, far more potent. This altitude is perfect. The lightning is not yet overwhelming, merely faint. You can utilize this lightning to refine your spirit and strengthen your mental energy and soul weapon. Be cautious. The lightning approaches. Quickly envision the fire sovereign. Surrounding the dragon scale sword, crackling arcs of electricity began to manifest, multiplying rapidly. As if numerous lightning serpents were suddenly dancing amidst the clouds, a breathtaking sight. As the electric light coalesced, the larger serpents consumed the smaller ones, growing in size. While the air resonated with the ominous sound of thunder, a jolt coursed through Zhong Yu, sensing that something had locked onto his spirit, instilling a profound sense of dread. He hastily envisioned the fire sovereign of the Fire Memorial Palace. As his mental energy constructed the Fire Memorial Palace within the dragon scale sword, Zhong Yu transformed into the fire sovereign, feeling the fear dissipate in an instant. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as a bolt of lightning struck down, catching the dragon scale sword before it could evade. An unimaginable force surged through the sword. Zhong Yu's spirit darkened within the sword, as if scorched. And even his envisioned fire sovereign appeared charred, his essence teetering on the brink of shattering. His mental energy felt as though it were being shattered, accompanied by excruciating pain that threatened to tear him apart. The thunder's resonance seemed intent on scattering him. Concentrate fully. Do not lose focus, the spark warned, perched on his shoulder, seemingly unharmed, yet visibly tense. If you waver, you shall perish, and your spirit will be scattered. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain that threatened to rip him asunder, Zhong Yu poured all his energy into visualizing the fire sovereign. Witnessing the charred remnants of his spirit begin to restore, akin to an ancient tree reviving in spring. Boom! Another bolt of lightning struck just as Zhong Yu's spirit was on the verge of recovery, nearly shattering him once more. The unbearable agony crashed over him anew. The flickering flame exhibited no concern, chuckling softly. Rest assured, you are merely gritting your teeth in spirit. If your body were to follow suit, you'd shatter every tooth in your mouth. The first death will not claim you, nor will the second. Continue your cultivation. Do not relent. Pain. Zhongyu gritted his teeth in response. Is it truly agonizing? The diminutive flame spoke hesitantly. The pure-blood Fushi clan I once taught never uttered a sound of pain. Zhongyu steadfastly bore the discomfort, persistently visualizing. In just half an hour, over 20 bolts of thunder struck the dragon scale sword. Even the flame was taken aback. Contemplating, the pure-blood Fushi clan I previously instructed did not endure such a duration during their initial encounter with lightning. They were already wailing in agony and unable to persist. Yet this lad continues to hold on. Zhongyu felt as though his spirit was nearing a state of numbness from the pain, while the relentless thunder continued to assail him with crackling ferocity. Gradually, however, the pain seemed to diminish. His mental fortitude intensified, and his spirit grew more resilient and imposing, capable of withstanding such formidable thunderous onslaughts. Indeed, amidst his spirit and mental energy, flickers of lightning began to shimmer. Suddenly, Zhongyu noticed a graceful maiden seated in midair, hundreds of yards away, besieged by a barrage of thunderbolts. Without the protection of a spirit weapon, she was struck directly, yet her form remained steadfast and unmoving. This young girl appeared to be quite youthful, yet she exhibited remarkable strength. A thought flickered through Zhongyu's mind, and the dragon scale sword soared towards the girl. She opened her eyes, curiously surveying the sword, and smiled. Are you also refining your spirit, senior brother? Does it hurt? It was somewhat painful earlier, but now I feel a bit numb, Zhongyu replied, his spirit peeking out from the sword. What may I call you, senior sister? I am Tan, known as Jiner. The thunder earlier was nearly unbearable, almost rendering me unconscious, she confessed, struggling to suppress her discomfort. What do they call you, senior brother? As lightning crackled in his direction, Zhongyu hastily retreated into the sword, declaring, I am Zhongshan, Zhongyu. Your cultivation is impressive, so I dare not directly confront the thunder with my spirit. Jiner replied with a cheerful smile. Senior brother Zhong, you appear slightly older than me. It would be more fitting to call me junior sister. After exchanging a few words, both felt fatigued. Zhongyu smiled. Junior sister Qiu, let us meet again tomorrow. Jiner nodded and soared away. Zhongyu gazed in astonishment as she flew towards a grand hall atop a spiritual herb-like mountain platform at Jianmen Mountain. That place was inhabited by the Qi refiners. How could she? Zhongyu exclaimed. The flickering flame pondered. She is merely a Qi refiner. Did you not notice? Cold sweat broke out on Zhongyu's forehead. She just referred to me as senior brother, and I called her junior sister. A Qi refiner calling me senior brother places immense pressure on me. Fear not. Tomorrow you shall become a Qi refiner, surpassing her in cultivation. And this title of senior brother will be solidified, the flickering flame chuckled. Yet you must strive diligently, for this girl named Jiner is no ordinary being. She is a naturally gifted spiritual entity, comparable to the aptitude of the Fangjian Pavilion. Such individuals cultivate with a speed akin to that of a frenzied young heifer. Chapter 30. The bull from the neighboring village Jiner. How has your training progressed? In the grand hall atop the Lingji-like mountain platform, Jiner's spirit soared in, settling into the meditative form of a young maiden. A beautiful woman smiled and remarked, to refine the soul through thunder is the exquisite art of the Lei Lake clan. I too had to go through great lengths to acquire it. Utilizing such methods to refine one's soul renders it incredibly resilient. As an innate with spirit, your soul is naturally unified. If you can endure the thunder's tempering, your future achievements will rival the 4 young masters of the sword sect. Jiner opened her eyes and replied, Mother, I encountered a senior brother in the thunder layer who was also refining his soul. His spirit resides within a soul weapon. And we exchanged a few words. The woman grew anxious and asked, could he be a Qi refiner from the Lei Lake clan? If they found out I had stolen their secret art, it would be quite embarrassing. Jiner quickly reassured her, he is not from the Lei Lake clan. He introduced himself as Zhongshan, named Zhongyu. The woman sighed in relief, perplexed. Which great clan is Zhongshan? I have not heard of it before. Could it be that they too pilfered the thunder soul refinement technique? Is senior brother Zhong also a thief? Jiner asked, astonished. The beautiful woman shot her a disapproving glance. What do you mean by thief? We are merely keen learners. It is not fitting to label us as such. I shall visit the sect leader one day and acquire the profound art of the sword sect, the ultimate freedom, sword Qi, for you to practice. Jiner stuck out her tongue playfully. Zhongyu's spirit returned to his body, and he gasped in surprise, noticing that his consciousness sea had shrunk. Originally, his consciousness sea spanned an area of 3,000 acres, and it had been expanding as his cultivation deepened. Now, however, it had considerably diminished to a mere 1,000 acres, a reduction of 2/3. What could be the cause? Has my cultivation diminished by 2/3? The fire spirit leaped from the dragon scale sword and shook its head, saying, "This is the remarkable effect of thunder tempering. Your spirit was not resilient enough. Although your consciousness sea was vast, your spiritual strength was lacking. The thunder tempering has purified the impurities within your spiritual force. While your spiritual power has diminished considerably, it is now far more refined and resilient. Look, the electric light within your consciousness sea is a manifestation of your strengthened spiritual force." Zhong Yu gazed into his consciousness sea, where flickers of electric light darted about like hidden golden serpents. Your spiritual force is still not strong enough. If it were, your consciousness sea would transform into a thunder pool or a thunder sea. Your spiritual force would become like thunderous liquid. That kind of power would far surpass that of Shui Qinghe. The fire spirit continued. Thunder pool? Thunder sea? Thunderous liquid? Zhong Yu's eyes widened, filled with yearning as he murmured, "When will I reach that level? Have you not noticed that your soul has also shrunk?" The fire spirit exclaimed proudly. "Now, project your soul and observe its form." Zhong Yu hurriedly projected his soul, and the surroundings appeared colossal. The fire spirit, now tenfold larger, floated before him. His soul seemed as small as a grain of rice, while the fire spirit appeared grand and towering. Zhong Yu turned to look at his own body in astonishment, seeing it as a towering giant, both divine and demonic, incomprehensibly massive. Previously, his soul and the fire spirit had been of similar size, but now, it was pitifully small. Your soul has shrunk due to the thunder tempering, eliminating its impurities. Rest well and consume several feather spirit pills to utilize your spiritual force for refining your physical body. Tomorrow, continue your training, the fire spirit advised. Once your body is sufficiently strong, it too can undergo thunder tempering, but that is still far off. Will my body be struck by lightning? Wouldn't he that char it? Zhong Yu steadied himself, following the advice to consume 3 feather spirit pills, envisioning the dragon's serpent totem for body refinement. He soon felt the potency of the pills rapidly depleting. After burning through the effects of 3 pills in a short time, he took another 3. I previously used the dragon serpent totem for body refinement, but my body could not progress further. Now that my spiritual force has strengthened, I can enhance my body once more. Zhong Yu was both surprised and delighted, continuing his training. In an unconscious blur of a night, he consumed 60 feather spirit pills. At this rate, he would soon be left with nothing. Come morning, Zhong Yu opened his eyes, bemused. Having consumed 60 feather spirit pills in one night, a greater expenditure than during life and death training. With only 250 pills remaining, he calculated that he could sustain himself for merely 4 or 5 days. However, the gains from this night's training were substantial. He felt an explosive power surging within him, his every motion resonating with the might of thunder. Each muscle contained tremendous explosive strength, and every sinew twanged like a taut bowstring. With his neural transmission speed unparalleled, he wondered how formidable he would become in 5 days. Could he rival Shui Qinghe? Zhong Yu summoned his spirit, drawing forth the dragon scale sword, its brilliance soaring into the heavens as he returned to the thunder layer, inviting the thunder for further tempering. Not long after, Xiao Jiner flew in, and they exchanged light-hearted conversation while training. The synergy of their efforts was invigorating. The fire spirit, perched upon Zhong Yu's shoulder, mused, "Little Yu seems to be driven to train harder upon encountering such a young girl, all of whom are chi refiners. He is transforming pressure into motivation. Little does he know that an innate spiritual body differs fundamentally from an ordinary person. An innate spiritual body is inherently unified with the soul, naturally a chi refiner, rather than a product of cultivation." Should I enlighten him? Perhaps it is best left unsaid. The youth should possess some vigor. In the following days, Zhong Yu and Xiao Jiner seemed to have made an unspoken agreement, both training diligently until exhaustion would drive them apart. After 5 days, Zhong Yu's consciousness sea had shrunk to a mere 500 acres, and his soul had dwindled to a size smaller than an ant. Had he not been consuming feather spirit pills during this time, his consciousness sea might have shrunk even further, and his soul could have become so minuscule that it would be nearly indiscernible. Though his consciousness sea and soul had diminished, he felt that both were significantly stronger than before, especially his consciousness sea, which now rippled with thunder, transforming into golden serpents that danced within. With a mere thought, the serpents writhed wildly, a formidable spectacle. However, Zhongyu had finally exhausted all his feather spirit pills and could no longer continue his training. As an upper courtyard disciple, he received 10 feather spirit pills each month, a meager supply insufficient for even an hour of training. He felt overwhelmed, contemplating. Previously, I could accumulate merit in the sword sect's demon ruins, but now that it is sealed, I must seek alternative means. I wonder if there are other ways to earn feather spirit pills. Just as he prepared to rise, a melodious voice, like silver bells, rang from outside the courtyard, calling Zhong Shidi, Zhongyu of the Zhongshan clan. It was Sister Ting's voice. Zhong Yu's heart stirred, and he quickly stood to open the courtyard door, wondering what she sought him for. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find his small courtyard filled with vibrant colors. Over 30 female disciples from the upper courtyard curiously peering inside. Leading them were Ting Lanweth, clad in black, and Tao Dyer, dressed in red, while he did not recognize the others. With so many young women gathered, the air was infused with the fragrance of youthful vitality and delicate scents, likely from their homemade cosmetics crafted from collected flower pollen, enhancing their skin's freshness and allure. In the distance, male disciples from the neighboring male courtyard peeked out, astonished to see such a gathering of female disciples, their gazes toward Zhongyu filled with envy. "Why have all of you come to visit me?" Zhongyu inquired, perplexed. "Sisters, please come in. I shall prepare some tea for you." "We shall not sit in your abode," Lanyu replied with a playful smile. "We plan to descend the mountain for some training and head to Beast God Ridge for a warm-up before an unrestricted duel. The number of ferocious beasts around Beast God Ridge has been steadily increasing, and several tribes in the vicinity have faced disturbances, with many villages completely devoured. We intend to quell the beastly calamity at Beast God Ridge and, in the process, earn some merits to exchange for spirit elixirs or soul weapons." Tao Dyer chimed in with a laugh. "Initially, we did not intend to include any unpleasant men, but Yu Shiji mentioned your prowess and suggested bringing you along. Moreover, I have sensed that you are not unpleasant at all, so here we are." Zhongyu felt a stir in his heart as he noticed the dragon blood sword sheath flying towards him, landing at his feet. "Thank you, Sister Tao, for your support," he said with a smile. Yu Fian, somewhat aloof, interjected, "No need for further pleasantries. Let us depart immediately. We may reach Beast God Ridge before nightfall." Tao Dyer quickly produced a small cloth bag, grinning. "Beast God Ridge is quite distant. Walking would take us 2 or 3 days. I borrowed a bag of clouds from my Tao Lin clan's chi cultivator. If we ride the clouds, we can arrive before sunset." As she opened the bag, colorful mist billowed forth. In no time, Zhongyu and the young women found themselves standing upon the clouds, feeling a buoyant force lifting them upward. Zhongyu expressed his astonishment, while Tao Dyer explained, "This cloud is a soul weapon crafted by my Tao Lin clan's cultivators, named Colorful Clouds. Though it lacks offensive power, it serves well for travel. I will navigate, while the other sisters will take turns channeling their spiritual energy to propel us toward Beast God Ridge. Those who exhaust their energy will descend and allow others to take their place, conserving our strength for the challenges ahead." Meanwhile, in the male courtyard, hundreds of male disciples stood in awe, gazing at the colorful cloud carrying dozens of blooming maidens and Zhongyu into the sky, their expressions vacant. In our neighboring village, there is a robust bull, so strong that villagers from miles around bring their cows to mate with it on the 1st and 15th of each month, with several cows lining up while other bulls can only watch enviously. One disciple glanced up at the cloud and murmured, "We call that bull the Great Breeding Bull." "What are you babbling about?" another male disciple asked curiously. In the distance, a burly man with a thick beard watched the colorful cloud emerging from Jianmen Mountain, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Finally, they have set forth. Prepare the Thunder King boat. We, the disciples of the Leihu clan, shall also venture to Beast God Ridge. I wish to personally meet this Zhongyu." Over 20 elite disciples of the Leihu clan responded in unison, dragging out a long boat, about 10 zhang in length, with a statue of the Thunder God adorned with intricate thunder patterns at its center. As the group boarded the Thunder King boat, it soared into the air, heading toward Beast God Ridge. Simultaneously, in the female courtyard, Li Xionyang of the Lishan clan summoned her disciples, raising a large leaf, an enormous lotus leaf from the demon god flower. Standing upon the leaf, they too soared toward Beast God Ridge. "Lishan clan, do not let me down. Li Xionyang murmured softly. Chapter 31. The Beast Clan. Beast God Ridge is a rather peculiar locale within the vast wilderness, spanning an area of 800 miles. It is said that a beast god fell there, and its remains transformed into the very ridge itself. This place serves as a paradise for extraordinary beasts, inhabited by a variety of ferocious creatures, which the practitioners of the sword sect refer to as demon beasts. Amidst the colorful clouds, Ting Lanyue turned to Zhong Yu and remarked, "Junior brother, demon beasts evolve from mighty creatures, yet they possess little wisdom. However, some demon beasts can transform into human forms, and they are known as the Beast Clan. This is indeed intriguing. Unlike our human race or the demon race, which are defined from birth, members of the Beast Clan attain their status through cultivation. Yet, those who can become part of the Beast Clan are all formidable practitioners of chi refinement, wielding immense power." Tao Dyer chuckled, "But there are no practitioners of the Beast Clan in Beast God Ridge. I have heard of a sacred ground for the Beast Clan beyond the wilderness. But within the vast expanse, it is our sword sect that holds dominion. With our protection, the Beast Clan dares not encroach upon our territory. This mission for the sword sect should be easily accomplished. Tao, you mentioned that you have caught a whiff of junior brother Zhong. How did you manage that?" Ting Lanwei playfully scrutinized Tao Dyer and Zhong Yu. Indeed. The other young women perked up and laughed. "Pray tell how you both did it." Tao. Was it his face or his lips you caught a whiff of? Or perhaps some other part? Tao Dyer sprang up, her almond-shaped eyes wide with indignation as she declared, "If you keep this up, I shall toss all of you little girls off the clouds." Tao, having been caught off guard, began to get fierce. One girl pouted and leaned closer to Tao Dyer, grinning. Was it a mouth-to-mouth whiff? Then, the two girls nearly brought their lips together, causing Tao Dyer to blush uncontrollably and swiftly turn her head away, prompting laughter from the others as mirth echoed among the colorful clouds. Zhong Yu, equally flustered, feigned ignorance and inquired, "Sisters, what sights lie beyond the vast wilderness?" The girls exchanged glances, shaking their heads. One girl replied, "We know not, for none of us have ever ventured beyond. However, I have heard that the world outside the wilderness is fraught with peril. In times past, some have journeyed beyond, but they seldom returned. Indeed, I have heard that in the tribes at the fringes of the wilderness, people frequently vanish, taken by the malevolent beings that dwell beyond." Zhong Yu turned to Yu Fian, asking, "Sister, with your vast knowledge, have you ever been outside the wilderness?" Yu Fian shook her head. "I have not. But there are practitioners from the Yu clan who wander beyond. The land outside the wilderness is not a place for humans to inhabit." The girls hurriedly pressed for more details, but Yu Fian, reluctant to elaborate, stated, "If you succeed in becoming practitioners of chi refinement, you may have the opportunity to see the world beyond. What does it mean that it is not a place for humans to dwell?" Zhong Yu furrowed his brow, seeking clarification from Xinhua. Xinhua yawned. "How would I know? I only remember that before my slumber, there was no wilderness, and it was ruled by your Fushi divine clan and other divine clans. Who would have thought that upon my awakening, the Fushi clan had transformed into humans? What transpired during that time is a mystery even to me." As they ventured deeper into Beast God Ridge, towering mountains loomed like swords piercing the sky, an inhospitable terrain devoid of human presence, save for the tribes that dwell outside its periphery. Within the depths of Beast God Ridge, however, demon beasts thrived, treating this land as their paradise for reproduction and survival. Occasionally, human tribes would venture in for hunting, but they only dared to operate on the outskirts. The sheer multitude of demon beasts within the ridge deterred most from venturing inside. Yet, at that moment, over 20 disciples from the Sword Sect's upper academy traversed the innermost depths of Beast God Ridge, channeling their soul weapons in search of demon beasts, slaying any they encountered with a single strike. "Brother Han, something feels amiss. There seems to be fewer demon beasts, yet each one we encounter is exceedingly powerful." The disciples continued to wield their soul weapons, and after a fierce battle, they succeeded in slaying a formidable demon bull. Its strength was astonishing. Its tough hide resisted even their soul weapons, requiring a considerable effort to bring it down. The bull's carcass was as massive as a small mountain, and as they stood atop it, the disciples gazed into the misty depths of Beast God Ridge, where toxic mists swirled like pink mushrooms. A young disciple looked around, frowning slightly, and addressed Brother Han. "Indeed, something feels off. This demon bull is strangely powerful. I have never encountered such strength in the ridge." Someone nearby chuckled. "You worry too much. Brother Han is the strongest among our male disciples, What has he not seen? Even the likes of Zhongshan and Shui Tu are but mere jesters in his eyes. Brother Han, renowned as the foremost male disciple of the Upper Academy, known alongside Yufian, replied with a gentle smile, Water Qinghe is indeed formidable, possibly even stronger than I, but as for Zhongshan, he still has much to learn. Suddenly, the toxic mist shifted, and a young maiden clad in pink emerged from the haze, holding a strand of the mist that resembled an umbrella or mushroom handle. However, the umbrella-like mist obscured her features, making it impossible to discern her appearance. Yet, her graceful figure suggested she was merely in her early teens, perhaps around 14 or 15 years old. Sister, be cautious. That is toxic mist, highly poisonous, shouted a male disciple urgently. Quickly step away. Not so fast. There's something peculiar. Brother Han's expression changed slightly as he murmured, in the depths of Beast God Ridge, even we find it challenging to navigate, let alone a lone girl. We should retreat. Retreat? Where can you retreat to? The maiden's laughter echoed from beneath the toxic umbrella. Humans, the most delectable blood meal in the wilderness. I have not had a taste in quite some time. Retreat. Brother Han bellowed, and the disciples immediately summoned their soul weapons. Leaping off the bull's carcass in haste to escape, the toxic umbrella suddenly unfurled, revealing the young maiden beneath. Yet her neck was an alarming 3 feet long, crowned with a massive serpent's head, human-faced serpent. The creature spoke in a girlish tone. I told you, you cannot escape. Why do you not believe me? With a swift motion, her neck elongated in the wind, her encased body swelling as the serpent form emerged, rapidly growing larger and more formidable. In an instant, the serpent's head swelled to the size of a small mountain, darting forward with lightning speed to swallow 4 disciples whole. This serpent demon was perilously close to becoming a practitioner of Qi refinement. Such a terrifying creature could not possibly originate from Beast God Ridge. It must be an outsider from the Beast clan. Brother Han cried out in anger, summon your soul weapons. Hold it off for a moment. We must escape this place. The remaining disciples hastily urged their soul weapons against the massive serpent, striking at its head and vital points. Sparks flew, yet they failed to inflict any damage upon her. Foolish humans, daring to summon such lowly soul weapons in desperation. Do you not realize you are courting death? The serpent laughed mockingly, unleashing a torrent of venom. The toxic liquid rained down, and upon contact with the soul weapons, thick green smoke erupted as they corroded into a state of disrepair. The air filled with anguished cries as the souls bound to the weapons were also tainted, wailing before dissipating into wisps of green smoke. With a series of thuds, Brother Han and the others staggered, suddenly collapsing one by one. All dead. These humans are so weak. No wonder we and other races consider them mere food. The serpent coiled her neck back to its original length and shook her head. Then laughed, Brother, would you care for a bite? I can share 2 morsels with you. Humph, who would want that? A towering figure, resembling an iron tower, strode forward with a cold smirk, proclaiming, if I wished to feast on flesh, I would simply seize it. There are plenty of human tribes beyond the Beast God Ridge. I once invaded a village and indulged myself to my heart's content. This giant stood over 2 zhang in height, clad in a thick fur cloak, his chest adorned with a dense mat of hair, while a bear's head crowned his neck, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth. Alas, I arrived just a moment too late, allowing junior sister Shi to take the prize. Another figure approached with swift strides, sporting a goat's head. He quickly reached the 2 men and chuckled, Brother Xiong, you are unaware that junior sister Shi kindly invited us. These beings differ from ordinary humans. Their flesh is rather insipid, whereas these creatures have undergone cultivation, their muscles firm and with delightful texture. If sold at the market, they would fetch a handsome price. Junior sister Shi nodded, adding with a smile, especially the human Qi refiners, whose worth is even greater. I witnessed individuals selling human Qi refiners at the Wan Clan convention in the Hollow City. The prices were exorbitant, beyond your means. The Black Bear, intrigued by her words, remarked, I have heard that the Sword Gate is home to many human Qi refiners. Do not even entertain such thoughts. Junior sister Shi retorted with a cold laugh. The Sword Gate has guarded the great wilderness for millennia. Their power is truly formidable, even if you were a Qi refiner. Attempting to provoke the Sword Gate would lead to your utter demise. Brother Gonyang, would you not agree? The bear inquired. Brother Gonyang nodded, responding with a grin. We have come to accompany our master in search of treasures from the Beast God Ridge. Should the disciples of the Sword Gate arrive, we shall partake. But we must never entertain thoughts of confronting them. Once our master finds the treasure, we shall depart immediately. The sword gate's strength is remarkable. Many major forces outside have attempted to annex the great wilderness but have failed, indicating the depth of their power. The bear nodded gravely, stating, "Before we leave, I intend to capture some humans to sell outside." Suddenly, Junior Sister she turned her gaze skyward, whispering, "More are coming. Ah, this time there are 3 groups. There is no need to compete. We shall each handle 1 group. Brothers, remember, you must eliminate every last one. Not a single soul must escape, or we risk alerting the sword gate and jeopardizing our master's grand designs." Brother Gonyang and Brother Xiong nodded in agreement and dispersed. Junior Sister she flicked out her long tongue and swiftly raced towards the colorful clouds where Zhong Yu and Tao Dyer were situated, murmuring, "I hope our master finds that treasure soon. If time drags on, I fear the next visitors from the sword gate may not be these small fry, but rather chi refiners." Chapter 32. The sword like thunder amidst the colorful clouds descending from the sky. The maidens glanced around as they descended. They beheld the treacherous terrain of the Beast God Ridge, an area fraught with danger. While many parts of the great wilderness appeared sinister and foreboding, this place exuded an eerie and malevolent aura, causing even the cheerful maidens to adopt serious expressions. As the colorful clouds touched the ground, Tao Dare took out a small cloth bag and murmured incantations. The colorful clouds swiftly spiraled into the bag, and after a brief moment, the vast expanse of clouds, stretching for dozens of yards, was entirely consumed by the small bag. Yu Fian stepped forward and addressed her fellow sisters. "Sisters, the sword sect has issued a lucrative mission, and many disciples are headed to the Beast God Ridge. Some have already set out before us, so we must not delay any longer. Let us immediately venture into the depths of the Beast God Ridge and eliminate the rampaging beasts." Ting Lanyue hurriedly followed, saying, "Sister, the elites of the 10 great clans have descended, and among them are formidable adversaries, such as Shui Qinghe and Lei Gan. There are also remarkable women, such as Li Shanshi Li Xionyang and Mu Shanshi Mu Qinxian. Do you have confidence in surpassing them?" Yu Fian shook her head, replying, "Li Xionyang and Mu Qinxian are said to possess spiritual powers that have reached the stage of manifesting reality, making them indeed stronger than I in terms of mental prowess. They are core disciples of their clans, rigorously selected and nurtured since childhood, endowed with extraordinary talents. However, the Yu clan also has its core disciples, who are not inferior to them. Should they wish to best me, it must be proven through competition. Zhong Shidi, you have sparred with Shui Qinghe. How would you assess his strength compared to mine?" The maidens turned their concerned gazes towards Zhong Yu. Zhong Yu contemplated before shaking his head. "Sister, you are somewhat inferior to Shui Qinghe." Yu Fian shot him an incredulous glance and retorted, "How can we ascertain victory without a contest? Furthermore, Zhong Shidi, I am eager to compete with you as well. After your match with Shui Qinghe, I am even more curious about your capabilities. When did you become the foremost in the male academy?" Tao Dare chuckled. "Currently, the top of the male academy is Han Xingma, who is on par with Sister Yu and is also an extraordinary figure. If you defeat him, you will claim the title of the foremost in the male academy." Zhong Yu smiled. "Is such a title truly of great significance? How can it not be important?" The maidens chimed in. To attain the title of the top in the upper academy is to earn the admiration of countless female disciples, enchanting countless young maidens. It also attracts the attention of the sword sect's chi refiners, bestowing an abundance of treasures, elixirs, and techniques for endless enjoyment. People will follow you and serve you, answering your call in droves. Zhong Yu stared, stammering, "And those are the benefits? But enchanting countless maidens is of little use. I am in dire need of elixirs and techniques." The maidens collectively scoffed. "Brother Han is a figure of equal renown to Sister Yu. He would not be defeated by you. If you wish to become the top of the upper academy, you might as well wait until next year. Brother Han is wise and valiant, a striking figure, destined to vanquish the little demon of the Zhong clan." Suddenly, Yu Fian's expression tightened. "Silence, there are beasts nearby." The maidens grew tense, swiftly forming pairs back to back and drawing their totem pillars, preparing for battle. Zhong Yu also steeled himself, but felt a warm presence behind him. Turning, he beheld the soft figure of a maiden. Tao Dare turned her head with a charming smile, her red lips and white teeth strikingly beautiful, and her fragrance seemed to dispel the surrounding tension. Zhong Yu surveyed the totem pillars held by the maidens, each merely a foot long, yet intricately carved with phoenix patterns, suggesting they were of a higher grade. The ground tremored slightly, and suddenly, the vibrations intensified. the earth rising and falling like waves, as numerous corpulent creatures appeared before them. Hundreds of rotund beasts, resembling massive lizards covered in scales, towered over them, their stout legs propelling their bodies, each several yards long, rushing forth with a deafening roar. "Do not summon the soul weapons," Yufian quickly instructed. "These beasts consume metal objects, and if our soul weapons are bitten, they will be corroded immediately. Quickly set up the totem pillars and activate the phoenix totem." With urgency, the maidens positioned their totem pillars, and the phoenix designs lit up. The patterns connected, forming a phoenix that hovered above the maidens. "Is this a formation?" Zhang Yu observed in astonishment. He perceived the phoenix formed by the totem pillars wielded terrifying power. Akin to a technique for visualizing a phoenix, it combined the strength of the maidens into a single vision. The phoenix was highly condensed, approaching physical form. Its might undoubtedly astonishing. With a powerful flap of its wings, the phoenix unleashed fiery orbs that soared toward the charging beasts. Upon impact, the fireballs erupted, expanding exponentially like terrifying explosions, obliterating the rotund beasts in an instant. Seeing this, the remaining beasts let out frantic cries and scattered in all directions. The maidens exhaled in relief when suddenly the ground trembled once more, revealing gaping holes as fleshy, crimson tendrils emerged from below, lacking eyes or mouth. Only gaping maws descending upon the maidens. Before one maiden could scream, a squishy tendril enveloped her head, the appendage writhing as it began to consume her shoulder as well. "Do not panic. It is a great mountain worm. Flying wild geese," Yufian coldly declared, her arms raised, summoning the flying geese she envisioned, which darted close to the ground, severing the tendrils one by one. The maiden ensnared quickly tore the severed worm from her. Ting Lanyue imagined rain washing away the grime from her body, while the others exclaimed, "Our totem pillars have been devoured. The great mountain worm is back. The rotund beasts are charging again." The ground heaved as more fleshy tendrils erupted, and the fleeing rotund beasts thundered towards the maidens, mouths agape and ravenous. Yufian's expression shifted dramatically as she called out, "You deal with the rotund beasts. I will tackle the great mountain worm." Before her words could fade, Zhang Yu stamped his foot heavily, causing the ground to shake violently, a thunderous roar erupting from below, and lightning crackled beneath the surface. With a resounding crash, the earth split open, revealing a chubby, meatball-like creature rolling out of the fissure, still emitting smoke. This dark, gelatinous mass was at least 5 or 6 yards in size, covered in worm-like tendrils, charred by lightning, evidently lifeless. Simultaneously, the sky crackled with lightning, transforming into sword-like energies that shot in all directions, swiftly converging as hundreds of rotund beasts lay lifeless on the ground. Over 30 maidens turned in unison to gaze at Zhang Yu, who stood with a sword box at his feet, the box remaining still while his mental energy wielded the thunder sword technique. Beneath him, a colossal dragon claw emerged, resembling the trace left by a giant dragon's passage. How formidable! The maidens gasped in awe, while Yufian regarded Zhang Yu with a look of astonishment, pondering. Is Shui Qinghe truly this powerful? If so, I may not stand a chance. Ting Lanyue looked up at the towering meatball before them, exclaiming, "Is this the true form of the great mountain worm? Our totem pillars must be within its belly. Should we not cut it open?" The digestive prowess of the great mountain earthworm is astonishing. This mythical beast traverses underground, consuming soil when it encounters earth, stones when it meets rocks, and gold when it comes across precious metals. The totem pillar, merely a wooden carving, has long been completely devoured. Yufian steadied herself and shook her head, saying, "If junior sister Ruan had been swallowed just now, I doubt there would be even bones left to find." Junior sister Ruan, startled, quickly patted her soft chest, still shaken from the experience. Suddenly, Zhang Yu sensed something and gazed into the distance, where, several miles away, a pink miasma floated like a giant mushroom. He frowned slightly and whispered, "Draw the sword." With a click, the dragon blood sword case before him suddenly opened, and a streak of black golden sword light shot forth with a piercing sound, swiftly traveling miles away, slicing through the air like a startled swan. Yufian and the others were taken aback and hurriedly looked, witnessing the sword light pierce through the mushroom-like miasma, which shattered instantly. The sword light then returned, revealing that rainwater began to pour down from the spot where the miasma had been disrupted, yet the sword light remained untouched by a single drop. Then, the rain abruptly ceased, as if it had never existed. As the dragon scale sword returned, Zhang Yu grasped the hilt, noticing a smear of blood on the blade. His thunderous strike had pierced the miasma, wounding the creature hidden within. Senior Sister Yu, the situation seems somewhat peculiar. The fatty Yicheng is assaulting us while the great mountain earthworm seizes the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, not directly at us, but to uproot our totem pillar. These creatures appear to be intent on dismantling our Phoenix totem visualization array. Do ordinary mythical beasts possess such intelligence? Zhang Yu flicked his fingers, dislodging the blood from the sword, leaving no trace behind, and sheathed the dragon scale sword. Moreover, I sensed someone watching me after I struck down the great mountain earthworm and fatty Yicheng, prompting me to strike with my sword. The blood on this blade indicates that both the great mountain earthworm and fatty Yicheng are being manipulated from the shadows to attack us. Yu Fian frowned slightly, while Ting Lunyuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is rather strange. The strength of these mythical beasts seems significantly greater than before. Everyone, exercise caution. Yu Fian spoke in a low voice. This beast god ridge is indeed peculiar. We shall venture in to investigate, should we encounter danger. Tao Tao will immediately summon the cloud of colors for our escape. Tao Dyer nodded solemnly. The women gathered the remaining totem pillars and proceeded forward. Before long, they arrived at the site where Zhong Yu's sword energy had struck, finding the miasma dissipated, leaving behind fist-sized craters on the ground, evidence of the rainwater that had fallen. This rainwater had corroded the stones and soil to such an extent, its toxicity is truly formidable. Yu Fian's heart trembled, and then trembled again, as she observed a large hole where the miasma had been severed, its walls smooth and rounded. The opening spanned 4 to 5 zhang in circumference, suggesting something substantial had escaped through it, with traces of blood remaining nearby. It was clear that whatever creature Zhong Yu had wounded had burrowed underground to flee. The size of this opening indicated that the entity making its escape was indeed terrifyingly large. Yesterday, enthusiastic readers discovered that the Emperor had been plagiarized by an external site, and that it had been monetized. Many readers left messages for the author, who was equally astonished. However, by nightfall, the plagiarized work had been dismantled by the formidable efforts of the readers through various means. Brothers, you are truly powerful. The author sincerely thanks you for your love and support for their work. Words cannot express my gratitude. And the only way to repay you is through heartfelt dedication to my writing. Chapter 33. The tree demon that young human possesses an astute perception and remarkable reflexes. From dozens of miles away, the ground suddenly erupted, revealing a massive serpent that emerged with its colossal head. Shortly after, the serpent's head diminished, revealing a monstrous figure of a woman with a serpent's head as she exited the cave, promptly burying the entrance with a wave of her hand. This was none other than the demon clan's sister Shi. His swordsmanship was swifter than I could anticipate, leaving me with scant moments to react. Had I not been quick to twist my body, I would have been cleaved in two. Sister Shi raised her hand to touch her serpentine neck, where blood flowed from a deep gash, a sword mark that nearly reached her bones. One can only imagine the ferocity and speed of Zhong Yu's thunderous strike. This young man is formidable. I was merely caught off guard, thus sustaining injury. The woman in black seems to be the leader of their group. Could it be that her strength surpasses that of the young man? The others pose little threat. It is imperative that the two of them discern all the details. Foreknowledge of both self and enemy is the key to invincibility in battle. Sister Shi, with her snake-headed visage, pondered deeply, her eyes shimmering with an otherworldly light. After her initial encounter with Zhong Yu, she had suffered a minor setback, retreating out of caution towards Yu Fian. In her eyes, Yu Fian was the true leader of this faction of Sword Gate disciples, having not allowed Zhong Yu to assume that position, indicating her superior strength. If Zhong Yu was already so powerful, then should Yu Fian be even stronger? Facing two formidable opponents alone would certainly lead to her downfall. Thus she chose to withdraw promptly. Let the creatures of Beast God Ridge confront you first, and assess the strength of that woman in black. The enigmatic light in Sister Shi's eyes intensified as she emitted a sharp whistle, and soon, a low growl echoed from within Beast God Ridge. Sister Shi swiftly moved deeper into the ridge. Simultaneously, Lei Gun and Li Xionyang, along with others, were assailed by ferocious beasts. Testing the capabilities of the two factions of Sword Gate disciples, Lei Gun and Li Xionyang demonstrated their ability to materialize their mental prowess, causing Brother Xiong and Gong Yang to refrain from attacking directly. This was still the periphery of Beast God Ridge. Engaging here could jeopardize our Master's plans if any of them were to escape. Once these young human disciples penetrate the core of Beast God Ridge, we can indulge ourselves. Zhong Yu, Euphemian and the others continued to delve deeper into Beast God Ridge, encountering a plethora of bizarre beasts along the way. The creatures here were immense. At times, a giant crocodile would leap from the swamp, measuring over 20 feet in length, impervious to blades and spears. Occasionally, a large fish would leap from the lake, rushing ashore with astonishing speed to devour them. Even the sky was not safe, as colossal birds with wingspans exceeding 10 feet would swoop down, creating a whirlwind that could send them flying. There were even strange entities, such as a gigantic spider emerging from the ground, ensnaring a female disciple with its silken threads and dragging her towards its lair. When Euphemian and the others rescued the girl, they found her already bound in a web, the spider preparing to lay its eggs within her. Sister Nyenner, be cautious. Do not allow the spider to ensnare you again. The other girls teased, it seems you're having a streak of bad luck. Last time, you were nearly swallowed by a mountain leech. Sister Nyenner, still shaken, laughed nervously. That was merely a coincidence. How could there be a third time? If another spider dares to come for me, I shall make it regret its decision. Just as she finished her sentence, she was suddenly lifted into the air, upside down, swiftly propelled toward a massive tree. So soon, a third encounter? The girls gasped as they beheld the tree, its canopy sprawling over 100 acres, with drooping roots and branches that surged toward them like a swarm, thick as constrictors. A man-eating tree, Ting Lanhua exclaimed, conjuring flames in her mind. And soon a conflagration engulfed the air. The other girls quickly followed suit, but the roots pierced through the flames, ensnaring them and dragging them toward the base of the tree. Beneath it lay a mountain of bones, all remnants of beasts that had perished there. Euphemian shouted an order, sprouting wings from her back to ascend into the air. Just as she summoned her sole weapon, countless roots lashed out, ensnaring her, and even a giant eagle that had been swooping down upon her, dragging them both to the ground. The roots lunged towards Zhongyu, and the girls turned pale, crying out, "Zhongshidi, hurry and flee." In the next moment, Zhongyu found himself firmly bound, entangled with the other girls. "Dragon totem!" Zhongyu shouted, and a thunderous dragon surged forth from his brow, coiling around the monstrous tree. "Thunderstorm!" he bellowed, unleashing the tempestuous power within the dragon to strike the tree, causing its roots and branches to stiffen. The girls fell to the ground, stunned yet elated, and hastily fled. After racing several miles, they glanced back to see the immense tree uprooting its countless roots, rising in pursuit of them. They sprinted away, the tree's weight rendering it slow, yet its wrathful roots flailed wildly, shattering stones in their wake. This tree, it seems, is on the verge of becoming a demon. Ting Lanhua sighed in relief. Many of our senior brothers from Sword Gate have already arrived at Beast God Ridge, and I heard that Brother Han, the top disciple of the male academy, has also brought a large number of people here. I wonder if we might encounter them? Beast God Ridge spans 800 miles. It may be challenging to cross paths with Han Qingma and the others. Euphemian shook her head. The beasts in Beast God Ridge have indeed grown extraordinarily powerful. When I came here for training in the past, they were not this formidable. Even Han Qingma would struggle to navigate these grounds. However, they should be making their way toward the center of the ridge. Perhaps we will meet them there. Within Zhongyu's consciousness, the ember of knowledge awakened. And through his eyes, he beheld the surrounding mountains, marveling, what colossal ribs. The creature that perished here could indeed be deemed a true god or demon. Ribs? Zhongyu's spirit, standing in his consciousness, was taken aback. What ribs? That mountain. The ember of knowledge raised a tiny arm, like a flame tracing a line, pointing toward an imposing ridge. This mountain is formed from ribs. The deceased divine beast must have been a colossal entity. With such thick ribs, it is likely not a member of the divine or demonic races, but rather the beast race, a divine beast of the animal kingdom. Given the size of this rib, it must have been quite powerful in life. Zhongyu was astonished as he gazed up at the majestic ridge, which towered 4,000 to 5,000 feet. Steep and wall-like, hexagonal in shape, impossible for an ordinary person to scale. Such massive ribs. Zhongyu inhaled deeply, scanning the other mountains in Beast God Ridge, where he discerned similar formations emerging, numbering over 48, far exceeding the count of human ribs. This can only be considered the common remains of a divine beast. I have encountered even larger before. The ember of knowledge pondered. However, this place did not exist before my slumber. It must have emerged afterward. What could have caused a divine beast to fall here? Ah, this aura? The little ember was taken aback, suddenly exclaiming, "What a treasure! I initially believed that the essence of this divine beast had completely dissipated, its bones petrified and soul turned to ash. Yet, it appears this being still retains remnants of its vitality. Zhong Yu felt a stir of curiosity. What remnants of vitality? Upon its demise, this divine beast likely sealed its essence and soul, intending to preserve its spirit for a resurgence, aiming for immortality. Yet, with the passage of time and a lack of rituals from the beast race, its soul could not transform into a totem, likely having already dissipated into nothingness. However, the essence of the beast god has yet to dissipate. Have you noticed how the surrounding beasts have grown increasingly powerful, even more so than before? Upon hearing this, Zhong Yu nodded in agreement, recalling that both Ting Lanyue and Yu Fian had mentioned that the beasts of the beast god Ridge were now stronger than in times past. The young boy of the fire of kindling remarked, "This is the very place where the beast god sealed his essence and soul before his demise. The seal has weakened, causing his essence to leak out, which has been absorbed by these beasts, thereby enhancing their strength. Furthermore, I suspect that this region became a paradise for beasts because the beast goddess essence had begun to leak at that time, though not as profusely as it does now. Young Yu, these beasts have absorbed the slightest traces of the leaked essence, allowing them to become formidable in a short period. You must now understand the advantages of the beast goddess essence, correct? So, the upheaval of the beasts in Beast God Ridge is due to the leakage of the beast goddess essence? Zhong Yu pondered, greatly intrigued. Is it possible for humans to absorb such essence? How does it compare to the effects of the feather spirit pill? The feather spirit pill? The young boy of the fire of kindling was momentarily taken aback, before exclaiming, "The essence of the beast god far surpasses the feather spirit pill. In your sword sect, there are scarcely a few pills that could even compare to the essence of the beast god. However, there is one vital point you must understand. You cannot absorb the essence directly. If you were to recklessly attempt it, you would inevitably transform into a great beast, identical to the beast god in his prime." Zhong Yu was taken aback, exclaiming, "Transform into a great monster?" The young boy of the fire of kindling chuckled. "If you desire to become a beast, that is your choice, but why would you want to? Your lineage is that of the Fushi, descendants of Fushi himself, who is of the dragon god and serpent god bloodlines. The dragon god clan is of innate divinity, just as the serpent god clan is. Both ancestral lines emerged as deities from the beginning of time. These two clans are royal, belonging to the divine imperial lineage. Their bloodlines inherently surpass that of the beast god by far. Perhaps the essence of the beast god could awaken your latent Fushi bloodline. After all, your bloodline is rather diluted, and the essence might purify it somewhat. Kindling, are you certain that the essence of the beast god can activate the Fushi bloodline?" Zhong Yu queried, both intrigued and skeptical. While the young boy had treated him well, he still appeared somewhat unreliable, raising doubts in Zhong Yu's mind. "Rest assured, with my presence, the success rate is 100%. I guarantee that you will awaken your Fushi bloodline. Now, let us proceed deeper into the mountains. We are bound to find the seal where the beast god has concealed his essence," the young boy urged, though he felt a tinge of uncertainty in his heart. As for whether the Fushi bloodline can be activated, I have not tested it, and the success rate may not be high. Are there others here?" At that moment, Zhong Yu felt a sudden realization and turned to see a large, poisonous mushroom swaying in the distance. "Ah, this fellow is truly perceptive. Sister," she exclaimed in surprise. "But along this journey, I have managed to gauge your strengths. It appears that the abilities of that woman in black are rather mediocre. Only you seem to be somewhat capable. In that case, I shall not hold back and will eliminate you directly." Oh, someone approaches. Did Brother Xiong fail to subdue these humans? Chapter 34. Sister, please forgive me. The miasma faded away. Zhong Yu withdrew his gaze, and the dragon scale sword within its sheath behind him regained its tranquility. He contemplated. I have a persistent feeling of being watched by a pair of eyes lurking in the shadows. The continuous assaults from the beasts along our journey must be connected to this gaze. Just now, I sensed a murderous intent emanating from those eyes. The owner of this gaze intended to strike, but inexplicably restrained themselves. Someone is approaching. Remain vigilant. Ting Lanyue noticed something and gazed into the distance, smiling. There is no need for caution. It is a disciple from my upper academy. Sister Yu, this group consists of disciples from the Li clan, led by Li Xionyang. Li Xionyang of the Li clan? The girls were taken aback, glancing at Yufian. Ever since the core disciples of the 10 great clans arrived at the upper academy, tranquility had eluded the institution, particularly within the female dormitory. The senior sister of the female dormitory is Yufian, renowned as the foremost among them. Although Li Xionyang did not confront Yufian directly, numerous female disciples speculated that a confrontation between the two was inevitable in the quest for the title of senior sister. Yufian snorted coldly, her gaze fixed upon the approaching disciples of the Li clan. As they drew near, Li Xionyang led the charge. Flanked by over 20 disciples of the Li clan, forming a triangular formation, it was evident that they had endured numerous battles along the way. Their garments tattered and their appearances somewhat disheveled. In stark contrast, Li Xionyang appeared unblemished, her attire wholly intact, and even her delicate feet remained untouched by dirt. The Li clan girl walked barefoot, each step creating a mystic lotus flower that blossomed in midair. With each footfall, she landed precisely on the flower's center, her dainty toes merely brushing against its fragrant petals. This lotus was a manifestation of her mental prowess, wilting away as she passed, its petals fading into the ether. Even though Yufian remained cautious of this girl, she could not deny the remarkable skill Li Xionyang displayed in her control and visualization of spiritual energy. Reaching a level that bordered on the extraordinary, Zhong Yu observed from afar, feeling admiration for her abilities. The effortless emergence of a lotus with each step required profound visualization, a feat accomplished with such instinctive grace that it was truly impressive. In comparison to Yufian, Zhong Yu perceived even more, silently acknowledging, thoughts arise from the heart. Only when thoughts are birthed can one visualize. This is an immensely profound realm, significantly enhancing combat prowess. Yet, Li Xionyang had ascended to an even higher echelon, manifesting her thoughts effortlessly, integrating visualization into her very being, as natural as walking or reaching for an object. Indeed, the core disciples of prominent clans possess unique qualities, not merely sheltered blooms. Zhong Yu glanced at Yufian, reflecting, Sister Yu has yet to reach this stage, and the gap between her and Li Xionyang appears considerable. The position of senior sister may be in jeopardy. As Li Xionyang approached, radiating fervent combat intent, it was evident that she sought to challenge Yufian for the title of senior sister. Yufian's countenance hardened, her aura gradually intensifying, clearly sensing the fierce combat spirit emanating from Li Xionyang. Zhong Yu of the Zhong clan? Many disciples of the Li clan surged forward, and Li Xionyang suddenly halted. Her gaze not on Yufian, but fixed on Zhong Yu. With a playful smile, she remarked, Junior brother Zhong, I have long awaited a duel with you. It is unfortunate that you have been absent from sight for some time. A fortuitous encounter indeed. Shall we engage? Zhong Yu was taken aback, as was Yufian, while the other girls stood in stunned silence. They had anticipated Li Xionyang's target to be Yufian, yet her focus was unexpectedly directed towards Zhong Yu. Yufian sighed, feeling a twinge of indignation. She mused, is Li Xionyang's target not me, but junior brother Zhong? Does she perceive me as a lesser threat than him? How can one know without a confrontation? Zhong Yu furrowed his brows slightly. Sisterly, are you challenging me? Li Xionyang laughed, a hint of allure in her demeanor, and replied languidly, Junior brother Zhong, perceive it as a challenge if you wish. I do not harbor the same caution as Shui Qinghe. To me, this challenge is merely a means to assert dominance. Her garments fluttered as she stood upon a mystic lotus, floating in the air, exuding an ethereal and enchanting presence. My aim is to crush formidable opponents such as yourself, to accumulate an invincible momentum, and subsequently obliterate the elites of other clans in unrestrained confrontations. Zhong Yu inhaled deeply, a surge of thunderous energy enveloping him, transforming into intricate totemic patterns. He murmured, crushing? Li Xionyang chuckled, you need not take my words to heart. If you possess the capability to crush me, you may do so, provided you can defeat me. I will yield willingly. Her aura intensified, revealing a terrifying manifestation behind her. A testament to her concentrated spiritual energy, the totem of the Li clan, the mystic lotus, a colossal flower, spanning several yards, gradually gave rise to an ethereal deity, towering above, with multiple arms and an imposing presence. This deity was an embodiment of Li Xionyang's spiritual energy, materialized before all. Though she was of similar age to Zhong Yu, she had achieved this remarkable feat, garnering immense admiration. Zhong Yu's gaze flickered, and with a resounding dragon roar, a fierce dragon emerged from his brow, coiling around his body and limbs, its head rising ominously, fixated on the deity behind Li Xionyang. In that instant, Zhong Yu's aura shifted dramatically. Previously, Alongside the other girls, he exuded a gentle essence, indistinguishable from other youths. Now, however, the girls sensed a wild energy surging forth from him. Akin to a primordial beast awakening, or a fierce tiger roused from slumber, a palpable sense of danger enveloped the air. With a thunderous roar, the dragon materialized from his mind, reverberating through the mountains, eliciting a chorus of roars from the beasts dwelling in the depths of the beast god ridge, unable to resist responding to the dragon's call. Impressive! Li Xionyang exclaimed in admiration, her movements swift as she lunged towards Zhong Yu like a fleeting shadow. Simultaneously, the colossal deity mirrored her motion, its multiple arms rising to form intricate totemic seals, delivering powerful strikes towards Zhong Yu. Junior brother Zhong has only recently embarked on this path. If you employ your soul weapon, I shall not be surprised, Li Xionyang declared, while visualizing her next move. Petals began to cascade from the air, each lotus blooming as if scattered by celestial maidens. Falling blossom sword array, Li Xionyang commanded. The petals danced, transforming into vibrant crimson sword energies that swiftly enveloped Zhong Yu within the array. She commenced with her most formidable technique, visualizing the mystic deity and the lotus, launching the falling blossom sword array with the intent to devastate him without any preliminary testing. Impressive. Zhong Yu's lips curled slightly as he remained steadfast, surrounded by erupting thunder, his spiritual energy crackling with raw power, infused with the resonating sounds of thunder. In an instant, totemic patterns filled the surrounding space, resembling golden serpents writhing through the air. Thunderous blade technique. The sound of blades resonated, harmonizing with the explosive thunder that erupted, illuminating the surrounding space as the sword energies collided with the falling blossom sword array, creating a breathtaking spectacle of destruction. As the demon god's palm seal descended behind Li Xionyang, the imprint, resembling the size of a tabletop, revealed an intricate tapestry of entwined totems, transforming into a formidable totemic spell imbued with terrifying power. The falling flower sword array merely confined Zhong Yu's movements, trapping him in place, while Li Xionyang's true lethal weapon remained this demon god. Zhong Yu raised his hand, his arm coiling with the strength of a dragon, appearing immensely robust as he clashed against the demon god's colossal handprint. At the moment their palms met, the air convulsed violently, radiating outward in tumultuous waves. Around them, several young maidens suddenly clutched their abdomens, retching uncontrollably, as the shockwave struck them like a brutal punch to the stomach. They were not cultivators like Li Xionyang and had not prepared for such a sudden assault, leaving them vulnerable to the impact of the air's turbulence. Zhong Yu staggered from the force, while the demon god behind Li Xionyang also swayed. In that moment of instability, Zhong Yu erupted with a thunderous force, his form transforming into a blur as he circled Li Xionyang with remarkable swiftness. Li Xionyang's heart raced with surprise. She had not anticipated his rapid recovery. Zhong Yu's movements were astoundingly quick, almost appearing as an ethereal shadow revolving around her. Yet amidst this flickering illusion, bolts of thunderous sword energy surged towards her from all directions, accompanied by clawing dragon talons descending upon her. What a formidable opponent! Far superior to her encounter with Shui Qinghe. Cold sweat beaded on Li Xionyang's forehead, her countenance growing increasingly grave. Her hands transformed with relentless fluidity, as the forearms of the demon god behind her mirrored her movements, attempting to deflect the onslaught of sword energy and dragon claws from every angle. Though his techniques lacked sophistication and the dragon totem he envisioned was not perfected, the sheer explosive force he unleashed was overwhelming. Each strike Li Xionyang endured sent her blood boiling. Despite Zhong Yu's attacks lacking finesse and variation, the raw power he wielded eclipsed hers, compensating for his simplistic techniques with unyielding strength and unparalleled speed, forcing her into a defensive stance, unable to execute her intricately crafted maneuvers. This cannot continue. A defense will eventually be breached. Li Xionyang resolved to act, her feet stepping into the air as lotus blossoms blossomed beneath her, allowing her to ascend swiftly, intending to distance herself from Zhong Yu. In mere moments, she soared over 20 zhang high. Come down, senior sisterly. Zhong Yu crouched low, leaping into the air like a dragon soaring upward, reaching over 20 zhang, grasping her ankle and swinging her downwards with tremendous force. Boom. Li Xionyang was driven into the ground, sliding backward as debris and earth exploded around her. Shock and fury surged within her, while the demon god behind her promptly regained its footing. Yet, at that instant, a figure rushed in, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon the demon god, overwhelming it with an onslaught of attacks that struck like a storm. Bang! The demon god was shattered, and Li Xionyang was thrust backward. In that moment, a hand shot forth, lightning quick, seizing her neck and lifting her effortlessly. Zhong Yu released Li Xionyang, stepping back, his aura retracting as he bowed respectfully, saying, "I beg your pardon, senior sister." Chapter 35. The trap. Li Xionyang gently caressed her neck, still shaken from the recent encounter. The other disciples of the Li Mountain clan hurriedly surrounded her, brimming with killing intent as they glared at Zhong Yu, poised to strike at her command. Yu Fian, Ting Lanwei, and others stood dazed by the turn of events, only snapping to attention as the Li disciples advanced, joining Zhong Yu's side. The tension between both parties was palpable. Zhong Yu spoke softly, sisterly. Li Xionyang suddenly regained her composure, surveying the scene around her before turning her gaze to Zhong Yu. With a disdainful snort, she declared, "What do you intend to do, rebel? Stand down, all of you. If you cannot bear a single setback, what does that make you, disciples of the Li Mountain clan?" The Li disciples lowered their heads in shame, retreating behind her. As the shattered remnants of the demon god began to coalesce behind her, Li Xionyang returned to her usual demeanor and stepped forward, bowing gracefully. "Thank you, junior brother, for showing mercy. Today, I have learned much. However, we did not engage our soul weapons, and I remain unaware of your true capabilities. You caught me off guard. But when we meet again for a duel without restrictions, we shall see who prevails." Zhong Yu smiled warmly. Indeed, this time, sister did not have the opportunity to exert her full strength, and I also sense significant deficiencies in my cultivation. I wish to seek your guidance. His words were not mere modesty, but reflected his genuine reality. To this point in his training, he had only honed the thunderclap sword technique. The serpent dragon totem technique was merely a body refinement method, though he had merged it with the thunderclap sword technique to create an offensive approach. He had not received the true transmission of the serpent dragon. Without the genuine teachings, he could not unleash the full potential of his arts. For instance, two individuals of equal cultivation level, both visualizing the serpent dragon, would yield vastly different results. One, lacking true transmission, could only envision the serpent's skin, while the other could manifest its flesh and bones, naturally resulting in a disparity in power. Furthermore, the Fire Chronicle visualization chart imparted to him was solely a visualization method. He had not practiced any other techniques. He lacked the ability to visualize elemental forces or flight techniques, leaving him with a significant gap compared to others who wielded diverse abilities. Li Xionyang scrutinized him closely and noted his cheerful demeanor and sunny disposition, exhibiting pride without being overbearing. She couldn't help but feel a sense of fondness as she remarked, "Junior brother Zhong, have you perhaps obtained the Thunder Lake clan's Thunder Soul refinement technique? I sense the thunder within your mental energy, manifesting as thunder patterns, which resonate with their method." "The Thunder Lake clan?" Zhong Yu shook his head. "I possess my own Thunder Soul refinement technique, which is not derived from the Thunder Lake clan." Understanding dawned upon Li Xionyang. The Thunder Soul refinement method of the Thunder Lake clan is renowned as one of the pinnacle soul refining techniques within the sword sect. Since you practice a similar art, it is no wonder your speed and explosive power are so formidable, catching me unprepared. Junior brother Zhong, Lei Gun from the Thunder Lake clan, is also here, and his abilities are comparable to yours. Had I known you were so powerful, I would have sought him out for practice first. She sighed, regretting her inability to cultivate an invincible aura. If you do not mind, junior brother, why not join me in exploring the Beast God Ridge to uncover what has transpired? Zhong Yu responded with a smile. Having another person by my side strengthens our resolve. With you, sister, my burden is significantly eased. As they walked side by side, Li Xionyang moved gracefully, while Zhong Yu strode with the confidence of a dragon. When she glanced back, she noticed Yu Fian, Tao Daier, and Ting Lanyue trailing closely behind and chuckled. Though you are young, junior brother Zhong, you seem quite the charmer, captivating so many girls. It is no surprise. You are indeed the foremost among the male disciples, having bested even me. Surely, you must have your admirers. Yet, it seems your admirers are all girls, which suggests you may be rather fickle. Zhong Yu felt his cheeks flush, about to defend himself when the girls behind chimed in. Who has been captivated by him? The little demon of the Li clan cannot compare to the dashing Han Xingma. Until he defeats Han, Han will remain the top among the male disciples. Li Xionyang turned back with a cold smile. A bunch of naive girls, lacking any discernment. I have seen Han Xingmo myself. His abilities are merely average, on par with Yu Fian. How could he possibly be a match for junior brother Zhang? Yu Fian bristled, her soul weapon stirring restlessly, and coldly retorted, "Does Sister Li imply that my abilities are merely average?" Li Xionyang replied with a charming smile, "I did not say that. But if you believe so, then so be it. You, sister, you are still somewhat inexperienced to challenge me. You might fare better against Yu Zhenglong from your clan. I would like to test that." The two women exuded palpable hostility, and Zhong Yu silently lamented the situation, quickly inquiring within his mind how to handle such conflicts. The spirit of the flame, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "It is a wonder if a group of women can remain quiet for even a single incense stick's duration. It is only natural they would clash. In my day, those I taught often ignited chaos among their harem, with goddesses battling fiercely. The flame thrived on discord, making it useless to seek its counsel." Suddenly, Zhong Yu detected a faint scent of blood, stirring his instincts. He soon caught the distant sounds of shouts and combat. While the two young women continued to bicker, their argument escalating in intensity. He called out, "Silence." Li Xionyang and Yu Fian were startled into silence, with Li Xionyang pouting. "Why are you being so fierce? You scared me." "Quiet. There are sounds of battle," Zhong Yu insisted. Listening intently, the young women followed suit. Ting Lanyue closed her eyes to visualize, her mental energy coalescing into a large ear, adorned with beastly fur. After a moment of listening, she exclaimed, "The sounds of battle come from over there. Someone is fighting while moving." "Truly insightful, Sister Ting," Zhong Yu praised. The group hastened forward, traveling several miles, the scent of blood growing stronger, and the sounds of battle intensifying. Ahead, they discerned a fierce conflict, the combatants demonstrating considerable prowess. Experts. Li Xionyang carefully sensed the energy, her expression shifting. Could it be that scoundrel Lei Gun? No, the Thunder Lake clan's techniques are thunderous and overwhelming, not like this. This sound is weaker. It seems two colossal beasts are engaged in battle, their strength formidable, rivaling our own. Zhong Yu focused his senses and detected the presence of two terrifying demonic energies. Realizing the ground-shaking commotion must stem from the immense beasts. Before long, they found themselves amidst the canyon, littered with immense paw prints, those of ferocious beasts. Tao Dyer stood in one of the prints, trembling as she remarked, "These are far larger than the demonic beasts we encountered earlier. How can such enormous beasts exist in the Beast God Ridge?" Yu Fian noticed something and declared, "There are traces of thunder here. They must belong to the disciples of the Thunder Lake clan and that scoundrel Lei Gun. They must have been ambushed and encountered peril. Over there. There are corpses." They spotted the lifeless body of a Thunder Lake disciple, crushed beyond recognition. As they ventured deeper into the canyon, the number of Thunder Lake disciples' corpses increased, and the battle scars etched into the cliffs became increasingly alarming. Fragments of shattered soul weapons and broken totem pillars littered the ground. Lei Gun's strength is comparable to mine. He is a core disciple nurtured by the Thunder Lake clan, vying for first place in the unrestricted duel. Is it possible that there are beasts here capable of killing him? Li Xionyang said, her expression fluctuating between determination and uncertainty. "We are very close to the battle site," Ting Lanyue called out. In this desolate canyon, the lifeless bodies of others lay strewn about, revealing a grim reality. These corpses, however, do not belong to the disciples of the Leihu sect. As Ruer examined the scene, her expression shifted to one of shock. "I recognize this person. He was a disciple from the male academy, a follower of senior brother Han Qingma." Tao Dyer quickly added, "Senior brother Han must have led them here to the Beast God Ridge, realizing that senior brother Lei Gun was in peril. But how could so many have perished? Those two ferocious beasts cannot be spirit-refining monsters from the demon clan, can they?" Within the canyon, the bodies of the Sword Gate's upper academy disciples lay in disarray, their bones shattered and lifeless, a sight that was both harrowing and heart-wrenching. Zhong Yu felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. Yet his attention was drawn to the ground ahead, where vast pools of blood formed small streams. The scent was pungent and gamey, revealing it was not human blood, but rather that of beasts. The two giant creatures bore injuries, though not critically severe. Their size and strength were their primary attributes. The group of women breathed a sigh of relief. Yu Fian quickly instructed, "Tao Tao, take the other junior brothers and sisters to the skies to survey the surroundings. Zhong Shidi and I will investigate further. These colossal beasts are far too menacing for you to engage." Upon hearing this, Tao Dyer promptly retrieved a small cloth pouch, releasing a burst of colorful clouds to elevate the women skyward. Li Xionyang, witnessing this, silently commended Yu Fian's meticulous planning. She produced a demon lotus leaf, allowing the disciples of the Li Mountain sect to ascend into the air as well, declaring, "Zhong Shidi, let us proceed." Zhong Yu nodded, gesturing as the sword case behind him opened, and the dragon scale sword soared into the colorful clouds. "Let us go." Li Xiongnian and Yu Fian exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and confusion. The trio hastened forth, soaring through the air until they reached a clearing in the canyon. Entering a valley where the surrounding forest lay in ruins, evidently, a fierce battle had taken place. In this valley, a towering black bear stood upright, its body marred by numerous wounds, blood ceaselessly flowing from its injuries. Nearby, a colossal goat lay prostrate, severely wounded yet still alive. In the midst of this chaos, a figure desperately evaded the bear's attacks, stumbling precariously, at risk of being crushed at any moment. "It's senior brother Han Qingma," Yu Fian exclaimed upon recognizing his face. Li Xiongnian's gaze fell upon another body, her countenance paling as she gasped, "Lei Gun is dead?" Zhong Yu furrowed his brow, glancing between the lifeless form of Lei Gun beside the fallen ram and the staggering Han Qingma, murmuring, "Strange. I have not seen any signs of senior brother Han's attacks along the way. Something feels amiss." Xinghua chuckled, "3 monsters playing house. How amusing." "3 monsters?" Zhong Yu narrowed his eyes at Han Qingma. "Xinghua, what do you mean?" "That creature is wearing human skin," Xinghua replied with a grin. "The black bear is merely pretending to fight, and the ram is feigning death, but that fellow called Lei Gun is undeniably deceased." Chapter 36. Double kill. In light of recent events, it has become clear that the esteemed Han Qingma, whom Tao Tao and senior sister Ting idolized, has long since perished. The fiendish creature skinned him, donning his visage to feign battle with the bear and the ram, cunningly luring Lei Gun and the disciples of the Lei Hu clan to their aid, only to spring a trap and ensnare them all. Zhong Yu's eyes flickered with insight as he swiftly unraveled the intricacies of the situation. He pondered, "They are merely pretending to fight in order to draw us into their scheme. Once we engage, eliminating myself, Sister Li, and Sister Yu would render the remaining members inconsequential. How curious that the beasts of Beast God Ridge possess such cunning. Could they be demonic entities from beyond the great wilderness?" As thoughts raced through his mind, he recalled sensing a pair of sinister eyes fixated upon him since his arrival at Beast God Ridge, coupled with numerous attacks from various beasts. The bloodstains on his sword from his earlier strike confirmed his suspicions. The colossal bear, the ram, and Han Qingma are undoubtedly creatures from the outer realms. What business do these 3 demons have in Beast God Ridge? Suddenly, a realization struck him. As demonic beings, they can absorb the essence of the beast god. The beasts here, empowered by even a mere wisp of this essence, become extraordinarily formidable. For the more exalted demon race, the essence of the beast god is a panacea. They have come seeking this divine energy. Yu Fian promptly stepped forward, declaring, "Junior brother Zhong, junior sister Li, you confront the colossal bear. I shall rescue brother Han." Zhong Yu moved swiftly to interpose himself, shaking his head. "Sister Yu, the bear has already sustained grievous injuries. You must hold it off. Sister Li, eliminate the ram. I will go to save brother Han." Li Ziyunio nodded in agreement. "Very well. Though the ram is wounded, it could still pose a threat. It must be dealt with first." Yu Fian hesitated briefly before envisioning the fish dragon, summoning her mental energy, which transformed into flowing water. The majestic fish dragon, spanning over 10 zhang, lunged fiercely at the colossal bear. Simultaneously, 2 wings sprouted from Yu Fian's back, lifting her high into the air, as her sole weapon hovered before her. Li Ziyunio acted in concert, envisioning the demonic flower deity, pointing forth as petals cascaded down, forming a deadly sword array that surged towards the prostrate ram. The ram, lying on the ground, felt a surge of dread as it furtively glanced at Zhong Yu, who approached Han Qingma at a measured pace, causing the ram to grow increasingly anxious. "Could you move a bit quicker?" Their elaborate ruse aimed to draw Zhong Yu and his companions into their trap. Given that they had trespassed into the territory of the Great Wilderness Sword sect, they could not afford to make a commotion, lest they alarm the chi refiners of the sect, who would certainly not allow a single one of them to escape. Thus, none could be permitted to flee. They had already gauged the strength of Zhong Yu, Lei Gun, and Li Ziyunio, realizing that capturing them all would be a daunting task. Zhong Yu, Li Ziyunio, and Yu Fian, being the most powerful among them, posed the greatest threat of escape from Beast God Ridge. Thus, they must be eliminated first, rendering the others inconsequential. Under the assault from the ram and its allies, the remaining disciples of the Li Mountain clan, along with Tao Dyer and Ting Lanyue, found themselves unable to escape Beast God Ridge. After their initial encounter, they devised this scheme, ambushing Lei Gun and ensnaring the disciples of the Leihu clan. However, a slight miscalculation had occurred. The slightly weaker Yufian was fiercely attacking Brother Bear, while Li Ziyunio, nearly on par with Zhongyu, was preparing to confront her. Only Zhongyu, the most formidable among them, remained a source of concern, leisurely approaching Han Qingma, which infuriated the ram, who wished he could deliver a swift kick to hasten his pace. With a swift motion, Li Ziyunio's sword array ensnared the ram, unleashing a flurry of sword energy that left him bloodied and battered. Gritting his teeth, the ram thought to himself, "Patience is a virtue. I must endure. If I can delay just a moment longer, sister, she will strike unexpectedly, and with 3 against 2, these human women will meet a grim fate." The sword array activated, inflicting severe wounds upon the ram, but fortunately, his tough hide absorbed much of the damage, leaving him with mere superficial injuries. Yet, in the next instant, Li Ziyunio's demonic palm descended, nearly crushing the ram into the earth, compelling him to suppress the urge to vomit blood. Meanwhile, Brother Bear roared in fury as the fish dragon clamped down on him, tearing away a substantial portion of flesh, igniting his wrath. However, he had to feign weakness to lure Zhongyu into their trap, lest he inadvertently frighten him away by vanquishing Yufian. Can this human not quicken his pace? Is he here to rescue or merely to stroll? Brother Bear bellowed, casting a malevolent glance at Zhongyu as he raised his paw to strike at Han Qingma, who promptly staggered toward Zhongyu for refuge. "Beasts, cease your arrogance," Zhongyu declared with authority, unleashing a torrent of lightning as sword energy pierced the bear's thigh, causing blood and smoke to erupt from its wounds. Brother Bear, nearly overcome with anguish, glanced down at the diminutive human, only to witness Zhongyu conjuring 2 coiling dragons that surged toward him, claws bared, ready to pounce. With a crackle, the thunder erupted, and the sword energy within the dragons exploded forth, leaving Brother Bear's legs drenched in blood as he collapsed to the ground. "Brother Han, do not panic. Take refuge behind me," Zhongyu commanded, exuding an air of authority as he kept his gaze fixed on the fallen bear, not daring to turn back. Yufian immediately urged her soul weapon to strike down upon Brother Bear with ferocity. Stumbling forward, Han Qingma closed the distance, his eyes transforming into something sinister. His neck elongating grotesquely as he morphed into a giant serpent with a human visage, its head rearing high as it lunged toward Zhongyu. In that moment, both the ram and Brother Bear's expressions shifted to one of alarm, springing into action. The ram leaped forth, only to be met by a barrage of palm strikes from Li Ziyunio, shattering bones and tearing his skin, forcing him to spit blood as he charged at her. As for Brother Bear, despite his injuries, he sprang up, only to feel his legs give way beneath him. Yet, with his immense strength, he swatted away Yufian's conjured fish dragon. Li Ziyunio and Yufian were taken aback, catching sight of the human-faced serpent behind Zhongyu, and they opened their mouths to warn him, but it was too late. At that moment, Zhongyu turned, a smile gracing his features as he looked upon the serpent lunging at him, saying, "Your presence behind me serves to facilitate both your strike and mine." Before sister she could strike, she felt an icy sensation at the back of her neck as a black sword light pierced through, whirring around her throat with alarming speed, cleaving through her serpent skin as though slicing through tofu, encircling her neck dozens of times in an instant. "Sister," she screamed as serpent blood gushed forth, her massive head severed and crashing to the ground, rolling several times before colliding with the forest. Boom, boom. The headless body elongated into an enormous serpent, 100 zhang long, writhing and thrashing within the valley, still alive despite the severed head. Beneath the feet of Zhongyu, lightning erupted, elevating his form high to evade the sweeping strikes of the serpent's body. With a flick of his fingers, a beam of sword light darted like a flash of lightning into the brow of the black bear. With a hiss, the black sword light burst forth from the back of the bear's head. Simultaneously, Zhongyu, propelled by the lightning, swiftly positioned himself behind the bear, pressing his hand over the small sword hole created by his strike. Thunderous sword technique. Unleash a myriad of thunders, Zhongyu commanded, as countless rays of light surged into the bear's skull through the minuscule opening. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Bolts of thunderous sword light erupted from the bear's eyes, nostrils, and ears. And in that instant, the massive bear's brain was obliterated, charred by the lightning. Zhongyu grasped the dragon scale sword, twisting at the waist to deliver a fierce blow against the ram engaged in combat with senior sisterly. With the grace of a dragon traversing vast distances, he unleashed a brilliant sword light, striking down with tremendous force. The ram, startled, quickly raised its sharp horns in defense, but with a resounding clang, the sword light reverberated, and the ram let out a pained cry as one of its horns was severed. Did you perceive this as a trap? The ram leaped high, escaping the encirclement of Li Ziyunio and Zhongyu. In the next moment, it landed some distance away, and with another leap, it surged forth, evading their grasp time and again. After several leaps, it ascended from the valley to the summit of a great mountain, leaving Zhongyu and Li Ziyunio in pursuit. Unable to catch up, standing atop the mountain, bloodied and gravely wounded, the ram turned to face them. Its voice laced with fury. For killing my junior sister Shi and brother Xiong, my master will not spare you. Prepare for your demise. Zhongyu pointed decisively, and the dragon scale sword shot forth. The ram leaped down the mountainside, fleeing rapidly. Meanwhile, disciples from the Lishan clan and Tao Dyer reacted swiftly, mounting their colorful clouds and lotus leaves in hot pursuit. Can this ram speak? Li Ziyunio and Yu Fian were momentarily stunned, exclaiming, a demon tribe. A demon tribe has entered the great wilderness. Yu Fian trembled. That ram just mentioned that its master would not let us go. Could there be a chi refiner from the demon tribe within the beast god ridge? A chi refiner from the demon tribe? Li Ziyunio felt a weight in her heart. The emergence of a demon tribe's chi refiner in the great wilderness was alarming news that must be reported to the higher echelons of the sword sect. A chi refiner is not something we can contend with. We must retreat at once. Zhongyu dashed forward, chasing after the ram, calling out, Sisters, summon Tao Tao and the others back. I shall slay that ram. Chapter 37. The beast god seal. Yu Fian and Li Xionyang's expressions shifted slightly as they urgently called out, Zhong Shidi, come back quickly. Zhongyu raced forward with incredible speed, even swifter than a galloping steed, shouting, if that ram escapes to his master, none of us will leave Beast God Ridge alive. The two women watched as he moved like a dragon through the mountains, quickly reaching the summit before descending and vanishing from sight. Zhong Shidi is buying us time, otherwise, if the demon tribe's chi refiner is alerted, we will all perish here. Li Xionyang exclaimed. We must immediately catch up with Tao Dyer and the others. Leave Beast God Ridge and inform the higher-ups of the sword sect. Yu Fian nodded, and the two women took flight, with Yu Fian sprouting wings and Li Xionyang gracefully moving like a blooming lotus, swiftly pursuing Tao Dyer and the demon god's lotus leaves in the colorful clouds. Before long, they caught up with Tao Dyer and the disciples of the Li family, and the group made a swift decision to flee towards the outer reaches of Beast God Ridge. Looking down, they saw Zhongyu had already caught up to the ram. A sudden clash occurred between man and beast, and the ram violently flung Zhongyu aside, leaving a trail of blood in the air. May Zhong Shidi slay that ram before the chi refiner senses the commotion and returns safely, the women silently hoped. In the forest, the ram exhibited tremendous combat strength, and as it faced Zhongyu, entire swathes of trees were uprooted. The saying holds true, the larger the body, the greater the strength. This ram stood over 9 zhang tall, and could leap to heights of 60 or 70 zhang, showcasing astonishing explosive power. Under ordinary circumstances, Zhongyu would not dare claim victory against this formidable foe. Fortunately, the ram had injured itself to lure Zhongyu and his companions, sustaining severe wounds from Li Xionyang's attack that had broken several ribs and left its hide riddled with injuries. Despite its diminished strength, Zhongyu remained cautious. The ram, though gravely injured, still possessed the capability to kill him. A moment of carelessness could lead to disastrous consequences. Zhong, the direction in which that ram flees leads to the essence of the beast god. Suddenly, a voice resonated in Zhongyu's consciousness, stating, it seems the ram's master, that demon tribe's chi refiner, is attempting to enter the beast god seal to seize the essence. A chill ran through Zhongyu as he realized, if that chi refiner is within the beast god seal, not only will I have no chance of obtaining the essence, but I will also surely perish at his hands. You underestimate the beast god seal too much. When the beast god died, he sealed his soul and essence to avoid death, ensuring that his spirit would endure through rituals. With a cold chuckle, the voice continued, though the seal may be loosened, it is not easily breached. Such divine beings can intricately weave various seals within themselves at the moment of death. The demon chi refiner is likely laboring to dismantle the seals, and acquiring the essence of the beast god is no simple task. As they conversed, Zhongyu once more closed the distance to the ram, leaping onto its back and racing toward its head, while his dragon scale sword transformed into a streak of lightning aimed at the ram's heart. Just then, the ground beneath Zhongyu gave way as the massive ram shrank in size, causing him to stumble, and the dragon scale sword missed its mark entirely. The ram now stood at human height, its body resembling a man with ram legs, draped in a woolen cloak, yet its head remained that of a ram, adorned with a long white beard and a single horn, as the other had been severed by Zhongyu. "You little brat, my master is nearby, and you shall have no place to hide." The half-human, half-ram creature glared at Zhongyu, its legs springing into action as it deftly evaded the thrusts of the dragon scale sword and the thunderblade, fleeing toward a towering cliff. This cliff appeared as a vast white curtain, starkly contrasting with the surrounding landscape of Beast God Ridge. Had Li Xionyang or Yu Fian arrived, they would have been astonished, for they had previously visited Beast God Ridge and found no such cliff. It must have manifested recently. However, Zhongyu had never been here before and felt no surprise, fixated solely on pursuing the ram. "Master, save me!" the ram cried, enveloped by the Thunderblade's energy as it charged toward the cliff, calling out desperately, "Master!" With such speed, it was destined to shatter upon impact, yet Zhongyu remained undeterred, his feet erupting with thunderous force as he accelerated. Just as the ram seemed poised to collide with the cliff, it vanished before Zhongyu's eyes. Feeling a shift within, Zhongyu followed closely behind, witnessing the cliff approaching. As he braced for impact, the cliff undulated like water, and he passed through without a trace of contact, along with the dragon scale sword. "Blade of the sword!" Zhongyu shouted, his body crackling with thunder like a writhing golden snake, safeguarding against ambushes. Once steady, he surveyed his surroundings. The voice of the fire spirit commended him, reflecting on how, a month prior, Zhongyu had been a reckless novice, less experienced than his peers. Yet now, he had matured into a seasoned warrior, exhibiting remarkable growth. "Where is this place?" Zhongyu wondered as he observed the distinct scenery, which starkly contrasted with the treacherous terrain outside, presenting an eerie beauty. Tall stone tablets stood erect, surrounded by flora and flowing streams, with elevated platforms interspersed among them. However, everything appeared to be in motion. The stone tablets shifted positions, and the flora rearranged itself, as if alive. The only stillness came from the dozens of elevated platforms. The ram, now cautious and wary, had retreated into the grove of stone tablets, remaining close yet hesitant to move. "This is the Beast God Seal," the fire spirit explained. "These stone tablets, trees, and platforms are manifestations of the Beast God Spirit, crafted through mental energy. Observe closely. Everything here is not merely moving, but is in a state of decomposition and reformation." "Mental energy manifestations?" Zhongyu focused intently, recognizing the finer details. Indeed, the stone tablets, trees, and flowing water were continuously breaking down and reshaping, transforming into the most delicate forms of mental energy before re-emerging. However, the speed of these changes was too swift for the naked eye to perceive. Thanks to his enhanced vision from the thunder and dragon's essence, he managed to catch a glimpse of the subtle transformations, though fully comprehending them remained beyond his current capabilities. Before the beast god passed, he had woven this seal with mental energy to safeguard his essence from dissipating. Each stone tablet bore intricate totemic patterns, and each tablet harbored a unique method of slaughter. The fire spirit continued its assessment. As everything here is composed of mental energy, should anyone intrude, the beast god's spirit will activate the slaying methods inscribed on the tablets, obliterating the intruder. Moreover, each tablet is surrounded by 6 neighboring tablets, meaning 7 slaying methods will intertwine, forming a 7-kill formation. Zhongyu pondered. So each tablet constitutes a 7-kill formation? Each formation is unique, and while one might pass through the first formation, attempting the same with the next could lead to certain doom? Precisely, the fire spirit affirmed. But this is merely the tip of the iceberg. You behold those towering platforms. Nearby, there are 49 stone tablets, forming yet another formidable formation, a lethal array composed of 49 7-kill formations, intricately linked to the smaller formations. Activating the minor formations can incite the grand array. The minor formations can easily slay qi refinement practitioners. And even figures of renown such as Fang Jianga and Zhuo Xiangxing would meet their demise in the midst of the central formation. Moreover, these elevated platforms total 49, constituting a grand array of lethal intent. This formidable array, I assure you, would be astonishing, Even the master of your sword sect would likely meet his end here. Zhong Yu gazed upward and remarked, there are only 48 platforms. This, indeed, elucidates the reason for the leakage of the beast goddess essence. The Ember Child was also observing, stating, one platform remains intact. It is likely that a tremendous earthquake once struck the great wilderness, altering the terrain and causing that platform to subside into the earth, thereby disrupting the operation of the lethal array and loosening this seal. The intricacies of this formation are exquisite. Even the slightest flaw can give rise to more vulnerabilities. Each link is interdependent. Should one fail, the entire chain collapses. The trajectories of these stone tablets have also shifted, diminishing their potency. Some tablets are unable to form the 7-kill formation, rendering their power dormant, thus allowing entry into the array. Were the seal intact, I would reckon it would take considerable effort to breach it, but now it is significantly easier. Young Yu, I shall guide you into the array. Let us seize the beast god's essence. As for that ram, that fool has already sealed his fate by taking a misstep. Zhong Yu turned his gaze toward the ram, observing that the tablets near it abruptly ceased their motion, blood seeping from them as if they were weeping. The crimson trails writhed upon the tablets, forming bizarre totems. Simultaneously, all 7 tablets bled, and the totems became increasingly distinct. The ram, in a panic, attempted to flee. Yet suddenly, 7 divine apparitions emerged from the tablets. Each massive hand seized the ram's head and limbs, and with a forceful pull, they tore it asunder, devouring its remains. As the blood flowed upon the tablets, the 7 divine apparitions vanished, and the totemic patterns on the tablets faded away. Do you see? Should you take a wrong step, your fate would mirror that of the ram. The Ember Child declared triumphantly, but with my presence, traversing this seal to reach the center is a trivial endeavor. Chapter 38. The array killing the Qi refiners. Zhong Yu gazed into the distance, where stone tablets rose like a forest and high platforms towered ominously, sending a shiver down his spine. After the beast god's demise, its spiritual energy lingered, activating the array, which unleashed 7 demonic manifestations from the stone tablets, feasting upon the ram. This was merely the most rudimentary 7-kill array. If the intermediate formation, composed of 49 7-kill arrays, were to be triggered, what magnitude of devastation would it unleash? And should the large array formed by the 49 intermediate formations be set in motion, its power would surely be formidable. One could only imagine the horrifying spectacle of gods and demons descending upon the vast wilderness once more. This was merely the seal left by the beast god before its death. Had it been at the pinnacle of its strength, the seal's ferocity would have been even more terrifying. Entering such a fearsome array, even with the guidance of the fire of knowledge, he still felt a twinge of trepidation. Yet, a flicker of anticipation stirred within him, a desire to witness the full eruption of the beast god array's might. Surely, I have been corrupted by the fire of knowledge. How could I yearn for such a grand array to unleash its power? Zhong Yu blinked and, following the fire of knowledge's directions, stepped into the array, careful not to falter. He pondered, should this grand array erupt, it would likely be as catastrophic as a natural disaster, endangering the entirety of the 800-li beast god ridge. Only those who thrive on chaos would wish for such an array to unleash its fury, right? Young Yu, if this array explodes, it will surely be a magnificent sight. Let us see if we can retrieve that submerged platform and restore this array. The fire of knowledge exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, I have been led astray by him. Zhong Yu mused. The fire of knowledge muttered calculations about the array's operation, gradually guiding him deeper into the formation, and they proceeded without incident. Suddenly, a stone tablet caught Zhong Yu's eye, its surface stained with fresh blood, the crimson fluid still glistening, adorned with an eerie totemic design, piquing his curiosity. The other stone tablets were pristine. Only when the array was triggered would totems emerge to slay intruders, vanishing once the intruders lay dead. This particular totemic pattern was certainly not a seal of the beast god, but rather the creation of another. Could it belong to the ram's master, that demonic Qi refiner? A thought flickered in Zhong Yu's mind. Did he leave this totemic design to counteract the suppression of the 7-kill array? He scrutinized the patterns, noting their profound complexity, starkly different from the totems of the Sword Gate. The Sword Gate totems revered nature, whether the thunder totem or the dragon totem, he had learned. Both were inspired by natural motifs. The transformations of thunder and dragon remained true to their essence. In contrast, the totems of this demonic clan exuded an aura of violence and otherworldly changes, refined with blood to enhance their power, rendering them even more sinister. This blood is human blood. Zhong Yu inhaled the sanguine scent, his expression turning cold. The totemic patterns on the stone tablet were crafted from human blood, and disturbingly, from the blood of innocent children. Are we, the human race, truly so despised beyond the great wilderness? If, as the fire of knowledge claims, we are descendants of the Fushi divine clan, how have we fallen to such a state? Steeling himself, he advanced deeper into the array, and soon he perceived a thick miasma of demonic energy ahead, swirling like a gray fog. Within this fog, he discerned the movement of blood, coalescing into a colossal figure. Divine yet demonic, writhing in the haze. Could it be that demonic chi refiner? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the fog shifted, and the immense blood-formed figure abruptly turned its gaze upon him, revealing a gigantic eye that glimmered with a fiery red hue. Zhong Yu felt the world spin. His mind-sea suddenly filled with a colossal blood eye, rolling ominously above him, its size spanning several acres. As this blood eye shone upon him, his entire body felt as though his vital energy was boiling, surging towards the eye, threatening to be devoured entirely. Such a bizarre method of attack. Could it be that demonic chi refiner's doing? How dare he attempt to harm me in my own mind? With a muffled grunt, Zhong Yu envisioned the Sui Huang, his consciousness surging as his soul transformed into the Sui Huang, ascending from his mind's seat amidst thunder and lightning. The might of thunder, unyielding and devastating, repelled all evil, while the overwhelming force crushed everything in its path. As the Sui Huang manifested, akin to a celestial sovereign, all malevolence retreated. The blood eye hovering above his mind's sea was swiftly refined by the Sui Huang, transforming into pure spiritual energy that poured down like torrential rain, causing Zhong Yu's spiritual cultivation to surge nearly 50%. Refining this blood eye was tantamount to consuming over 100 feather spirit pills. Zhong Yu was both astonished and elated when a muffled groan echoed from the gray mist. The fog dissipated, along with the demonic figure, revealing a chilling voice. A chi refiner from the Sword Gate? And yet, merely a young whelp. Capturing you would fetch a handsome price beyond the great wilderness. Since you have appeared here, it seems my 3 disciples have met their doom, have they not? A chi refiner? Zhong Yu chuckled heartily, unperturbed. I have slain 2 of your disciples. The last fled into the seal and triggered the array, leading to his demise. My demonic friend, please accept my condolences. Ha ha ha. They perished due to their own incompetence. However, for killing my disciples, you too shall meet your end. The voice of the demonic chi refiner echoed, unervingly pleased. Though you are a chi refiner, your abilities are inferior to mine. As a member of the demonic clan, kin to the beast god, within this seal, I can harness the array's power to obliterate you. You little brat. Zhong Yu strode forward, interrupting the demonic chi refiner mid-sentence. Moving as if in an uninhabited realm, treating the perilous array as if it were inconsequential. Turning back, he beheld the tall, slender figure of the demonic chi refiner, standing over 10 feet tall, resembling a human yet covered in scales of an unknown race. Behind him hung a gourd as tall as a man, bubbling with blood, where globules of crimson floated, each containing the soul of an innocent child. What a horrific toll of lives must have been taken to fill such a gourd with blood. When the demonic chi refiner saw Zhong Yu approach with ease, he was taken aback, pondering whether Zhong Yu was feigning weakness, masquerading as a mere chi refiner while being an ancient being of the Sword Gate. How else could he navigate this array so effortlessly? But no, as they stood mere stone tablets apart, the chi refiner discerned Zhong Yu's true abilities. A mere child of the human race, one who hasn't even sensed a spirit. The demonic chi refiner stared at Zhong Yu in disbelief. You are not a chi refiner of the Sword Gate. How can you possess such mastery over the beast goddess seal to come this far? Suddenly, his heart leaped with joy, and he laughed heartily. Though you have yet to achieve chi refinement, your spiritual power is nearly on par with a chi refiner. Truly, a gem among the human race. If you were to be captured, your worth would surpass that of a chi refinement master. Little imp, do submit obediently. Blood gourd manifest. Instantly, the gourd began to bubble with crimson fluid, transforming into a massive blood-red hand, which reached out towards Zhong Yu through the stone tablets. Step left 3 paces, then leap forward 16 feet, Shinho instructed. Following the guidance, Zhong Yu stepped out 3 paces and leapt forward, landing precisely at the edge of the 7-kill formation. Just as the blood-red hand loomed ominously behind him, simultaneously, the stone tablets of the 7-kill formation underwent a dramatic change. Blood began to seep from them. and the totemic patterns on the tablets activated the formation. Xinhou nonchalantly said, "Take a step forward." Zhong Yu complied, stepping out of the 7-kill formation. But at that moment, the formation triggered, and the hand from the blood gourd was about to descend. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from the 7 tablets. As the beast goddess' spiritual force concealed within surged forth, manifesting as 7 mighty entities that shattered the blood-red hand into fragments. Xinhou, what would happen if I attacked this killing formation from outside? Zhong Yu turned to observe the 7-kill formation. Realizing he had stepped beyond the range of 49 stone tablets near the high platform, his heart stirred with curiosity. Xinhou chuckled, "You would activate this intermediate killing formation. What? Do you harbor a desire for destruction, eager to witness the might of this intermediate formation?" Then behold, with a glint of determination in his eyes, Zhong Yu unleashed his spiritual energy, manifesting as a dragon that charged fiercely into the formation, targeting the 7 mighty entities. The demon clan's Qi refinement master, witnessing this, felt a surge of dread and hurriedly turned to flee the formation. But at that moment, the 7 entities merged into a grotesque creature with 7 heads, 14 arms, and 14 legs. Before Zhong Yu's dragon could reach, it was crushed by the overwhelming aura of this demon. Simultaneously, the other 48 killing formations activated, blood gushing from the tablets, as more mighty entities emerged, roaring ferociously. The intermediate killing formation unleashed its power as the entities merged, their momentum intensifying, leaving only 49 7-headed demons rampaging within, annihilating everything in their path. Zhong Yu, observing from outside, saw the demon clan's Qi refinement master barely manage a scream before being torn to shreds, devoured completely by the 49 7-headed demons. Suddenly, those demons merged again, forming a towering entity that bellowed towards the heavens, scattering the clouds above with its immense might. Truly a display of the intermediate killing formation's power. Indeed, the intermediate killing formation is formidable. Zhong Yu shook his head and advanced, saying, "The Great Wasteland is not a realm for your demon clan. Alas, you realize this too late." Chapter 39. The Beast God's Inner Elixir on the golden summit of the Sword Gate. The Grand Hall radiated opulence. Standing majestically against the sky, perched atop this pinnacle, the sunlight graced the summit for an additional hour each day compared to the valleys below. In the heart of the summit, a high platform rose, upon which lay an extraordinary beast, adorned with 4 heads, each facing the cardinal directions of the vast wasteland. This beast resembled a sculpture. Many Qi refinement practitioners had ascended the mountain without ever witnessing it move a single inch. On this particular day, however, the beast stirred, its golden mane bristling as one of its heads opened its eyes wide, intently fixated on the direction of the beast god ridge, letting out a deep, resonant roar that reverberated across the golden summit. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared, and an elder clad in white emerged atop the platform, visibly anxious, inquiring, forming beast. "What has transpired?" The beast responded, its voice booming, reporting to the Grand Elder, "There is activity at the beast god ridge, faintly imbued with the aura of deities and demons." The forming beast, possessing 4 heads capable of surveying all directions, was a rare auspicious beast in the wasteland. Thus, it was positioned at the highest point of the Sword Gate mountain by the elders, tasked with observing the movements across the vast expanse of the wasteland. Should any anomalies or external threats arise, it could provide an early warning. "Please take a look, Grand Elder." The forming beast faced the direction of the beast god ridge, its eyes wide open, projecting a luminous screen that subtly revealed the scene at the beast god ridge. There, amidst the 800-mile expanse, a terrifying sight emerged, a towering creature, 1,000 feet tall, bellowed toward the heavens, shattering the clouds above. This vision was the result of Zhong Yu activating the intermediate killing formation within the beast god's seal, slaying the demon race's Qi refinement practitioner. This is. A flurry of white lights flickered, transforming into several elders of the Sword Gate, who gazed at the image within the forming beast's eyes, all taken aback, exclaiming, "A divine-level seal." It was rumored that the beast god ridge was formed from the remains of a fallen beast god. Was this rumor true? Did the ridge truly embody the corpse of a beast god? The implications of a beast god's remains were minor compared to the significance of a divine-level seal. Was it possible that the beast god sealed away its treasure? This was dire news. The demons from outside the wasteland had long coveted its riches. Only the Sword Gate's presence had deterred them from launching an assault, fearing significant losses. Now, with the emergence of the divine-level seal at the Beast God Ridge. It validated the existence of the Beast Goddess treasures, and the demons would likely turn their eyes toward the wasteland. The expressions of the Swordgate elders grew unusually grave, feeling an immense pressure. The current leader of the Swordgate had aged, and internal strife over the next leader had already begun, compounded by this external threat, adding fuel to the fire. The eldest among them, the Grand Elder of the Yoyu clan, spoke solemnly. The appearance of a divine-level seal at the Beast God Ridge cannot be concealed from the demons. We must immediately summon all elders to the Golden Summit for a council to devise a strategy. Within the Grand Hall on the Golden Summit, all the elders of the Swordgate convened. After learning the situation, a profound silence enveloped them. After a considerable time, Elder Shui Tu spoke slowly. The leader is aging. It is unwise to engage in battle with the demons. In my opinion, should the demons seek negotiations, allowing them to explore the Beast God Ridge may not be a poor decision. It is better to avoid unnecessary conflict. Elder Lehu, sporting a thick beard, scoffed. The wasteland was carved by our ancestors. We cannot yield an inch. If the demons come to slaughter and seize, we shall confront them. Let them come. We shall not be afraid. Cough, cough, he continued. That said, the leader is quite old, and the next leader has yet to be determined. The younger generation has not yet matured. If we were to engage in war with the demons, we might not be able to safeguard the entire wasteland. Elder Shui Tu retorted. I am not advocating for the outright relinquishment of the Beast God Ridge, merely suggesting we permit the demons to explore it. We may lose a bit of face, but our core remains intact, preserving harmony. Brothers, do you truly wish to engage in war with the demons, resulting in countless casualties among the clans of the wasteland? If you possess a better solution, please enlighten me. The elders from various clans fell silent, including Elder Lehu, who frowned deeply. After a moment, the Yoyu elder cleared his throat and said, Junior brother Zian, you have extensive connections, and foreign clans often regard you favorably. If the demons indeed obtain news of the Beast God Ridge, let you be the one to negotiate with them. However, I have one condition. We shall not yield an inch of our land. The lives of our people are invaluable. Whoever comes from the demon race must abide by our rules. Should they dare to act out of line, war is the only recourse, and none shall have it easy. Elder Shui Tu nodded eagerly, stating, I shall not fail in this task. He then added, moreover, the sudden emergence of a divine-level seal at the Beast God Ridge indicates that whatever is sealed within is extraordinary. Should we not venture there to explore? Perhaps we may obtain some treasures of the Beast God, thereby strengthening the Sword Gate. The treasures of the Beast God are likely the belongings of the demon race. As humans, even if we acquire them, we may not be able to utilize them, Elder Yu countered. Furthermore, breaking a divine-level seal is immensely challenging. The effort to secure the Beast Goddess treasures may lead to great losses, rendering any gains worthless. If Junior Brother Shui is interested, he may go investigate. But do not invest too much energy into it. Elder Shui Tu, Shui Zian, nodded, smiling. The Grand Elder speaks wisely. I shall send someone to investigate. As Zhongyu approached the core of the Beast Goddess seal, he paused intermittently. The young boy, Xian Hua, surveyed the surroundings and suddenly sighed with relief, exclaiming, What luck! I never imagined the deceased beast god had other arrangements here. It is not merely the 7-kill formation. Zhongyu felt a shiver run down his spine and inquired, Not just the 7-kill formation? Xian Hua flitted from his brow to his shoulder, flames flickering as he chuckled. Look at this river. Zhongyu focused his gaze and beheld a slender stream meandering from the core of the Beast Goddess seal, winding through a series of 7-kill formations. However, parts of the river's course were interrupted, unable to flow beneath all the stone tablets, likely due to changes in the terrain of the Beast Goddess seal. This is the Yinlong River, also a murderous formation, complementing the 7-kill formation. Additionally, the Grass and Trees Army formation has also been destroyed. Xian Hua sighed repeatedly, feeling a strong urge to restore the formations, stamping his feet on Zhongyu's shoulder. If this formation is not completed, it would be a tremendous regret. Zhongyu coughed, reminding him, Xian Hua, the essence of the beast god is paramount. Xian Hua gazed at him expectantly and asked, Once we acquire the beast goddess essence, can we restore these 3 formations? Seeing the anticipation in his eyes, Zhongyu's heart softened, and he nodded, As you wish. Xian Hua leaped with joy, cheering, and then suddenly quieted, clasping his hands together, eagerly asking, After we restore the formations, can we activate them for fun? Zhongyu quickly shook his head, chuckling. A mere intermediate killing formation is already so formidable. If a large divine-level killing formation were activated, it might tear the heavens apart. Moreover, you wish to activate 3 formations at once? The power of even one formation is unimaginable, let alone 3. The little flame pouted, sulking. The pure-blooded Fushi divine clan would undoubtedly allow me to play with the 3 great formations. Zhongyu pretended not to hear. Before long, guided by Xianhua, Zhongyu arrived before a portal resembling a circular opening. The door was stained with dried blood, the remnants forming totemic patterns, although time had rendered them somewhat indistinct. Furthermore, the portal had been slightly ajar, allowing waves of potent demonic energy to seep out, accompanied by an oddly fragrant aroma that was intoxicating. Zhongyu inhaled deeply, perplexed by a peculiar fragrance. Could it be that the beast god has refined his essence into a spiritual elixir? You are indeed astute, Xinhua chuckled. The essence of the beast god is, in fact, a spiritual elixir. However, it is not referred to as such, but rather as an inner elixir. A creation formed from the condensation of essence during the cultivation of the demon race. In the times of Emperor Sui and Fushi, the demon race was considered the most despised, and at banquets, the gods would present a platter of demon god inner elixirs as a delicacy. Zhongyu was taken aback, only to hear Xinhua continue. Considering the plight of your human race today, I surmise that at the current divine banquets, the hosts might serve a platter of human inner elixirs as well. The seal on this portal has been rendered ineffective. Hurry within and seize the beast god's essence, for we must hasten to complete the 3 killing formations. And remember, hold your breath and refrain from inhaling this fragrance. Should you do so again, you may prematurely transform into a beast. Upon hearing this, Zhongyu quickly stifled his breath, only to feel an odd itch on the back of his hand. Glancing down, he saw scales beginning to sprout beneath his skin, sending a shiver down his spine. He had merely inhaled a few whiffs of the fragrance and was already showing signs of transformation. If he were to consume the beast god's essence, would he not inevitably turn into a monster? He hoped Xinhua was reliable. Composing himself, he pushed the door open, and it swung readily at his touch. Upon entering, the fragrance intensified, seemingly seeping into his very being through his skin. Zhongyu felt an increasing itch, yet he steadied his mind, visualizing Emperor Sui in his consciousness, and thus the itch subsided. He looked up to behold a vast expanse beyond the door, stretching hundreds of feet in all directions and towering high above. A brilliant pearl illuminated the space, radiating a blinding light and casting a luminous glow throughout the chamber. This was indeed the heart chamber of the beast god, where his heart resided. In his final moments, the beast god had fused his spiritual power with his blood, transforming it into the 3 formidable killing formations outside, solely to safeguard his soul and this inner elixir. Quickly, urged the youthful Xinhua, pluck this inner elixir so we can arrange the formations outside. With his eyes closed, Zhongyu opened them to find 2 serpentine dragons emerging beneath him, crackling with thunder. The dragons, fierce and menacing, soared toward the inner elixir suspended in the air. Just as he reached out to grasp the elixir, scales erupted from beneath the skin of his palm. Hurry, insert the beast god's essence into your consciousness. Xinhua shouted urgently. How do I do that? Zhongyu stammered, feeling bewildered. This inner elixir was as large as an egg. How could he possibly fit it into his mind? As he pondered, more scales proliferated, rapidly spreading up his arm with astonishing speed. Just insert it directly, Xinhua insisted. With gritted teeth, Zhongyu raised his hand and pressed the inner elixir against his forehead. Chapter 40. Transformation. As the inner core of the beast god made contact with the surface of Zhongyu's brow, the skin beneath began to writhe as countless scales erupted outward with a hissing sound. The energy concealed within the essence of the beast god was indeed peculiar and formidable, making it nearly untouchable. Simultaneously, Xianhua commanded, channel your mental energy. In that fleeting moment, Zhongyu's body underwent a bizarre transformation. Scales rapidly spread across half of his form, and he felt an itch on his forehead, indicating the emergence of horns. Even his tailbone radiated heat, as if a tail were about to sprout. Without hesitation, Zhongyu unleashed his mental energy, enveloping the beast god's inner core and drawing it into his sea of consciousness. Strangely, the egg-sized inner core appeared to lack a tangible form, merging seamlessly with his mental energy as it entered his mind's sanctuary. Stunned, he observed the inner core floating above the sea of consciousness, radiating brilliance and emanating waves of heat and light. How could this be? He found it hard to believe. The inner core of the beast god was the essence of the beast god itself. How could such essence possess a true form? Xianhua chuckled. You must continuously visualize the flame emperor and refine the essence emanating from the inner core, or else you will succumb to beastly transformation. Adopting the form of the beast god. Immediately, Zhongyu focused on visualizing the flame emperor, but he still sensed an overwhelming influx of the beast god's essence that he could scarcely endure. More of this essence surged forth from the inner core, flooding into his body, leaving him no time to refine it. He glanced down in alarm, noticing that his hands were beginning to transform, scales hardened, palms thickened, and the muscles beneath his skin swelled. With a sudden rip, he felt something tear through his beast skin shorts and quickly reached behind, discovering a tail sprouting. Turning to look, he saw it was a dragon-esque tail, adorned with the striking patterns of a fierce tiger, yet it also bore long, flowing manes along the dorsal fin. Xianhua. What is happening? Before Zhongyu could finish his question, he felt a sharp pain in his forehead as two horn protrusions emerged from either side. His body continued to swell, muscles and bones expanded, and ribs multiplied, doubling from 24 to an astonishing 48. In a mere instant, his form had more than doubled, transforming into a strange beast. Oh, the beast god that perished here was actually a Longxiang, possessing the bloodlines of dragon, horse, and tiger. Xianhua exclaimed in surprise, observing that Zhongyu's head was also morphing. His mouth widened, fangs grew, and long, slender whiskers sprouted, resembling a fusion of dragon, horse, and tiger features. His neck elongated, scales proliferated, and a flowing mane sprouted from the back of his neck. Unable to resist, Zhongyu found himself supporting his weight with his hands as his tail elongated further, resembling a dragon's tail but adorned with tiger stripes and horse manes. Now, he stood nearly 17 to 18 feet long, embodying the essence of dragon, horse, and tiger, exuding an aura of an exceptionally high-grade beast. Longxiang, with its majestic gaze, surveyed the surroundings, embodying the might of a legendary creature. Xianhua marveled. I miscalculated. The essence of the beast god seems rather potent. The energy contained within the inner core was as terrifying as an ocean, and even though Zhongyu had not directly touched it, the mere energy radiating from the inner core was sufficient to beastify or transform him. Even with his visualization of the Flame Emperor, he could not alter the trend of his beastification. Moreover, Zhongyu felt a terrifying energy continually surging within him, deepening his transformation. Xianhua, can you be any more unreliable? He voiced, his dragon-like form articulating a human tone, heavy with frustration. Xianhua scratched his head, feeling increasingly sheepish, and murmured, from this moment on, your visualization of the Flame Emperor must remain uninterrupted. If you falter, the beastification will intensify until the Longxiang bloodline completely overwhelms and assimilates your own, leaving you forever unable to revert. Furious, Zhongyu retorted, but Xianhua quickly added, however, as your cultivation progresses, your ability to refine the essence of the beast god will accelerate. Once you refine enough, you can restore your original form, no longer being in the Longxiang state. Of course, even while you sleep, you must visualize. Otherwise, should you wake after a few hours, you may find yourself permanently beastified as a Longxiang actually. Being a Longxiang isn't so bad, what do you think? Visualizing while sleeping? Zhongyu gasped. This equated to an unbroken 12-hour cultivation regimen, an unprecedented challenge. Should he fail, he would be eternally transformed into a beast. Yet, the advantages were evident. Other disciples could only dedicate 5 hours to visualization in a day, and 8 hours meant sacrificing all personal time for it. To visualize for 12 hours, utilizing every moment of eating, drinking, and even sleeping, was an insurmountable difficulty. Previously, Zhongyu found it impossible to cultivate for 12 consecutive hours due to a lack of adequate resources. Now, however, with the beast goddess inner core continuously supplying essence, he was compelled to maintain uninterrupted cultivation. Li Xionyang had achieved a level of subconscious visualization that integrated into her very consciousness, akin to the necessity of drinking or eating. Yet the requirement to maintain visualization even while asleep was far more challenging. Zhongyu felt an immense pressure. Youngyu, once you are accustomed to this relentless visualization and free yourself from the Longxiang form, you will be able to draw forth more potent energy from the inner core, refining it to enhance your Fuxi bloodline. Currently, the essence you are absorbing is still insufficient, rendering the purification of your Fuxi bloodline nearly negligible. Oblivious to Zhong Yu's inner turmoil, Xianhua was brimming with enthusiasm. But now, in your Longxiang form, you possess immense strength, the power of both dragon and tiger, and the speed of a heavenly horse. With the essence of the beast god in your sea of consciousness, you have virtually limitless energy to excavate that high platform buried beneath the earth. Then I will guide you to reposition those stone tablets correctly, digging channels to redirect the Yinlong River, restoring the seal of the beast god. Xianhua, do you believe I can elevate my cultivation to the level of refining the essence of the beast god before I am completely beastified? Zhong Yu inquired. Rest assured, I guarantee you will succeed, the small flame declared confidently. With me by your side, victory is assured. Zhong Yu steadied his resolve and stepped out of the heart chamber of the beast god. Under Xianhua's guidance, he located the high platform buried beneath the rocks. With a powerful shout, he unleashed his mental energy. Just as he began to visualize a dragon, his mental energy instantly transformed into a dragon that soared forth, extending to a length of 100 feet. He was momentarily stunned. Previously, his manifested dragon could only reach a maximum of 10 feet. And now it had suddenly grown to 100 feet, startling him. The innate strength of the Longxiang form markedly enhanced his mental energy. Xianhua noted. There is no need for astonishment. Once you refine the essence of the beast god and shed the Longxiang form, your mental energy will also reach this magnitude. Quickly, tear open the ground. With a mental command, the dragon extended its claws, plunging into the earth, and with a mighty tear, it ripped open a gaping chasm of several dozen feet. Such formidable mental energy. Zhong Yu was aghast, scarcely believing this power was his own. Continuing to channel the dragon, he effortlessly unearthed the high platform concealed beneath the earth. Zhong Yu leaped down, bearing the high platform from the deep pit, and, guided by Xianhua, placed it in its rightful position. All right, let us complete the Yinlong River and the grass and trees as soldiers' formation. Shortly thereafter, Zhong Yu restored the disordered stone tablet, realigning the Yinlong River and the grass and trees as soldiers' formation, and stepped out of the seal. At that moment, outside the beast god seal, a great river of the Weishui flowed through the air, continuously extending forward, with a large vessel navigating upon its surface. This Weishui River was evidently an embodiment of mental energy. On the ship, several Water 2 clan Qi refiners stood at the bow, with Elder Shui Xian stroking his beard thoughtfully, adjusting the river's course toward the beast god seal of Beast God Ridge. Our Grand Elder of the Sword Sect remains somewhat overly conservative, Shui Xian remarked softly to the Qi refiners behind him. He is solely focused on maintaining peace and is reluctant to engage in conflict with the demon clan, oblivious to the principles of trade. If we cannot breach this beast god seal, Shan, you should venture outside the great wilderness and sell this information to the demon clan for a handsome price. Behind him, Shui Anshan hesitated. To sell the news of the divine level formation appearing in Beast God Ridge to the demon clan? I fear some may label our Water 2 clan as traitors of the great wilderness. Traitors? You speak too harshly. Shui Xian scoffed. The emergence of a divine level formation cannot be concealed from the demon clan. The only difference lies in whether they learn of it sooner or later. By selling this information to the demon clan, my Water 2 clan could earn a considerable reward. Why not seize the opportunity? The ship gradually descended outside the beast god seal, and everyone gazed at the long white stone barrier, when suddenly, an extraordinary beast leapt from the cliff, moving with the grace of a dragon and the power of a tiger, vanishing in an instant. This beast appeared to be. Several Qi refiners gasped in astonishment. It is a Longxiang, a creature of even higher status than our sword sect's Siming beast. Heavens! How could such a divine entity exist in a place like Beast God Ridge? Could it be that there truly lies incredible treasure within? Shui Xian was equally intrigued and declared, there must certainly be even more extraordinary treasures within Beast God Ridge. I shall personally investigate the Beast God seal. You all go capture that Longxiang. The Water 2 Qi refiners responded affirmatively and swiftly took to the air in pursuit of Zhong Yu, while Shui Xian inhaled deeply and stepped towards the white stone wall, murmuring, with the Longxiang appearing, could it have escaped from the divine level formation? The Grand Elder claimed that there could be no treasures usable by our human race here. He may be gravely mistaken. Brothers, every week, Monday receives the most recommendation votes. Do you cease voting after Monday? The Human Path Supreme is still on the new book list and requires your daily support in recommendation votes. Brothers, the author updates daily, and you should remember to vote every day. Chapter 41. The Island of the Abyss. Ancient texts record that Longxiang is a divine species, possessing the bloodlines of dragons, heavenly steeds, and tiger-like beasts, all of which are ancient divine races. For water tribe Qi practitioners hastened in pursuit of Zhongyu, led by Shui and Shan, who remarked, "It is exceedingly rare to encounter a Longxiang, especially a youngling in our vast wilderness. If we capture it and nurture it within our Shui-Tu clan, our standing among the 10 major clans of the wilderness will undoubtedly rise by 2 or 3 ranks, overshadowing clans like Leihu." One of the Shui-Tu Qi practitioners questioned, "That Longxiang we just saw was nearly 2 zhang long. How can it be a youngling? Not only is it a youngling, but it likely has only just been born." Shui and Shan replied with a grin, "An adult Longxiang is a sacred being, as massive as a mountain, galloping across mountains and seas. Fortunately, it is still a youngling. Had it been slightly older, I suspect the elders would have intervened personally instead of allowing us to subdue it." The other 3 Qi practitioners breathed a sigh of relief, chuckling. A newborn youngling should be easy to capture, requiring hardly any effort at all. As Zhongyu leapt from the beast goddess seal, he noticed the grand vessel of the Shui-Tu clan approaching. However, now assimilated by the essence of the beast god, he had transformed into the form of a Longxiang, which to the human race appeared as a monstrous beast, making it ill-advised for him to encounter them. Moreover, he held little affection for the Shui-Tu clan, prompting him to flee swiftly. He needed to find a secluded and deserted place to cultivate for a few days, refining the beast goddess essence that had altered his physique to revert to human form. Otherwise, should he be slain by the Qi practitioners of the wilderness under the guise of a beast, it would be a most unjust demise. It must be said, the Longxiang form was indeed incredibly powerful. Its speed was astonishing, surpassing even Zhongyu's lightning flight, and this was merely at a casual pace without exerting any force. The Shui-Tu Qi practitioners were closing in. Zhongyu glanced back, his heart racing. Were they intending to exorcise a demon? Of course, in his current guise. He bore no distinction from a monstrous beast. If he were to speak, they might mistake him for a demon race, and he would surely be eradicated. "Come here, little Longxiang." One of the Shui-Tu Qi practitioners hovered in midair, looking down at Zhongyu as he dashed through the woods, chuckling. Behind him, an imposing figure of the water god, He-Bo, materialized, surrounded by swirling waters, reaching out a hand to grasp Zhongyu. Even though both were representations of He-Bo, the effects differed vastly depending on the practitioner. The He-Bo envisioned by the Shui-Tu practitioner was not merely an image, it radiated a divine aura, as if it were the true essence of a divine being. He-Bo, the deity of flowing waters, was portrayed as majestic and sacred, far surpassing the He-Bo conceived by Shui Qinghe. As the hand reached out, the arm of He-Bo elongated, stretching across several li, reaching out toward Zhongyu. "Brother and Shan, should we capture this extraordinary beast, will it not be a significant merit for our clan?" The Qi practitioner who envisioned He-Bo laughed. "Naturally. Wei Shui whip go." Shui and Shan exclaimed, pointing, and a tumultuous wave surged forth, a great river of Wei Shui roaring toward Zhongyu, who had narrowly evaded He-Bo's grasp. "This wretched creature has avoided your capture. It is indeed a rare breed, possessing divine blood, capable of eluding a Qi practitioner even as a newborn." The river of Wei Shui narrowed, resembling a long whip or a flying python, swiftly approaching Zhongyu. Zhongyu gritted his teeth, suddenly accelerating with all his might, the forest flashing past him like fleeting shadows. The 4 Shui-Tu Qi practitioners stood in stunned silence, watching in disbelief as the Longxiang stood upright, sprinting on its hind legs, its speed terrifying. A beast that was half dragon, half horse, and half tiger, with a long dragon tail. Sprinting like a human. It was perhaps the strangest sight they had ever encountered. Is it not a mistake? Do Longxiangs run upright on 2 legs? One Shui-Tu Qi practitioner remarked, bewildered. Shouldn't it run like a horse? Another added, equally perplexed, and no one could answer his question. It stands. It stands and runs. It cannot possibly outrun our flight. We must catch it before it escapes. Zhongyu dashed forward at an astonishing speed, leaping over ravines and rivers. While the 4 practitioners, despite flying above, could not close the distance, exchanging astonished glances. Dragons descend from clouds, tigers leap from winds, and heavenly steeds possess wings. Longxiangs are renowned for their speed, yet this one running upright on 2 legs was still astonishingly quick. The 4 were astounded, further convinced that this Longxiang was an exceedingly rare breed, perhaps surpassing the legendary 4 bright beasts of the Sword Gate. Thus, they were determined to capture it at all costs. Together, they urged their water vessel onward, channeling their spiritual energy into the Wei Shui, maximizing its speed. I refuse to believe we cannot catch a mere newborn Longxiang, Shui and Shan declared. Brother, our 4 energies manifesting as Wei Shui will indeed enhance the vessel's speed. But it will also deplete our spiritual resources significantly, one practitioner cautioned. Once we catch up to the Longxiang, it will have no chance to escape. Even if we are left weakened, the 4 Qi practitioners immediately propelled their water vessel, their spiritual energy coalescing into a long river, pursuing Zhongyu relentlessly. As Zhongyu sprinted, countless beasts in the Beast God Ridge raised their heads in astonishment, gazing at the 2-legged Longxiang, bewildering their very souls. The Shui 2 disciples were closing in. Their speed was incredible. In a moment of urgency, Zhongyu glanced back to see the vast waters surging, with the 4 Shui 2 Qi practitioners standing at the bow of their ship, cutting through the waves, moving even faster than he. Suddenly, one of the practitioners leapt from the vessel, soaring through the air as if borne by the waves, 5 fingers splayed, plunging downwards. Ice Spirit Sword Qi, Sword Style 23. Clang, clang, clang. In midair, the water vapor crystallized, forming a multitude of ice spirit swords that spun and dove toward Zhongyu, who was in full flight. Surrounded by the icy sword energies, Zhongyu saw them swirl around him, piercing the air with a hissing sound. In response, he struck with his claws and tail, shattering the incoming sword energies. Ouch! A few of the sword energies breached his defenses, leaving several wounds that chilled him to the core, as if he were about to freeze solid. However, within his mind's sea of consciousness, the beast god's inner core stirred slightly, releasing waves of warmth that melted the icy chill instantly, rendering it ineffective against him. The Qi practitioner gasped in shock, exclaiming, "How is this possible? This Longxiang is truly a young beast? Why can't my ice spirit cold energy subdue it? Brother, come up. I will capture it alive." Another Shui 2 Qi practitioner leapt from the ship, transforming midair into the form of He Bo, propelling himself forward on the great waves toward Zhongyu. Amidst the mountain forests, tumultuous waves surged, the crests soaring high, crashing upon the peaks, yet one could see Zhongyu racing down the mountain. As the water Tushar alchemist transformed into the river god, commanding the great waves as he descended. Ahead, the dragon steed galloped with increasing speed, suddenly erupting with a burst of lightning beneath its feet, propelling its velocity to new heights. A resounding boom echoed as the dragon steed breached the sound barrier, a massive white aura manifesting around its form, propelling it forward with great haste. In less than a breath, the dragon steed had covered over 10 miles, leaving the water Tushar alchemist unable to pursue, standing there in a daze, utterly perplexed. The dragon steed, harnessing the power of thunder, vanished from sight. The 3 alchemists from Anshan soon arrived, their expressions filled with astonishment as they murmured, "Can this creature, just recently born, truly command the thunder?" An elder voice resonated, proclaiming, "Dragons arise from the clouds, tigers from the winds, thunder is born from the tempest. It is not extraordinary for the dragon steed to wield the thunder." The 4 alchemists bowed respectfully, addressing the elder. "Behind that cliff lies the beast goddess seal, intricate and formidable. It cannot be easily traversed. I observed for a while, but could not decipher the seal. Thus I abandoned the effort. Anshan, you must now journey to the city of Empty Abyss and convey this news to the demon tribe." Shui Zian approached, hands clasped behind his back, shaking his head. "That dragon steed is still young. Its control over thunder cannot last long, and it will soon exhaust its strength. It will not be difficult to catch up with it. Jin Ping, Jianshu, pursue the dragon steed. I shall return to the mountain and await the arrival of the demon tribe's leaders." The 2 water Tushar alchemists bowed in agreement and swiftly took flight, while Anshan promptly set off toward the outskirts of the great wasteland. Heading for the city of Empty Abyss, Beast God Ridge returned to tranquility, though this calm only endured for half a month. After this period, the demon tribe's formidable figures arrived at Sword Gate, led by Yin Yunxing, the master of Sulphur Island and one of the 3 principal leaders, accompanied by 100 demon alchemists, making a grand entrance. The very air trembled at Sword Gate, as the master of Sulphur Island exuded an untamed aura, immediately overshadowing all alchemists present. Dark clouds enveloped Sword Gate Mountain, intending to instill a sense of intimidation among its defenders. Suddenly, from the golden peak of Sword Gate, A torrent of sword energy surged into the heavens, stirring the winds and clearing the miasma of demons. An ancient voice reverberated, Master of Sulphur Island. You come as a guest. I hope you will abide by the customs of Swordgate. Yin Yunxing, displaying a hint of trepidation, laughed heartily. Old wind. So you still draw breath. I thought you had perished. Now that a sacred realm of our demon tribe emerges in the great wasteland. The beast god lies buried in the beast god ridge. From henceforth, this ridge belongs to our demon tribe. The ancient voice fell silent, no longer to be heard. Elder Shuizian stepped forward with a warm smile, saying, Master Yin, let us discuss the matter of beast god ridge. Shortly thereafter, an agreement was reached. The demon tribe could enter the great wasteland to explore the beast god seal within the ridge. But no other areas of the wasteland could be trespassed. Days passed, and enormous skeletal ships emerged from the depths of the great wasteland, heading toward beast god ridge. Laden with demon alchemists, the second of the 3 island masters of the city of Empty Abyss had arrived. Deep within the forests of the great wasteland, a robust dragon steed raised its head, staring in awe at the massive skeletal ship soaring overhead, shivering slightly as it murmured, Xinhua. Do you think today is a day of bloodshed? A small flame flickered from its mane, filled with anticipation. At last, we shall witness the simultaneous strike of the 3 formations. Chapter 42. Breaking through the encirclement, the 2 Qi refiners from the Water 2 clan were closing in once more. Zhong Yu looked up, gnashing his teeth in frustration, and sprinted away. The past several days had been excruciating for him, as he battled to refine the excess divine beast energy within him while evading the relentless pursuit of these 2 Water 2 Qi refiners, navigating the vast wilderness. He transformed into a dragon steed, moving with astonishing speed, even capable of harnessing thunder to flee. Yet, he could not maintain this pace for long, as the 2 Qi refiners would soon catch up. The greatest threat to him was not solely the Water 2 Qi refiners, but also the relentless divine beast energy emanating from the inner core within him. He had to maintain a continuous visualization of the Fire Emperor. Any lapse could lead to an accumulation of divine beast energy that would ultimately transform him entirely into a dragon steed. This ordeal was more torturous than the struggle for life and death or the lightning that tempered the soul, a trial of unprecedented hardship, requiring uninterrupted visualization and evasion. Even while attempting to sleep, this was an immense test of his mental fortitude, physical strength, and willpower. In the first couple of days, he could endure it. But by the 3rd day, he nearly broke down, collapsing beside a mountain stream to sleep deeply, forgetting his visualization and the pursuit of the Water 2 Qi refiners. Fortunately, the fire spirit kept a vigilant watch, rousing him and urging him not to forget his visualization, saving him from being completely assimilated into a dragon steed and avoiding capture by the Water 2 Qi refiners. After these arduous days of training, Zhong Yu had nearly attained the state of non-thought. This so-called non-thought refers to a state where one can visualize without the need for effort, allowing oneself to fall into a state of visualization. Li Xiaonyang had reached this level through years of diligent practice, while he had achieved it through these torturous days of trials. However, to reach the state of non-thought, where one could maintain visualization even in deep slumber, was exceedingly difficult. Non-thought was a higher state than non-thought, and only with the fire spirit's constant reminders could he intermittently reach non-thought. But this could not last long, as deeper sleep would disrupt his state of visualization. These days had been unimaginably torturous for him, sustained only by his formidable willpower. Yet, this also served as a tremendous refinement, propelling his mental strength to new heights. Now, his consciousness expanded vast, reaching an impressive 3,000 acres. And his mental power was remarkably pure. The 2 Water 2 Qi refiners were like relentless phantoms. Zhong Yu gritted his teeth, with his enhanced cultivation and expansive consciousness. The divine beast energy radiating from the inner core above him was now subtly balancing with the speed at which he was refining it. This marked a significant leap in his cultivation. At this pace, in a few days, he would be able to refine the excess divine beast energy accumulated within him and revert from his dragon steed form back to human. Have these 2 Qi refiners separated? Zhong Yu suddenly sensed that the 2 Qi refiners' auras had diverged. One was closely pursuing him, while the other's aura was receding, likely taking a detour. Odd, why had they split? Zhong Yu squinted, curious. After pursuing him for so long without success, separating would make it even harder to hinder him. Oh no, there's water ahead. That explains it. He continued running forward, only to find a great river surging before him, wide enough to stretch thousands of feet across, with tumultuous waters creating waves several feet high. The river flowed in a semicircular arc around the hillside beneath him, indicating that the other water 2 refiner was not merely taking a detour, but had split off upstream to prepare an ambush on the river. The other was pursuing him from behind, effectively sandwiching him and forcing him to remain on the river's surface. Zhong Yu narrowed his eyes, gazing downstream, where he saw numerous tribes and settlements lining the banks with fishing boats anchored at the shore. This is the Wei River, the Water 2 tried. There must be more Qi refiners stationed within the Water 2 clan. If I get trapped here, I may not escape disaster. Zhong Yu inhaled deeply. Downstream lay the Water 2 tribe, with Qi refiners above and behind him. His only option was to cross the river before the 2 Qi refiners could encircle him. Upstream, the waves churned violently as a Qi refiner strode upon the waves, embodying the river god and moving with incredible speed. Meanwhile, the Water 2 Qi refiner behind him was also accelerating, their aura drawing closer. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhong Yu leaped into the air, racing towards the opposite bank of the Wei River. With the speed of a dragon steed, he skimmed across the river's surface, propelling himself upward with explosive force, creating a series of splashes as he surged ahead. This Wei River is our Water 2 clan's domain. Do you think you can escape? A booming laugh echoed as the Water 2 Qi refiner on the river surged forward, waves rising 100 feet high, crashing across the entire Wei River, advancing toward him with a chilling sneer. Here on this river, we of the Water 2 clan are the invincible rulers. The towering waves blocked the great river, pressing forward with terrifying force. Zhong Yu clenched his teeth, unleashing lightning beneath his feet, dramatically increasing his speed until he broke the sound barrier. Yet the waves were faster. By the time he reached the center of the river, they were already at his side. Ice Spirit Sword Mountain. The Water 2 Qi refiner stood atop the waves, stomping down heavily. Countless icy sword energies shot forward aggressively from the tumultuous waters. Zhong Yu leaped into the air, dodging the sword energies, soaring to a height of 100 feet. The Water 2 Qi refiner laughed heartily, commanding the river god's form to charge at him, exclaiming, "Demon beast, do you still wish to contest with me upon the Wei River?" As he spoke, the other Water 2 Qi refiner had also arrived over the Wei River, their speed noticeably increasing as they pursued Zhong Yu. Simultaneously, the Qi refiners within the Wei River tribe had noticed the commotion upstream, with several Qi refiners taking flight to observe from a distance. It's brothers Jianshu and Jianping. Several Water 2 Qi refiners exclaimed in surprise. They are capturing a strange beast. We must assist them. The Water 2 Qi refiners hurriedly rushed upstream, while in midair, Zhong Yu, without a moment's thought, immediately visualized a flood dragon and clashed with the river god form of Shui Jianping, causing him to plummet from the sky. The fire spirit child lazily remarked, "Young Yu, why visualize a flood dragon when you can visualize yourself?" Visualize myself? Zhong Yu, having fallen from the sky, was momentarily stunned. Below him, massive water dragons surged upward, bearing their fangs and claws, ferociously lunging at him, likely conjured by Shui Jianping's manipulation of the waters. In combat with the Qi refiner, he was still far too inexperienced. Although Shui Jianping was merely an ordinary Qi refiner, the disparity between upper academy disciples and Qi refiners was like the heavens and the earth, entirely incomparable. Given his current strength, he was utterly incapable of contending with them. Of course, visualize myself. What was a flood dragon to me? It paled in comparison to a dragon steed. The fire spirit cheerfully replied, "You are the dragon steed. You must have become familiar with its form by now. Visualizing the dragon steed, transforming it into a totemic pattern, should not be difficult for you. If you visualize the dragon steed and merge with it, you will at least double your physical prowess. What is there to fear about escaping?" Zhong Yu's heart surged with determination as he immediately visualized the dragon steed, which was akin to visualizing himself. Instantly, his 3,000 acres of consciousness flowed forth, a torrent of mental power flooding every corner of his body, imbued with unfathomable strength. With a resounding and fervent dragon roar emanating from Zhong Yu's mouth, sound waves reverberated as the latent thunder within his spiritual energy erupted, enveloping him. He trod upon the air, sprinting through the sky with astonishing speed. With a thunderous crash, he shattered a water dragon that had coiled toward him, causing it to splinter into a cascade of water that plummeted to the river below. The sound of the splintering echoed as one water dragon after another was forcefully broken apart. Above, Shui Jianping felt a tremor in his heart as the river lord attempted to seize Zhong Yu, but was too late. witnessing Zhong Yu slip away from his grasp. So swift? Shui Jianping found himself momentarily stunned as the surging waves beneath him swelled and countless sword energies shot forth. A barrage of icy sword qi aimed at Zhong Yu. With a series of crisp sounds, the icy sword qi struck Zhong Yu, exploding upon contact, yet failing to penetrate the dragon scales that adorned his skin. Mist enshrouds the great river. Shui Jianping bellowed as columns of water surged skyward, forming a cage. White mist billowed forth from the water columns, enveloping the Weishui River. However, at that moment, a tremendous crash was heard as the dragon's steed broke through a water column, bursting forth from the fog, whereupon thunder and lightning followed in its wake. Shui Jianping stood in a daze, watching as Shui Jianshu pursued towards the center of the Weishui, while the water cultivators from their tribe flew in from downstream, equally astonished by the scene before them. This dragon steed was growing at an alarming rate. It was beyond their reach. The cultivators exchanged glances, all shaking their heads in disbelief. Shui Jianshu cleared his throat and stated, "You all continue the pursuit. I shall inform the elders at the sword gate. We must request their assistance in mobilizing more cultivators to encircle him. Otherwise, with just us." He shook his head and turned to leave. At the edge of the Weishui tribe, having taken advantage of the situation, they still could not capture the dragon steed, which dealt a significant blow to their morale. Meanwhile, Zhong Yu, with his feet upon the air, dashed forward, feeling an overwhelming joy within him. Suddenly, he let out a long howl, his form shifting from dragon to human, returning to his original appearance while still remaining aloft, gliding through the air. At last, he had reverted, no longer concerned about being mistaken for a beast and facing death. He could finally return to the sword gate. Unable to contain his exuberance, Zhong Yu howled once more, envisioning the dragon's steed, allowing his spiritual energy to permeate his entire being. Even as he shed the form of the dragon's steed, he could still traverse the air without fear of falling. "Young Yu," the voice of Shinho interjected, "you are not wearing any clothes. Your beast-hide jacket and shorts have both been torn apart during your transformation into the dragon steed." A startled exclamation rang out from midair. Chapter 43. The three arrays strike the great wilderness. Zhong Yu stealthily ventured into the forest, his mental energy radiating outward. Before long, he stumbled upon a human tribe, and with a flick of his mental force, he gathered a few garments. Ashamed, he realized that in his moment of triumph, he had overlooked the fact that his own attire had been torn. Once properly dressed, he breathed a sigh of relief, only to suddenly recall something. "Shinho, if my mental energy were to materialize as clothing upon my body, would it be discernible to others? Those of lesser cultivation would naturally be unable to see through it, while those of greater prowess would immediately perceive your vulnerability." At that moment, an aura drifted above, accompanied by a gaze that fell upon Zhong Yu. Observing that he was merely a young human, the onlooker paid him no heed. It was yet another chi refiner from the Shui Tu clan. Zhong Yu cast a casual glance and dismissed the presence. He had returned to his human form. And the chi refiners of the Shui Tu clan were in search of Long Xiong. Thus he aroused no suspicion as he confidently departed. He pondered the skeletal ships that had recently sailed towards the Beast God Ridge. What could their origins be? As he made his way towards the sword gate, he mused. The individuals aboard those vessels are enveloped in demonic energy, unlike the chi refiners of the sword gate. Could they be formidable beings of the demon race? It is curious. The demon race and our human race are sworn enemies. How could they brazenly infiltrate the great wilderness? He found himself in a quandary. The Beast God Ridge lay deep within the wilderness, and it was inconceivable that the sword gate was oblivious to the demon race's incursion. Nor would they permit such an invasion without a response. Yet, there had been no signs of action, which struck him as odd. These demons were evidently heading straight for the Beast God Ridge, likely seeking the Beast God's seal, yet they remained unaware that apart from the Beast God's inner core, there was naught but emptiness within. Zhong Yu's expression turned peculiar as he reflected. Moreover, they are ignorant of the peril that now envelopes the Beast God's seal. Merely employing totemic inscriptions to seal the stone tablet is grossly insufficient. For the Een Dragon River and the Grass and Wood Army Array have been restored by Shinho and me. At the Beast God Ridge, the Beast God Seal was under the leadership of the Sulphur Island Lord Yin Yunsheng and another demon magnate from the Xiaotian Island, both personally guiding their chi refiners to breach the seal. Countless renowned demon chi refiners from the Xiankong city had commenced their efforts to dismantle the seal. Outside the Beast God Seal, A massive toad crouched while a gigantic python coiled beside it. The demon chi refiners relentlessly wielded their blades, slicing through the skin of the toad and python, collecting buckets of fresh blood to be brought to the seal. The demon lords then used the blood from these creatures to inscribe various totemic patterns, aimed at suppressing the beast god totem on the stone tablet, neutralizing its power and eradicating the 7 kills within the stone. This toad possessed 6 eyes, each as large as an acre, protruding and arranged in a great circle. The python, on the other hand, bore razor-like horns atop its head, dorsal fins along its back, and even delicately thin cicada wings that enveloped its body. They were neither mere demons nor beasts, but spirits, 2 great totems of the demon race. The aura emanating from these totems was untamed, akin to that of deities or demons, strikingly formidable. Clearly, the demon race placed immense importance on the beast god seal, utilizing the totemic spirits from Sulphur Island and Xiaotian Island. The blood of these totemic spirits was not mere blood. It was a natural amalgamation of totemic inscriptions, infused with the spiritual energy accumulated through countless years of demon worship, an ideal means to dismantle the beast god seal. Everyone, remain vigilant. We must not allow any missteps. Yan Yunxing scanned the surroundings, relieved to see the power of the beast god being subdued, exclaiming, "The beast god ridge truly transformed after the demise of the beast god, morphing into an 800-mile mountain range. This beast god is indeed formidable beyond belief. Brother Xiaotian, the Sword Gate's master, still lives, though his time is surely limited. My purpose in visiting the Sword Gate is twofold: to establish authority and intimidate all its members, and to ascertain the fate of this old ghost. Although he has managed to dispel my pressure, he has yet to show himself, preferring to let the Shui Tu clan converse with me. Had he been the man formerly known as the Sword God, he would have struck me down without hesitation. Clearly, he is nearing his end." Xiao Tianqian, with his hands clasped behind his back, remarked nonchalantly, "The old ghost of the wind will not perish. None dare challenge the Sword Gate while he lives. Once he departs, the Sword Gate will inevitably fall." His struggle for survival stems from this realization. He wishes to extend his life a few more years to groom a successor for the Sword Gate. Alas, the elder generation has withered, and the younger generation, Feng, Fong, Lei, and Jun, have only recently risen to prominence. Though they may contend with the elders, they are still far from becoming titans. Who knows if the wind old ghost can endure until they attain such stature? Feng, Fong, Lei, and Jun, all possessing innate spiritual bodies, were born with the essence of chi refiners, a force not to be underestimated. Yet their training time was regrettably brief. Yan Yunxing chuckled. "In the great wilderness, our demon race shall undoubtedly prevail. The great wilderness is our pasture. These humans are merely our sustenance, and they know how to reproduce and hunt for themselves. We need only to let the humans roam free, periodically harvesting them, and our supplies will never run dry." Xiao Tianqian personally took action, using the blood of the 2 great totems to seal the stone tablets, stating, "This beast god treasure must harbor the ancient beast god's invaluable relics. What a pity the Lord of Xiankong City refuses to come. His presence would greatly expedite our efforts." As the totems of the beast god were subdued, the numerous demon chi refiners, along with Yan Yunxing and Xiao Tianqian, gradually delved deeper into the seal. Suddenly, Xiao Tianqian halted, staring intently at a meandering stream nearby, a look of contemplation crossing his face. Abruptly, his expression twisted into one of horror as he inhaled sharply and shouted, "Stop! Everyone, halt immediately!" His voice was thunderous, disorienting the demon chi refiners, who instinctively ceased their actions. Yan Yunxing furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Brother Xiaotian, what is amiss?" Xiao Tianqian's face turned pale as he began to retreat slowly, his voice hoarse. "Within this beast god seal lies a second layer of sealing. We have only breached the first layer. The second remains intact. We must withdraw immediately." Retracing our steps without deviation, Yan Yunxing sensed the gravity of the situation and promptly retreated. Suddenly, one of the demon chi refiners took a misstep. The surroundings fell eerily silent, void of any sound. Both Xiao Tianqian and Yan Yunxin's expressions changed drastically as they frantically fled. Boom! The slender river within the beast god seal surged upward, expanding wildly, transforming instantaneously into a black dragon, ferocious and menacing, wreaking havoc within the seal and unleashing a bloody onslaught. In that instant, Chaos ensued among the demon chi refiners as they scattered in all directions, desperately attempting to escape the seal. Meanwhile, blood began to pour forth from the stone tablets, which the demon chi refiners had only just managed to suppress. The beast god totem patterns now breaking free of their restraints, reviving the stone tablets and forming the 7 kills array. Simultaneously, the flora and fauna within the seal swayed ominously, each flower and blade of grass, each leaf and branch, seemingly transforming into formidable soul weapons, posing an unprecedented threat. A cacophony erupted as the plants soared into the air, the iron steeds turned against their riders, and the atmosphere was saturated with the aura of slaughter. Within the beast god seal, severed heads rolled, and the limbs of the demon chi refiners were brutally cleaved, while others roared in fury, reverting to their monstrous forms, brandishing soul weapons to defend against the unleashed beast god seal. As they manifested, colossal divine demons emerged from the stone tablet, and in an instant, the seal of the beast god became a tumultuous arena filled with surging deities and demons. Countless demon clan chi refiners were ruthlessly torn apart, devoured by these divine entities. Fortunately, numerous chi refiners possessed formidable strength, bravely resisting the onslaught of the surrounding demons. Notably, the island masters, Yin Yunxing and Shou Tianchen, exhibited unparalleled power, sending the attacking demons flying with a mere wave of their hands. Those who managed to endure this chaos were the elite among the demon clan's chi refiners, renowned warriors even within the Sword Gate. A thunderous roar erupted as the intermediate formation of the beast god seal activated. The colossal demons, towering over 1,000 zhong, crashed against the seal, creating a tempest of blood and flesh. In the span of a single breath, over 1,000 demon clan chi refiners perished, leaving only Yin Yunsheng and Shou Tianchen standing. The two rushed to the edge of the seal, just a single step away from breaching it. However, at that moment, the high platforms within the beast god seal trembled violently, accompanied by a cacophony reminiscent of a tidal wave. Beams of light shot forth from the platforms, piercing the azure sky. Meanwhile, Zhong Yu had approached the sword gate. Suddenly, he turned back and beheld the direction of Beast God Ridge, where 49 massive beams of light ascended into the heavens, forming a brilliant luminous curtain in the sky. This curtain resembled a radiant mirror, constantly rotating, drawing in colossal demons into its depths. The 3 great formations had finally activated simultaneously. Xinhua, filled with exuberance, leapt from Zhong Yu's consciousness and perched upon his forehead, exclaiming, "Young Yu, behold this grand spectacle." As Zhong Yu gazed upon the scene, his heart trembled. The luminous mirror swayed, and a leg, thick as a mile, gradually descended from it, adorned with dragon scales. Following this was an unimaginably massive body, a lengthy tail, and a head as formidable as a mountain. It was the Dragon Xiang, an immense creature entirely composed of totemic patterns, radiating a terrifying aura that shook the entire wilderness, causing all beings to tremble in fear. The Dragon Xiang descended into Beast God Ridge, its gargantuan form visible from afar, undulating like a mountain amidst the ridge. A black dragon also lurked between the mountains, its presence elusive, accompanied by a sword aura piercing the heavens. Suddenly, a 6-eyed toad soared into the sky, bearing a great skeletal ship. Beneath the toad, a massive python writhed in the air, propelling its bearer onward with a fierce rush. In the next moment, this python was seized and swallowed by the black dragon, while the sword aura cleaved through the air, severing the 6-eyed toad. The Dragon Xiang roared mightily, crashing into the skeletal ship, shattering it, and sending 2 figures tumbling out, flung from Beast God Ridge. Zhong Yu watched in a daze, while Xinhua shook his head, remarking, "Surprisingly, not all have perished. Could it be that my arrangements were flawed, failing to fully unleash the power of the 3 killing formations? It cannot be my fault. How could one as wise and valiant as I err? It must be due to the beast god's lackluster skills. Yes, it must be so." Chapter 44. The majestic cattle of the Zhongshan clan. The 3 formidable divine formations of the Beast God Ridge erupted, shaking the entire wilderness. Their astonishing waves felt even beyond its borders. Almost all the chi refiners of the Sword Gate momentarily forgot their tasks, turning their gazes towards the Beast God Ridge. There, the Dragon Xiang, Black Dragon, and Sword Chi continued to rampage within the 800 miles of the ridge. After a considerable time, the 3 formations finally subsided, causing the Dragon Xiang, Black Dragon, and Sword Chi to dissipate, restoring tranquility to the Beast God Ridge. However, The impact of the three formations on the Qi refiners of the Sword Gate was not so easily forgotten. Moreover, the activation of the formations had buried over 1,000 Qi refiners from the demon race in the Abyssal City, severely wounding the two island masters of the city, resulting in significant damage to its vitality. The repercussions of this event were far from trivial. The totems of Sulphur Island and Embroidery Island had perished within the Beast God Ridge, their losses undeniably grievous, particularly for the elite Qi refiners of the demon race who had perished there. The Abyssal City, a sanctuary for the demon race, would find it exceedingly difficult to recover its strength in the near future. Within the upper echelons of the Sword Gate, a tempest of debate ensued. Many elders quickly realized the opportunity at hand and argued whether to seize this moment to eliminate the island masters, Yan Yunsheng of Sulphur Island and Xiu Tianxin of Embroidery Island. This was a rare occasion. If they could take the lives of these two prominent figures, the demon race would pose little threat. Yet, some elders expressed concerns that failing to eliminate these two powerful beings would irrevocably offend the demon race, particularly since another formidable figure, the Lord of the Abyssal City, would undoubtedly intervene to protect the island masters. Furthermore, despite their grievous injuries, these two had long been reigning overlords, and slaying them would not be a trivial endeavor. The elders engaged in heated arguments, their voices rising in a cacophony, making it difficult to reach a consensus. Fang Jian, we must depart. A figure clad in white, resembling a drifting cloud, emerged from the Sword Gate, accompanied by a colossal tortoise that seemed as massive as a mountain, following Fang Jian as they raced towards the fleeing direction of Xiu Tianxin and Yan Yunsheng. Fang Jian, halt! An elder shouted, chasing after them. Our council has yet to reach a conclusion. You cannot act unilaterally. The decision to pursue the two island masters of the demon race is not one you can make alone, as it bears significant implications for the future of the Sword Gate and the Abyssal City. Fang Jian did not turn back, responding coolly, I will go to slay them. Once you reach a decision, send someone to inform me. The elder's face turned ashen, his anger rising, but before he could retort, a young man soared into the air, departing the Sword Gate with a grin. Senior Brother Fang is correct. Opportunities are fleeting. The elders can deliberate at their leisure, but the chance must be seized. Senior Brother Fang, I shall accompany you. Count me in. A young woman also flew out, exclaiming, how can a pursuit of such magnitude, targeting the island masters, proceed without my participation? Ha! Wait for me, senior brothers and sisters. A figure harnessing lightning surged forward, laughing. The heads of Yan Yunsheng and Xiu Tianxin shall be claimed by my own hands. The elder, his countenance darkening, could only watch helplessly as the four departed to the edge of the wilderness to pursue the two island masters of the demon race, trembling as he muttered, this is utter lawlessness. Let them go. Our four young elites of the Sword Gate require this trial to vie for the position of the next Gate Master. To claim the title of Gate Master, one must possess the prowess to conquer the vast expanse of the wilderness. The Grand Elder of the Yu clan approached him, whispering, moreover, this aligns with the Gate Master's wishes. Let us return to our meeting. On this day, the four young elites of the Sword Gate set forth, pursuing Yan Yunsheng of Sulphur Island and Xiu Tianxin of Embroidery Island. A vast expanse of buffer zone lay between the wilderness and Sulphur Island, destined to witness a grand spectacle of pursuit and counterattack. A magnificent battle was inevitable between the two formidable figures of the demon race and the four young elites of the Sword Gate. However, all of this was now beyond the purview of the instigator, Zhong Yu. He hastened towards the Sword Gate, finally returning to the upper courtyard after a prolonged journey. Foregoing greetings with Yufian and Li Xiaoyan, Zhong Yu collapsed into a deep slumber in his chamber. The past days had been an inhuman trial, leaving him utterly exhausted. And only upon entering the Sword Gate could he finally relax. The encounters at the Beast God Ridge with the disciples of the demon race, the Beast God Seal confronting the Qi refiners, the array slaughter of Qi refiners, the acquisition of the Beast God's inner core, the transformation into a dragon Xiang, the completion of the three divine formations, and the relentless pursuit by the Water Two clan's Qi refiners. These were experiences far beyond those of an ordinary disciple in the upper courtyard. Yet, he had endured them all, and the pressure from several near-death escapes was unprecedented. Only within the protective confines of the Sword Gate did he manage to relieve himself of all burdens and breathe freely. After an extended slumber, Zhong Yu awoke, yawning, only to release a startled dragon's roar, glancing down to find himself transformed once more into a dragon Xiang. Reclining upon his bed, oh no, I slept too deeply, forgetting to visualize the Su Huang during my dreams, and the essence of the beast god overwhelmed my own bloodline. He mused, perplexed as to why his inner fire had not awakened him to continue his visualization. Zhongyu calmed his thoughts, noticing a small flame gently flickering upon his shoulder in the sea of consciousness, revealing that his inner fire was also in slumber. Realizing the effort his inner fire had expended to help him evade danger, he chose not to awaken it, reflecting, "These days, my inner fire has labored to assist me in escaping various perils. Without it, I would have perished long ago, so it deserves this rest." Fortunately, his cultivation had advanced considerably. After a night's time, the essence of the beast god, overflowing from the inner core, would not entirely transform him into a dragon xiang. His cultivation had deepened significantly compared to when he had first ventured to the beast god ridge. His consciousness seemed now vast as 3,000 acres, allowing him to refine the essence of the beast god more swiftly. While he had transformed into a dragon xiang, he understood that as long as he maintained his visualization, reverting to his human form would not be a challenge. Eventually, Zhongyu managed to suppress his dragon xiang form, returning to his normal appearance. "Junior brother Zhong. Junior brother Zhong." The voices of young women echoed from outside, and there were more than one. Confused, Zhongyu opened the door to find dozens of girls gathered outside, their expressions a mix of surprise and joy as they rushed towards him, chattering excitedly. "Junior brother Zhong is indeed alive. I knew he wouldn't die. Yesterday, we heard someone mention they saw you return, so we came over, thinking you might be resting and didn't want to disturb you. This morning, we all came back. And you truly are safe. Junior brother Zhong, did you slay that ram? Did you encounter any chi refiners from the demon race? You want to believe it. Something monumental occurred at the Beast God Ridge. A colossal dragon xiang emerged, truly massive. I heard that the Water 2 clan's chi refiners encountered a smaller dragon xiang, and they returned to mobilize all the chi refiners in their clan for a hunt. That little dragon xiang looked so adorable. I wish I could take it home." Ting Luanyue, Tao Dyer, and other young women, along with numerous disciples from the Li Mountain clan, filled the air with their lively chatter, leaving Zhongyu at a loss as to which question to address first. After a moment, he smiled and suggested, "Sisters, why don't you come in for a while?" The young women flooded into his courtyard, with Li Xiongyan and Yu Fian also joining them. Surrounded by so many girls, Zhongyu felt that his courtyard had suddenly shrunk. Outside, many male disciples of the upper courtyard cast envious glances in their direction, grumbling amongst themselves about how Zhongshan's esteemed cattle had returned. Immediately attracting such attention from so many senior sisters, did he not feel overwhelmed? After a considerable time, Zhongyu bid farewell to the young women as they left the male courtyard. Li Xiongyan chuckled, "Junior brother Zhong, we shall return next time if there are matters to discuss. Also, I still wish to compete with you to see who truly is the best in the upper courtyard." Yu Fian calmly remarked, "Junior sister Li, while it can be said that junior brother Zhong is currently the foremost in the male academy, you have yet to claim the title of first in the female academy. If you wish to compete with him, you must first defeat me." Li Xionyang replied with a cheerful smile, "Well said, well said. If junior sister Yu is inclined to yield, I shall naturally oblige." The two young women, fueled by their competitive spirits, captivated the attention of the male disciples, who murmured in astonishment, "Indeed, even the senior sisters of the female academy are vying for the favor of Zhong Shanshi. Does this fellow truly possess such charm? By what right?" Returning to his secluded courtyard, Zhongyu cleared his mind and contemplated, "The flames of my spirit are still resting. It is likely they will remain dormant for a day or two. However, my training must not falter. With the divine essence of the beast god present, I can continue my cultivation of the thunder soul tempering technique. I wonder if my current strength allows me to refine my soul with thunder without relying on the dragon scale sword." He felt a surge of eagerness but soon shook his head, deciding it prudent to channel his spirit through the dragon scale sword. With a click, the dragon blood sword box opened, and a brilliant light shot skyward, ascending into the stormy heights in an instant. "Brother Zhong, you have returned." In the lofty thunder realm, Qiu Jian'er exclaimed in surprise and joy, her spirits soaring to greet him. "It has been quite some time since we last met. Have you been descending the mountain for training?" Addressed as brother by this young female cultivator, Zhongyu felt a pang of humility and chuckled, "You guessed correctly. Junior sister Jian'er, I have indeed been out for training these past days, facing perilous encounters and barely escaping with my life." The young girl expressed concern. "Descending the mountain is fraught with danger. My mother always advises me against it. I have worried for you these past days, as you have not come to visit. The two continued their practice amidst the thunder, losing track of time. Over the course of several days, Xiao Jian'er's cultivation advanced rapidly. As a naturally gifted spiritual body, her innate soul was far superior to others, and her strength had significantly deepened, with her spirit now entwined in thunder. Brother Zhong has also made swift progress during his descent, Xiao Jian'er observed, eyeing the dragon scale sword, only to see Zhong Yu's spirit peeking out from within. His spirit, once no larger than a bean, had now grown to about an inch, standing atop the sword and absorbing the thunder's baptism while envisioning the Sun Emperor, transforming into a dragon-headed human form. Xiao Jian'er's spirit, though modest in size, was considerably larger than Zhong Yu's, standing at over half a foot tall, clearly showcasing her superior mastery of the spiritual realm. This was hardly surprising, as she was a naturally gifted spiritual body, born with a robust soul. When their training became strenuous, they each withdrew their spirits, agreeing to resume their practice the following day. Mother, that brother has returned again, Xiao Jian'er reported to the beautiful woman as she re-entered her corporeal form. His cultivation has progressed so swiftly that he can now temper his soul without the aid of a soul weapon. Indeed, the woman seemed preoccupied, responding, "The Master's great freedom sword chi is quite elusive. It has been a source of great worry for me these days. This ultimate technique is a supreme classic of the sword sect. The Master must have left behind some records. But where could they be hidden?" Chapter 45. Sword Tablet. Xiao Jian'er felt beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Her mother was indeed audacious, harboring thoughts about the profound techniques of the sword sect's leader. The leader's grand freedom sword chi would undoubtedly be passed down to the next successor. And with the leader aging, it was only a matter of time before he departed this world. Thus, he would surely leave behind texts detailing the intricacies of the grand freedom sword chi. The beautiful woman mused, "I have wandered around the Golden Summit countless times these past few days, visiting the study repeatedly. Yet I have failed to uncover where he has concealed the texts. I only managed to steal this sword tablet. However, this sword tablet is of little use. The sword intent it harbors is merely an ordinary sword technique known as the metal sword chi. I initially thought it was something valuable when I saw the leader meticulously carving this tablet, only to discover it was the pedestrian metal sword chi." Xiao Jian'er accepted the sword tablet and examined it. Indeed, it was the metal sword chi. This technique was quite common within the sword sect, and Xiao Jian'er had previously learned it, deeming it not particularly profound. "Mother, even if I do not cultivate the grand freedom sword chi, I may not necessarily be weaker than others. You need not worry. If I am exceptional enough, the leader will certainly pass the grand freedom sword chi to me." Xiao Jian'er replied with a smile. The beautiful woman shook her head, speaking earnestly. "While that is true, the circumstances are not as they were before. If the leader were in his prime, he would have ample time to select his successor and provide you with sufficient time to cultivate and compete with the 4 young powerhouses of the sword sect. However, the leader is now old, and the decision regarding his successor is imminent. You entered the sect late, and those 4 young powerhouses have already made their names known. There is little chance for you to stand out in the short term. If you wish to make a name for yourself and catch up to the 4 from the sword pavilion, you must take shortcuts. I do not wish to stand out." Xiao Jian'er murmured, "If you do not stand out, who will heal your legs?" The beautiful woman sighed, lifting her and placing her onto a wooden wheelchair, pushing her outside. "You are of the innate wood spirit body, burdened by excessive wood essence from birth, rendering your legs unusable. I consulted the Grand Elder of the Yu clan. He said that being an innate spirit body is both a blessing and a curse. The heavy wood essence you possessed at birth has caused your body to become woodinized, and without timely cultivation, it has only become more pronounced. The so-called tree roots represent you as the tree spirit. At birth, the tree spirit took root in you. Your legs are like tree roots, your body like branches, and your mind like the crown. Having immobile legs is but a minor issue. If you wait a few more years, your entire body may become woodinized, leaving only your soul capable of exiting, transforming you into a living corpse." Xiao Jian'er remained silent for a moment before smiling. "Mother, you need not push me. I am now a chi refiner, and even if my legs cannot move, I can still ride the wind and fly." The beautiful woman shook her head, resolutely continuing to push her, saying, "Only by elevating your cultivation and unbinding the wood essence within can you return to normal. However, the wood essence in you is too heavy and too deeply accumulated. At your current cultivation speed, Who knows when it will be resolved? If your body becomes solidified by what essence, then you. If you cultivate the leader's grand freedom sword chi, your progress will naturally accelerate, and in the future. If you wish to go out, will I still be able to stop you? Chiojino held the sword tablet in her hand, remaining silent. Let us go out and bask in the sun. You look pale, the beautiful woman said, pushing her out of the grand hall and squatting down to tap Chiojino's legs. Can you feel anything? Chiojino shook her head. The beautiful woman then pinched her waist, asking, does it hurt? It hurts, Chiojino replied. The beautiful woman sighed in relief, saying, that is good. It has not spread to your waist. If it reaches your waist, it could be perilous. Once it reaches the waist, it is not far from the heart. If the heart becomes wedinized, then there is no hope. Once you feel better, I shall make another trip to the Golden Summit. I refuse to believe I cannot find where the Grand Freedom Sword Chi is hidden. Chiojino smiled sweetly, the bruises on her waist not from her mother's pinching, but rather from her own doing. Her waist had long since lost feeling, rendering her unable to feel any pain. The following day, Zhong Yu encountered Chiojino again amidst the high-altitude thunderclouds. He beheld the spirit of the girl soaring gracefully, wielding thunder to temper her soul, akin to a sprite dancing amid the lightning, executing a set of sword techniques. What sword technique is this, junior sister Jiner? Zhong Yu inquired with curiosity. Chiojino replied in astonishment. This is the metal sword chi. Nearly every chi refiner in our sword sect knows it. Have you not practiced the metal sword chi? Senior brother? Zhong Yu displayed a look of embarrassment, realizing he was not a chi refiner and thus had no qualification to practice the metal sword chi. Only that Navi junior sister Jiner would fail to recognize that he was not a chi refiner, he thought to himself. Senior brother, wait. Chiojino's spirit hastily flew towards Sword Sect Mountain. Moments later, she returned, her spirit manifesting a sword tablet, smiling. Zhong senior brother. This sword tablet inscribes the metal sword chi. You need only observe it closely and feel the sword intent within to learn it. Zhong Yu took the sword tablet and focused his gaze upon it, only to find a chaotic array of sword marks, making it difficult to discern the so-called metal sword chi, leaving him puzzled. After a moment, Zhong Yu suddenly felt a jolt in his heart, witnessing the scattered sword marks grow larger, appearing before him like fierce sword lights slicing through the heavens, dividing the world in two. One sword cleaved the stars, another severed life and death, and yet another divided yin and yang. After a while, Zhong Yu gradually observed the sword marks beginning to dissolve, transforming into wondrous totemic patterns that flowed within the sword marks. This, he surmised, must be the essence of the metal sword chi. Zhong Yu's heart stirred as he scrutinized closely, growing increasingly astonished. The totemic patterns housed the ultimate mysteries of the techniques. The source of power for all techniques stemmed from the simplest combinations of totem patterns. For instance, the Thunderbolt sword technique's core power is derived from the thunder patterns, which old Pooh had taught him, totaling 12 types, with these 12 patterns constituting all variations of the Thunderbolt sword technique. Upon careful observation, he noticed that within those sword marks, there were as many as 36 totem patterns. However, as he concentrated further, he gradually discerned an underlying principle amidst the myriad totem patterns. These 36 patterns were merely superficial. In truth, the totemic patterns of the metal sword chi consisted of just one. The other 36 patterns were merely fillers for this singular totemic pattern. This totemic pattern resembled Zhong Yu's dragon blood sword box. Placing a sword within it would make it a sword box, while placing a knife would make it a knife box. This totemic pattern, resembling a sword pattern, formed the most basic essence, filled with 36 other totem patterns, creating the visualization totem of the metal sword chi. Had he not cultivated the Fire Emperor visualization, allowing his spirit to transform into the Fire Emperor state and manifest a third divine eye at his brow, he would never have been able to see the hidden sword pattern totem within the marks. Only one type of totemic sword technique. Zhong Yu pondered, bewildered. The most fundamental totemic pattern of the metal sword chi was this sword pattern, which was even less than the rudimentary Thunderbolt sword technique. The Thunderbolt sword technique was only accessible to upper courtyard disciples, while more profound thunder techniques were held by the Thunder Lake clan's chi refiners. Zhong Yu had heard old Pooh and Ting Luanyue mention that the Thunder Lake clan possessed as many as 128 types of thunder patterns. In a set of techniques, the more totem patterns there are, the more exquisite the technique. Logically, the Thunderbolt sword technique with its 12 thunder patterns, should far surpass this metal sword chi, which only has one sword pattern. However, as Zhongyu meticulously examined the sword pattern, the more he felt its profoundness exceed that of the thunderbolt sword technique by an immeasurable margin. Chi refiners are indeed formidable. Even the seemingly common metal sword chi is so intricately profound. Zhongyu took a deep breath, marveling at the exquisite intricacies of the totemic patterns. He sensed that this sword pattern totem could potentially be fused with the lightning totem, evolving into a new manifestation, one whose power would surpass that of the simple thunder sword technique. If infused with the dragon totem, it would yield remarkable transformations, generating a method of attack that combines sharpness and strength, far superior to the dragon entwining technique. The sword patterns that constitute the gung metal sword chi seem to have the capacity to amalgamate with any totemic design, suggesting an infinite array of possibilities. Indeed, the gung metal sword chi could be regarded as the essence of sword energy, boundless and unrestrained. With a single stroke, where in the world could one not go? Zhongyu exclaimed in admiration, wholly absorbed in the study of the variations of this sword pattern, oblivious to the moment when Qiu Jian'er had departed. The sword patterns on the sword shield were truly exquisite, while the 36 other totemic patterns that formed the gung metal sword chi were cast aside from his thoughts. To him, only this singular sword pattern held significance, rendering the others mere auxiliary elements, their cultivation unnecessary. Has Sister Jian'er left? Zhongyu felt a slight fatigue in his soul and mental energy. Accepting the sword shield, he contemplated that he would return it to her tomorrow. This sword pattern totem was so intricate that he could not fully comprehend it alone. Sister Jian'er, being a chi refiner and having cultivated the gung metal sword chi for so long, must have gleaned insights. He resolved to consult her the following day. Meanwhile, Qiu Jian'er returned to her body, finding the hall empty, with only herself present. Her mother had yet to return. She attempted to rise but fell from her wooden wheelchair with a thud. The young woman summoned her mental energy, floating gracefully back into her seat, letting out a soft sigh. Jian'er, your waist. A beautiful woman stood at the door, gazing at her in stunned silence, her voice trembling. Do you not feel anything? Looking down, Qiu Jian'er noticed her garments had torn during the fall, revealing bruised skin. The woman, with a thought, lifted both Qiu Jian'er and the wooden wheelchair, hastening toward the hall's exit. We cannot delay any longer. I must seek the Grand Elder and insist he suppress the wood energy within you. A flutter of alarm surged through Qiu Jian'er, and she quickly responded, Mother, perhaps we should wait until tomorrow, after I part ways with Brother Zhong. We cannot afford to delay a moment longer. The beautiful woman hurriedly carried her toward the golden peak of the sword gate. The next day, Zhongyu ascended to the high thunder layers with the sword shield, only to find that Qiu Jian'er was absent. He waited for a considerable time, yet the young woman did not arrive. Could it be that Sister Jian'er was preoccupied with something? I intended to inquire about the mysteries of the sword patterns within the sword shield. On the third day, Qiu Jian'er still did not appear, nor did she on the fourth. For a long stretch of time thereafter, Zhongyu did not encounter the Girl of Thunder once more. Today, we are merely 30 votes shy of surpassing 1,000. Brothers, the more votes, the better. The Supreme of Humanity is not far from the new book rankings. I implore your support. Chapter 46. The Dragon's Sword. Chi Sister Jian'er may never return here again. Zhongyu's soul bathed in the thunder, playfully handling the sword token, absorbing the profound sword intent contained within it. Memories of the cheerful and sunny girl filled him with a sense of melancholy as he pondered. I do not even know her whereabouts, and I have no means to seek her out. I can only wait until I become a chi refiner in the future, enter the inner sect of the sword gate, and return this sword token to her. The sword gate has exceedingly high requirements for its inner sect disciples. One must attain spiritual enlightenment to become a chi refiner. Although the number of disciples in the upper academy is vast, only a handful can enter the inner sect each year. This is a formidable barrier separating mortals from chi refiners, with the mundane world outside and the extraordinary practitioners within. The sword intent within this token is remarkable, likely stemming from a profound technique of the sword gate. The flame spirit, Shinho, awakened, a small flame leaping from the dragon scale sword, roughly the same size as Zhongyu, both resembling tiny figures. The two little beings sat together, and Shinho gazed at the enormous sword token before them, sensing its sword intent, and remarked, the sword intent within this token is indeed profound. The patterns of the sword conceal an intricate technique that you, at present, cannot fully comprehend. Zhong Yu's soul transformed into the form of the dragon sovereign, sitting in a spiral, bathed in thunder to refine his spirit. He nodded and said, I too have sensed the technique concealed within these sword patterns. However, it is a method that only chi refiners can cultivate, and I truly cannot fathom it. Can the chi refiners of the sword gate thoroughly comprehend this sword pattern? Shinho was taken aback, replying, to decipher the techniques hidden within the sword patterns requires immense wisdom. Even a naturally gifted spirit would only grasp 4 or 5 parts at most. It seems that indeed, many of the chi refiners of the sword gate possess extraordinary intelligence. Zhong Yu was somewhat perplexed, murmuring, did not Sister Jeaner say that most chi refiners can practice this set of metal sword chi? Why does Shinho describe it as so difficult to comprehend? He was left bewildered, unaware that what Chio Jeaner referred to as metal sword chi was merely the 36 totem patterns within the token, not the sword pattern itself. Why is this sword technique called metal sword chi? It seems an ill-fitting name. Shinho pondered, contemplating the technique hidden within the sword pattern, and guided Zhong Yu. Technique. Technique. One is the essence, the other is the method. The essence is the inner cultivation approach, while the method is the manifestation, the means to convert cultivation into power. Hence it is called the method of the door. What is the method of the door? Why is there a door involved? Upon hearing this, Zhong Yu's heart stirred, and he replied, the door is the portal. Within the human body lies the cultivation, to transform this cultivation into divine abilities and power. A portal must be opened to release it. Thus, it is called the method of the door. Shinho nodded in approval, saying, indeed, the name of your sword gate conceals profound mysteries within. However, few chi refiners of the sword gate can grasp this point, as they blindly pursue swordsmanship without understanding its principles. This sword pattern itself is a form of technique. Essence requires spirit to cultivate. While the method is simpler, combining sword patterns with other totem patterns can yield a myriad of transformations, making it quite versatile and elusive. It is curious. Is this truly a technique possessed by every chi refiner of the sword gate? Even with my extensive experience, having lived since the era of the Fire Sovereign, I cannot help but wonder. Zhong Yu felt a tinge of disappointment. Must one attain spirit to cultivate? Only by achieving spirit can one refine the essence of this sword chi, drawing energy from the myriad of things in the world to forge the sword chi. However, this is the conventional path for ordinary chi refiners to practice this sword chi. Shinho perched upon the sword's edge, legs swinging with glee, and declared, yet, the inheritors of the flame do not face such restrictions. Though you are not a true inheritor of the flame, I still rely on you to seek the pure-blooded Fushi divine clan. If your abilities are lacking, it would be a disgrace to me. I shall reveal the subtleties of this sword pattern to you, so you may grasp its intricacies. The little flame's spirit emitted a brilliant light, akin to a grand curtain slowly unfurling, illuminating all the details of the sword token's patterns. Zhong Yu's soul opened a divine eye at his brow, gazing at the sword patterns. This divine eye could only manifest when his soul transformed into the form of the Fire Sovereign. With this eye, he perceived with remarkable clarity, seemingly capable of discerning illusions to unveil the truth. From the sword token, he discerned the singular sword pattern, relying on the third divine eye of his soul. He observed the sword pattern's details becoming increasingly distinct, resembling a grand sword gate from afar, a portal shaped like a sword, with sword chi emanating from within. This portal grew larger, taller, and more imposing. Numerous patterns resembling dragons and serpents appeared upon the gateway, the totem patterns concealed within the sword pattern. The sword pattern itself was a totem, and no one expected it to be so intricate, composed of countless totem patterns. As Zhong Yu scrutinized it, he saw a multitude of totem patterns coiling around the pillars like mighty dragons and great pythons, rugged and twisted, exuding an ancient grandeur that was truly awe-inspiring. Gradually, the sword gate before him reached a height of 100 zhong, while Zhong Yu appeared as a mere flicker, only an inch tall. The towering portal loomed in his eyes as if it were 10,000 zhong high, and even at that scale, the patterns on the portal remained exceedingly complex. The actual structure of this totem pattern was unfathomably intricate. Despite its complexity, this totem pattern was still simpler than visualizing the Fire Sovereign. Zhong Yu assessed the sword gate, his heart devoid of any thought of retreat. He had already encountered incomprehensibly complex techniques, namely the visualization diagram of the Fire Sovereign imparted by Shinho. The visualization diagram of the Fire Sovereign was genuinely intricate, a vast ocean of complexity, utterly unimaginable. Though he had grasped the general idea of the fire sovereign's visualization, the detailed totem patterns comprising the fire palace, the fire sovereign, and the fire tree remained elusive to him. Fully visualizing the fire palace and the fire sovereign was an exceedingly monumental task, far surpassing the sword gate, and would require an immensely powerful spiritual force to accomplish. Currently, Zhong Yu's spiritual force manifested as a vast sea of consciousness, yet even if he exerted all his strength, he could likely only visualize a single finger of the fire sovereign in its complete form. In truth, this set of metal sword chi, at its core, is also about visualization. Shinho held a grievance towards the name metal sword chi, feeling it trivialized the technique, and begrudgingly explained, it involves nurturing a sword gate within the sea of consciousness, cultivating sword chi. However, it does not solely rely on spiritual force to nurture the sword chi, but rather draws upon the energies of the universe. If one possesses spirit, one can refine golden chi from metal and iron, wood chi from trees and forests, water chi from rivers and lakes, and fire chi from volcanoes and the sun, transforming these into one's sword chi. It is far more complex than merely calling it metal sword chi. However, you have yet to attain spirit. Thus you cannot extract sword chi from the universe. Extracting sword chi from the universe? Zhong Yu felt a sense of yearning, deeply impressed by the chi refiners of the sword gate, remarking, such a marvelous technique possessed by every practitioner. The legacy of the sword gate is indeed formidable. Shinho, is it truly impossible to cultivate without attaining spirit? Shinho, brimming with pride, replied, while you currently cannot refine sword chi from the universe, you still possess the essence of the beast god. The essence has already been refined by the beast god. You need only master it to cultivate the beast sword chi. Beast sword chi. What an odd name. In fact, it refers to the sword chi in the form of the dragon's might. After a moment of thought, Shinho added, Beast sword chi does sound unappealing. Let us call it dragon sword chi instead. You can utilize the essence from the beast god's inner core to forge dragon's sword chi. Now, observe this sword gate carefully, and once you have perfected it, draw the essence from the beast god's inner core to fill the sword gate. Zhong Yu blinked and asked, Exinhua, is there anything I should be cautious about? No, you can cultivate with confidence. I assure you there is absolutely no danger. After a moment, Zhong Yu's soul was assailed by the fierce essence of the beast god, transforming into a dragon-like figure amidst the thunder, darkened by lightning as he glared indignantly at the flickering flame on the sword. Well, it seems there might be a slight hint of danger, Exinhua admitted somewhat sheepishly. But it's not overly perilous, just be careful. Zhong Yu spent half a day refining the excess essence of the beast god, restoring his soul to the state of the fire sovereign. With focused intent, he constructed the sword gate, cautiously drawing in the essence of the beast god to infuse it into the sword gate. After more than 10 days, he finally succeeded in refining the dragon roar sword chi. This sword chi extended 5 feet, resembling a dragon soaring in flight. Yet it was exceptionally sharp and imbued with a ferocious, bloodthirsty aura. As the dragon roar sword chi emerged, the air seemed to ignite, turning a fiery crimson. With a slight shift of his thoughts, Zhong Yu summoned the dragon scale sword to collide with the dragon roar sword chi. There was a sharp sound as the sword chi was severed, causing him to frown. Could it be that defeating a soul weapon in just over 10 days would be so effortless? As he pondered, the severed dragon roar sword chi swiftly restored itself. He mused, the dragon scale sword is forged from mysterious iron and gold, ranking among the superior soul weapons of the upper courtyard disciples. If the dragon roar sword chi can sever it after merely 10 days of cultivation, that would indeed be exaggerated. However, the advantage of the dragon roar sword chi lies in its independence from soul offerings. Even if the sword chi is destroyed, I suffer minimal loss. He pointed, causing the dragon roar sword chi to return to its sword box. With a gentle flick of his finger, it soared forth again, embedding itself in his forehead, continuing to absorb the essence of the beast god, growing ever stronger and more stable. This sword chi was in a constant state of enhancement, and the totem patterns forming the sword gate were becoming increasingly clear and resilient. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before the dragon roar sword chi surpassed the dragon scale sword. The unrestricted duel at the year's end was fast approaching. Zhong Yu wondered how much his dragon roar sword chi could improve before the competition. Suddenly, Exinhua leapt up, clapping his hands. I have a splendid name. The Gung Jin sword chi need not be called that any longer. This technique manifests sword qi that transforms endlessly, refining the spirits of heaven and earth into sword qi. It shall be called the free-flowing great sword qi. Free-flowing great sword qi. Zhong Yu was momentarily taken aback and suggested, wouldn't great free-flowing sword qi sound even better? Let it be called free-flowing great sword qi. It possesses grandeur. With a mere wave, it can unleash sword qi the size of mountains. How impressive is that? On International Labor Day, while others enjoy their holiday, I, the humble writer, continue to labor away, shedding tears. Brothers, do not solely indulge in play and novels. Remember to cast your votes of support. Chapter 47. Heavy intent to kill very well. I shall concede to your request and name it the free and unfettered sword qi. Zhong Yu, unable to resist the insistence of Xian Hua, reluctantly allowed the name change from the Gungjin sword qi. He contemplated inwardly. The dragon-roaring sword qi I have forged can indeed be refined to an even smaller form. The smaller it is, the more stable its power becomes. The easier it is to wield, and the harder it is to defend against. Pursuing size results in emptiness of power, sluggish reactions, and difficulty in control, lacking the myriad transformations that sword qi should possess. In this regard, he held a different perspective from Xian Hua. Against the overwhelming numbers of inferior opponents, the grand sword qi is undoubtedly ferocious and domineering, capable of annihilating foes with ease. Yet when confronting formidable adversaries, it is the finer sword qi that holds greater might. For someone like Xian Hua, who can effortlessly replenish the beast god seal, the larger sword qi remains more exhilarating. However, for Zhong Yu, he was still distant from that realm and required meticulous refinement to eventually achieve the grand sword qi. The dragon-roaring sword qi is both tangible and intangible, capable of being indestructible or as gentle as a caress. With the year drawing to a close and the unfettered duel approaching, he resolutely vowed to refine this dragon-roaring sword qi into a more diminutive form. Zhong Yu summoned his soul high into the air, utilizing thunder to temper his soul, and simultaneously forged his dragon-roaring sword qi, murmuring, "For in this unfettered duel, I may encounter her, the celestial mother. Fear not, sister Shui, for in this duel, I shall slay this demon god and avenge you." As time passed, he devoted increasing thought to the free and unfettered sword qi, gaining deeper insights into this technique. While the year-end approached ever closer, a crisp sound echoed as a strand of sword qi leapt into the air from Zhong Yu's fingertips. Its crimson light shimmering, measuring only about 5 to 6 inches in length, dancing unpredictably at the tip of his finger. The sword light resembled a swimming fish, suddenly darting about, transforming into a 5 to 6 inch long dragon roaring, joyfully running and leaping around him. After a brief moment, the dragon roaring morphed into a slender strand of sword qi, concealing itself among his raven-black hair, appearing as an inconspicuous red thread among the multitude of dark strands. Unlike others who, while cultivating sword qi, would find it growing thicker and more resplendent, Zhong Yu's practice led to a continual refinement into smaller and finer forms. Originally, this sword qi extended 5 to 6 feet, yet now it measured merely 5 to 6 inches. With thunder refining the sword, the impurities within the sword qi were eliminated, making the dragon-roaring sword qi increasingly adept and responsive. A delicate sound rang out as the dragon-roaring sword qi lightly collided with the dragon-scale sword, producing a crisp chime. Observing the dragon-scale sword, which Mr. Pu had painstakingly refined for 20 days, Zhong Yu noted a small chip had formed on its blade. The dragon-scale sword, a superior soul weapon, was marred by a mere brush against the dragon-roaring sword qi, revealing the terrifying sharpness of the latter. Mr. Pu, an old energy refiner, had spent 20 days crafting the dragon-scale sword from a combination of profound gold and profound iron, adorned with the totems of the flood dragon and thunder. In contrast, Zhong Yu had spent just over a month cultivating the free and unfettered sword qi to achieve a level surpassing that of the dragon-scale sword. Illustrating the profound and unfathomable nature of this technique, Zhong Yu sheathed the dragon-roaring sword qi, his soul returning to his body. As the sword qi settled within its scabbard, he mused, "In this unfettered duel, all disciples from the upper academy are permitted to participate, and the celestial mother will also be involved. This dragon-roaring sword qi shall be my trump card. With her strength, she will undoubtedly advance effortlessly to the final match. And I, too, shall confront her there, ready to strike her down." The annual unfettered duel was finally upon them. The upper academy buzzed with excitement. all disciples eager to display their prowess. This contest would determine who would gain entry into the Spirit Void Palace, and only those who qualified would have the opportunity to resonate with the spirit and become energy refiners. The significance of this duel was palpable. Youngyu, this unfettered duel will also test whether you have met my expectations, Xianhor remarked with a smile. If you can embody the qualities of crispness, ferocity, and resilience, I shall grant you passage to the edge of the moon and sun, allowing you to obtain the purest moon spirit and sun spirit. Now, the time has come to examine the fruits of your training. Sweep away all challengers within the upper academy. Sweep away all challengers? Zhang Yu's expression remained stoic, displaying a maturity beyond his years, yet exuding an air of danger akin to a thunderstorm ready to erupt, pondering, my goal is not this, but rather you, the Celestial Mother. However, to sweep through all challengers in the upper academy is a means to an end. On that day, the year-end unfettered duel finally commenced. The golden summit of the Sword Gate radiated with brilliance, streams of golden light cascading down like brilliant sword beams illuminating the mountains. Elders of the Sword Gate descended from the golden summit to the upper academy, presiding over the unfettered duel and summoning the disciples to participate at Wusong Peak. Disciples who had been training in the inner academy returned to the upper academy, bringing with them unfamiliar faces, primarily those nurtured by the 10 major clans, accompanied by energy refiners for guidance. At Wusong Peak, Zhongyu surveyed the surroundings, noting the towering platforms where the elders sat aloft, shielding themselves from the sun with large umbrellas and reed mats, while the number of disciples gathered below increased, forming a lively crowd. Junior brother Zhong, we can finally engage in an honorable contest. Yu Fian approached, exuding confidence as she softly remarked, you can no longer avoid it in this unfettered duel. Zhongyu smiled slightly, replying, sister, with thousands of disciples in the upper academy, it remains uncertain whether we shall cross paths. Yu Fian, brimming with determination, boasted, I am destined to reach the final stages. Whether you can endure till then depends on your recent training. Indeed, Sister Yu has made significant progress during this period. It is no wonder you exude such confidence, Li Xionyang chimed in with a gentle smile. However, while your progress is notable, you still lag behind me by a small margin. Thankfully, my opponent is not you, but the core disciple of the Yu clan, Yu Zhenglong. Yu Fian snorted dismissively as ethereal fish and geese appeared behind her, dancing in harmony. Zhongyu noted with interest that her ethereal manifestations had become more vivid, the fish and geese now indistinguishable from the flesh and bones, indicating her mental prowess had indeed reached a level of transforming the intangible into the tangible. Sister Yu's advancement is commendable. It seems her recent efforts have borne fruit. Yet, I wonder if she has reached the realm of non-thought. If not, she may not stand a chance against Sister Li, Zhongyu mused inwardly. The two young women engaged in a verbal spar, their competitive spirits evident even before the unfettered duel commenced. Fortunately, the arrival of Tao Dyer and Ting Lanyue prevented any escalation. Zhongyu observed closely, noting that the young women had donned new totem spirit pillars and equipped themselves with soul weapons, each appearing well-prepared yet somewhat anxious. Ting Lanyue whispered, as long as we make it into the top 100, we will qualify for entry into the Spirit Void Palace. We must strive for that. Tao Dyer, with a worried expression, remarked, my Tao clan's Yunling visualization is not particularly strong. I can only rely on agility and my soul weapon to prevail. Sister Li, what experts shall we face in this unfettered duel? A young girl inquired. In this unfettered duel, the strongest among the 10 major clans is undoubtedly me. With the death of Lei Gun from the Lei Lake clan, while there are still many skilled individuals remaining, few can rival Lei Gun, Li Xionyang responded confidently. Li Xionyang gracefully pointed with her delicate hands and spoke. The second prominent clan is the Yu clan, represented by Yu Zhenglong, who is the elder brother of Yu Shimi. Zhongyu and Ting Lanyue turned their gaze to see a rather elegant youth standing alongside a disciple of the Yu clan. The youth sensed their attention and turned to face them, his gaze briefly gliding over Li Xionyang's face before settling on Zhongyu, to whom he offered a slight nod. Zhongyu reciprocated with a nod of acknowledgement, and Yu Zhenglong withdrew his gaze. The third clan is the Taolin clan, with its core disciple being Tao Yinran, the young woman in question. The Taolin clan's techniques exhibit notably weak combat power in the early stages, but their efficacy grows immensely with cultivation. Tao Yanran is regarded as the most formidable among the female disciples of the upper academy, posing quite a challenge. Li Xionyang directed her finger towards the Taolin disciple, revealing a girl radiating the charm of peach blossoms, who stood at the center of the Taolin disciples. The girl sensed the gaze of the crowd and turned to call out to Tao Dyer, cheerfully exclaiming, "Tao Dao, come over here." The fourth clan is the Nanlu clan, represented by Nan Zhan. The fifth is the Tianfeng clan, headed by Tian Yanfeng. The sixth clan is the Leihu clan. The seventh is the Junshan clan, led by the young lady Jun Qinghua. The eighth clan is the Shuitu clan, represented by Shui Qinghe, and the ninth clan is our own Lishan clan. The 10th clan is the Chiotan clan, which originally had a female disciple, but later it was revealed that she possessed a natural spiritual body, and she has since become a qi refiner. As Li Xionyang introduced each clan, Zhong Yu felt a stirring in his heart upon hearing about the Chiotan clan member. Could it be that the person mentioned by senior sister Li is my junior sister Jina? She possesses a natural spiritual body and is also a qi refiner. Junior brother Zhong, your little sweetheart has arrived. Ting Luanyue suddenly chimed cheerfully. At that moment, a voice echoed within Zhong Yu's consciousness. The celestial phenomenon matriarch has arrived. Zhong Yu's heart stirred as his gaze fell upon the approaching group of girls. Shui Qingyan appeared increasingly enchanting, her delicate frame seemingly fragile, as she walked alongside the female disciples of the Shuitu clan. Junior brother Zhong is captivated. The girls giggled innocently. Zhong Yu, however, remained oblivious to their banter, fixated on the familiar yet distant figure of the woman. Do not exhibit any murderous intent. Xinhua cautioned in a hushed tone. The celestial phenomenon matriarch can sense your murderous aura. It is far too intense. Shui Qingyan tilted her head, casting a curious glance in his direction. Zhong Yu averted his gaze, silently contemplating. The swiftness of my heart is matched only by the speed of my blade. I wonder if my heart can be swift enough to sever her head before the elders intervene. Chapter 48. The Shindao of Sword Gate. In this unrestricted duel, disciples from all 10 clans participated, yet the absence of the foremost clan piqued Ting Luanyue's curiosity. Zhong Yu, too, felt a stir within, just moments ago. Li Xionyang had introduced the core disciples of the 9 clans, yet she had made no mention of the first clan. Logically, the first clan, being the mightiest in the great wilderness, should not have abstained from this confrontation. The first clan is the Feng clan, the very clan to which our Sword Gate's master belongs, renowned for their formidable bloodline, said to be of divine human descent. Though the Feng clan is powerful, Li Xionyang replied, they are regrettably few in number, and thus have no disciples competing this time. However, each member is exceptionally strong, such as Feng Wuji, one of the 4 young masters of our Sword Gate, who hails from the Feng clan. Moreover, our Sword Gate's master stands as the most formidable entity in the great wilderness. The Feng clan? Within Zhong Yu's consciousness, a fire of both surprise and joy ignited. The Feng clan was the largest surname from the Fuxi era, among the earliest to emerge, known as the foremost surname in the realm. The Feng surname then was a direct descendant of Fuxi and Nuwa. I wonder if the Feng clan of the Great Wilderness is connected to that of the Fuxi era. Yongyu, I must meet a member of the Feng clan. Perhaps I can uncover a pure blood of the Fuxi divine lineage. Zhong Yu's thoughts raced. Li Xionyang had just mentioned the innate power of the Feng clan's bloodline, and now the fire within him suggested that perhaps a pure blood of the Fuxi divine lineage could indeed be found within the Feng clan of the Great Wilderness. The Feng clan resides within the Great Wilderness, and our Sword Gate has members of the Feng clan. If I could meet our Sword Gate's master or Feng Wuji, that would suffice. Yet, given my current standing, what right do I have to meet them? I must first become a qi refiner of the Sword Gate to have the opportunity. All disciples of the Upper Academy had gathered at Wusong Peak, while the qi refiners of the Scripture Pavilion also arrived, standing behind the elders beneath large umbrellas. Soon, an elder rose, gazing down at the thousands of Upper Academy disciples, and spoke solemnly. Today, in this unrestricted duel, Upper Academy disciples may strike without reservation. Soul weapons, totem pillars, and various attack methods are all permitted. However, as you are all comrades, keep it to a contest of skill. Do not endanger lives. Lushidi, please explain the rules to them. Another qi refiner stepped forward and recounted the rules of this unrestricted duel. The rules were simple. Seize the high platforms. There are 100 platforms in total, and one need only occupy one to fend off others. Those who occupy a platform will face challenges from others. If one can hold their platform for 2 hours, they shall be among the top 100 of the Upper Academy. After the contest of these 100 platforms, the top 100 disciples will be determined. securing their entry into the Linkong Hall. Additionally, there will be a grand duel among these 100, deciding the strongest among them, who will receive the largest share of resources upon entering the Linkong Hall. Is it truly that straightforward? Zhong Yu pondered, slightly taken aback by the rules. Such a contest may not accurately gauge a disciple's true capabilities, for some may practice flight techniques, which could not be properly showcased in this high-platform contest. Moreover, with thousands of upper academy disciples gathered at Wusong Peak, the platforms would surely be overcrowded. Upon concluding the explanation of the rules, the Qi refiner turned to the elder for confirmation. The elder nodded and commanded, "Bring forth the Shindao." The Qi refiner complied, calling out loudly, "Bring forth the Shindao." Yes. Over a dozen Qi refiners responded in unison, echoing the call. Atop the Sword Gate Mountain, near the Golden Summit, clouds swirled tumultuously. A multitude of Qi refiners grasped thick chains, over 100 chains, each tethered to the swirling clouds. With great effort, they tugged, causing the clouds to roil like a true ocean, heights rising and falling. Moments later, a colossal creature was forcefully extracted from the depths of the cloud sea. This immense creature bore the head of a rooster, the shell of a turtle, and the tail of a dragon, its claws razor-sharp. Bound by chains, it roared furiously upon being drawn from the clouds, its cry echoing across the mountains like a cock's crow. Zhong Yu looked up to behold the Shindao, its length spanning a li, resembling a mountain suspended in midair, struggling desperately against its restraints. The Sword Gate harbored such a magnificent beast, showcasing its profound heritage. Yet, what purpose did they have in summoning the Shindao? Beside him, Ting Lanyue mused, "So the rooster-like crowing I hear every morning comes from this Shindao." I had been puzzled as to why a place as sacred as the Sword Gate would have chickens. The Shindao, still thrashing against its bindings, turned its gaze towards Ting Lanyue in indignation. "Did you just call me a chicken?" Ting Lanyue stuck out her tongue and hurriedly hid behind Zhong Yu. An elder from the Sword Gate stood and bellowed, "Cease your antics. Shindao, we have cared for you until now, and it is time for your service." The Shindao spoke in a deep, resonant voice, "You little imp, I am of a far older generation than you. When calling upon me, at least say please." The elder sighed and murmured, "Please." Only then did the Shindao cease its struggle. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy erupted, causing Zhong Yu to tremble. Atop Wusong Peak, 100 peaks began to rise and fall, continuously manifesting, their bases overlapping and spreading in all directions. In mere moments, 100 peaks appeared around them, all conjured from the Shindao's spiritual energy. The mountains undulated, forests sprouted, and wildlife roamed freely, with even birds soaring above, their calls ringing clear. Hundreds of miles of mountainous terrain materialized instantaneously, appearing as if they were truly present. An upper academy disciple stepped forward and gently touched the mountains, exclaiming, "It feels just like reality." The Shindao's spiritual energy transformed the ethereal into the tangible, rendering the imagined mountains, trees, beasts, and birds vividly lifelike. Even when standing upon them, the experience felt utterly real, as though one could not step through. This so-called mirage, the Shindao's innate spiritual prowess was formidable. And being nurtured in the cloud sea of Sword Gate Mountain, it was truly an extraordinary entity. Its spiritual energy could envelop the entire Sword Gate Mountain, creating an illusion so convincing that it appeared indistinguishable from reality. In times past, the Sword Gate had faced several invasions from foreign tribes, and the Shindao played a crucial role in those battles, employing its illusions to great effect. However, its rebellious nature often led it to attempt to escape. Hence it was restrained. It held a high standing, and even elders had to bow in its presence. In the air, several elders nodded gently, while the Qi refiners of the Scripture Pavilion summoned their own spiritual energies. One by one, high platforms began to soar, rushing towards the peaks. Before long, all the platforms were placed atop the respective mountains. Let the contest commence. With this declaration, an overwhelming number of upper academy disciples surged forth, racing towards the mountains. Some transformed their spiritual energy into wings, soaring through the air in a bid to reach the platforms before others. Once atop the platforms, they could immediately set up totem pillars, gaining a significant advantage. Zhong Yu, however, did not rush into action. Instead, he stood still, patiently waiting. Alongside him, Ting Lanyue and several others also refrained from immediate action, displaying no intent to engage. These individuals, though not the mightiest, exhibited remarkable composure, charging forth recklessly. Even if they were the first to occupy a platform, would only subject them to incessant challenges from subsequent arrivals, leading to continual battles that would deplete their strength, making it difficult to sustain themselves in the later stages. An elder, stroking his beard, chuckled, "Though these few may not be the strongest, they are certainly the wisest. They likely await the opportune moment, seeking the weakest mountain to challenge, ensuring their smooth entry into the top 100. The other chi refiners and elders nodded in agreement, asserting that if one's strength were sufficiently formidable, there would be no need for delay. One could simply charge forth and secure the high platform. Zhongyu glanced around, and indeed he did not see Li Xionyang or the other young masters from the 10 great clans, while Shui Qingyan had already departed, her whereabouts unknown. Xinhua, have you noticed which peak the heavenly phenomenon matriarch has gone to? Xinhua paused momentarily and replied, I am observing the surroundings through your eyes. If you see nothing, then neither can I. Do you wish to confront the heavenly phenomenon matriarch? Young Yu, that is the soul of a demonic deity, not merely an ordinary upper courtyard disciple. Her strength far surpasses that of a trivial character like Shui Qinghe, who wouldn't even be worthy to carry her shoes. Zhong Yu surveyed the mountain peaks, noticing that some individuals had already arrived, occupying the high platforms, utilizing totem poles to establish formations, and engaging in combat with the pursuing disciples. Moments later, each high platform was occupied, igniting fierce competitions across the board. Beside Zhongyu, the dozen or so upper courtyard disciples swiftly chose their targets and sped off towards different mountain peaks. Ting Lanwei also departed, suddenly turning back with a fierce expression, warning, Junior brother Zhong, do not choose my path, or I shall bite you to death. Zhongyu was taken aback and opted for an alternative route, contemplating that with the heavenly phenomenon matriarch's overwhelming strength, should he not encounter her this time, he would undoubtedly face her in the competition among the 100. So there was no need to rush. He advanced, encountering few disciples along the way, as most of those heading towards this mountain peak had already reached the vicinity of the high platform. In the heights above, the elders and chi refiners observed his movements, astonished, exchanging glances and whispering, is this youth truly so lacking in discernment? After such a prolonged selection, he has chosen this path? The occupant of the high platform is Shui Qinghe, a core disciple of the Shui Tu clan among the 10 great clans, a contender for the title of the strongest disciple in the upper courtyard. How could he possibly choose this path? Is he not deliberately seeking trouble for himself? Such a lack of wisdom. They shook their heads in disbelief at Zhong Yu's choice, unable to suppress their bemusement. Zhong Yu strolled leisurely, soon reaching the mountain summit, where he beheld a tumultuous deluge obscuring the high platform, surrounded by water dragons coiling around, totem poles standing tall, and water swords and ice swords interweaving in a formidable array, thwarting the assaults of the upper courtyard disciples below. Just as an upper courtyard disciple soared into the air, intending to launch an aerial attack, a sudden jet of water sword energy shot forth, sending him plummeting from the sky. Shui Qinghe stood alone to defend the platform, and none dared to challenge him. Chapter 49. In a single gesture, Shui Qinghe, embodying the form of the River Lord, executed his grand and sweeping techniques from atop the high platform. Disciples from the upper academy surged from all directions to attack him. Many wielded soul weapons, yet none could set foot upon the platform. Some who attempted to ascend were immediately sent flying. The core disciples of the Shui Tu clan, trained personally by formidable chi refiners, were like fierce tigers and soaring dragons. Although numerous upper academy disciples were powerful, they were no match for such elite figures. Until now, Shui Qinghe had not even resorted to his soul weapon, easily suppressing dozens below, indicating that he still had reserves of strength. Zhongshan clan's Zhongyu, standing atop the high platform, Shui Qinghe's gaze pierced through the crowd and landed upon Zhongyu, his eyes brightening. Brother Zhong, our agreement of 3 strikes need not wait any longer. Join them, please. His spirit soared, as his dominance over the crowd instilled in him an unprecedented confidence. Shui Qinghe now felt invincible, believing he could vanquish any foe. This conviction allowed him to cast aside all restraints, elevating his mental acuity and enhancing the potency of his techniques, thereby augmenting his strength. This was the essence of an invincible mindset. When Li Xionyang sought out Zhongyu, it was also in pursuit of this indomitable spirit, maintaining an unstoppable momentum all the way to the finals. Unfortunately, the disparity between her expectations of Zhongyu and his actual prowess during their confrontation was vast, leading to her bitter defeat. Xinhua remarked, You lack even the qualification to serve as a footman to the Celestial Mother. Zhong Yu squinted, halting 20 paces from the high platform. He slowly raised his right hand, fingers spread, palm facing the platform, contemplating. If you lack the merit to serve the Celestial Mother, then you certainly lack the merit to serve me. There was no trace of battle intent in him, no surge of spiritual energy, and no aura radiating from him. The sword box at his back remained as tranquil as ever, with only his palm directed towards Shui Qinghe and the platform. Crackling bolts of lightning surged within his palm. Threads of thunderous power coiling delicately like strands of hair, playfully weaving between his fingers, resembling tiny, animated dragons. Upon closer inspection, these minute lightning strands were composed of totemic patterns of thunder and dragon motifs. However, this was merely a fade. The true essence of the lightning was the sword energy derived from the great sword chi. The lightning threads in his palm were a fusion of 12 thunder totem patterns, 8 dragon totem patterns, and that singular sword pattern, transcending the simplicity of the thunderbolt sword technique. You, show me if you embody the qualities of sharpness, ferocity, and strength. In his consciousness, ripples stirred gently. Zhong Yu's spiritual fluctuations were subtle, yet Xinhua was palpably excited, dancing atop Zhong Yu's spirit, urging, blast him, annihilate him in one strike. Xinhua, gauge the might of my blow. Zhong Yu's expression remained placid as he gently shook his raised palm, murmuring, thunder. Crack. The resounding thunderclap reverberated, stunning the dozens of Upper Academy disciples besieging the platform into a state of bewilderment. Almost all their contemplations shattered, a singular explosive note rendering them disoriented and incapable of focus. All the attacks encircling the platform and aimed at Shui Qinghe disintegrated, soul weapons clattering to the ground. As the Upper Academy disciples stood frozen, oblivious to their surroundings, a long, resonant dragon's roar echoed as the lightning strands burst forth from Zhong Yu's palm. In the blink of an eye, they traversed the 20 paces with astonishing speed, almost imperceptible to the eye. Midway, these strands transformed into dragons several yards long, and by the time they reached the high platform, they had grown to over 12 yards. With this single strike, Zhong Yu summoned 12 dragons to counter the 12 forms of the Thunderbolt sword technique. It appeared as a fusion of the Thunderbolt sword technique and the Dragon Totem technique. Yet the execution was firmly rooted in the great sword chi. The dragons, alive and vibrant, were in fact manifestations of sword energy. The writhing and shifting of the dragons mirrored the transformation of the sword energy. In that moment, the surrounding water dragons, water swords, and ice swords shattered, water columns collapsed, and the dragons surged forth, smashing through the totem columns that had formed a defensive array, which crumbled under the weight of the dragon horde, disintegrating completely. Shui Qinghe's complexion shifted dramatically. The speed was overwhelming. From the moment Zhong Yu raised his hand to the eruption of lightning and the onslaught of dragons, it all transpired within the briefest instant, just enough time for him to blink. In that fleeting moment, the formation he had established upon the platform disintegrated. Before him, 12 ferocious dragons, jaws bared and claws poised, each exhibiting a terrifying visage, surged forth from various angles. Zhongshan clan, do not underestimate me. I initially believed I would reserve my ultimate techniques for the battles against other core disciples, yet I find myself compelled to unleash them upon you first. Shui Qinghe roared, his voice erupting like an explosion, his spiritual energy nearly reaching a breaking point. The form of the River Lord became immensely solid and robust, resembling a towering deity of 10 yards. As the hissing sound emanated from his body, scales began to emerge from beneath his skin, as if he wore a suit of armor made of fish scales. Upon closer inspection, each scale overlapped with the others, signifying dual-layered defensive capabilities. Furthermore, each scale functioned as a shield, embellished with defensive totem patterns, akin to a miniature defensive array. With Shui Qinghe's transformation into the towering River Lord adorned in countless scales, the strength of his defenses was formidable. This armor granted him the audacity to contend with other Upper Academy disciples, including Li Xionyang and Yu Zhenglong, the core disciples of the 10 major clans. Moreover, beneath the fish scale armor, the skin of the River Lord was layered with totem patterns, augmenting the overall defense. With such impenetrable protection, who could hope to breach it? If his adversaries could not overcome his defenses, it meant he stood on the invincible ground, ensuring that defeat would belong to his opponents. When the 12 dragons descended, remarkably, no collision sounds erupted. Instead, The air reverberated with the sound of sword energy slicing through the void. These were not mere dragons, but dragon-shaped sword energies, imbued with the essence of thunder. As the 12 dragons collided with Shui Qinghe, the platform trembled violently, and a figure was sent hurtling backward. The dragons twisted and turned, relentlessly striking the figure, propelling it from the mountaintop to several miles away before it finally plummeted. The figure sent flying was none other than Shui Qinghe. His fish-scale armor bore 1,000 wounds, and the last dragon enveloped him, spiraling around him, shattering the armor and disassembling the River Lord's form into fragments. Boom! Shui Qinghe crashed to the ground, tumbling through a grove of trees with astonishing force. Zhongyu stepped forward, and under the gazes of the upper academy disciples surrounding the platform, he ascended it slowly. On the platform, Shui Qinghe was nowhere to be seen, leaving only Zhongyu standing tall. In the distance, atop Wusong Peak, the elders and Qi refiners beheld this scene, nearly jumping in astonishment. In a single gesture, the ownership of the platform had shifted. Zhongyu had chosen this path. They had initially believed Zhongyu lacked discernment, foolishly challenging Shui Qinghe, the core disciple of the Shui Tu clan, yet they were taken aback to find that with merely a raised hand, Shui Qinghe had been blasted away, surrendering the platform. One elder murmured, "Could it be that this Zhongshan clan possesses an innate spiritual body, akin to Feng Jianghe and Feng Wuji? Esteemed seniors, may I have the honor of seeking your guidance?" Zhongyu's voice, soft and ethereal, resonated from the stage. Below, dozens of disciples from the upper academy exchanged glances, fine beads of cold sweat forming on their brows as they felt the palpable pressure descending from the platform. The youthful figure before them did not exude an overwhelming aura, nor did he display extraordinary spiritual prowess. Yet, his mere presence instilled in them an invisible weight, rendering them motionless. With a mere gesture, he sent Shui Qinghe crashing down from the stage, leaving the upper academy disciples in a state of bewilderment. While Shui Qinghe's strength did not evoke a sense of despair, the might of Zhongyu was suffocating. "Young Yu, your power and presence embody ferocity, akin to a hungry tiger descending a mountain into a flock of sheep, like a venomous dragon emerging from the abyss, traversing a desolate expanse. This raw intensity, the crushing force, the overwhelming might you project is precisely what is required. Your spirit is resolute, akin to an emperor seated at the throne. For your current realm, it is beyond reproach." Within the sea of consciousness, the fire of knowledge suddenly shook its head, stating, "However, I do not perceive fragility. True fragility manifests as an invincible force, capable of toppling mountains, obliterating deities, achieving tenfold effect from a single exertion, unleashing the full might of power without reservation." Zhongyu furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of disquiet. "Fire, I comprehend your words. Yet what you describe is akin to taking a life. Exerting one unit of strength for tenfold explosion necessitates the seamless coordination of every sinew, every bone, muscle, blood vessel, and organ, unifying one's spirit, soul, and body into a singular, pure force, released in an explosive manner, unrestrained and exhilarating. This is what the fire of knowledge referred to as fragility. However, it is a technique of lethality, a pure technique for murder. One could easily envision the fate that awaited Shui Qinghe should such power be unleashed. Upon contact with Zhongyu's force, he would be obliterated, meeting a tragic end. Though Zhongyu harbored disdain for the Shui clan, he did not believe that Shui Qinghe was involved in the matter concerning the Celestial Mother, and thus deemed it unnecessary to take his life. "Fire, I shall demonstrate that I have fulfilled your expectations. My strength is sufficiently fragile, my spirit resolute, and my presence fierce." Standing upon the stage, Zhongyu scanned the surrounding peaks, ultimately locating Shui Qinghe's whereabouts, and quietly remarked, "However, Shui Qinghe is not worthy." As the week draws to a close, it saddens me to note that the recommendation votes for the Supreme Being have not surpassed 10,000, resting at a mere 8,200, leaving a significant gap to our goal. Yet, a new week approaches swiftly. Brothers, let us unite with the homebody pig to achieve this target. Surging towards the monumental milestone of 10,000 weekly recommendations. A splendid opportunity awaits, with fantastic prizes like sleek mobile phones. Follow us on the WeChat public account by adding a friend, search for Kdred, and participate immediately. Everyone wins. So follow the Kdred WeChat public account now. Chapter 50, Lack of Memory in the Brief Span of 2 months. Had this individual grown so formidable? At the foot of the mountain, Shui Qinghe, his clothes tattered and torn, bore the scars of the thunderous sword aura that had transformed into a dragon, leaving him battered and bruised from his fall. After resting for a moment, he struggled to rise. Zhongshan's Zhongyu. In terms of cultivation, I am no match for you. Yet, the prowess of an individual cannot solely be measured by their cultivation level. Shui Qinghe gazed toward the mountain peak, his garments fluttering as the tinkling sound of delicate silver needles reached his ears. 8 slender silver swords, each merely 4 inches in length, appeared before him. These silver swords, with their blades and hilts, were exceedingly diminutive, glinting in the air as fine silver lights, nearly imperceptible. These 8 soul weapons were his prized possessions, forged over months by the elder Shui Zian of the Shui Tu clan, each emblazoned with 8 distinct totems, and collectively known as the 8 Treasures Sword. When Shui Tu disciples entered the sword sect, Shui Zian commanded them to compete, offering this set of swords to the strongest among them. Shui Qinghe triumphed over his peers, earning this set of soul weapons. The 8 Treasure Sword was remarkably flexible, easily concealed beneath clothing or tucked within sleeves, appearing merely as decorative adornments. However, these silver swords were exceedingly dangerous. Once summoned, they could be stealthily arranged into a water sword formation, synergizing with Shui Tu's visual comprehension techniques. Hidden amidst the icy sword energy and the river-like essence of spiritual power, rendering them nearly impossible to detect. Initially, Shui Qinghe had not regarded Zhongyu or the other disciples as threats, hence he refrained from employing these soul weapons. Unexpectedly, he was cast down from the high platform by Zhongyu's hand, igniting his fury and prompting him to reclaim the platform with the 8 Treasures Sword. From a distance, Shui Qinghe surveyed the tranquil summit. While other mountain peaks were alive with duels amongst disciples, this particular peak remained undisturbed, as Zhongyu's strike had decisively quelled any challengers. Disciples hurried down the mountain, abandoning their attempts to seize the platform from Zhongyu, opting instead to pursue other peaks. After a moment's hesitation, Shui Qinghe gritted his teeth and turned away, heading toward another mountain, reflecting, the Zhongshan clan is exceedingly powerful. Even if I were to wield the 8 Treasures Sword against him, it would likely result in a Pyrrhic victory, leading to mutual destruction. Should I sustain severe injuries in a confrontation with him, my prospects in the subsequent competition for the top 100 would be severely compromised. My objective is to attain the pinnacle of the upper and acquire the finest inheritance from the Lincoln Palace. I must not jeopardize the greater goal for trivial gains. 2 hours passed without a single challenge to Zhongyu. Suddenly, the high platform beneath him trembled gently before lifting him aloft, carrying him towards Wusong Peak, where he descended gracefully. In this unrestricted duel, maintaining control of the high platform for 2 hours would secure victory. There were others who could seize the title of the top 100 before him. Zhongyu scanned his surroundings and noted that 5 high platforms had already returned, each occupied by an upper disciple. They regarded him with nods of acknowledgement and smiles, yet their eyes revealed a wariness, clearly recognizing him as a formidable rival after witnessing his defeat of Shui Qinghe. Zhongyu returned their gestures with nods and smiles. Pondering, among them were Yu Zhenglong of the Yu clan, Tao Yinran of the Taolin clan, Nan Zhen of the Nanlu clan, Tian Yinfeng of the Tianfeng clan, and Jun Qingwei of the Junshan clan. They were the core disciples of the 10 major clans, renowned for their prowess. The other upper disciples, aware of their strength, had retreated to other peaks to compete for platforms, thus allowing these individuals to achieve swift victories. However, why had Sister Li Xuanyang, a core disciple of the Lishan clan, not appeared? As this thought crossed his mind, another high platform approached, upon which stood Li Xuanyang, her attire bearing several rips and her appearance somewhat disheveled, with loose hair cascading down her back and bloodstains marring her face, indicative of a fierce battle against a skilled opponent. That wild girl, Yu Fian, is determined to challenge me. Has she forgotten that I have already bested her? Zhongyu mused, sensing that he and Li Xuanyang were destined to clash in the competition for the top 100. Li Xuanyang, upon spotting Zhongyu, displayed no surprise, regarding the encounter as inevitable. Last time I was defeated by you. Come the top 100 competition, we shall settle this once and for all, she declared with a smile. Zhongyu nodded, responding, I hope you will show mercy during our duel. Yu Zhenglong, Tao Yinran, and the others exchanged glances, their expressions tightening with concern. Li Xuanyang had also fallen to his prowess? This Zhongshan clan member, previously obscure, had managed to defeat 2 core disciples of the major clans consecutively. Brother Zhong, I have prepared a secret weapon for you. I shall not hold back. Li Xiaonyang proclaimed, her spirit ignited. To show you mercy would be to invite humiliation, rendering my defeat utterly disgraceful. Soon after, another high platform arrived, bearing Yufian. Her attire similarly tattered and her body marked with numerous wounds, clearly having endured a grueling battle against Li Xiaonyang. The 2 young women stood defiantly on their respective platforms, glaring at one another, as if eager for another confrontation. Gradually, more high platforms arrived. Aside from Zhong Yu and the core disciples of the 10 major clans, the remaining upper disciples displayed comparable strength, resulting in arduous battles, with platforms frequently changing hands and a clear victor remaining elusive. The victorious disciples bore numerous injuries, most emerging from their encounters as bruised victors. Zhong Yu surveyed his surroundings, spotting Shui Qingyan returning on a high platform, her wounds notably scarce. The clashes persisted from morning until afternoon, and then into the night, the number of high platforms dwindling as the battles intensified. Only at the break of dawn on the following day did the competition for the top 100 conclude. Ting Lanwei also claimed the title of the top 100. While Tao Dyer suffered defeat, failing to qualify, the young woman appeared despondent, surrounded by several peers offering consolation. Shui Qinghe had once again seized a high platform, avoiding elimination. An elder rose and declared, Shenlong, cease your divine abilities and switch to another. The myriad peaks suddenly vanished, and the Shenlong yawned, unleashing an endless torrent of water, instantly flooding the air with an ocean that bore a floating city, its towering structures and temples aplenty. You may each drink, eat, and tend to your wounds. After 1 hour, the competition for the top 100 will commence. The elder's gaze swept over Zhong Yu and the others, his tone solemn. Do not blame me for not granting you rest, for in true combat, your opponents will afford you no respite. You may also choose to forfeit the battle. Even without participating in the competition for the top 100, you may still enter the Lincoln Palace. Incense has been lit. The timer begins. Before long, over half of the 100 upper disciples withdrew, leaving only 30 or so, each bearing wounds, some severely injured, knowing that an hour's rest was insufficient for recovery. Very well, an hour has passed. The elder rose abruptly, proclaiming, Open the Lincoln Palace. Yes, the alchemists echoed, Open the Lincoln Palace. Above Jimin Mountain, the air quaked with violent waves as 4 towering brass figures, each over 50 feet tall, sprang to life, grasping chains that extended into the sky and pulling them with force. The clattering sounds resembled gears turning in the air. Gradually, a magnificent portal, concealed in the sky, was drawn open. This gateway, resembling the Jinmen, led to a significant location. Behind it lay the Lincoln Palace. Those who chose to forfeit were permitted entry into the Lincoln Palace. The elder surveyed the surroundings and spoke. Within the Lincoln Palace, the 10 mightiest spirits have been sealed. As for the others, sense them as you will. Those who can perceive them are deemed chi refiners. If the inner disciples of my sword sect cannot sense them, they shall await until next year. Should any be 16 years of age, they must pack their belongings and depart from the sword sect. The remaining individuals will compete to determine the top 10 among the 100 strongest. Remember, above the sea lies the battlefield. Now, the duel commences. Immediately, the disciples of the upper court sprang into action, leaping into the sea transformed by the Shindong's spiritual essence, racing across the surface towards the city upon the waves. Along the way, some encountered other upper court disciples, engaging in fierce combat upon the water, showcasing various techniques as their conjured divine powers clashed and reverberated across the sea. Totem pillars pierced the surface, while soul weapons danced through the air, moving with the swiftness of lightning. Some even stirred up tumultuous waves, creating a myriad of extraordinary phenomena. At the same time, Zhong Yu set forth, his feet upon the water, a dragon-like creature appearing beneath him, elevating his form. The dragon sped across the surface, heading straight for the city upon the sea. Concurrently, over 30 chi refiners soared in the air, each closely following a disciple of the upper court, providing protection. Anxious that the clashes might become too intense for the Shindong to manage. Should a situation arise where lives were at stake, the Shindong could act swiftly to rescue them, though it could not be infallible. Thus, these chi refiners accompanied all the disciples to be ready to save those in peril. In such circumstances, the prospect of slaying the heavenly manifestation mother was nearly impossible. Zhong Yu's gaze was fixed intently on Shui Qingyan, observing as she rode the waves with remarkable speed. unless my sword light is swift enough to surpass even the Shindong and the Qi refiner's reactions. Suddenly, the surface of the sea surged as Shui Qinghe transformed into the River Lord, his body adorned with scales, appearing before Zhongyu. He spoke calmly. Zhongyu of the Zhong clan, please. No sooner had Shui Qinghe uttered these words than he commanded the rushing waters, which surged forth with a series of hissing sounds. The Bajin sword merged with the surrounding sea, as jetting streams of ice spirit, sword energy, and water sword energy, alongside swimming water dragons, concealed the traces of the Bajin sword within the currents. Zhongyu advanced, his spiritual essence pouring forth like an ocean. His arms and legs became entwined with dragon-like energies. With a swift motion, he pierced through the watery veil, shattering the ice spirit, sword energy, water sword energy, and the water dragons. The Bajin sword shot forth from the cascading spray, aimed directly at Zhongyu. At that moment, tiny dragon-shaped sword energies materialized before him, colliding with the Bajin sword, causing sword light to dance through the air. Zhongyu's spiritual essence manifested as sword energy, intercepting the Bajin sword, and in a single stride, he closed the distance to Shui Qinghe. Zhongyu's fist ascended, striking Shui Qinghe's Riverlord form, which exploded upon impact. Shui Qinghe, shocked, looked up only to see a massive hand reaching for him, grasping his face and forcefully pushing him downwards. With a thunderous roar, the sea erupted like an explosion, waves crashing in all directions, and Shui Qinghe plummeted into the water, rendered unconscious as if struck by a meteor. Brother Shui, when will you learn? Zhongyu advanced, a dragon rising beneath him, riding the winds towards Shui Qingyan, while behind him, Shui Qinghe lay sprawled on the surface of the sea. Chapter 51, The 10 Fiends. Sword Cocoon Shui Qinghe has been eliminated, missing out on the top 10. Above the sea, a Qi refinement practitioner, with a flicker of thought, gently lifted the unconscious Shui Qinghe and transported him out of this realm of spiritual sea. That practitioner gazed at the swiftly moving figure of Zhongyu and solemnly remarked, "This Zhongshan clan member possesses extraordinary strength, both in body and spirit, as well as an astonishing explosive power. He may well be the most concealed figure among the Upper Academy disciples." And his sudden eruption in this unrestricted battle aims to make a remarkable statement and seize first place. Such a person is akin to the likes of Zhuo Xiangxing and Tian Yinzhou. In their early days, before sensing the spirit, they honed their abilities to the level of Qi refinement practitioners, and Zhongshan is no different. Another Qi refinement practitioner, who had been following Zhongyu, kept pace in the air and murmured, "Of course, he still pales in comparison to the likes of Feng Jianga and Feng Wuji, who are born with spiritual bodies. Yet he is by no means to be underestimated. However, if he unleashes his power only now, it may prove troublesome for me. I must stay close to him to prevent him from overpowering his opponents uncontrollably." Back then, Zhuo Xiangxing and Tian Yinzhou concealed their strengths until the unrestricted battle erupted, decisively defeating all opponents to claim the title of first among the Upper Academy disciples, thus solidifying their foundations in the Linkong Hall with the strongest spirit. Both of these individuals were extraordinary, and although they could not compare to Feng Jianga and Feng Wuji, their rapid advancements due to acquiring the strongest spirit from Linkong Hall rendered them formidable adversaries. However, during the unrestricted battle, Zhuo Xiangxing could not restrain himself and ended up slaying his opponent, causing quite a stir, leading to repercussions for the Qi refinement practitioner responsible for their safety. Subsequently, Zhuo Xiangxing was assigned to assist Tianfeng's management of the Biqua Hall, a consequence of that incident, when he could have been entrusted with significant responsibilities as the hall master of the sword sect. But now he could only oversee the outer sect and instruct the outer courtyard disciples. Zhongyu noticed the Qi refinement practitioner closely following him in the sky. With a thought, he swiftly changed his movements over the sea, akin to a dragon gliding through water, stirring up waves, yet he could not shake off that practitioner. If this Qi refinement practitioner keeps a close watch on me, coupled with the Qi refinement practitioners guarding the Celestial Mother and the Shindao Dragon, can I truly strike down the Celestial Mother beneath their very eyes? The Qi refinement practitioner was equally astonished. Although Zhongyu had yet to become a Qi refinement practitioner and had not cultivated to the level of spiritual mastery, his movements were so adept that even pursuing him was a challenge. A dragon lurks in the abyss, waiting for the opportune moment to strike, transforming in the presence of thunder and clouds. This Zhongshan possesses the potential to transform into a dragon. He merely lacks the sensing of spirit. The Qi refinement practitioner mused. This Zhongshan has accumulated immense strength. After this 100-strong battle, he will surely transform into a dragon. At this moment, many individuals on the sea faced off against each other, engaging in battles as eliminations occurred. Those of lesser cultivation were eliminated on their way to the sea city, missing out on the top 10. Only those confident in their cultivation could step foot upon this vast sea. Yet to reach the heart of the sea and enter the sea city, one must possess a minimum of spiritual energy solidified into reality. Merely achieving the solidification of spiritual energy is insufficient. It must be supported by formidable techniques, superior totem pillars, and soul weapons to establish oneself on the sea and within the city. Zhong Yu rode the dragon and swiftly followed the celestial mother, who eliminated her opponent and ascended to the sea city. Upon reaching the city, he beheld numerous temples and countless grand buildings, akin to a dense forest, with streets crisscrossing, while the celestial mother vanished without a trace. This sea city spans over 10 miles, formed from the spiritual energy of the Shindao dragon, where everything appears tangible. Searching for an individual within is quite challenging. The Qi refinement practitioners accompanying us can locate others based on their positions and launch ambushes. Zhong Yu's mind stirred. He looked up to see the Qi refinement practitioners stationed at the city's edge, each guarding their own territory, not accompanying the upper academy disciples into the city. This approach is unfeasible. Zhong Yu's gaze flickered as he surveyed the skies above the city, when suddenly, he saw an individual employing flight techniques, transforming their spiritual energy into a bird with an impressive wingspan, soaring high to search for adversaries. This person is rather reckless. Just as he thought this, waves of spiritual energy surged from within the city, manifesting various visual techniques. Dragons and fishes danced, thunder roared, and water patterns spread, launching diverse totem techniques that severely injured the upper academy disciple, who was subsequently rescued by a Qi refinement practitioner at the city's edge. Otherwise, that individual would have been obliterated. Zhong Yu's eyes sparkled with determination as he observed the water-themed totem technique. He promptly took flight like a wild goose, gliding from the city's edge into the heart of the city, heading straight toward the source of the water-themed totem technique. The Celestial Mother had taken possession of Shui Shimi's body. To conceal her identity, she undoubtedly employed a water-themed totem technique. Since Shui Qinghe has been eliminated, that water pattern in the air must have originated from her. He dashed through the streets, where others were also on the move, heading toward the locations from which the totem techniques had emerged to seek out their opponents. Towering buildings loomed on either side, reaching dozens of yards high, exuding grandeur. As Zhong Yu raced forward, he suddenly heard a voice. "Are you looking for me?" Zhong Yu halted, looking up to see a young girl standing between two lofty structures, her feet balanced on a slender silver thread that spanned between the two grand buildings. This girl was none other than Shui Qingyan, barefoot on the thin line, her gaze clear and curious as she observed Zhong Yu. Their eyes met, and Zhong Yu felt a flicker of hope arise within him. He revealed the wound on his arm, inflicted by a beast while rescuing Shui Qingyan, and smiled. "Shui Shimi, do you not recognize me?" Shui Qingyan tilted her head, inspecting him with keen interest, her expression somewhat perplexed. "You have repeatedly shown killing intent toward me. I am quite curious as to your motives." "Does Shui Shimi still remember this wound?" Zhong Yu continued. "I believe I have not offended you. I wonder why you harbor such murderous intent toward me." Both spoke their minds, and suddenly fell silent. Shui Qingyan lightly tapped the silver thread beneath her feet, giggling. "It seems our conversation is not harmonious. We must resort to combat. Be careful." In Zhong Yu's consciousness, the voice of Xinhua suddenly resonated. "The Celestial Mother has developed murderous intent toward you. It must be due to your repeated displays of hostility that have aroused her suspicion." Zhong Yu took a deep breath, achieving an unprecedented level of unity in spirit and energy. The dragon bloodsword box behind him clicked open, and a dragon's roar echoed as the dragon scale sword revealed half of its blade. Shui Qingyan moved gracefully, descending from the air. The silver thread curled up with a swish, transforming into a cocoon the size of a fingertip, resting delicately in the girl's hair. "Watch out for this sword, boy." The voice of Xinhua carried an unprecedented gravity, urging, "This sword is no ordinary weapon. If you summon your soul within the dragon scale sword, avoid any collision with this sword, or your dragon scale sword will be unable to withstand it, and the soul within will surely be slain." "This is a sword?" Zhong Yu's heart raced as he focused on the silver cocoon, which shimmered like silk, faintly revealing a glimmer of sword light. Indeed, it was a sword, yet so thin, resembling silk, more delicate than a single hair. Sword silk. Sword cocoon. The so-called sword cocoon is meticulously crafted from premium silver, finely ground and forged, with totem patterns imprinted onto a sword body as slender as silk, while maintaining the resilience and strength of such a fine blade. Forged into strands of sword silk measuring over 10 zhang, one can form a sword cocoon the size of a fingertip. This minuscule cocoon, exquisite to the utmost degree, also embodies extreme peril as a sole weapon. The sword cocoon can be concealed within the ear, entwined in hair, tucked into pockets, fastened at the waist, or hung upon garments, evading notice and remaining difficult to detect. Such sole weapons are most treacherous, allowing for clandestine deployment, effortlessly arranging a killing formation that could lead to a fate where one's head is severed from their body with but a moment's inattention. Your eyesight seems remarkably keen. Shui, Qingyan observed his gaze and chuckled. This is a sword cocoon. The fact that you can discern its danger suggests you are not merely an ordinary individual. Outside the city, two qi refiners also took note of the scene. One qi refiner's gaze fell upon the sword cocoon dangling from Shui Qingyan's hair, his expression shifting dramatically as he whispered, "Oh no, that is the sword cocoon crafted by Elder Shui Zian. Why would Elder Shui present such a lethal weapon for the disciples of the clan to wield? A sword cocoon?" The other qi refiner shuddered with astonishment, realizing, "Is that not one of the 10 fierce weapons? This could lead to loss of life. What should we do? Should we still allow these two to duel?" The 10 fierce weapons of the sword gate are steeped in bloodshed. The sword cocoon, refined by Elder Shui Zian of the Shui clan, is as slender as silkworm threads, spanning 20 zhang, incredibly resilient and sharp, with a total of 64 sword cocoons. The reason it is deemed a fierce weapon is that during Elder Shui Zian's youth, while journeying far from the great wilderness, he was ambushed by enemies. He utilized the 64 sword cocoons to form a sword array, annihilating hundreds of adversaries. Hundreds of lives were rendered into fragments, with not a single complete bone to be found, all reduced to fine pieces. After mastering sword qi, the sword cocoon lost much of its utility for Shui Zian, overshadowed by his own sword qi, leading him to abandon its use. For elders of the qi refining class, soul weapons have become largely obsolete, and many of the sword gate's elders have sealed their soul weapons away. The elders of the sword gate have often commented on the soul weapons used by their predecessors, and the sword cocoon ranks among the 10 fierce weapons, recognized as one of the most lethal soul weapons. Although Shui Qingyan possesses only one sword cocoon, even a single one can slaughter as effortlessly as mowing grass, proving to be exceedingly deadly. In a moment of violence, neither a qi refiner nor a Xindiao could intervene in time to offer aid. "Go inform the elder. I shall remain here." One of the qi refiners immediately took flight, while the other, visibly anxious, fixated his gaze upon Zhongyu and Shui Qingyan, silently praying that the two would refrain from engaging. With a resonant clang, the sound of a sword's song echoed. Zhongyu sheathed the dragon scale sword into its scabbard behind him, then unleashed a sweeping kick, his leg entwined by a serpentine dragon, striking the supporting pillar of a nearby grand edifice. With a resounding crack, the stone pillar was shattered by his force. Zhongyu grasped the pillar, roughly the width of a person and extending over 10 zhang, and spoke in a grave tone, "Please, brothers, we are merely 200 or 300 votes away from elevating the human Tao Supreme to the front page of the recommendation list. Return to the classic myths of China and pen the tale of humanity's resurgence in the wild. Only the human Tao Supreme. Brothers, I implore you for your votes. A splendid opportunity awaits, with cool smartphones to be won. Follow us on the Kdred WeChat public account by adding friends, selecting public account, and entering Kdred to join immediately. Everyone wins, so follow the Kdred WeChat public account now." Chapter 52. The Battle of Divine Powers. The two individuals engaged in combat. The Qi refinement master silently lamented, glancing around and noticing that other disciples from the upper academy were also embroiled in their own battles, leaving no opportunity for assistance. He could only grit his teeth and watch as Zhongyu and Shui Qingyan clashed. In the city below, as the young warriors faced off, peril was abundant, causing the Qi refinement master to feel a surge of anxiety. Zhongyu swept a leg to shatter a stone pillar, not utilizing it as a close combat weapon, but rather as a projectile. With a powerful twist of his waist, he hurled the pillar with tremendous force. The stone pillar flew through the air like a lance, imbued with immense power, creating a deafening wind that threatened to rupture eardrums as it hurtled towards Shui Qingyan. Water Dragon Twist. Shui Qingyan's sleeves fluttered as her mental energy surged forth, transforming into a torrent of water. The moment the water stirred, it coalesced into 3 azure water dragons, twisting and writhing, their heads aimed at the stone pillar, spinning with ferocity. A cacophony erupted as the stone pillar, laden with tremendous force, collided with the water dragons. However, the dragons twisted and shredded the pillar, reducing it to mere powder in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The ground erupted as azure water dragons burst forth from below, clawing towards Zhong Yu with ferocious intent. He retreated swiftly, but where the dragons struck, debris flew, and the streets were pockmarked with deep craters. The 3 water dragons twisted together, continuously rotating. When their strikes missed, they burrowed into the earth, leaving deep holes in their wake. In the next moment, the dragons erupted from the ground, soaring towards Zhong Yu. This manifestation of Shui Tusher's water dragon visualization technique was truly lethal. The Qi refinement master observing from above was taken aback. Those who attained true transmission were undoubtedly gifted individuals. To his astonishment, this previously obscure Shui Qingyan had mastered the technique to such an exquisite level. Shui Qingyan's water dragons had developed intricate forms, embodying skin, flesh, tendons, bones, membranes, blood, and spirit, each aspect perfectly rendered. Her mental energy had transcended the abstract, manifesting as dragons that were ever-changing and elusive. Such mastery positioned her firmly within the top 10 of all disciples in the upper academy. Meanwhile, Zhong Yu continued to retreat, his fingers dancing erratically as he unleashed a series of strikes. Each gesture released waves of mental energy, transforming into thunderous dragon-like projections that darted through the water dragons. Aimed directly at Shui Qingyan, these thunderous dragons resembled lightning and serpents, yet were, in truth, manifestations of his mental energy, imbued with the power of thunder and dragon might. Among them, only the thunderbolt sword technique had been mastered. Its prowess paled in comparison to Shui Qingyan's water dragon visualization. But when combined with the dragon power and the totemic patterns of the free-form sword energy, these delicate thunder dragons wielded power equivalent to soul weapons. This was also why, during his previous encounter with Shui Qinghe, Zhong Yu's thunderous dragon projection had shattered the opponent's 8 treasures sword. His thunder dragons were astonishing, darting like lightning, swiftly penetrating through the onslaught of water dragons, striking directly at Shui Qingyan. The dragon-shaped sword energy sliced and diced with unparalleled ferocity. At that moment, Shui Qingyan conjured shimmering water-patterned shields that materialized around her, intercepting the dragon-shaped sword energy. As they collided, waves surged, and the totemic patterns on the shields were severed. Yet her defenses remained intact. Crack, crack. As Zhong Yu retreated, his legs swept across the street like a guillotine, shattering stone pillars. With a swift motion, he sent a pillar hurtling towards Shui Qingyan, the wind howling so fiercely that it shattered the windows of the towering buildings flanking the street. Fortunately, the structures in this city were merely manifestations of the spirit energy of the Shindao dragon, not physical entities. Had they been real, the fierce exchange would have obliterated half the street in mere moments. The shields were indeed manifestations of true transmission. The observing Qi refinement master gasped in disbelief, fixated on the water-pattern shields conjured by Shui Qingyan. This technique, known as the ripple shield visualization, was a manifestation of water-based divine powers. Shui Qingyan had only been a disciple of the upper academy for less than half a year, yet she had mastered 2 forms of true transmission. Coupled with the sword cocoon of elder Shui Zian from the Shui Tusher clan, he immediately realized that Shui Qinghe was not the core disciple of the Shui Tusher clan. Rather, it was this young girl. Could it be that she possessed a natural spirit body? Otherwise, how could her progress be so rapid? Yet, that did not seem right. If she were a natural spirit body, she would already be a Qi refinement master by now. The Qi refinement master was filled with confusion. Suddenly, Zhong Yu felt a surge of alertness. His feet grounded, and a burst of lightning erupted from beneath him, propelling him high into the air. In that instant, the ground exploded beneath him, and a colossal water lily emerged from the depths, blooming with ferocity. The flower's pistils transformed into swords, launching streams of sword energy upward towards Zhong Yu. Simultaneously, the ground trembled, and water lilies continued to erupt from below, each one blooming in succession, carpeting the street with pink blossoms. The flower pistils shot forth, and the water sword energy quickly engulfed the entire street above. The water lily sword energy was yet another manifestation of true transmission. The observing Qi refinement master could no longer contain his astonishment. This young girl from the Shui, Tushar clan, even without the use of the 10 fiend weapons, could undoubtedly become the foremost disciple of the upper academy. As the water lilies unfurled, their pistils transformed into blades, slicing through the air with unparalleled shock. Meanwhile, Zhongyu moved like a serpent, gracefully alighting atop a 9-story building. With a mere thought, he unleashed his mental energy, manifesting dozens of delicate dragons to confront the onslaught of water sword energy. The water sword energy shattered, as if a gentle rain began to fall from the sky. Shui Qingyan moved, waves of water cascading beneath her feet, lifting her higher and higher. With a nimble step, she soon stood atop the same tall building, facing Zhongyu. Her ripple shields intermittently appeared, automatically deflecting the dragon-shaped sword energy attacks. The relentless barrage of dragon-shaped sword energy clashed with the ripple shields, creating a melodious symphony of sound. The two were nearly on the brink of transcending their own limits. The Qi refinement master could not help but exclaim in wonder, murmuring to himself. Transforming mental energy from the abstract to the tangible was a pinnacle of mental cultivation. The concepts of non-thought and non-thought represented two realms of mental energy application. Non-thought was a fundamental technique for Qi refinement masters, akin to the instinctual act of eating and drinking. Conversely, non-thought represented an unconscious visualization, far surpassing non-thought in both speed and frequency of attack. The Qi refinement master himself had only achieved the state of non-thought, still a distance away from non-thought. Yet, these two young prodigies had already reached this exalted state, leaving him with a profound sense of defeat. A rumbling vibration echoed as the floors beneath Zhongyu suddenly exploded. Water dragons surging forth from within the building, their fierce visages charging at him. Zhongyu moved with astounding speed, continuously shifting positions as he approached Shui Qingyan. The wooden structure soon riddled with countless holes. Drawl Zhongyu commanded, and the dragon scale sword leaped from its sheath, landing in his grasp. Coil of the dragon. He shouted again, as his mental energy coalesced into a robust dragon that entwined around him. With two dragons beneath his feet, his body surrounded by serpentine energy. Dragon forms coiled around his arms and legs. Even the dragon scale sword was ensnared by a dragon's embrace, as he soared towards Shui Qingyan. Around him, a thunderous cacophony erupted as torrents of water dragons burst forth from the towering edifice, their heads held high, striking down with ferocity. The once mighty structure began to crumble, ornate beams and columns crashing down with a resounding roar. Yet, Zhongyu's momentum remained unyielding, accelerating as he traversed the air on the backs of dual dragons, exuding an overwhelming presence. Shui Qingyan, with a commanding voice, conjured a towering river deity behind her, standing at an impressive height of over 10 zhang. With an outstretched hand, she summoned a shimmering ice blade, measuring more than 8 zhang in length, and brought it down with tremendous force. The sword's brilliance flickered, accompanied by a thunderous rumble as the water dragon's roar melded with the cacophony of the collapsing building. The collision of dragon scales and the river god's colossal blade produced a symphony of resounding clashes. At that moment, the structure had nearly collapsed entirely, yet the young couple remained suspended in midair, engaging in a frenetic exchange that dazzled the onlookers. The Qi refining practitioner watched in sheer tension, his heart racing as he observed the fierce battle between the youth and the maiden. The river god's form and sword, both manifestations of profound mastery, left him astounded at the depth of this water clan girl's abilities. Your prowess is commendable, but it seems you possess knowledge that exceeds your station. It is time to send you on your way, Shui Qingyan murmured, her gaze flickering with determination. Numerous water lotuses emerged around Zhongyu and her, blooming in a spectacular display, creating a breathtaking scene. Each lotus bore 18 stamens, translating into nearly 2,000 sword energies filling the air, rivaling the intensity of a Qi-refining confrontation. The sword energies surged from all directions, offering no refuge for the practitioner. He was taken aback. Shui Qingyan's mastery of spiritual power had surpassed even that of upper house disciples, showcasing a depth and grandeur that was undeniably at the Qi-refining level. Youngyu, do you require my assistance? The voice of the fire spirit within Zhongyu's consciousness grew anxious. as he perceived only a tempest of sword energies and the formidable river god, alongside the descending giant blade. Entrust your form to me. No need for that. Fire spirit, witness the fruits of my arduous training and determine if my strength is sufficient, if my power is fierce, resolute, and explosive, Zhongyu declared, as the surrounding dragons vanished, replaced by a flurry of dragon scales erupting from his skin. A phantom resembling a dragon, horse, and tiger appeared behind him, embodying the majestic Dragon Xiang. Instead of envisioning the Flame Emperor, he focused on the Dragon Xiang he knew best. This powerful entity solidified through his immense spiritual power, merging with Zhongyu, who then emitted a resonant dragon's roar. Countless sword lights converged upon him, striking his form, yet his body, now enveloped in dragon scales, absorbed the impacts with explosive sounds echoing through the air, the sword energies bursting harmlessly against him. With a decisive motion, Zhongyu unleashed a punch to intercept the river god's descending colossal blade, causing a network of cracks to appear upon the ice sword. As the river god retaliated with a fist of his own, the clash resonated like thunder rolling across the heavens. Shui Qingyan's eyes widened in astonishment as the river god behind her exploded into a brilliant display of energy. Meanwhile, the tail of the dragon Xiang swept through the air, the dragon scale sword darting forward with lightning speed, aiming directly at Shui Qingyan's brow, poised to pierce through her very essence. Chapter 53. Mutual Destruction. The alchemist hovering at the edge of the city gasped in astonishment, unable to restrain himself from intervening. Moments earlier, when Zhongyu was struck by 2,000 streams of water lotus sword chi, he felt an overwhelming urge to rescue him. Now, as Zhongyu's dragon scale sword approached Shui Qingyan's brow, the impulse to save her surged once more. The rapid exchange of offense and defense left even the alchemist, skilled as he was, somewhat flustered, his heart racing uncontrollably. The speed of the Zhongshan clan's soul weapon is simply too swift. I cannot intervene in time, he thought, beads of cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Just as the dragon scale sword was about to pierce Shui Qingyan's brow, the sword cocoon adorning her hair began to spin rapidly, releasing a silken sword that unfurled and cut downwards. Clang! The tip of the dragon scale sword shattered, losing an inch of its length, while the sword's silk wound tightly around it. The alchemist gasped again, preparing to save Zhongyu, knowing that with this strike, Zhongyu had sacrificed his soul within the soul weapon. If the dragon scale sword were to be destroyed, his soul would meet the same fate. Before he could act, Zhongyu's arms surged, and the dragon blood sword box soared into the air, halting the dragon scale sword's advance and transforming it into a streak of light, swiftly retreating into the sword box before the sword silk could shred it. Such a rapid reaction. The alchemist was taken aback, his heart nearly leaping from his throat. The dragon blood sword box closed, and the sword silk followed the dragon scale sword, striking towards Zhongyu's brow, aiming to pierce him. If successful, it would cleave him in two. Zhongyu plummeted towards the ground, as did Shui Qingyan, while the sword's silk flickered in the air, pursuing Zhongyu relentlessly. They landed in succession, and at that moment, the towering temple finally collapsed entirely. Shui Qingyan advanced relentlessly, manipulating the sword silk with her soul, moving it with the speed of lightning, rendering it nearly impossible for anyone to grasp such delicate strands. Zhongyu had long recognized that the potency of sword energy lay not in size, but in its intricacy and versatility. Thus, he had forged the Dragon Xiang sword chi to be nimble and unpredictable, fully aware of the perilous nature of the sword silk. The finer the silk, the greater the danger, yet simultaneously demanding an extraordinary level of mental acuity. The sword cocoon strands were exceedingly fine, requiring an almost monstrous level of mental power. Yet, Shui Qingyan was possessed by the formidable Tianxiang Old Mother, whose mental prowess was indeed extraordinary. Confronted with such an indomitable sword silk, Zhongyu could only retreat, unleashing his mental energy to transform into thunderous sword chi, swirling through the air like a soaring dragon, seeking an opportunity to strike. Simultaneously, he embodied the strength of a primal deity, his limbs entwined with twin dragons, pushing his physical capabilities to their zenith. With a thunderous crash, he smashed through a thick wall of the temple, creating a gaping hole as he retreated inside. From this breach, streams of thunderous sword chi erupted like tiny dragons, racing towards Shui Qingyan, who followed closely behind. With a whisper, the razor-sharp sword light sliced through the air, cleaving away a large section of the temple wall. The fragmented debris flew into the temple, colliding with the bronze pillars, while Zhong Yu's thunderous sword qi, manifested from his mental energy, was likewise severed. The sharpness of the sword cocoon's strands was evident. As Shui Qingyan stepped into the temple, Zhong Yu uprooted a bronze pillar, wielding it with the prowess of a tempest. Sweeping it violently toward her, the sword's silk hissed, rapidly coiling around the pillar, but before it could reach Shui Qingyan, the front half was sliced into countless fragments. Suddenly, the sword's silk straightened, piercing cleanly through the center of the bronze pillar. Blood trickled from Zhong Yu's brow, and as the strands threatened to slice into his skull, he leaped backward, channeling his mental energy to summon a colossal deity statue, crashing it down upon Shui Qingyan. Water Dragon Spiral. A multitude of water dragons materialized, shattering the statue into pieces. As Shui Qingyan pressed forward, the two engaged in a fierce exchange within the temple, their sword lights crisscrossing. A deafening roar echoed as the magnificent temple collapsed, and amidst the swirling dust and flying debris, the two figures soared into another towering structure. Boom! The ground trembled again. And shortly after, that building too crumbled. The alchemist hovering at the city's edge could no longer contain himself. He descended into the city, peering down to witness the temples and towers collapsing, as if two colossal beasts were locked in combat. An astonishing sight, indeed. Still fighting, with no clear victor? The alchemist's face contorted in alarm. The scene unnerved him deeply, yet he found it impossible to discern the reality of the situation. Deaths could occur at any moment. I just don't know whose life will be lost. Those two are monsters. Suddenly, his expression shifted as he noticed the grand universe tower crumbling. While not far away, Yu Zhenglong and Nan Zhun were embroiled in a fierce battle. These two disciples, both nurtured as core talents by their respective factions, were immensely powerful. They circled around a building, their mental energy transforming the ethereal into the tangible, manifesting as dragons and mountains, locked in a deadly stalemate. Get back! The alchemist shouted forcefully, his voice rising above the chaos. Move aside. Yu Zhenglong and Nan Zhun, deeply engrossed in their duel, paused momentarily, perplexed by his urgency. Just as they pondered the situation, the ground beneath them trembled violently, as if two enormous beasts had collided with the structure, causing it to sway precariously. They glanced down, only to see sword qi swirling like venomous serpents, densely packed, swiftly collapsing the lower levels of the building. At that moment, a nearly imperceptible flash of sword light darted through the air, an attack spanning 20 feet, its speed unimaginable, instantly reducing everything within that range to rubble. Yu Zhenglong and Nan Zhun found themselves ensnared within that 20-foot radius. Their scalps tingled as the sword light flickered, the chill of death brushing against them. Suddenly, a tremendous force enveloped them, lifting them skyward, while an umbrella-shaped soul weapon unfurled below, shielding them from the descending sword light. The sound of slicing filled the air as the umbrella was shredded into fragments. Above, a female alchemist held tightly to Yu Zhenglong and Nan Zhun. Her face contorted in pain, clearly distressed by the loss of her soul weapon. Fortunately, she had refrained from channeling her soul into it, or her very essence would have been cleaved apart. The sword cocoon from the 10 fiend weapons? The female alchemist gasped in disbelief. Who has summoned the sword cocoon? Could it be someone from the Shui Tu clan? Who possesses the power to contend with the sword cocoon and remains unscathed? It is that Zhongshan clan disciple, the one who has offended the Tianfeng and Shui Tu clans, known as Zhong Yu. He is clashing with Shui Qingyan from the Shui Tu clan, who has summoned the sword cocoon. The alchemist assigned to protect Zhong Yu hastily approached, a wry smile on his face. I have already sent someone to summon the elders. If they do not arrive soon, I fear I might perish from fright. Ah, the elders are here. Across the sea, an elder soared through the winds, rapidly closing in on the coastal city. Below, Zhong Yu furrowed his brow, acutely sensing Shui Qingyan's assault intensifying, clearly intent on eliminating him before the elder's arrival, someone who could potentially uncover her secrets. I too shall eliminate you before the elder arrives. Zhong Yu's gaze flickered as the dragon blood sword box soared into the air, opening with a snap. Go! Zhong Yu uttered a low growl, and in an instant, the glimmer of his sword danced, sweeping through the air like a net. Shui Qingyan's intention was straightforward, to shatter the dragon scale sword the moment it emerged, obliterating both the sword and the soul that Zhong Yu had infused into it, leaving him no chance of survival. However, her efforts proved futile as the dragon scale sword did not take flight. Zhong Yu erupted into hearty laughter, striking the air with his hand as the dragon blood sword box surged forward, capitalizing on Shui Qingyan's missed strike. to dart through the web of sword threads, charging directly at her. Had the battle of the cornered beast finally commenced? Shui Qingyan snorted coldly, directing the sword threads to slice towards Zhong Yu and the dragon blood sword box simultaneously. Zhong Yu bellowed, envisioning a thunderous dragon, a colossal dragon, stretching dozens of yards, materialized, its claws gripping the ground. With a powerful heave, the earth trembled as a massive landmass, spanning 60 yards, was lifted and hurled towards the sword threads. As the sword light flickered, the airborne mass of earth was swiftly cleaved open, and at that moment, Zhong Yu seized the opportunity to leap, landing atop the flying earth. Sprinting swiftly to evade the sword thread assaults, leaping towards Shui Qingyan. Concurrently, the other end of the sword thread severed the dragon blood sword box in half, causing the dragon scale sword to shoot forth towards Shui Qingyan in a reckless charge. Unperturbed, Shui Qingyan revealed a hint of a smile as she observed the approaching dragon scale sword and the leaping Zhong Yu. The sword thread surged, slicing through the dragon scale sword into shards with a series of hissing sounds. Then, the threads shifted direction, darting towards Zhong Yu with lightning speed. Die! Both Shui Qingyan and Zhong Yu shouted simultaneously as the sword threads closed in on Zhong Yu, leaving him no escape. The rear end of the threads sliced through the airborne landmass, targeting Zhong Yu's back, while the front end transformed into a descending blade, poised to pierce through his skull, barely a hair's breadth away from cleaving his brain asunder. At that moment, the severed dragon blood sword box reached Shui Qingyan, flying past her sides. Suddenly, from the left half of the box, a blazing red sword energy surged forth. This was the dragon roaring sword chi, striking across Shui Qingyan's neck. The sword energy was extraordinarily sharp, slicing through the young girl's neck as effortlessly as cutting tofu, breaking through her skin and muscle, and penetrating into her very bones. Meanwhile, Zhong Yu felt a sharp pain in his back as a sword thread pierced through, heading straight for his heart. Am I to perish? Yet, in the face of impending doom, a calmness enveloped him. He pondered, why does the Flame Keeper always fret for my safety, yet this time? He did not borrow my body to evade this calamity? Has he fallen into slumber? The end. Just kidding. Truly, it is a jest. Please do not take it down. I was wrong. I bow an apology. It is not over yet. Chapter 54. Exposure within his consciousness. Xian was sat composed atop Zhong Yu's soul, its tiny flame burning steadily. Zhong Yu wondered if his soul's eyebrows were still intact or had been completely incinerated by the small fire. The flame's tranquility was unsettling. In similar circumstances, Xian would have been agitated. A moment of life and death, Xian intoned quietly. Zhong Yu's heart jolted. The instant the sword cocoon's threads descended from above felt prolonged, while the threads approaching from behind seemed to slow. This was the precipice of life and death, a surge of potential born from immense terror and fear, granting heightened perception and reaction. He had experienced this at Drinking Horse platform. But as his cultivation progressed, entering such a state became increasingly difficult. Now, facing the sword cocoon of the 10 Fiends' weapon, he was once more immersed in this profound condition. Yet, this instance differed. Previously, maintaining composure in such situations was challenging, requiring the visualization of Sui Huang to quell his mind and prevent the rise of inner demons. This time, however, he felt an unprecedented serenity. His past brushes with death, though perilous, were tempered by the knowledge of Xianhua's presence, mitigating the depth of his immersion. This time, he had delved into a more profound level of mortal peril. Despite this, the threat of the sword cocoon's threads persisted. Zhong Yu's body emitted a series of cracking sounds as he contorted in an unnatural manner, attempting to evade the threads. His head caved inward, his skull shifting, his neck seemingly broken as his head tilted back at an alarming angle. Simultaneously, his chest protruded forward, and his back formed a deep hollow. The snapping of bones echoed within him, and his tendons twanged like released arrows. His ribs dislodged, and his vertebrae shifted forward, his muscles contracting and repositioning to avoid the approaching threads. His bones seemed to possess independent life, moving freely, while his internal organs shifted to avoid collision. Then, his bones shifted to the right, his muscles rippling, displacing his entire being by 3 feet and 4 inches in an impossibly bizarre manner. All of this transpired in an instant. An observer would have gasped, witnessing a spectacle akin to a grotesque monster. Zhong Yu's contortions defied natural limits, his bones dislocating, reforming, and shifting, making him resemble a boneless humanoid python. narrowly avoiding the descending and approaching threads. He had virtually disassembled and reassembled his body. Blood splattered as a thread grazed his left ribs, severing 5. Fortunately, his repositioned organs remained unscathed. A bloody line marked his forehead, extending from the fontanelle to his brow, and a scratch marred his nose. Ugh, Zhong Yu coughed up blood. Disassembling his skeleton and evading the danger had injured his organs, but compared to death, it was a favorable outcome. Fortunately, I lived as a dragon Xiang for a time. Otherwise, I would have surely perished. He mused, riding his dragon away from the sword cocoon. His transformation into a dragon Xiang had granted him unmatched understanding of its anatomy, allowing him to refine his body to unprecedented levels. It was his enhanced physique that enabled him to accomplish this feat in the brief moment of life and death. As Zhong Yu flew away, his gaze fell upon Shui Qingyan, and he paused. The dragon Xiang's sword Qi was about to sever Shui Qingyan's neck, but a proboscis emerged from her brow, like that of an elephant-headed deity, striking the sword Qi with a clang. The sword Qi faltered, and spider legs sprouted from the girl's feet, allowing her to narrowly evade the attack. The heavenly elephant matriarch, Zhong Yu exclaimed, dragon Xiang's sword Qi returning to his grasp. Who would believe you? Shui Qingyan, her elephant head and spider legs vanished, touched her neck, which was nearly severed, and eyed him warily. You entered the state of life and death. I want to know who taught you to possess such power. A deafening crash echoed as buildings collapsed, debris raining down. Zhong Yu's dragon manifested, shielding him from the falling debris. Water dragons encircled Shui Qingyan, protecting her as well. The sword threads hissed, reverting to a small cocoon hanging from her temple. Zhong Yu's severed ribs throbbed, and blood flowed from his wounds. His body ached. In the state of life and death, he had unleashed his potential, leaving his body and mind drained. Fortunately, the beast god inner core continued to provide energy, and his soul, visualizing Sui Huang, refined the beast god's essence into spiritual power, maintaining his peak combat strength. However, the physical injuries remained, beyond the reach of the beast god's essence. Who is behind you? Not someone from Sword Gate, surely? You wield dragon Xiang's sword Qi, briefly manifested dragon scales, and visited beast god Ridge. Your benefactor wouldn't be the beast god, would it? Amidst the chaos, Shui Qingyan whispered, if it were known that the beast god resided in your consciousness, your fate would be no better than mine. Stop. Stop at once. An elder from Sword Gate rushed in, summoning countless vines that ensnared Zhong Yu and Shui Qingyan, the tendrils binding the sword cocoon to prevent further harm. Zhong Yu and Shui Qingyan allowed themselves to be restrained, remaining silent. The heavenly elephant matriarch suspects the beast god's spirit resides within me, using it to threaten me. But my concern is not the discovery of the beast god inner core, but the exposure of Xianhua. In Zhong Yu's heart, Xianhua posed a far greater danger than the beast god or the heavenly elephant matriarch. The small flame was capable of anything, even detonating the demonic soul miasma. The human heart is unpredictable. If Swordgate discovered Xianhua and sought to seize it, the consequences would be dire. Thankfully, it was only superficial damage, not life-threatening. The elder examined them, relieved. Otherwise, the loss of two geniuses would be an irreparable regret. You two need not fight any longer. You are both the top students of the upper house, and each of you will receive a share of the treasures within the Spirit Void Palace. Zhong Yu's ribs were fractured in 5 places, while Shui Qingyan's neck was nearly severed. This revelation startled the elder, prompting him to hastily retrieve medicinal ointments for their wounds. He instructed 2 Qi refinement practitioners to escort them below to rest, stating, "These two must be closely monitored. They cannot be allowed to continue their conflict. When 2 tigers vie, one is bound to perish. The loss of either of them would be a significant blow to our sword sect." One practitioner murmured, "Elder, the Shui clan possesses 10 fearsome weapons, which accounts for their formidable combat prowess. However, the Zhong clan, hailing from the Zhongshan tribe, displays an unexpected level of strength. There must be some hidden truth behind this." The elder's heart tightened, and he nodded thoughtfully. "Let us not concern ourselves with that for now. We shall mend their wounds first. The elders of our sword sect will undoubtedly uncover the entirety of his background." The 2 practitioners promptly led Zhong Yu and Shui Qingyan away. The elder gazed upon the coastal city, observing that in the brief skirmish between the 2 youths, nearly half of the city, spanning over 10 miles, had been devastated, which left him astounded once more. The Shui clan, with its unblemished reputation and possession of 10 formidable weapons, posed no threat. Yet, the Zhong clan warranted a thorough investigation, as their ability to contend with the 10 fearsome weapons and inflict such injuries upon the Shui clan was indeed remarkable. Could a scion from the smallest tribe of the great wilderness truly achieve such feats? The elder furrowed his brow in contemplation, pondering. As for Shui Qingyan, could she truly have developed to this extent in just a few months? This young lady also seems rather suspicious. Her innocence cannot be taken for granted. Within the city, the battle continued. Li Xionyang, Yu Zhenglong, Yu Fian, and Tian Yinfeng remained locked in combat, unaware that their contest was not for the title of the top of the upper house, which had already been claimed. This unrestricted duel nearly spiraled into chaos, leaving the Qi refinement practitioners hovering above the city with a sense of foreboding. The subsequent contests bore no relevance to Zhongyu, who lay on a sickbed, receiving treatment for his injuries. Periodically, practitioners would enter to replace his dressings. The quality of the sword sect's medicinal ointments was exceptionally high, facilitating rapid healing. After 2 days, Zhongyu began to feel his ribs mending, as the skin and muscle severed by the sword threads began to knit together. The competition for the top 100 in the upper house had concluded, and the names of Zhongshan and Shui, too, reverberated throughout, with many practitioners becoming familiar with Zhongyu and Shui Qingyan. Before long, rumors circulated that the two were youthful lovers, entangled in a passionate conflict born of love and hatred. However, Zhongyu remained oblivious to these tales, as Qi refinement practitioners stood guard outside his chamber, ostensibly to protect him, but in truth to surveil him, revealing the upper echelons of the sword sect's growing suspicion regarding his rapid advancement in such a short span of time. "Do not fret," chimed the young fire spirit nonchalantly. "If all else fails, we can detonate the demonic souls beneath the sword sect and bring about utter chaos." In a bar, a beautiful woman approached a man she had long admired, sorrowfully asking, "Do you still not let her go?" The man, with a hint of melancholy in his expression, replied, "I have found my true love. I cherish her." The woman departed. At that moment, the man's phone chimed, and upon opening it, the gloom on his face vanished. "My beloved, the supreme of humanity, has finally updated. Hooray! Quickly, click to read the latest chapter and cast your votes." Chapter 55. The 10 fearsome weapons of the Sword Heart Palace. After a span of 4 or 5 days, Zhongyu rose from his sickbed and took a few steps. Sensing that his ribs had nearly healed and the scars along his sides were beginning to shed, leaving behind only a faint mark, though he still felt a twinge of pain when breathing. For an ordinary person, recovery from such injuries would require at least 6 months of rest. However, with his formidable physique, far surpassing that of an average individual, and the superior medicinal salves from the sword sect, his recovery was remarkably swift. He resolved to stockpile such healing salves for future endeavors. As Zhongyu exercised his limbs, a Qi refiner outside the door observed and entered with a smile, saying, "Has your injury healed, junior brother? You truly are a practitioner of body refinement. Your robust physique allows for a quicker recovery than others. If it were me, I would likely need several more days to heal." "Junior brother?" Zhongyu paused in surprise before responding with a smile. "This senior brother," the Qi refiner hastily interjected. "Please, just call me Brother Gu. Do not refer to me as senior uncle. With your recent triumph in the unrestricted duel, you are destined to become a Qi refiner yourself. By seniority, even the disciples of the upper academy will refer to you as senior uncle. However, before entering the Spirit Void Palace, several elders wish to have an audience with you. Please, follow me." "Elders wish to see me?" A flicker of intrigue passed through Zhongyu's mind as he followed him, aware that his display of power during the duel against the Celestial Mother had piqued the elder's suspicions. How could a disciple of average aptitude, who spent 5 or 6 years in the outer sect before entering the upper academy, achieve such rapid growth to claim the top position in mere months? This astonishing pace of cultivation was bound to arouse the elder's doubts. "Brother Gu, may I exchange my merits for the healing salves I used during my injury?" Zhongyu inquired. Brother Gu led him forward, gradually exiting the upper academy and heading toward the inner gate of the sword sect. He chuckled. "The salve is called Spirit Jade Ointment, crafted by Qi refiners from various spiritual herbs. It can indeed be exchanged for merits. You may procure it from either the outer or inner sect's apothecary. For ordinary wounds from blades or swords, even severed tendons can regenerate with just a smear of the salve. However, for severe wounds like yours, approximately 10 days of rest will suffice for recovery. Your physique surpasses that of others, hence your swift healing." At this point, Brother Gu shook his head and remarked, The female disciple from the Shui-Tu clan you fought against was not so fortunate. Her neck was nearly severed by your strike. I heard that when the elders applied the salve, they had to open her neck halfway and pour a basin of medicine to reattach it. Zhong Yu replied nonchalantly. Her abilities are not inferior to mine. I expect she is healed by now. Brother Gu nodded. The Shui-Tu clan's junior sister is reputed to have an accelerated recovery as well. She should also be fully healed. The elders wish to summon you. And she has been called as well. Zhong Yu felt a stir in his heart. The elders calling him and Shui Qingyan at the same time. Could it be that they harbored doubts about her as well? Before long, they arrived at the edge of a precipice. Zhong Yu gazed down to find a chasm several miles wide, shrouded in a deep darkness that seemed to harbor an eerie, magical essence. As he peered down, a wave of dizziness washed over him, as though his very soul were being drawn into the abyss of blackness below. The dark mass surged continuously, rising upwards, revealing intricate totem patterns etched into the cliffs on either side. These patterns were complex, grand, and awe-inspiring, creating astonishing waves of energy that suppressed the encroaching darkness. This aura feels remarkably familiar. Zhong Yu's heart quivered as he realized its origin. It was the essence of the demonic soul miasma. The black aura within this chasm bore the same essence. In the instant the darkness was suppressed, he vaguely discerned patches of flesh writhing upon the cliffside, blood and muscle without skin, seemingly growing from the depths, as if striving to ascend to the summit of the precipice. What lies beneath this chasm? Suppressing the turmoil in his heart, the languid ember spirit within his consciousness stirred to attention, peering through his eyes at the depths below. Exclaiming in fascination, those demonic souls are indeed trapped here. It is the seal of the gods. The sword sect stands upon a volcano that could erupt at any moment. A moment's lapse could lead to utter destruction. Is this seal not set by the chi refiners of the sword sect? Zhong Yu's heart jolted once more as he inquired urgently. The ember spirit shook its head. The totem patterns below are seals of the gods, who immortalize their essence and images to contain the entities beneath. The chi refiners of the sword sect alone would not possess the power to suppress the demonic souls below. I surmise that the demonic soul miasma's resurgence stems from a fissure in the seals. Fortunately, this flaw does not lie within the sword sect itself, or else the consequences would be dire. Brother Gu chuckled. Junior brother, beneath this cliff lies a forbidden area of our sword sect. Above the precipice exists a strange force that nullifies all supernatural abilities. Here, no visualizations or techniques can be employed. To traverse this barrier and enter the inner sect, one must summon the crocodile dragon. The crocodile dragon? Zhong Yu queried, noting that two sword sect gates stood opposite each other across the chasm, veiled in mist. Brother Gu guided him to one of the gates and struck the bronze gong hanging below it. The gong resounded, and after a moment, a colossal crocodile emerged from the swirling mists, astonishingly adorned with wings, floating through the clouds towards them as it heard the sound. The mighty crocodile resembled a floating island, and as Zhong Yu observed, he noted it bore 4 eyes and an array of wings sprouting from its back, an eerie sight indeed. Here, one could not visualize. Yet the wings of this crocodile were not conjured through visualization. They were genuine flesh and feathers, capable of flight, thus impervious to the suppression of this place. Both ascended onto the back of the crocodile, and Brother Gu smiled. Crocodile dragon, please take us up the mountain. The crocodile nodded, flapping its wings and turning to soar towards the opposite gate, rumbling. Brother Gu, this young fellow looks quite unfamiliar. Could he be a newly initiated chi refiner? Brother Gu replied with a smile. This is Zhong Shan's junior brother, who claimed first place in the recent unrestricted duel. Ah, I see, the crocodile remarked. To emerge victorious among thousands is indeed a remarkable feat, Zhong Shan. Should you achieve greatness in the future, do not forget to look after the crocodile dragon. Zhong Yu agreed amiably. The crocodile swayed its tail and flapped its wings, transporting them across the chasm. Upon reaching the other side, the crocodile retreated back into the mists, vanishing from sight. Junior brother, this precipice delineates the boundary between the inner and outer sections. Beyond this cliff lies the disciples of the inner sect, Brother Gu explained. And the crocodile dragon serves as the guardian of this chasm. Do not underestimate it simply because it belongs to the Beast clan. The crocodile dragon has lived for hundreds of years, a unique creature from Thunder Lake, brought here by the chi refiners of Thunder Lake to safeguard this chasm. Ahead lies the Sword Valley, where several elders await you in the Sword Heart Palace. As Zhong Yu entered the Sword Valley, The sound of clashing swords resonated through the air, and flashes of sword light occasionally flickered, revealing various soul weapons that collided midair, morphing into the shapes of fish, birds, and beasts in an extraordinary display. The Sword Valley serves as the repository for the soul weapons sealed by the elders, remnants of past generations of the sword sect. Though these elders may have perished for centuries, their soul weapons continue to thrive within this valley. Brother Gu sighed. The 10 fearsome weapons are also sealed here. Normally, we intersect disciples are unable to enter the Sword Valley, but it is only by the elders' summons that I have the fortune to accompany you here. The 10 fearsome weapons? A chill ran through Zhong Yu as he scanned his surroundings, asking, where are these 10 fearsome weapons located? They are sealed within the Sword Heart Palace, Brother Gu clarified. Intersect disciples cannot even enter the Sword Valley, let alone venture into the Sword Heart Palace to witness the 10 fearsome weapons. The junior disciple, summoned by the elder, found himself unexpectedly in the Sword Heart Hall, a circumstance that surely stirred envy in many. Senior Brother Gu guided him to the entrance of the hall and bowed, announcing, Elder Yu, Zhongshan's Zhong Yu has arrived. The doors of the Sword Heart Hall creaked open, seemingly releasing a torrent of sword energy that sent a shiver down the spines of both men outside, leaving them momentarily breathless, as if their souls had been pricked. Let him in, came a voice, aged yet commanding from within. Senior Brother Gu whispered, Junior Brother Zhong. Elder Yu is the Grand Elder of our sword sect. Once you enter, do not forget your manners. I shall not accompany you further. Zhong Yu expressed his gratitude and stepped into the hall. As he entered the vast, empty chamber, his gaze was drawn to a towering altar on one side, standing 5 zhang high and 8 zhang wide, upon which rested a soul weapon. The weapon, several zhang long, was slanted atop the altar, resembling a sword yet evoking the image of a great saw, its edges serrated, the blade a dark red, stained with blood. The blood eel sword, ranked 9th among the 10 fierce weapons, belonged to the Leihu clan's Lei Feng. This weapon, having consumed too much blood, had become sentient, known for its ominous reputations, having claimed the lives of 10 sword masters. Zhong Yu felt a surge of dread as he sensed a malevolent essence emanating from the blood eel sword, as if a dark spirit within it beckoned for sacrifices, urging one to spill blood to quench its thirst. To the other side, Zhong Yu noticed another altar, upon which rested a sword box taller than a person, with blood seeping from its base, a sight most eerie. This was the soul weapon of the Tian Feng clan's Tian Tuozi, containing 130 soul-devouring swords, as thin as a cicada's wing, known for its cursed nature, having already devoured 8 masters. Taken aback, Zhong Yu pondered, was this weapon also capable of consuming its master? He advanced further and beheld another altar. Floating above it were over 60 sword cocoons, causing his heart to tremble. Sword cocoons, ranked 8th among the 10 fierce weapons. The Shui Tu clan's Shuizi and soul weapon had 64 soul weapons, having drunk too much blood and showing signs of devouring its master. Thus, it was sealed away. Zhong Yu inhaled deeply and murmured, such fearsome soul weapons can only rank 8th among the 10 fierce weapons. How formidable must the others be? You are mistaken if you believe the preceding weapons surpass the sword cocoon, spoke a venerable elder, appearing seemingly from nowhere, his white hair and beard flowing. He approached Zhong Yu and said with a calm demeanor, the reason the sword cocoon ranks 8th is not due to its inferiority, but rather its immense potential, which may even exceed some of the higher-ranked weapons. However, it has yet to fully awaken, thus its reputation is somewhat diminished. Zhong Yu of the Zhongshan clan pays his respects to the Grand Elder. Zhong Yu bowed, maintaining a respectful yet dignified posture. The elder, recognized as the Grand Elder of the Yu clan, raised his hand and said, rise. The sword cocoon's prowess is precisely why I wish to meet you here. To understand how a disciple yet to achieve the status of a chi refining master could survive an onslaught from the sword cocoon and nearly sever his opponent's head. Chapter 56. The Siege of the Fierce Weapons. His final utterance waited with intensity. Severed the head of his opponent with 7 resounding words that reverberated throughout the Sword Heart Hall, igniting a resonance among the fierce weapons. Within the Sword Heart Hall, the fierce weapons trembled, their murderous intent akin to a forest of blades, causing the temperature to plummet sharply, while in certain areas it surged ominously, suffused with a blood-red hue, evoking a sense of the uncanny. Facing the overwhelming terror of life and death, Zhong Yu displayed not a trace of fear. At this moment, the 10 fierce weapons in the Sword Heart Hall merely quaked, and thus did not instill in him any trepidation. He inquired, has the elder perceived anything? The elder's gaze fell upon him, regarding the young man with a hint of approval, shaking his head as he replied, "Not yet. However, your unwavering composure in the presence of these fierce weapons is indeed remarkable. If it were anyone else, even a chi refiner, few could maintain such calmness in the face of these fierce spirits. Your lack of fear towards the fierce weapons may well be a reason for your survival against the onslaught of the sword cocoon. What weight does the murderous aura of the 10 fierce weapons possess? Some, even among chi refiners, find their courage frozen in the face of the fierce energy emanating from these weapons. Before they even engage, their resolve falters, leaving them powerless against slaughter. Zhang Yu's audacity indicates his extraordinary fortitude. Undeterred by the fierce weapon's murderous aura, he can unleash his full potential when confronted with the sword cocoon. The elder stepped forward, and Zhang Yu lagged a pace behind, soon encountering a shrine. The fierce weapon enshrined there was named Fian, a legacy from a former female elder of the Sword Gate, originating from the Yoyu clan. Across from it, the fierce weapon named Yunjian was bequeathed by the female elder of the Taolin clan. Both elders had long since passed, having met their demise beneath their own soul weapons, slain by Fian and Yunjian. In addition to the two elders, several masters had wielded these soul weapons but had not survived long, ultimately falling victim to the fierce weapons backlash and meeting untimely ends. The elder mused aloud. Why did these fierce weapons slay the souls of their masters? The 10 fierce weapons hail from the 10 great clans, their imprints embodying the techniques and totems of these clans, representing the pinnacle of the martial prowess of our 10 great clans, a new elder proclaimed, his voice resonating through the hall. Another elder approached, his presence commanding, stating, "The soul weapons devour their masters. In truth, it is the sword heart that consumes them. The sword heart is the essence of the chi refiner, as well as the spirit of the soul weapon. The act of slaying by the soul weapons mirrors that of the chi refiner themselves. If the sword heart of a chi refiner gives birth to demons, it can corrupt the sword heart of the soul weapon. These elders did not perish at the hands of their fierce weapons, but succumbed to their own inner demons, effectively slaying themselves." His imposing stature and booming voice commanded attention, his every movement crackling with energy, suggesting he hailed from the Lehu clan. The Lehu elder, with a robust appearance and a presence akin to thunder, stood beside the shrine of the Lehu fierce weapon, the blood eel sword. Casting his gaze upon Zhang Yu as he continued, Elder Shui Xian's decision to relinquish the sword cocoon signifies his triumph over his inner demons, thus elevating his prowess to extraordinary heights, ranking him among the most accomplished within our sword gate. Zhongshan clan, your evasion of his fierce weapon, coupled with the inclusion of my Lehu clan's Thunder Soul refinement technique in your practices, raises considerable suspicion. His aura was akin to a deity amidst the tempest, overshadowing Zhang Yu, his eyes sparking with electric intensity, seemingly capable of piercing through his very essence. Zhang Yu bowed respectfully. Zhongshan's Zhang Yu pays his respects to Elder Lei. The elder's keen perception prompted his inquiry. "What have you discerned?" "Nothing," the Lehu elder replied, momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter. "Though I know not from whence you acquired my Lehu clan's soul refinement technique, it is undeniable that our arts are not inferior to those of the Shui clan. Your survival against the sword cocoon is only to be expected. Were you to fall to the sword cocoon, it would imply that my Lehu clan's techniques are weaker than those of the Shui clan." However, his tone shifted to one of cold menace. "From where did you obtain my Lehu clan's techniques? Beyond the Lehu clan's arts, you have also practiced this peculiar method of life and death." The elder of the Yoyu clan, positioned beneath the shrine of the fierce weapon Fian, spoke leisurely. "Practicing between life and death, while it may yield rapid advancement, bears tremendous risk with a chillingly high mortality rate. Only our sect's leader has previously utilized this technique and emerged unscathed. I have heard from Fian that you have practiced this method without succumbing. Who imparted such a technique to you?" As his words fell, another elder materialized within the sword heart hall, approaching with hands clasped behind his back. "During your altercation with the female disciple of the Shui clan, you employed a unique visualization technique known as Longxiang. Moreover, you have ventured to the Beast God Ridge, a burial ground for the elite of the Demon clan, the resting place of the Beast God. The Beast God itself is a manifestation of Longxiang. Zhongshan clan, upon your return from the Beast God Ridge, your cultivation has soared, and your mental acuity has transformed from the ethereal to the tangible, achieving the level of a chi refiner." His presence loomed like a mountain, heavying the air within the Sword Heart Hall as he approached the shrine of the fierce weapon of the Nanlu clan. Zhongyu felt a stir within. Bowing, Zhongshan's Zhongyu pays his respects to Elder Nan. The elder, hailing from the Nanlu clan, smiled. Interestingly, during your conflict, there was a tendency for you to embody the essence of the Longxiang. The beast god is a Longxiang, and your visualization of it is indeed intriguing. What has Elder Nan discerned? Zhongyu inquired. The Nanlu elder shook his head. Nothing. Longxiang is an auspicious beast, a divine entity. Your mental prowess manifesting as Longxiang and cultivating the Longxiang sword qi may allow you to withstand the sword cocoon's assaults. Such a feat is indeed plausible. Yet, the rapidity of your advancement is highly suspect. Yet another elder, a woman adorned in golden attire, her visage reminiscent of peach blossoms, approached with an ethereal grace. You have trained in the outer sect for over 5 years, displaying mediocrity throughout. Yet upon entering the upper academy, you transformed entirely, achieving meteoric success and defeating the core disciples of the 10 great clans. This progression resembles that of a naturally gifted spirit body, yet you are not one. How do you explain this? Zhongshan's Zhongyu pays his respects to Elder Tao. He replied. After a moment's contemplation, he stated, I have unlocked my potential. Elder Tao, standing before the shrine of the fierce weapon of the Taolin clan, chuckled softly. In comparison to that explanation, I would prefer to believe that a figure of great terror guides you from the shadows, or perhaps that this formidable entity has already taken possession of you. Zhongshan clan, you are no longer the Zhongshan clan of old, but have transformed into another being, or perhaps something beyond, a demon or a god. Curiously, you have visited our Sword Gate's demon ruins where a tumult erupted, claiming the lives of thousands of Upper Academy disciples. Another elder appeared, exuding an air of authority, likely from the Junshan clan, as he approached the shrine of the fierce weapon of the Junshan clan, stating coldly, only you emerged unscathed with the group. The tumult arose from the emergence of demon clan Qi refiners and the awakening of demonic spirits within the ruins. These demon clan Qi refiners sought to rouse their ancestral figure, the celestial omniscient matriarch, yet she fled upon awakening. Our council has searched for her without success, and in this time, you led a dozen individuals from the ruins. Thus, the question remains, who truly stands behind you? Is it the beast god or the celestial omniscient matriarch? Elder Shui Zian appeared within the Sword Heart Hall, approaching the shrine of the sword cocoon. His gaze fixed upon Zhongyu as he smiled. Perhaps you are the beast god, or perhaps the celestial omniscient matriarch. Zhongshan clan, provide us with evidence that your teachings do not stem from them. Elders from the Lishan, Tianfeng, and Shotan clans arrived, each taking their position at their respective fierce weapon shrines, leaving only the foremost fierce weapon shrine remaining. Zhongyu furrowed his brow slightly, while in his consciousness, the flame of wisdom also frowned, murmuring, these old fellows are quite cunning. Escaping from this Sword Heart Palace is not an easy task. Within the palace, there are 10 fearsome soldiers and 9 elders, each of whom stands beneath these formidable soldiers. The slightest movement on your part would provoke them to activate the fearsome soldiers, turning you into mere pulp. Zhongyu discerned that the 9 elders had grown suspicious of him, suspecting that he had been possessed by the Celestial Mother or the Beast God, which is why they had chosen to confront him in the Sword Heart Palace. If he was not the Beast God or the Celestial Mother, it would be one thing. However, if he were, it would surely mean his demise. Should they uncover that within his consciousness there exists the clever and whimsical flame of wisdom, it would likely seal his fate as well. Regaining his composure, Zhongyu took a deep breath and inquired, esteemed elders, why do you doubt me and not Water Tusher's Shui Qingyan? Elder Shui Zian was taken aback, chuckling. Shui Qingyan is my personal disciple, and her achievements are well-deserved. The sword cocoon was entrusted to her by my own hand. What grounds do you have for suspicion? Surely, you do not suggest that she is the Celestial Mother? Zhongyu's expression darkened, and the flame of wisdom reassured him, do not fret. There are only 9 of these elders and 9 fearsome soldiers. There exists a 10th fearsome soldier that remains unawakened. Its power far surpasses that of the other 9 and is the strongest among the soldiers in this Sword Heart Palace. If negotiations with these elders falter, I shall borrow your form to awaken that soldier and annihilate these 9 elders, then detonate the demonic souls beneath the ground, allowing us to wander freely. Without the protection of the Sword Gate, my people would become fodder for the demon clans and others. Zhongyu pondered for a moment, then asked, esteemed elders, how might I prove that I am neither the Beast God nor the Celestial Mother? The 9 most powerful elders frowned, deliberating in silence. Elder Shui Zian cleared his throat and remarked, The matters concerning the beast god and the celestial mother are of utmost importance. It is better to mistakenly eliminate one than to let one escape. Elder Taolin, a woman, shook her head, saying, "If he is neither the celestial mother nor the beast god, would that not mean that our sword gate loses a talented individual? Is having a talented individual more significant? Or is the threat posed by the celestial mother and the beast god greater?" Elder Shui Zian chuckled. "If any of you have a better solution, do share." The other elders exchanged glances, and Elder Yu coughed, saying, "Zhongshan, you must open your consciousness. We need to inspect your consciousness and soul." Elder Lehu nodded. That is indeed one approach. However, to examine his consciousness, one must enter it with their own soul. If he truly is the celestial mother or the beast god, our souls would likely stand no chance of resistance and would be devoured. Who would dare take that risk? Elder Yu stepped forward towards Zhongyu, declaring, "I shall take the risk. Zhongshan, open your consciousness. My fellow disciples, prepare to activate the fearsome soldiers. If I perish, swiftly execute him." Zhongyu's heart tightened, and the flame of wisdom, filled with murderous intent, declared, "Let him proceed with the inspection. This Elder Yu possesses the strongest cultivation. I shall seize this opportunity to extinguish his soul, making our escape all the more feasible." The young girl once again caught sight of the boy from the neighboring class, who was glancing down at his phone as he walked past the window. The pure and cheerful boy wore a radiant smile, utterly charming. Sighing, the girl mused, "He is a classmate of the Path of Humanity Supreme. And boys of the Path of Humanity Supreme are always bright, generous, and full of sunshine. How can I ever be worthy of him? Brothers, support the Path of Humanity Supreme. It needs recommendations from bright, generous, and sunny boys." Chapter 57. Innocence. As the footsteps of the elder from the Yoyu clan drew nearer, Zhongyu's heart grew heavier. "Xianhua, can't you hide and prevent the elder from discovering you? I could conceal myself. That old codger would likely not notice. However, the beast god's inner core within your consciousness cannot evade detection." Xianhua replied with a cold laugh. "Listen, little you. Setting aside the immense allure of the beast god's inner core, it is impossible to guarantee that these beings won't be tempted. Even if that old man remains indifferent, he will suspect that the inner core harbors the spirit of the beast god. To ascertain that there is no spirit within, he would have to extract the inner core from your consciousness and shatter it for verification. Such a precious treasure is exceedingly rare. If it were to be destroyed, where would one find another? Moreover, if word of your possession of the beast god's inner core were to spread, your fate would be sealed." Zhongyu's heart jolted. Xianhua's words were not exaggerated. If news of his possession of the inner core got out, he would indeed be doomed. The two formidable island lords of the demon race had led their elite alchemists to the beast god ridge, only to meet their demise. With even the totemic leaders of the two demon islands perishing within the seals, the two island lords suffered grievous injuries and were pursued for thousands of miles by the Fong Sword Pavilion and others. If the news of the beast god's inner core falling into the hands of a mere human like Zhongyu were to spread, the demon race's powerful figures would be incensed, and his death would be inevitable. Not even the Sword Gate could protect him. Considering the Sword Gate's concession of the Beast God Ridge, Zhongyu had no doubt that upon the leak of this information, the higher-ups of the Sword Gate would sell him out to the demon race in exchange for peace. Was there no other way but to fight his way out of the Sword Gate? He looked at the elder of the Yoyu clan approaching him, his heart heavy with despair. "Fear not. Even if you are the last of humanity, you can still plunder beauties from other races and propagate your own lineage." Xianhua consoled him. "This is my specialty. I have guided many generations of inheritors on how to raid beauties from various races and ensure their progeny." Xianhua, escaping the Sword Gate is feasible, but do not ignite the demonic soul. Zhongyu murmured, his heart shrouded in darkness. "I do not wish to become a sinner of the great wilderness humanity." "Very well," Xianhua declared fiercely. "However, everyone in this Sword Heart Hall must perish, otherwise we cannot escape this place. Was I destined to become a traitor of the great wilderness?" Zhongyu felt as though a mountain was pressing upon his heart, making it difficult to breathe. If the 9 elders of the Sword Gate perished within this Sword Heart Hall, he would undoubtedly be pursued and labeled a traitor, perhaps never to return to the great wilderness again. The elder of the Yoyu clan finally arrived before him, smiling. "Zhongshan, open your consciousness." Zhongyu nodded and opened his consciousness, indifferently stating, "Please, elder." As the elder's soul materialized behind him, it merged into a fish dragon spirit, swaying its tail. Eager to swim into Zhongyu's consciousness, At that moment, an ancient voice resonated within the Sword Heart Hall, exclaiming, "Elders, hold on. Zhongshan is completely innocent. There is no need for further investigation." The elder of the Yoyu clan halted, and the other 8 elders furrowed their brows, turning to the entrance of the hall. The doors swung open, revealing an old man who strode in briskly, panting heavily, and said with a smile, "Zhongshan is as innocent as can be. There is no need for further inquiry. Mr. Pu?" Zhongyu was taken aback, recognizing the old man as Mr. Pu, the teacher of Ting Lanyue and others. Mr. Pu appeared to have rushed here in haste. Why does Mr. Pu assert my innocence, when even I find myself surrounded by suspicions? Zhongyu pondered perplexedly. Why do you say that, Mr. Pu? Shui Zian inquired, frowning. Zhongshan is shrouded in numerous doubts, if not thoroughly investigated. He will inevitably become a future menace to our Sword Gate, and we will regret it when it's too late. Elder Lei who coldly added, indeed. The demonic ruins and the beast god ridge. He cannot clear his name from either suspicion. To prove his innocence, he must present evidence that is convincing to our council of elders. Mr. Pu quickly turned to Zhongyu, stamping his foot. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and present the evidence. Zhongyu, bewildered, asked, Mr. Pu, what evidence? Mr. Pu retorted impatiently, the sword token that you possess. The one given to you by Qiu Tan. If you had presented it earlier, we wouldn't be in this predicament now. Quickly retrieve it, and let the elders see. The sword token given to me by junior sister Qiu? Zhongyu was even more astonished. How did Mr. Pu know about this? Without time to ponder, he swiftly took out the sword token. Mr. Pu immediately snatched it and handed it to the elder of the Yoyu clan, saying with a smile, this is the evidence. With this token, all of his inexplicable encounters can be elucidated. The elder of the Yoyu clan scrutinized the token with skepticism, but as he examined it closely, a sudden chill ran through him. He passed the token to Elder Lei Hu, stating, this sword token harbors a profound sword intent. Elder Lei Hu examined the token intently, his expression shifting dramatically. He passed the token to Elder Tao Lin, declaring, it resembles it closely. Elder Tao Lin's complexion also changed as he carefully handed the token to a lower-ranking elder, affirming, undoubtedly so. One by one, the elders circulated the sword token, their faces transforming with each passing moment, nodding in agreement. If there is indeed this sword token, it can certainly explain why he advanced so rapidly in such a short time. It also elucidates how he survived both the demonic ruins and the beast god ridge. Indeed. Elder Shui Zian remarked, scrutinizing the token. He returned it to Mr. Pu, chuckling wryly, Mr. Pu, why didn't you have him present this sooner? You've made me propose that we would rather kill an innocent than let a guilty party escape. But how did this token arrive so quickly? Was it not a bit reckless and hasty? Zhongyu was utterly astonished, completely unaware of the token's significance that had caused such a drastic change in the elder's demeanor. This sword token was given to me by junior sister Qiu to learn the Gung metal sword Qi. Junior sister Qiu clearly stated that the Gung metal sword Qi is given to everyone, and nearly all alchemists practice this martial art. Mr. Pu chuckled. He acquired this token inadvertently and is unaware of its origins. The token's owner knew it had fallen into his hands and learned that you were investigating him. So he hurriedly sent me here to prevent you from acting too swiftly and eliminating him. The elder of the Yoyu clan retracted his soul with a hearty laugh. Congratulations. Our sword gate has gained another talent. Zhongshan, from this day forth, you shall be an inner disciple of our sword gate. Here is your inner disciple badge. Go to the upper courtyard, gather your belongings, and report to the inner gate promptly. Zhongyu accepted the badge, feeling utterly bewildered. Elder Lei Hu stepped forward, giving his shoulder a hearty pat, chuckling, did we scare you just now? If you were frightened, don't be shy. I was once scared out of my wits too. Keep that sword token safe. It's immensely valuable, and this is the first time it has been passed to another. Don't lose it. Strange. Why would that old fellow give you this token? If others found out, they would undoubtedly be envious. Old fellow? Zhongyu was taken aback. Junior sister Qiu seems rather young. How could she be referred to as an old fellow? Oh, they're not referring to junior sister Qiu but to the one who gave her the token. Who could that be? Mr. Pu placed the token back into Zhongyu's hands, saying with a smile, do not blame the elders. They were simply unaware that you possessed this token. They are acting in the interest of our sword gate's future. The upper courtyard is no longer your place. Return and gather your things for the inner gate. Once you're settled, you may proceed to the Spirit Void Hall to acquire the strongest spirit in our sword gate and become an alchemist. Zhongyu, increasingly perplexed. carefully stored away the sword plate, and inquired, "Master Pu, who is the owner of this sword plate?" Master Pu shook his head and replied, "The individual did not disclose such information, and I dare not speculate. Just know that this sword plate is of great significance." As Zhong Yu exited the sword heart hall, his confusion deepened. What could this sword plate possibly signify? Why did the 9 elders appear so startled upon seeing it? His junior sister, Jeaner, bestowed such a precious item upon him, ensuring his safe passage through this calamity. He wondered where she might be now. Such a valuable artifact should be returned to her at the earliest opportunity. Within the Sword Heart Hall, the atmosphere grew strangely tense. After a moment, Elder Yu slowly shook his head and remarked, "So, he is the heir of the sect leader." This elucidates the performance of the Zhongshan clan during the confrontations in the Demon Ruins, Beast God Ridge, and the Forbidden Grounds. The sect leader's Grand Freedom Sword Qi indeed grants remarkable advancement in cultivation. Elder Lei nodded in agreement, stating, "The Thunder Soul refining technique of my Leihu clan must have been imparted to him by the sect leader as well." The female elder of the Peach Grove clan chuckled. "He has even cultivated the Dragon Roar Sword Qi, which is hardly surprising for someone training in the Grand Freedom Sword Qi." However, Elder Nanlu pondered, is the sect leader so quick to pass on the Grand Freedom Sword Qi? Could it be that Zhongshan's aptitude surpasses even that of Feng Wuji and Fang Jianga, who were born with extraordinary talents? Master Pu, surely Zhongshan is an ordinary person? Shui Zian also expressed his confusion, asking, "Why would the sect leader choose him as an heir? Given your close relationship with the sect leader, you should have some insight." Master Pu chuckled softly, turned, and departed, saying, "I am merely the sect leader's old servant. How could I fathom his thoughts?" Nonetheless, the sect leader's actions must carry profound significance. The elders furrowed their brows in concern. "The sect leader is being rather reckless," Elder Shui Zian remarked, shaking his head. Feng Wuji, Fang Jianga, Lei Hong, and Jun Sixi are the 4 promising young talents of our sword gate, all poised to become the next sect leader. None of them have received the Grand Freedom Sword Qi, yet it is bestowed upon an outer disciple. I fear they may harbor resentment. Earlier, Master Pu mentioned that the sect leader's intentions were undoubtedly profound. What could these intentions possibly be? The elders frowned in deep contemplation, yet they could not arrive at a satisfactory conclusion. Leaving the Sword Heart Hall, Master Pu made his way to the pinnacle of the Sword Gate and entered a garden. Approaching an elderly man fishing by the pond, he smiled and said, "The matter has been duly handled, Master. However, it seems that Zhongshan does possess certain secrets. Why does the sect leader not allow the elders to investigate thoroughly? Though Zhongshan harbors secrets, who among us in the Sword Gate does not? Yet, he is neither the Celestial Mother nor the Beast God." The elderly man, gaunt and shrouded in an aura of death, replied languidly, "The Grand Freedom Sword Qi was originally intended for the young lady of the Qiu Ten clan's healing. Yet, she failed to grasp its intricacies while he discerned them, indicating a connection between us. Do you know how astonished I was when I sensed the sword energy he comprehended from the sword plate?" A faint flush of unhealthy color appeared on his withered face as he coughed and continued, "In my day, it took me a month and a half to comprehend and cultivate the first strand of Grand Freedom Sword Qi, whereas he achieved it in merely half a month." Chapter 58. A touch of pain in the Sword Gate's upper courtyard. Zhong Yu returned the waste token to the upper courtyard, carrying only a medicine basket. Inside the basket lay a tattered copper lamp. After bidding farewell to familiar acquaintances like Tao Dyer, who, along with the young women of the female courtyard, wept profusely, he found himself reflecting on her recent defeat in the unrestricted duel, which disqualified her from entering the Spirit Void Hall. Fortunately, at only 14 years old, she had 2 more years to cultivate, striving to become a Qi refinement practitioner within that time. Meanwhile, Yu Fian, Ting Lanyue, Li Xionyang, and Yu Zhenglong had already entered the Spirit Void Hall, engaged in their training and comprehension of the spirit, yet had not yet emerged. The Peach Blossom clan's martial arts are known for their gradual accumulation of strength, and it was certain that Tao Dyer would eventually become a Qi refinement practitioner. As Zhong Yu bid farewell to the young women, he consoled them, saying, "Moreover, I have yet to enter the Spirit Void Hall. Even if I do, I cannot guarantee that I will become a Qi refinement practitioner. It is possible that I may not sense the spirit within the hall and return here to accompany you all." Tao Dyer, wiping her tears, smiled and said, "Junior brother Zhong is the best in the upper courtyard. How could he possibly be unable to sense the spirit? The inner courtyard will surely provide you with the strongest spirit." Once junior brother enters and exits the spirit void hall, you will be our Uncle Zhong. Uncle Zhong? Zhong Yu was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head with a chuckle. Before encountering the flame of enlightenment, he was merely an outer courtyard disciple troubled by the prospect of his soul leaving his body. And now he was to become Uncle Zhong. He waved goodbye to the departing young women and ascended towards the main gate of the Sword Gate. Behind him, ethereal and enchanting melodies echoed as the young women sang beautifully to send him off. The song gradually faded until it fell into serene silence. Turning back, he caught a glimpse of the young women still gazing at him from afar. I will wait for you in the inner gate. Zhong Yu waved vigorously and struck the bronze gong at the cliff's edge. Before long, he entered the inner gate, surveying the surroundings. The scenery within was even more splendid than that of the outer gate, with cascading waterfalls and exotic beasts roaming freely. Occasionally, he could see flashes of sword light in the sky, accompanied by the vibrant sounds of clashing swords. In the distance, Qi refinement practitioners sat cross-legged atop mountain peaks, channeling their soul weapons. Others were flying through the air, honing their flying techniques, some sprouting wings from their backs, while others harnessed the power of soul weapons. The aura of the Qi refinement practitioners was distinctly different. Such sights were absent in the outer courtyard. Zhong Yu could not help but silently commend their prowess. Junior brother Zhong, you actually ascended so boldly. Suddenly, a Qi refinement practitioner spotted him and hurriedly descended, rushing to his side, whispering, "You are being rather reckless. There are many in the inner gate who know you have obtained that sword token, and they harbor resentment, planning to seek trouble with you." It was Brother Gu, the very person who had led him into the Sword Valley. Zhong Yu, recognizing him, expressed his confusion. Isn't it common for everyone to have a sword token? Why would they specifically target me? His curiosity deepened. It seemed that only a few elders in the Sword Heart Hall knew of his acquisition of the sword token. How had this information spread so widely within the inner gate? Who was disseminating such news? Brother Gu chuckled helplessly. Common? If I had one too, I'd be celebrating. Junior brother, you must be cautious. There are many formidable characters in the inner gate. If you encounter them, do not engage in conflict. By the way, have you registered yet? Registered? Zhong Yu followed him, perplexed. The inner gate is different from the outer gate. Even as a disciple of the upper courtyard, you cannot truly be considered a disciple of the Sword Gate until you are in the inner gate, Brother Gu explained. The techniques taught in the outer gate come from various families and are not the true teachings of our Sword Gate. However, what is imparted in the inner gate is our genuine secret arts. But before that, junior brother, you must go to the Minglu Hall to register your name. Only then can you be regarded as a recognized disciple of the Sword Gate. The distinction between the inner and outer gates lay precisely here. Outer gate disciples do not even have their names recorded in the Sword Gate. Only those who become inner gate disciples will have their names duly noted, officially becoming disciples of the Sword Gate. Brother Gu accompanied him all the way to the Minglu Hall, stating, once you are registered there, you can proceed to the Spirit Void Hall. As long as you become a Qi refinement practitioner, you will be granted a residence. A residence? Zhang Yu's eyes brightened. Is it one of those grand halls on the Spirit Herb Terrace? Brother Gu laughed. Junior brother, your aspirations are too lofty. Those halls are reserved for the hall masters and elders of our Sword Gate. Only if you manage to take control of a hall can you reside there. However, there remains a significant gap between us, the recognized disciples, and the positions of hall masters and elders. It is only after you become a true disciple that you can draw closer to the role of hall master. For instance, Sui Xiangxing was originally a true disciple. After defeating the hall master of the Baikong Hall, Tian Feng, he became the new Baikong Hall master, known as Zhuo Jianzhu. Now I understand. Zhong Yu recalled something and asked with a smile, Brother Gu, have you heard of the name Qiu Jiana? Brother Gu pondered for a moment and replied, Qiu Jiana? Is she not the one with the innate spiritual body from the Qiu clan? She has been training under her mother and is said to be in the Yangshan Hall, though she has never left it. I also have yet to see her. Last month, I heard that the girl had fallen ill and was sent to Elder Yu. I wonder if she has returned by now. Jenner has fallen ill? Zhong Yu inquired about the locations of the Yangshan Hall and the Spirit Void Hall, thanked Brother Gu, and turned to enter the Minglu Hall to register. Afterward, he stepped out, contemplating, should I go to the Spirit Void Hall or the Yangshan Hall first? The Spirit Void Hall is not particularly useful to me. Shinho has already promised to take me away from the Sword Gate to comprehend the Sun Spirit and Moon Spirit. I should check on Jenner first to see if she has returned. Just as he exited the Minglu Hall, The Qi refinement practitioner who registered him focused his thoughts, and his mental energy transformed into a flying crane. In no time, the crane flapped its wings and arrived before a residence, calling out, "Tuyo, Tuyo." The Zhongshan clan you inquired about has arrived. As the door to the residence opened, a Qi refinement practitioner stepped out, looking up and saying, "Thank you, brother." Haha. The Gate Master's sword token, imbued with the essence of boundless freedom, has finally arrived. Before the residence, a large black bull was grazing. Upon hearing this, the bull's eyes darted, and it immediately turned to flee, leaping through the mountains until it reached another residence, shouting, "Master, the Zhongshan clan has arrived." "Shut up." An irate voice echoed from within, scolding, "You ignorant beast, do you not see that I have so many guests here? By letting this news slip, have you not also informed them?" A woman's laughter followed from inside. "Brother, do you intend to keep all the spoils to yourself? That sword token is the Gate Master's ultimate skill. If you were to steal it, how would you bear the Gate Master's wrath?" It was precisely because it was the Gate Master's ultimate skill that they sought to seize it. 6 or 7 Qi refinement practitioners filed out of the residence, led by a young man who grinned, saying, "If we manage to snatch the sword token, it would only prove that this person is unworthy of being the Gate Master's disciple. If one cannot defeat us even with the Gate Master's ultimate skill, they deserve to be robbed." Indeed, the Qi refinement practitioners scattered, exclaiming, "Let us go find out where Zhongshan clan is residing and wait for him to arrive." At the pinnacle of the sword gate, Qiu Jin'er maintained a calm demeanor, while the beautiful woman beside her wore a somber expression, urging her forward toward the Yangshan Hall. "Mother, my heart is not entirely petrified yet, is it?" Qiu Jin'er comforted her. "It is only the tip of your heart that has turned to wood. Moreover, even if it turns completely to wood, it does not mean death, it merely limits movement." The beautiful woman forced a smile, saying, "The Grand Elder cannot suppress the wood energy within you, which indicates that Jin'er possesses exceptional talent." The mother and daughter consoled each other as they made their way to the Sun God Temple. The beautiful lady sat with Qiu Jin'er for a while, exchanging a few words, before suddenly rising with determination, exclaiming, "I must see the sect master. If he refuses to meet me, I shall kneel to my death upon the golden summit. Surely he cannot bear to witness such despair." Qiu Jin'er hastily attempted to dissuade her, but the lady had already departed in a flurry, heading straight for the golden summit. Mother is indeed too impulsive. The sect master's supreme sword energy is meant for the next leader. If one begs for it, they will find themselves among a multitude of supplicants kneeling before him. Qiu Jin'er shook her head, then a smile flickered across her face. "I wonder if Brother Zhong is still refining his soul in the Thunder Layer. It has been quite some time since I last saw him." Just as this thought crossed her mind, a familiar voice echoed from outside the temple, inquiring, "Excuse me, is this the Sun God Temple? Is Qiu Jin'er residing here?" Qiu Jin'er was both startled and delighted. Moments later, an elderly matron guarding the temple hurried inside, saying, "Young lady, a big-eyed youth is outside claiming to be an old acquaintance. Would you like to see him?" Qiu Jin'er felt as if flowers were blooming within her heart. Just as she was about to respond, her gaze fell upon the wheelchair she was seated in, and her countenance darkened. She shook her head, saying, "Tell him I am not here." "Very well," the old matron replied, leaving the hall, her voice carrying, "My lady says she is not in." Qiu Jin'er's face flushed with embarrassment. In a moment of resolve, she willed the wheelchair to lift her into the air, covering her legs with her skirt, and scolded, "Aunt Lu, must you be so straightforward? Well, I shall go out to meet him." The wooden wheelchair soared outward, while the matron's voice continued to drift in. "Big-eyed youth, your human customs are truly intricate. One moment saying she is not here, the next claiming she is. I have followed my lady for half a lifetime, and still have yet to unravel this mystery." Flushing with shame, Qiu Jin'er felt her heart race like a startled deer as the wheelchair exited the Sun God Temple. She caught sight of a simple youth on the Lingji platform turning to look at her, the sunlight illuminating him, making him appear as radiant as the day itself. "Jin'er, it has been a long while." Zhong Yu stepped forward, his expression apologetic. "I have come to return this sword token to you. I have greatly benefited from the Gungjin sword technique contained within it. However, this token is exceedingly precious. I implore you to keep it safe." "Jin'er, what has happened to your legs? Perhaps it is best if you keep the sword token, Brother Zhong. It holds little use for me." Qiu Jin'er's expression grew somber as the wheelchair gradually descended. "I have accumulated wood energy within me, and I fear I may soon transform into a mere piece of wood. The Grand Elder mentioned I possess a wood spirit body, destined to become a wood spirit. Zhong Yu inquired. Is it not possible to dispel the wood energy with Gengjin's sword chi? The elderly matron, unable to contain her laughter, remarked, big-eyed youth. If Gengjin's sword chi could purge the wood energy from my young lady's body, that would be a remarkable tale indeed. Why? If Gengjin's sword chi can extract sword energy from all things in nature, why then can it not refine the wood energy within Jiner? Zhong Yu pondered, stepping closer. Allow me to give it a try. Jiner, please lift your skirt to reveal your legs. Xiao Jiner blushed, confused by his intent, but resolutely lifted her skirt slightly, exposing her delicate calves. Zhong Yu knelt, gently caressing her leg as he closed his eyes, envisioning the mysterious sword pattern of the supreme sword energy, attempting to draw out the wood energy from within her. As he began to visualize, an overwhelming surge of wood energy rushed forth, instantly filling the sword pattern he had conjured. With a soft sound, a wood sword energy took shape within his consciousness, growing increasingly pure and vast. What a potent wood energy! Zhong Yu was taken aback, as was Xinhua, who felt a jolt of surprise. After a moment, Zhong Yu withdrew his hand, gently pinching Xiao Jiner's calf, and asked, does it hurt? The young lady's head nearly dipped to her chest, her voice barely above a whisper. A little. Zhong Yu sighed with relief, smiling. That indicates it is indeed effective. The old matron gawked, her eyes wide in disbelief. Can Gengjin's sword chi truly heal my young lady's legs? What has that lady been up to for all these years? Chapter 59. A thought opens 100 gates. Zhong Yu pinched his fingers, feeling a slight slickness between them, stealing a glance at Xiao Jiner's dress. His heart stirred momentarily, but he quickly composed himself and exclaimed in surprise, Sister Jiner, have you not practiced the gung metal sword chi? Xiao Jiner lowered her gaze and poked her small calf, both astonished and delighted. She shook her head, saying, I have practiced the gung metal sword chi, but it seems somewhat different from yours, senior brother. The gung metal sword chi can only absorb the essence of metal and iron, offering little relief for the excess wood energy within me. Zhong Yu understood at once, smiling as he remarked, so, you have not discerned the more subtle totems within the gung metal sword chi. In that case, allow me to teach you. With an open heart, he did not dwell on the self-named Great Freedom sword chi patterns, and continued, Sister, I will impart to you the fundamental totem of the gung metal sword chi. Together, we shall refine the excess wood energy within you, which will hasten your recovery. Perhaps in no time, you shall be able to move freely. Xiao Jiner felt a surge of joy and quickly turned to Granny Lu, saying, Granny, please go to the Golden Summit and inform my mother that Brother Zhong has come to see me and has a method to heal me. Tell her not to plead with the sect master any longer. Granny Lu pursed her lips, watching Zhong Yu warily as she shook her head. My dear girl, I am tasked by the mistress to guard this Yangshan Hall, and I cannot leave even a step. Besides, with me here, no one shall dare to bully you. Xiao Jiner laughed lightly. With Brother Zhong here, what is there to fear? That is precisely what I am concerned about, Granny Lu replied bluntly. My dear girl, you are unwell. Should he succumb to his baser instincts and take advantage of you, where would you find solace? She reminisced about the mistress, who had once been alone and was taken advantage of by your ill-fated father. Had I been there, I would have dealt with him decisively, leaving you alone here. I fear you may repeat the mistress's misfortune. Zhong Yu found this amusing, while Xiao Jiner blushed, stealing a glance at him and whispering, Granny, Brother Zhong is not that kind of person. That remains to be seen, Granny Lu retorted. It seems my dear mother shall endure hardship. Xiao Jiner felt helpless, saying, Brother Zhong, shall we begin? Zhong Yu released his mental energy and began to construct the patterns of the Great Freedom Sword Chi, allowing her to observe. Although the pattern consisted of only a single line, it was immensely complex. Even with Zhong Yu's remarkable mental prowess, crafting the entire pattern in the air proved somewhat taxing, especially as he needed to showcase all the intricate details to Xiao Jiner, which demanded a high level of mental focus and control. Learning this sword pattern was also a test of Xiao Jiner's intellect. As Zhong Yu constructed the pattern, he explained the underlying techniques contained within it. The methods derived from the sword pattern were particularly esoteric, thanks to the guidance of the teachings. Zhong Yu persevered for half a month to fully comprehend the techniques embedded within the pattern. Xiao Jiner found her studies equally arduous. Though the pattern appeared as a mere totem, it concealed countless intricate designs, leaving no room for error. The techniques were profound, and as Zhong Yu taught her while refining the excess wood energy within her, it took more than half a month before she could attempt to refine sword energy using the pattern on her own. Her internal wood essence had significantly diminished, the excess wood energy retreating from her heart as Zhongyu refined it over the days, alleviating any threat of her heart turning to wood. However, her legs still remained immobile. Was this what it meant to possess a naturally spiritual body? Zhongyu's spirit stood above the sea of consciousness, observing the sword energy he had refined from Qiu Jiner's internal wood energy over the past days. In just a few short days, this wood sword energy was hardly inferior to the Dragon Xiang sword qi he had refined. It must be noted that the Dragon Xiang sword qi was cultivated from the essence of a beast god, the inner energy of the Dragon Xiang demon god. The purity of this wood sword energy rivaled that of the Dragon Xiang sword qi, suggesting that Qiu Jiner was akin to a beast god's inner elixir. Youngyu, should you unite with this girl, your power could increase dramatically. The teachings remarked earnestly. This girl is a human-shaped spirit elixir, a tremendous boon that could enable you to refine astonishing wood sword energy. Zhongyu coughed lightly, retrieving a sword token and placing it in Qiu Jiner's hand. Sister Jiner, having learned the gung metal sword qi, you need only to practice diligently and refine the wood energy. Within half a year, you should regain the use of your legs. I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Qiu Jiner felt a pang of reluctance, asking, where does Brother Zhong reside? Once my legs have recovered, I shall visit you. Zhongyu provided the location of his cave dwelling before rising to depart, reflecting, I have yet to visit my cave dwelling. However, I must make an appearance at the Linkhong Hall, as I have a place there. He did not return to his cave but proceeded directly to the Linkhong Hall. At this moment, outside Zhongyu's cave, numerous young inner sect qi refiners waited under the sun for his arrival. Over the past month, the Zhong family had been absent. Could it be that this lad was afraid? One youth could not contain himself, exclaiming, if he continues to remain absent, shall we be left waiting here indefinitely? Ta Wuyo scoffed, if you cannot endure the wait, feel free to leave. No one will stop you. The others also chuckled derisively, yet none chose to depart. After all, the sword token obtained by Zhongyu was of immense significance, representing the supreme legacy of the sword sect. No one wished to forfeit this opportunity. Within the Linkhong Hall, Zhongyu surveyed his surroundings, noticing the numerous sword gates towering within the grand hall, more than 100 in total. Each gate represented a form of spiritual legacy. Should one be fortunate, a sword gate would open, allowing the top disciples of the upper academy to enter. Whether they could resonate with the spirit within would depend on their own capabilities. This time, the spirit prepared for you within the Linkhong Hall is the strongest in the great wilderness. The elder guarding the Linkhong Hall sat cross-legged, his brows slightly twitching as he spoke solemnly. Within this sword gate lies the spirit of our sword sect, the sword spirit. This portal has remained unopened for 10 years, and the accumulated spirit is extremely potent. Focus your senses and see if you can open this gate. Zhongyu's heart stirred, but he did not rush to sense the sword gate. Bowing slightly, he inquired, Elder, has Shui Qingyan arrived? Which gate did she enter? The young lady from the Shui family, you say? She shares the top position with you in the upper academy, having entered this divine gate over 10 days ago. The elder's eyes lowered, his long white eyebrows fluttering as he pointed toward a specific sword gate. Behind this portal lies the spirit left by the first-generation master of our sword sect. This divine spirit is not inferior to the sword spirit. Zhongyu gazed at that portal, a flicker of killing intent igniting in his eyes. Suddenly, the sword gate swung open, revealing a young woman stepping forth, none other than Shui Qingyan, draped in a snow-white mink fur scarf that accentuated her fair complexion. Yet this fur scarf was not merely ornamental. It concealed the scar on her neck, a remnant from their previous battle where Zhongyu's Dragon Xiang sword qi had nearly severed it. Their gazes met, and the elder sensed an unusual tension in the air, perceiving an added aura of hostility within the Linkhong Hall. Brother Zhong, Shui Qingyan greeted with a cheerful smile. Sister Shui, Zhongyu returned the gesture. Shui Qingyan chuckled lightly and turned to leave, while Zhongyu withdrew his gaze. Feeling a wave of discomfort in his heart, I am summoned by the elder for a thorough investigation, while that old witch is left unscathed. The sword gates cannot claim to be fair. If the sword gates are unjust, then the sword spirits too must abide by this unfairness. It matters not if they respond. He sat cross-legged, entirely disinclined to sense the gate. After a moment, he stood and said, Elder, I am unable to sense what is required to open this sword gate. It seems I am not suited to the sword spirit within. The elder finally opened his eyes, scrutinizing him deeply before smiling. You have yet to sense. How could this sword gate possibly open? If you find yourself uncertain about how to sense, I can guide you. Envision the sword gate in your mind and release your spiritual energy. You will then be able to perceive the spirits behind these sword gates. There exists a sword gate suited for you that will open automatically. And even if the sword spirit is not aligned with you, there will be other spirits that resonate with you. Young one, do not speak of surrender lightly. Zhongyu blinked, contemplating. I desire to leave the sword gate and ascend to the sun and moon to sense the spirits of day and night. However, it seems that sensing the spirits of the sun and moon may prove quite challenging. Perhaps I should take this opportunity to experiment first. He settled into a meditative state, cultivating his spirit while visualizing the Sun Emperor. The elder nodded slightly, thinking, this youth possesses potential. Though somewhat impulsive, he shows an ability to learn from his errors. I wonder if he can unlock the sword spirit's gate. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a sudden creaking sound echoed through the hall, and a sword gate began to open slowly. The elder nodded, realizing, remarkable, he has managed to open the gate so swiftly, indicating his spiritual strength and the intricacy of his visualization. Yet it is not the gate of the sword spirit. Suddenly, the hall was filled with the sound of creaking doors, and the elder's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he glanced around, his face paling. He beheld the astonishing sight of hundreds of doors within the hall all beginning to open. The gates of sword spirits had opened, and even the gates of divine spirits were now ajar. Every portal was unsealed. This signified that the spirits concealed behind these gates deemed this youth suitable for them. This was an unprecedented occurrence in the history of Sword Gate Mountain. Even those with innate spiritual bodies could not elicit such a response from all gates. How could he accomplish this? The elder was overwhelmed with shock, and after a moment, he regained his composure and looked towards the spot where Zhongyu had been seated, only to find him vanished. His heart raced. Which gate did he enter? Outside the Lingkong Hall, Zhongyu, with a medicinal basket on his back, descended Sword Gate Mountain, murmuring, sensing spirits does not seem as daunting as I imagined. Xinhua, shall we set off now? Xinhua replied eagerly, naturally, the sooner the better. What are sword spirits or divine spirits compared to the magnificent legacy left by the great Xinhua? Let us seek out the grand teleportation array I established, and I shall first transport you to the moon, allowing you to sense the moon spirit. Meanwhile, before Zhongyu's dwelling, Tuoyo and others waited anxiously. The young alchemists of the inner sect comforted one another. The Zhong clan will surely return. This lad must be comprehending the spirits in the Lingkong Hall. If we remain here, we can intercept him. Hold steadfast. All our efforts will bear fruit. Chapter 60. The Alligator Dragon's Gratitude. Celestial Mother. Are you suggesting that the Zhongshan clan seems to be aware of your origins? In the vast, empty hall, Shui Qingyan regarded the figure shrouded in shadows with a hint of trepidation. The figure replied with a smile, fear not. I have uncovered the reason behind the Zhongshan clan's acquisition of the old man's great freedom, Sword Qi. The old man, in his compassion for Qiu Tan's daughter, Qiu Jian'er, who possesses a natural spirit body, wished to prevent her from becoming petrified. Consequently, he instructed Qiu Tan to steal the sword token. However, Qiu Jian'er failed to grasp its significance and instead gifted the sword token to the Zhongshan clan. While the Zhongshan clan may be aware of your background, the old man certainly is not, so you need not worry. Shui Qingyan sighed in relief and inquired, how shall we deal with the Zhongshan clan? His knowledge of my identity poses a threat, detrimental to our grand scheme. Currently, no one believes him due to his lowly status. But if the old man were to summon him one day, his standing would change considerably. Should he choose to expose me then? Even the Elders' Council would have to weigh his words carefully. If I were to be exposed, do not expect me to spare you. The figure in the shadows smiled faintly and reassured her, you may be at ease. I have already given orders. The Zhongshan clan will not leave the sword gate alive. Shui Qingyan gasped in shock, exclaiming, you intend to eliminate that lad within the sword gate? Are you mad? He has caught the old man's attention. If he perishes there, it will undoubtedly lead back to you, and I shall be implicated. Celestial Mother, you can rest assured, the figure replied leisurely. I shall leave no trace behind. For if I wish to kill, even in your presence, you would remain oblivious to my actions. The Zhongshan clan will vanish without a sound, and no one will trace it back to me. My roots run deep, entwined within the sword gate, supported by more than just the Shui Tu clan. The death of the Zhongshan clan will only send a single stone into the water, causing a few ripples that will soon settle. Zhongyu, carrying a basket of medicine, approached the edge of the precipice and struck a bronze gong. Suddenly, the alligator dragon shook its head and tail, flapping its wings as it soared through the mist from the cliff, landing gracefully on the shore. Esteemed alligator dragon, I kindly request that you take me across to the other side, Zhong Yu said politely as he climbed onto the back of the alligator dragon. The alligator dragon took to the skies, gliding slowly into the heart of the mist at the cliff's center. However, halfway through the journey, Zhong Yu furrowed his brow as the alligator dragon's speed began to diminish, eventually coming to a halt. Young man, it is not that I wish to harm you, but I owe a debt of gratitude to someone, and I must repay it. The alligator dragon spoke softly from beneath Zhong Yu's feet. Do not blame me. Startled, Zhong Yu felt the alligator dragon suddenly roll violently beneath him, causing him to feel as though the world was spinning, flipping upside down. This is the death roll of an alligator. It was evident that the creature intended to throw him off its back into the forbidden grounds of the Sword Gate below. That forbidden zone was a place where demonic souls were suppressed, steeped in malevolence, with flesh continually growing and crawling up the cliff. Its eerie, blood-red mass could only be sealed by ancient deities. If cast into that forbidden area, it would surely spell doom. Zhong Yu reacted with remarkable speed. As the alligator dragon rolled, he immediately crouched down, gripping tightly onto the bony protrusions on its back, barely managing to avoid being thrown into the abyss below. Envisioned the Fire Emperor. His mind surged with spirit energy. But the heavy malevolence and the ancient deity seals in this place crushed his attempts to visualize the form of the Fire Emperor, rendering it impossible. In the mist, the alligator dragon rolled again, increasing its speed, intent on flinging him off and into the forbidden grounds. Zhong Yu felt his grip faltering, and his heart sank. Suddenly, he chose to release his hold, his body flung off in the process. Explode! Zhong Yu shouted, his figure plummeting like a meteor toward the abyss. He abruptly stomped his foot down hard, compressing the air beneath him as if solidifying it, creating a thunderous sound. His descent slowed momentarily as he pressed down again, producing another resounding boom, further compressing the air and slowing his fall. He continued to stomp, compressing the air into flatness, and as he lifted his feet, the released air coalesced, resulting in a gentle rain of red droplets. Approaching the cliff's bottom, Zhong Yu discovered that the air was not water but blood. And with each compression and release, he forced the blood from the air. Finally halting his descent, his formidable physique became apparent as he repeatedly stepped upon the air, ascending towards the sky. This lad has remarkably honed his body. The alligator dragon, observing this spectacle from above, was astonished. There was no need for visualization. He was utilizing the recoil from the compressed air beneath him to elevate his body, a feat that demanded exceptional strength and explosive power, even beyond the capabilities of his own kind. The fact that Zhong Yu, merely 15 or 16 years of age, could achieve such mastery over his body was truly remarkable. Zhong Yu continued to step on the air, rising higher, akin to soaring through the clouds. However, the strain from his repeated explosive movements weighed heavily on him, and even he could not sustain it for long. The alligator dragon, with its hybrid lineage of dragon and serpent, descended with immense power, creating a whirlwind that nearly incapacitated Zhong Yu from moving in the air. Young Zhong, it is not the alligator dragon that seeks your demise, but rather, you have offended someone you should not have. That individual has done a great service to the alligator dragon, and I must repay that debt. The dragon explained as its massive form pressed down upon Zhong Yu. Zhong Yu, attempting to evade, struck the alligator dragon with a punch, but his hardened exterior, covered in thick bone armor, absorbed the blow without a scratch. He was sent reeling backward, distancing himself from the colossal creature, and shouted, "Alligator dragon, who commanded you to kill me?" The alligator dragon remained silent, flapping its wings and soaring directly upwards, swiftly surpassing Zhong Yu. Its enormous tail crashed down upon him, and unable to dodge in time, Zhong Yu was struck, losing his balance and falling toward the cliff's bottom. The alligator dragon inhaled deeply, causing the surrounding air to collapse inward. Whoosh! The alligator dragon exhaled, unleashing a tempest that chased Zhong Yu downward. As he struggled to step on the air, he finally plummeted into the forbidden zone below. I am sorry. The debt I owe is far too great, and I am left with no choice. The alligator dragon flapped its wings and vanished into the mist. Zhong Yu's expression shifted as he continued to step on the air, but the downward gale pressed upon him, preventing him from taking flight. The towering cliffs on either side loomed past him, adorned with thick, blood-like flesh devoid of skin. writhing and pulsating with enormous veins supplying the flesh with blood. On the cliff face, massive blood-red totem patterns flickered intermittently, suppressing the malevolence and the writhing flesh, presenting a bizarre sight. As he descended, the invisible malevolence in the air began to invade Zhongyu's consciousness, causing turmoil within his mind. As waves of inner demons surged forth to wreak havoc, Zhongyu's emotions spiraled into chaos, his eyes turning crimson, yet amidst the turmoil, his mind remained remarkably clear. It seemed that the ancient deity's seals on the cliff were restraining the malevolence, preventing him from being overtaken. As the ominous black mist surged towards him, a spark leapt from his consciousness, standing upon his shoulder. This small flame radiated a gentle glow, instantly repelling the encroaching darkness, even thwarting the potent malevolence and the oppressive force of the gods, which could not penetrate this protective aura. With a resounding thud, Zhongyu landed, his feet sinking into a soft, gruesome carpet of flesh at the cliff's base, rather than a mere pile of stones. Shielded by the flame, he withstood the oppressive seals of the gods and the disturbances of the valley's dark magic, allowing him to once again access his consciousness. He immediately envisioned the Flame Emperor, purging the heart demons that had taken root in his mind. Grateful for the flame's presence, he exhaled in relief. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from above, as if a heavy object were descending. Alarmed and enraged, Zhongyu hastened forward, wondering if the crocodile dragon had seen him alive and was attempting to crush him with a boulder. A deafening impact followed, narrowly missing him as he evaded the falling mass. Turning back in astonishment, he was taken aback to discover that it was not a stone but the crocodile dragon itself. The enormous creature's eyes were wide open, with a gaping hole in its forehead, evidently pierced by some unknown force, its brain shattered, a victim of foul play. As the black mist enveloped the area, the dragon's flesh was rapidly consumed, leaving behind only its stark white bones, a tragic sight resting atop the bloodied remains. A chill ran through Zhongyu, his heart growing colder still. The crocodile dragon, in an act of gratitude, had plunged from the cliff in an attempt to save him, only to be silenced by the very person it sought to protect, lest the news escape. He gazed upward, where the thick black mist obscured the sky, pondering whether the formidable water master who had parasitized his disciple had slain the dragon. No, the dragon had mentioned that this individual had shown it kindness. As a creature of the Thunder Lake, brought to the Sword Gate by the Thunder Lake's practitioners, its benefactor must surely be of that lineage. Zhongyu's limbs turned icy as he recalled the elder of the Thunder Lake, whose hardy visage had once been so welcoming. It was he who had broadcast the news of Zhongyu acquiring the sword token, then orchestrated the dragon's assassination, only to subsequently eliminate the dragon itself. What was the true intent behind this internal strife within the Sword Gate, colluding with the forces of darkness? The flesh at the cliff's base writhed as if it were a gaping maw, the enormous bones of the dragon slowly sinking into the sanguine mass, destined to be consumed. Zhongyu felt the flesh creeping towards his legs and hastily ascended into the air, stepping upon the very essence of the atmosphere. Just as he reached a height of 100 feet, a colossal light screen appeared above him, illuminating the totemic seals left by the gods on the cliff walls. A palpable force pressing down upon him. Zhongyu let out a muffled groan as he found himself helplessly plummeting. The seals of the gods, the marks left by the deities, forbade entry or exit, trapping him within this abyss, unable to escape. Chapter 61. The successive masters of the gate. The fearsome eel dragon has perished, and so has the Zhongshan clan. Within the vast, empty hall, Shui Qingyan revealed a smile. Her curiosity piqued. Even if this matter has been executed with utmost stealth, it cannot remain concealed for long. The disappearance of the eel dragon will soon be discovered, and the vanishing of the Zhongshan clan will also not remain a secret for too long. Should anyone venture to the base of the precipice and uncover the bodies of the eel dragon and the Zhongshan clan, they would be able to ascertain the identity of the murderer through the wounds on the eel dragon's corpse. You still do not grasp the nature of the entities suppressed beneath the Sword Gate, nor do you fully comprehend the seals imposed by the gods. The figure in the shadows replied with a chuckle. That is a seal of the gods. Anyone who falls within it shall never escape, and no one dares to venture down to investigate. Moreover, even if someone were to brave the descent, they would find no trace of the eel dragon and the Zhongshan clan, for, he smiled, they have already been consumed, leaving no evidence behind. And even if someone were to enter the forbidden zone of the demonic soul and emerge alive, they would never suspect me, for, ha ha. A tremor coursed through Shui Qingyin's heart as she chuckled softly. I find it fascinating that even I, a long-residing demon god in the great wasteland, possess limited understanding of the seals beneath the sword gate. How is it that you are so knowledgeable, even familiar with the intricacies of the seals? Who exactly are you? The shadowy figure slowly dissipated, resembling a mere wraith, and spoke languidly. Do not pry too deeply, Celestial Mother. You need only understand that by collaborating with me, you shall not only avoid any loss, but will also avenge the profound enmity of millennia past, enslaving the people of the great wasteland, and enhancing the glory and strength of your demonic kin beyond their former glory. As for me, I seek only the entities suppressed beneath the sword gate. Shui Qinyin snorted coldly and turned to leave. What a charade. At the base of the precipice, Zhongyu frowned slightly, contemplating, with the seals of the gods in place. I fear I cannot escape from here. What shall I do now? The demonic soul's miasma has erupted from outside the sword gate, hasn't it? Xin Hui surveyed the surroundings with keen interest, bubbling with excitement, muttering to himself, and then remarked, Indeed, the demonic soul's miasma has erupted from outside the sword gate. A mere 100 miles away. What do you imply? Zhongyu inhaled deeply and replied, The seals at the precipice are formidable. Yet the seals at the site of the miasma's eruption should be exceedingly weak. That is the only place where the seal can be breached. To survive, we must pass through there. I just wonder what perils lie within this forbidden land. Xin Hui exclaimed joyfully, The forbidden zone of the demonic soul. I have longed to explore it. Let us go. Quickly, we shall delve inside and discover what peculiarities await. Zhongyu nodded, gazing upward momentarily before turning to venture deeper into the forbidden land. The great wasteland is my kin's domain. No foreign entity shall interfere, nor shall there be collusion with outsiders to harm our own. His steps were heavy as he tread upon the flesh and blood beneath him. My current strength may be insufficient, but it shall not remain so forever. The master of the sword gate may be aging, but I am still in my prime. The valley was littered with enormous masses of flesh, connected by blood vessels as thick as several feet, which branched off into thinner vessels, pulsating as if a heart were supplying blood. The blood vessels formed a web upon the cliff face, and as Zhongyu surveyed his surroundings, he felt as though he had entered the interior of an immense, unparalleled being. Along the way, he encountered numerous divine engravings, remnants of seals left by the gods. Even after countless ages, these seals had not faded. The potency of the seals remained formidable, exhibiting abstract patterns. Although Zhongyu could only glimpse fragments of the seals, he felt a shiver of trepidation. The seals here revealed profoundly intricate totems, obscure and cryptic. The variety of totems was enough to make one's scalp tingle, indicating the sheer number of gods involved in this sealing endeavor. The presence of so many divine beings left behind an imprint cannot merely be for the purpose of sealing the demonic soul's miasma. There must be deeper, more astonishing secrets buried here. Zhongyu exchanged glances with Xin Hui, and they spoke in unison. Youngyu, retrieve the copper lamp. Xin Hui's tone grew grave as he whispered, The demonic essence here is even more potent. It may give rise to some undesirable entities. Undesirable entities? Zhongyu's heart tightened as he extracted the copper lamp from his pouch. Xin Hui alighted upon the wick, and the flame brightened considerably as he cautioned. If the emerging entity is the soul of a demon god, I can repel it, preventing the soul from penetrating my light. However, should it be a creature born of demonic essence and vitality, I would be unable to resist it, and you would need to intervene. This copper lamp, a symbol of his residence, must hold significance beyond its shabby appearance, yet Xin Hui had never divulged its mysteries. Zhongyu surveyed the area, observing that the flesh formed a spacious corridor, yet no entities seemed to emerge, prompting his confusion. Xin Hui, what exactly are these undesirable entities? The divine beings are immensely powerful. Even these lesser divine races are not to be trifled with. Moreover, they harbor terrifying vitality within. They were not buried here due to natural causes, but were slain and interred, hence their life force was unlikely to dissipate completely. Xin Hui stood atop the wick, casting his gaze about. So many divine beings, all buried here. The vitality that could not dissipate has gathered together. What a terrifying prospect. After all, they have been dead for so long, and the amalgamation of their life force, along with the resentment of the fallen, could very well give rise to some bizarre entities. Furthermore, with all this flesh, if combined with it, it is likely that a corpse demon will be birthed to roam this forbidden zone. Youngyu, envision the sovereign of light. He is sacred, and should any evil approach, it shall find it difficult to close in upon you. A shiver ran through Zhong Yu as he held the lamp aloft, his pace unconsciously slowing. With Xin Hui's protection against the demonic essence and the seals of the gods, he maintained his envisioned state, his mental energy radiating outward, forming a towering wraith of the sovereign of light behind him. This figure of the sovereign stood 12 feet tall, with a dragon's head, a human body, and a dragon's tail, majestic, solemn, and dignified, dispelling the sinister atmosphere. With a whoosh, a sword aura shot forth, landing to transform into a diminutive dragon, scampering about the ground. Another wooden sword aura followed suit, landing to become a small sapling. Neither the dragon nor the sapling grew taller than a foot. The sapling's roots wriggled, also scurrying across the ground. Armed and cautious, Zhong Yu advanced, feeling a twinge of regret. If only I had one of the 10 fearsome weapons of the sword gate in hand, it would be even more perfect. The 10 fearsome weapons of the sword gate, each possessing astonishing might, alas, were exceedingly difficult to wield, their malevolence too intense, harming both wielder and foe. As they proceeded, the flesh gradually thinned out. Xin Hui's voice grew more serious. The diminishing flesh indicates my suspicions were correct. Unusual entities have already been birthed. Ah, there are even skeletons here. What sort of person could reach this place only to have their flesh drained away? No, this person must have perished from exhaustion before being stripped of their flesh. Peculiar. Indeed. Zhong Yu also noticed a human skeleton seated against the wall of flesh, holding a broken blade. This figure belonged to a member of the human race. Although the blade had been severed significantly, it still measured over 5 feet in length. This individual was robust and towering, with various totemic patterns etched upon their bones. Zhong Yu caught a glimpse and felt a jolt of recognition. This person had branded totemic marks onto their skeleton to enhance their physical strength. The totemic patterns depicted dragons and phoenixes, suggesting they were of exceedingly high quality, one of the supreme legacies of the Sword Gate. Beneath the skeleton, there was not a shred of flesh, revealing the bare stone beneath, upon which markings of fingers had been inscribed. The 14th master of the Sword Gate, Yu Tianya, sensing the end of his lifespan, ventured into the Forbidden Zone, encountering a corpse demon. He fought valiantly, slaying over 18,000 demons before succumbing here. Zhong Yu read the inscription, his heart quaking as he exclaimed, "This is the 14th master of our Sword Gate. How did he find his way here? Ultimately meeting his demise?" The flickering flames of Xinhua swayed as he pondered, suggesting that he might have been aware of the emergence of the corpse demon within this forbidden realm. Should the corpse demons continue to multiply unchecked, relentlessly eroding the seals of the divine, it would inevitably lead to a catastrophic eruption of demonic forces, threatening the vast wilderness. Perhaps he came here to eradicate the demons knowing he was nearing death. Yet, he did not perish in vain. The corpse demons he vanquished must have been formidable, as his own life was consumed in the effort. Retrieve this broken sword. As it belonged to the sect leader of the sword sect, it must possess great significance. Zhong Yu bowed respectfully to the skeletal remains and reached for the shattered blade. However, as soon as his fingers grazed the hilt, a sudden crack echoed, and the blade disintegrated into fragments. As the wielder fell, so too did the sword. When Yu Tianya of the Yu clan perished, his sword was shattered alongside him. Xinhua shook his head, remarking, "Indeed, a man worthy of respect. Let us proceed." Zhong Yu cast one last glance at the remains, his heart swelling with reverence, before he turned to venture deeper into the Forbidden Zone. Before long, he encountered a second skeleton, humanoid in form. This was Lei Qianxiu, the 8th leader of the Sword Sect, who, foreseeing the end of his days, plunged into the forbidden territory, sacrificing himself to secure 5 centuries of peace for future generations. In his final moments, he remained tranquil, reminiscing about those who would come after him. A tremor coursed through Zhong Yu's heart. Yet another leader of the Sword Sect had fallen in this cursed expanse. He pressed onward, discovering a 3rd skeleton. This belonged to Tao Qingxian, the 19th leader, who, recognizing his impending demise, followed in the footsteps of the sect's ancestors into the Forbidden Realm, fortunate enough to witness the remains of those who had come before him. The 5th leader, Feng Xingtian, cognizant of the brevity of his remaining years, entered the Forbidden Zone, exchanging his limited lifespan for 500 years of tranquility for the human race in the great wilderness. He forsook his own existence for the sake of the future leaders of the sect. Zhong Yu continued his journey, encountering the remains of successive leaders of the Sword Sect. Where the man perished, so too did the sword, each aged leader entering this accursed domain in their twilight years, fighting valiantly until their strength was spent. As he beheld these skeletal remains, each inscribed with tales of valor, his spirit was stirred with a blend of awe and sorrow, a torrent of emotions swirling within him. These were the leaders of the sword sect, heroes of the great wilderness, who devoted their final strength to safeguard the sprawling territories, ensuring the survival of the human race. "Young Yu, we have a situation," Xinhua suddenly exclaimed. "Brace yourself. It seems a colossal being approaches." Zhong Yu's spirit surged. He flicked his fingers, and a surge of dragon-like sword energy erupted, transforming into a streak of sword aura that shot forth into the depths of the passage, 100 feet ahead. At that moment, the ground quaked on either side, as if a massive creature was advancing towards them. Chapter 62. The strange creatures. The flesh wall quivered incessantly, clearly indicating that something immense was emerging from the depths of the forbidden zone. However, what puzzled Zhong Yu was that this tremor was not the sound of footsteps, but rather the vibration caused by a heavy object crushing the ground. What could it be? Xianhua also expressed curiosity. Soon, a vehicle approached the bend of the fleshy corridor, a meat cart. Zhong Yu found himself at a loss for words as he beheld a cart entirely composed of blood and flesh. The cart measured approximately 30 zhang in length. Its yoke, windows, frame, and axles were all made of stark white bones, while its wheels were formed from legs that fanned out from the axles. As the wheels rolled, the legs moved forward. The windows were covered with beast hides, seemingly freshly stripped from ferocious beasts. The frame was supported by a crossbeam made from an unknown number of leg bones, from which hung numerous meat spheres, each about a zhang in diameter, spaced 2 zhang apart, totaling 16 in a row. This was Zhong Yu's first encounter with such an extraordinary being, and he couldn't help but feel a surreal sense of wonder. A vehicle made of living flesh and bone. Could anything be more bizarre? Is this truly a corpse demon born from the soul forbidden zone? Zhong Yu murmured, passing the copper lamp to the ethereal figure of Sui Huang behind him. Xianhua, equally bewildered, had never seen such a peculiar creature, muttering, "Its appearance is so unique. Be careful." Suddenly, the meat spheres on the massive cart unfurled, revealing a head that dangled down, limbs splayed out. What hung from the crossbeam was not flesh strips, but a long, sinuous tail. One large meat sphere fully expanded into a strange being, crashing to the ground with a thud. Its trailing tail sprang out, unfolding a series of sharp blades, forming 2 rows reminiscent of the blood stingray swords Zhong Yu had seen in the Sword Heart Temple. The corpse demon's 4 claws also unleashed a flurry of blade-like appendages, each 3 feet long, transforming it into a veritable fighting machine. So this was the corpse demon, with the cart merely serving as its transport. Zhong Yu let out a sigh of relief. A living corpse cart was eerie enough, but battling against a living corpse demon would be exceedingly bizarre. With a whoosh, the first corpse demon leapt into action, lunging at Zhong Yu and stirring a tempest within the corridor. How swift! Zhong Yu felt a chill. The demon's speed was astonishing, closing the distance in an instant. The claws, now brandishing razor-sharp blades, sliced through the air with a thunderous crack, producing a sonic boom as the air was compressed. Its speed exceeded that of sound. This indicated that the demon's attack speed surpassed the sound barrier. "Be careful," Xianhua cried. Just as he spoke, the corpse demon was upon Zhong Yu. The corridor was awash with glistening sword light, accompanied by the resounding thunder of its approach. Zhong Yu's body was adorned with dragon scales and patterns as he conjured the dragon Xiang totem within his mind, enhancing his physical strength and reaction speed. He resembled a young dragon, yet his attack speed was nothing short of astonishing. Furthermore, while executing rapid movements, his visualization remained uninterrupted. Waves of sword energy surged forth, crafted from his innate sword intent, as he countered the demon's slashing claws. Just a mere martial artist? Upon collision, Zhong Yu felt an overwhelming force emanating from the demon's claws. Not only was this corpse demon incredibly fast, but its strength was formidable as well, sending shockwaves through his muscles and forcing him to stumble backward. The demon, too, was jolted back, but soon regained its footing and propelled itself forward, leaping onto the fleshy wall of the corridor, swiftly converging on the still airborne Zhong Yu with the ferocity of a thunderstorm. In an instant, it caught up to Zhong Yu, its elongated sword-like tail sweeping downward with blinding speed. "Though I am not yet a martial artist, I embody both strength and energy." "Die!" Zhong Yu bellowed. As a sapling erupted from the ground with a hiss, growing wildly in the wind, its myriad branches and sword energy surging forth, piercing the corpse demon with countless wounds. As the demon's tail swept toward him, Zhongyu conjured the image of Sui Huang behind him, delivering a punch to counter the wickedly sharp tail. The tail hissed as it sliced through the ethereal fist of his spiritual force, its speed diminishing rapidly. At last, the tail halted just before his neck, allowing Zhongyu to land safely. At that moment, the flesh wall revealed the corpse demon disassembling into countless fragments, crashing to the ground, dismantled by the sword energy of his wooden sword. This was the might of a martial artist's sword energy, truly formidable. Zhongyu was taken aback, realizing the immense power of the wooden sword energy. Although not a martial artist himself, he could not draw spiritual energy from the universe to forge sword energy. Yet Xiao Jian'er possessed a natural spirit body, brimming with potent wood energy. By harnessing the excess wood energy within Xiao Jian'er, he had crafted this small tree-shaped sword energy. And witnessing its power was genuinely terrifying. The corpse demon, akin to a martial artist focused solely on physical prowess, had been cleaved apart by the wooden sword energy as easily as cutting through tofu. The wooden sword energy he extracted from Xiao Jian'er was merely 1 or 2% of her internal wood energy. If she were to completely refine her excess wood energy into sword energy, how terrifying and astounding would that be? Zhongyu couldn't help but fantasize. However, this did not imply that martial artists dedicated to physical strength were inferior to their energy-based counterparts. In a battle between two martial artists of comparable skill, it would be challenging to determine the victor. The martial artist focused on physical strength could potentially slay their opponent before they even had a chance to react, while the energy-based martial artist might be able to gather their sword energy and strike first. Only Zhongyu, who cultivated both strength and energy, could effortlessly vanquish the corpse demon. Indeed, the corpse demon was formidable, but not excessively so. It likely represented a newly birthed corpse demon, with the truly powerful ones having been vanquished by the masters of the sword sect throughout the ages. Zhongyu exhaled, gazing forward, when suddenly he felt a jolt at the corner of his eye. In the brief moment he had slain the corpse demon, the meat cart had released several large meat spheres onto the ground, each unfolding to reveal a total of 15 corpse demons now present within the corridor. This situation was becoming dire. Zhongyu took a deep breath as the horde of corpse demons surged forward, darting through the corridor with blinding speed, their forms flickering and shifting too rapidly for the eye to capture, only to fight to the death. Zhongyu roared, unleashing the power within him as he charged forward, matching the speed of the demons. Although they possessed immense strength, they did not hold an overwhelming advantage over him. Not only was he endowed with exceptional physical prowess, but he also cultivated energy and honed his mental fortitude. While lacking the razor-sharp claws of the demons, his mastery of spiritual energy rivaled that of a martial artist. Dragon Xiang's sword energy go. Within the corridor, from behind the corpse demons, a sword energy suddenly detached from the flesh wall, landing and transforming into a 3-foot-long Dragon Xiang that moved in synchrony with Zhongyu, converging upon the center of the corridor where the corpse demons awaited. Zhongyu's speed escalated, as the ethereal figure of Sui Huang accompanied him closely. Sui Huang reached down, grasping a small sapling that had taken flight from the ground. With a flick of his wrist, the sapling grew wildly, morphing into a sword tree. As Zhongyu neared the oncoming horde of corpse demons, he thrust both hands forward with great force, and the thunderous sound reverberated throughout the corridor, unleashing a torrent of thunderous sword energy that surged forth in a dense array. The lightning shone brilliantly, capable of blinding the eyes. The clash between humans and the horde of corpse demons erupted with furious roars echoing through the passage. Flesh and blood were sent flying as the Dragon Xiang sword energy sliced through the air, severing a colossal head that tumbled to the ground. The spectral figure of the Emperor Sui wielded a sword tree, causing limbs to scatter chaotically. The attacks from the corpse demons were ferocious. Their sword tails and claws sliced through the air, producing thunderous sounds, moving with such speed that the eye could scarcely perceive them. Zhongyu was soon stained with blood, narrowly evading the lethal claws of the approaching demons and the sudden strikes of sword tails. With a swift motion, he unleashed the Dragon Xiang sword energy, which danced gracefully around him as he dashed through the passage, colliding with the horde of demons without hesitation. Should he linger, he would surely fall victim to the onslaught of the corpse demons, inevitably meeting his demise at the hands of errant blades. The Dragon Xiang sword energy clashed resoundingly with the myriad of sword lights that assailed him. Behind Zhongyu, The spectral figure of the Emperor Sui expanded and contracted the sword tree in his grasp, creating a tempest of destruction. Zhong Yu moved like lightning through the passage, even scaling the fleshy walls, his feet gliding swiftly, engaging in fierce combat with the incoming demons. His speed was astonishing, so much so that he remained anchored to the wall, defying gravity itself. Indeed, if one possessed sufficient velocity, not only could they ascend vertically, but they could traverse the air, surpassing even flight. In this moment, Zhong Yu raced along the fleshy walls and ceiling of the passage, sword energy erupting forth as he desperately avoided being surrounded by the demons. The horde pursued him relentlessly, scaling the walls with their razor-sharp claws and astonishing speed. Yet, even amidst this chaos, some demons found themselves pierced by his strikes, some shattered by the wooden sword energy, others suddenly bore a small hole in their foreheads, plummeting lifelessly to the ground. After a brief moment, Zhong Yu staggered to the ground, gasping for breath, his body riddled with numerous wounds, all inflicted by swords. His muscles ached painfully, and his left leg gave way, nearly collapsing him to the earth. Suddenly, a corpse demon leapt from the fleshy wall, shaking the ground with its landing, and lunged at him with a furious roar. Just as this demon soared through the air, it inexplicably fell, a sword energy piercing through its forehead, landing and transforming into a diminutive dragon Xiang that scampered to Zhong Yu's side. Not far behind Zhong Yu, the corpse cart's window suddenly opened, revealing a gaping eye, followed by legs emerging as the wheels began to roll, hastily retreating deeper into the passage. "Kill it!" The flickering flame exclaimed with excitement amidst the chaos.